Zhou Ming, exhausted from overtime, found himself inexplicably reborn in the world of Naruto, complete with an inventory reminiscent of a video game. From that moment onward, the landscape of the ninja world began to tilt into absurdity. With a heavy weapon known as the Xuan Zhong Chi on his back, Uchiha Xiaoyan unleashed chaos, scattering lime powder and becoming the nightmare of all those who adorn themselves. With colored contact lenses, the tyrannical sage emperor Kyuubi boasted of his power, declaring, "Who dares to claim the peak of the sage path? Witness Kyuubi's path to emptiness." Meanwhile, the scorpion of the red sand led Gaara and other Sand Shinobi in cries of mechanical ascension, while Deidara became ensnared in the obsession of world annihilation. Chapter 1. Kyuubi. What on earth is this kid doing? After graduating from university, Zhou Ming became a cog in the relentless machinery of society. Endless work hours were accompanied by late-night revisions of plans and incomprehensible demands from superiors. Just when he hoped for a legal holiday, he was informed of mandatory compensatory workdays ahead. To add to his woes, his long-term girlfriend had cheated on him with her boss just a week prior. Upon confrontation, she brazenly declared, "You can't provide the life I desire, let's break up." I only found true joy with Zhang. Thus, his girlfriend's betrayal was compounded by public humiliation as she shared the incident in a viral video, leading to Zhou Ming's disgrace. Now, Zhou Ming sought solace in the realms of video games and anime, finding a semblance of existence only within those virtual worlds, where he could be an independent entity, rather than a lifeless shell trudging through daily monotony. One night, after a brief gaming session, Zhou Ming abruptly stood up, his vision darkening as he collapsed against his keyboard. Time passed, and soon he began to hear the soft murmurs of unfamiliar voices, drawing closer and louder. Wait, wasn't I just gaming? How did I fall asleep? Startled, Zhou Ming opened his eyes to a blurry world, everything resembling a mosaic. What's happening? Why have I shrunk? Flailing his arms, he discerned chubby little hands before him, reminiscent of a Michelin Man mascot. Wait, I have turned into a baby? Before he could fully process this transformation, a figure with yellow hair and a woman with red hair appeared. It dawned on him that he had indeed been transported into a legendary prenatal experience. Yellow hair? Please don't tell me I'm starting in a vocational school. His anxiety surged at the sight of the yellow-haired figure. He feared this child's father might belong to a sinister lineage. Suddenly, Zhou Ming found himself suspended in midair, and moments later, he landed securely in the arms of a stranger. What the hell? Is there a human trafficker here? Around him, the sounds of a woman weeping and uttering frantic pleas filled the air. Though he could not comprehend her words, they resonated with heart-wrenching emotion. Yet, Zhou Ming was desperate. He had barely just arrived in this new world. Could he not be granted a chance to grow? Captured by traffickers, he feared he might end up maimed and begging on the streets. In his past life, he had heard heartbreaking tales of children snatched away by such villains, but he never anticipated being reborn into such a scenario, ensnared by a masked trafficker. Wait, the red-haired woman? The yellow-haired father? The masked trafficker? An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Zhou Ming, and a sudden revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, I have crossed into Naruto. This is bad. I've become the prince of Konoha, the infamous Naruto. As if responding to his thoughts, a cacophony of deafening roars erupted around him. Zhou Ming's mind buzzed, halting his thoughts, and he fell unconscious. In his last moments of consciousness, he fervently prayed, "Obito Uchiha, I swear, this grudge, Uzumaki Naruto, will remember it." Zhou Ming began to accept his identity as Uzumaki Naruto. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed, crisp and ethereal, as if a forgotten faucet dripped in an empty room. The Naruto's eyelids fluttered, his consciousness gradually returning. However, the scene before him was far from what he had envisioned. Roar. A familiar roar sounded in his ears. Is that the Nine Tails? Turning his head, he saw a vibrant orange Massachusetts. His vision, still underdeveloped, rendered the Nine Tails before him as little more than a large orange cat. Crack. At this moment, Naruto noticed a clear interface manifesting before him. Holy cow. My world. To his astonishment, the interface mirrored that of the game he had played in his previous life, Minecraft. He explored the interface, and discovered all the items within. Yes, every single item, even enchanted potions and monster eggs, were present. This was creative mode. Moreover, it included over 300 mods, all of which he had downloaded in his previous life, such as the Industrial Modernization mod and the Magical World mod. The Industrial Modernization mod featured everyday household appliances, while the Magical World mod included magical creature eggs and various spellcasting tools. In essence, these mods contained an abundance of highly overpowered items, too numerous for Naruto to count. It dawned on him that perhaps this was the fortunate gift his reincarnation had bestowed upon him. While there was no system chiming ding ding ding, he felt immensely satisfied. Setting aside the fact that he was now a major player in the Naruto world, endowed with the power of a sage and a Kyuubi charging station, he had also acquired the Minecraft inventory filled with hundreds of mods. It was indeed a perfect beginning. With a mere thought, Naruto summoned a cow into existence in the ceiling space. Kyuubi's frustration was palpable. Initially intending to frighten the child, he was instead met with the sudden appearance of a cow. Strangely, the cow appeared somewhat square. Kyuubi was perplexed, yet his curiosity overcame him, causing him to forget his earlier intentions to scare the boy. "Hey, little brat, how did you do that?" Arba. Naruto, unable to comprehend Kyuubi's words, knelt behind the cow and began to crawl eagerly across the ground. Perhaps due to the Uzumaki clan's robust physique, Naruto crawled faster than he had anticipated. In no time, he reached the cow's side, raising his hand to deliver a mighty slap. The cow, taken aback, flickered and flew back a distance. This was just like the game. Naruto's heart soared with joy as he began to chase the cow in the ceiling space. Moments later, he glanced at the meat chunks on the ground and erupted in laughter. Kyuubi, trapped in its cage, wore a bewildered expression. It simply could not fathom what this child was doing, nor could it comprehend how such a peculiar cow had emerged in the ceiling space. Then, it bore witness to a scene it would never forget. Sitting on the ground, Naruto chuckled softly while molding the earth beneath him. Every so often, he planted a few oak trees. Before long, an incongruous little grove emerged within the dimly lit confines of the ceiling space. In the center stood even a wooden cabin. "Hey, you little brat, are you mocking me?" The voice of the Nine-Tails boomed, but the soundproofing of the cabin Naruto had constructed was remarkably effective. Even if it shouted at the top of its lungs, the outside could only hear a faint echo, indeed, quieter than the incessant buzzing of renovations from his previous life. Lying on the bed, Naruto's thoughts were a whirlwind. After the initial excitement of his rebirth had waned, a sense of calm began to envelop him. This led him to ponder his destiny. Naruto understood that by the time he regained consciousness, his parents would likely be gone. Becoming an orphan right after crossing over. How disheartening. The mere thought of being despised by countless villagers of Konoha in the future filled him with a sense of sorrow. As his thoughts drifted, Naruto dozed off on the bed. Chapter 2. The Proud Kyuubi. 6 years later. Alright. Finally completed. Naruto adjusted his hard hat, his small face radiating excitement. At that moment, he stood atop a large stone pillar. There were 4 such pillars within the ceiling space, situated at each corner as if they were the very supports of this realm. Naruto's intention was to install high-powered pendant lights within the ceiling space. It could now be said that a cycle of day and night had been established, transforming the previously gloomy environment. With a gentle press of a switch, over 40 pendant lights illuminated simultaneously, banishing the darkness and bathing the entire ceiling space in brightness akin to the outside world. Standing atop the pillar, he admired his masterpiece. In the center of the space stood a grand 3-story villa, surrounded by golden fields of wheat. The borders were adorned with pear, apple, and jujube trees. A stream, cultivated by Naruto, flowed around the villa, resembling a blue belt encircling it from above. Witnessing this, a sense of contentment surged within Naruto. It must be said, even after crossing over, the affinity for farming remained deeply ingrained in his bones. Over the past 6 years, aside from the essentials of daily life, he had devoted himself to transforming the ceiling space. He had not only crafted forests, snowy landscapes, plains, and deserts, but had also introduced a plethora of creatures into this realm. The previously pitch-black and oppressive atmosphere had undergone a remarkable transformation. After all, In order to conquer the fox, one must first renovate the living environment. He was counting on this energy source for the future. Naruto retrieved a bucket of water from the system and poured it at his feet. The water cascaded down the pillar, gradually forming a small waterfall. Before it could reach the ground, Naruto, adjusting his pants, leaped down, but he was unconcerned about any mishaps after all. The worst that could happen was being disconnected and expelled from the ceiling spasea, familiar risk. With a thud, Naruto landed, indifferent to his damp attire, and headed directly to the pig pen. He slaughtered 2 pigs, returned to the villa, and prepared a serving of fried pork cutlet rice. He then drew a diamond sword and made a quick motion across his neck. As his consciousness returned to reality, Naruto rose from the bed, retrieving the freshly prepared fried pork cutlet rice along with a bottle of orange soda. He began to savor his lunch for the day. Over the years, Naruto had come to understand his system quite well. The items could be directly accessed, but the rules of his world only existed within the ceiling space. For instance, when he summoned animals from the system, they instantly transformed into their normal biological forms. Items also became more realistic, except for materials like earth and stone, which retained their original appearance. He was unable to place blocks in midair. Any object set down without support would collapse instantly. Most items from the mod required crafting as well. The fried pork cutlet he was currently enjoying was part of the food mod. However, this was not too much of an inconvenience. It merely added an extra step to the crafting process. To create items of exceptional quality, one needed to maximize their level. Though the system operated in creative mode, Naruto discovered he still possessed an experience bar. From the moment he realized this, he had been grinding for levels within the ceiling space. Today, he finally reached level 100. The disparity between a weapon enchanted at level 0 and one at level 100 was staggering. For example, the diamond sword he had previously enchanted displayed. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchantments, attack power 2, attack speed 1. Durability, 100. However, after reaching level 100, the enchantments he applied yielded astonishing results. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchantments, attack power 10, hardness 70, attack speed 30, knockback 20, bleed 30. Durability, 100, 001, 0000. Merely glancing at these enchanting effects was enough to leave one dazzled. Not to mention the benefits they conferred. Although he had yet to experiment with these effects, he had previously conducted a stealthy test. The diamond sword enchanted at level 0 could be easily crushed by the Kyuubi, whereas the fully enchanted sword posed no threat to the beast whatsoever. Thus far, he had only attempted to enchant the diamond sword and had not yet had the opportunity to enchant other items, such as magic wands, portals, or various armors. Within the ceiling space, the Kyuubi watched as the little brat disappeared, slowly opening its eyes. These past 6 years, it had witnessed the gradual transformation of the ceiling space by the boy. Ever since that first day when the boy constructed a tiny tree house, it had spiraled into an unstoppable endeavor. Initially, the Kyuubi had not paid much heed, thinking it was merely a peculiar bloodline limit. After all, it had lived for so long and seen countless things. Consequently, the Kyuubi spent most of its days in slumber, frequently catching glimpses of the little brat diligently placing blocks within ceiling space. Until one day, upon opening its eyes, the Kyuubi was astounded to behold a vast forest, leaving it momentarily speechless. What the hell? It had never encountered such a Jinchuriki in its long existence. What kind of ceiling space for a tailed beast would contain a forest? In the subsequent days, the boy also created snowy landscapes and deserts, introducing an array of peculiar creature-square-shaped rabbits, cows, dogs, and tigers. These creatures often wandered into its vicinity. The Kyuubi, unable to tolerate this, prepared to teach them a lesson. However, when it struck down, instead of finding corpses, it discovered an abundance of meat. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite delightful, though the portions were too small to satisfy the Kyuubi's appetite. Having endured years of confinement and 3 generations of Jinchuriki, the Kyuubi had long been deprived of food. Regrettably, those animals did not come by every day. With the addition of these elements, the once silent ceiling space became vibrant and lively. This transformation left the Kyuubi in a state of bewilderment. If it weren't for the peculiar shapes of the creatures, it might have believed it had never been sealed at all. Each day, Upon awakening, the Ninetales found its spirits lifted by the surrounding environment, yet it could not shake off a growing perplexity. Why, of all things, did this little imp refrain from improving the desolate patch of land that served as its cage? A twinge of regret began to stir within the Ninetales for having once been so harsh towards the creature. The confines of its cage were dim and damp, imbued with an indescribable, peculiar odor. In stark contrast, the outside world was alive with the gentle flow of streams and the sweet melodies of birds amidst fragrant blossoms. The Ninetales felt a profound discomfort, and those delectable morsels of meat, they truly exacerbated its unease. It longed to speak to the little imp, yet pride held it back from uttering a word. The thought of secretly consuming the creature's provisions filled the Ninetales with a sense of deep shame. After all, it was the mightiest of tailed beasts. Such petty thievery was beneath its dignity. Thus, the human and the fox found themselves at an impasse within the confines of the ceiling space. Regardless, the Ninetales never disturbed Naruto, who diligently went about his tasks without ever encroaching upon its territory. With a sigh, the Ninetales gazed upon the picturesque scenery, shifted its immense form, and succumbed once more to slumber. The fragrance of earth and the essence of blooming flowers enveloped it, as if transporting it back to the innocence of its youth. Chapter 3. The villagers have never seen the nine-tailed fox. Naruto placed his evening meal on the table, listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock within the room. He felt a peculiar sense of dislocation. Having spent several years in this world, he had grown accustomed to solitude, yet an undeniable emptiness lingered in his heart. Glancing at the pork chop in his lunchbox, he picked it up with chopsticks and took a bite, silently narrating his own thoughts. Over the years, Naruto had consumed a considerable amount of food from the ceiling space. However, the effects of these meals were negligible compared to those in the outside world. This was understandable, as within the ceiling space, he existed merely as an entity of consciousness. As for the vibrant, multicolored food items within the system, he dared not consume them, fearing that their overwhelming enhancement properties might lead to his untimely demise. Having only recently begun his training, he was cautious not to experiment recklessly. Regarding the items in his backpack, he had once attempted to retrieve a cubic meter of stone, but upon adapting to the external rules, the 6-year-old Naruto found himself unable to lift it. Driven by curiosity, he had once pulled out a piece of raw stone, which fell to the floor, crashing through the wooden planks and startling the villagers of Konoha below. Who could have anticipated that a square block of stone would plummet from the ceiling in the middle of the night? The stone fortuitously landed on the beds of 2 households. Had Naruto merely shifted 30 centimeters to the left when retrieving the stone, he would have achieved a remarkable feat of hitting 3 targets with 1 stone. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage compensating those affected and apologizing, the villagers might have protested to the Hokage's office. Since that incident, Naruto had become the sole occupant of the building, realizing the terrifying aspects of the system he possessed. He hadn't even retrieved other items yet. Just a single round stone had nearly caused catastrophic consequences, which was indeed alarming. Naruto even refrained from drinking the milk within the system, fearing that under the influence of external rules, 1 sip might inadvertently eliminate the Ninetales within him, leading to his sorrowful demise. Sometimes, possessing overwhelming power could be a source of distress. Nevertheless, he could safely consume most of the more mundane food items from his backpack, which did enhance his strength. This was evidenced on a snowy day when Naruto single-handedly defeated several larger children and rescued his beloved Hinata, proving his extraordinary physical prowess. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the voice of the 3rd Hokage. "Little Naruto, are you home? Grandpa has come to see you." Coming. Naruto quickly devoured a few more bites of his meal, tossed the lunchbox into the sink, and wiped his mouth before heading to the door. Before opening it, he rubbed his face with small hands, donning an innocent expression. It was quite a challenge for him, an adult soul, to maintain a facade of innocence in front of the 3rd Hokage. "Let school start already," he silently wished, slowly opening the door. "Hello, little Naruto. Grandpa has come to visit again." The 3rd Hokage greeted with a warm smile, extending his hand to pat Naruto's head. This gesture incensed Naruto, causing his face to flush with indignation as he nimbly dodged, denying the 3rd Hokage the opportunity to ruffle his hair. The 3rd Hokage chuckled at the child's antics, not taking it to heart. After all, children were naturally mischievous. "Naruto, this is your allowance for the month," he said, producing several bills from his pocket. along with a notice from the Ninja Academy, which he placed on the table. However, the third Hokage was perplexed by the peculiar bloodline limit that Naruto possessed. Years prior, when Naruto had summoned a stone that nearly harmed several innocent villagers, the third Hokage had realized the uniqueness of this child's abilities. Initially, he had thought Naruto had awakened a bloodline limit related to Earth-style ninjutsu, but later discovered that Naruto could summon not only stones, but also soil, seeds, tools, animals, and even household items. It could be said that this child's agricultural talent was unparalleled in the ninja world. At times, the third Hokage lamented that it would be a pity if Naruto did not pursue farming. However, the crux of the matter was that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, a legendary figure whose name struck fear into the hearts of ninjas from other villages. Meanwhile, his mother belonged to the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing techniques, leaving only a few in the ninja world who could rival her skills. As for Naruto, he was heralded as Konoha's strongest Jinchuriki, destined to become the village's most formidable power, not to spend his days tilling the soil and tending to pigs. What an absurd bloodline limit this was. The third Hokage pondered this enigma for several nights without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, Naruto's bizarre bloodline limit was of no practical use to a ninja. It could hardly be employed in combat. Could one truly summon an axe in the midst of a battle, leaving the enemy bewildered? What kind of a ninja would wield an axe? Would the enemy laugh at the absurdity? Or would they expect a wooden axe to breach their defenses? Such news would surely spread, painting Konoha as so impoverished that they could not even provide their shinobi with a proper kunai. Understood, Grandpa. I am looking forward to starting school, Naruto replied while carving a miniature model of his world. He sometimes wondered if Minato had bumped his head during his rescue of the child, resulting in the peculiar behaviors he exhibited now. Little Naruto, do venture outside during the day and make some new friends. Don't stay cooped up at home all the time. Go outside. To be sprayed by the black tongues of those little brats? Or to feel the weight of their envious gazes? I would rather stay home and watch foxes. Got it, Grandpa, Naruto replied with a naive tilt of his head, though internally he was thinking, get lost, old man. Glancing at the clock, Naruto resolved to finish carving his model before venturing out later in the evening when the streets would be deserted. After all, with the village leaders frequently visiting him, failing to appear outside would be seen as a sign of disrespect. Yet, the third Hokage was truly insufferable. He seldom brought Naruto meals, and even sent people to keep an eye on him. Rumors circulated in Konoha that he was the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails Fox, which was unbearable for anyone. Were it not for his young age and lack of strength, Naruto would have brandished a diamond sword against the third Hokage, declaring, "Old man, my sword is no less formidable." 3 years ago, when Naruto ventured outside during the day, he received a barrage of envious glances and compliments from the children, leading him to decide to limit his outings. Every time he appeared, they would swarm around him, and who could withstand that? He reckoned he could remain at home for a decade or so, tending to his farming. For what good would it do for them to spread rumors if they could not even see him? He doubted the Umbu would dare to approach his doorstep. Should they try, he would not hesitate to create chaos among the villagers, leaving the third Hokage to handle the aftermath. In 10 years, all the fierce rumors would transform into mere legends of Konoha. Moreover, he was not completely housebound. He only ventured out under the cover of darkness. 3 years prior, he had even escorted young Hinata home and had saved her from a group of unruly children not long ago. Naruto reflected on his behavior before the third Hokage, feeling like a child, at most a reclusive one who preferred to stay indoors. Yet, what could anyone say about him? After bidding farewell to the old man, he began to wash his dishes and tidy up his room. During this process, he noticed the enrollment notice for the Ninja Academy on the table. Chapter 4. An unconventional flying thunder god technique. Naruto picked up the enrollment notice and flipped through it, realizing that he had less than a month left before school started. The mere thought of attending school sparked memories of his previous life, where he would carry a backpack to class. Unfortunately, in this life, he had lost his parents and thus had no one to send him off to school. However, that was of little concern to him. At least he had a great fox companion. Was he finally on the verge of becoming a ninja? Excitement welled up inside him. For the past 6 years, Naruto had maintained a reasonable exercise regimen, jogging for half an hour and practicing stances. He utilized all the exercises he had learned in his past life, though he didn't push himself too hard, being merely 6 years old. It was said that excessive exercise at such a young age could hinder growth. Regrettably, during his 6 years in this world, He had yet to encounter chakra. Fearing the third Hokage's suspicion, he had refrained from asking about it. As for the fox within him, it was likely knowledgeable about chakra refinement, but asking it was another matter. What if it assumed he wanted to learn how to control it? It might react explosively. The fox reminded him of the orange cat he had raised in his previous life. Aside from its lack of weight, its proud demeanor was strikingly similar. Thus, attending the ninja academy was Naruto's only opportunity to engage with chakra. Returning to the sink, he meticulously cleaned the utensils before changing into a set of black clothing from his wardrobe. Naruto's fashion sense remained consistent with his previous life, primarily featuring black and white garments, emphasizing simplicity. Looking at his reflection, he noted that he bore little resemblance to the Naruto from the original story. To facilitate convenience, he had kept his hair short since childhood, resembling the 7th Hokage. He was also significantly taller than the Naruto of the original narrative. He recalled that his age was roughly comparable to Sasuke's, yet in the original, Sasuke was notably taller than him. This disparity was likely due to long-term malnutrition. One could not help but critique the third Hokage. Had it not been for the system providing him with ample nutrition, fish, meat, milk, and eggs, he might have perished from starvation. Potentially worse off than the original Naruto. Wearing his mask, Naruto glanced at the clock. It was 8:30 in the evening. Nodding slightly, he donned his mask and commenced his post-dinner exercises. In the quiet of Konoha village, there was no one around. Only the streetlights and the moths fluttering around them accompanied him. Unlike the vibrant nightlife of his previous life, Konoha fell into a stillness after 8 o'clock, with most residents turning off their lights to rest. The only entertainment available was crafting little figures. Whenever Naruto ventured outside at this hour, he found the streets devoid of people. The rumors spread by the third Hokage regarding the rebirth of the Nine Tails had gradually dissipated, as Naruto had largely remained out of the villagers' sight over the years. Consequently, many began to question whether the story was merely a means to frighten children. Now, standing before them, the villagers might not even recognize him as the mischievous boy from before. Thus, the third Hokage's rumors were quietly dispelled by Naruto. After jogging for about half an hour, he returned home, took a shower, and snuggled into bed. His consciousness then drifted into the ceiling space. Upon entering, he found Kurama resting with his forelegs tucked beneath him. Naruto approached the open area in front of the villa, gauging the distance before producing a spatial gate. Kurama cracked open one eye, feigning sleep, curious about what mischief the boy would conjure today. The moment the spatial gate was opened, a large purple cocoon rapidly formed on the ground, glowing softly. Naruto looked at the spatial gate, swallowing nervously. After all, experiencing something for the first time naturally brought some apprehension. However, considering he was in the ceiling space, he reassured himself that if anything went awry, he would merely be expelled. Thus, he shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and dove into the purple light cocoon. The next moment, a purple cocoon burst open beside a field of golden wheat, revealing Naruto. "Yes, I did it," he exclaimed, jumping up and pumping his fists in joy. The moment he entered the spatial gate, he had envisioned the wheat field. This realization implied that as long as he concentrated on a destination, he could use the spatial gate to arrive there. Was this not a form of space-time ninjutsu? With his successful first attempt, Naruto's confidence grew, and he began to test the limits of the spatial gate. Kurama watched with wide eyes, perplexed by the boy's peculiar abilities. Within the ceiling space, Naruto's figure flickered, appearing by the river one moment and in the orchard the next. Each time the purple light flashed, a blonde-haired boy materialized. Eventually, in pursuit of excitement, Naruto even attempted to teleport into the sky. At the moment of his aerial transport, he tossed out another spatial gate, continuing the cycle. Naruto had begun to master aerial teleportation with the spatial gates. Kurama, bewildered, struggled to comprehend how the boy was managing this feat without any chakra fluctuations. After approximately 100 attempts with the spatial gates, Naruto felt a bit winded. He had initially thought there was no cost to his actions, but now he realized that trying to use the spatial gate again revealed a cooldown icon in the system, and his head throbbed painfully. He noticed the blue bar beneath his experience meter had emptied. It appeared he would have to wait until the next day to continue using the gates. Feeling fatigued, Naruto retrieved a piece of magical dragon meat, laying it on the grill. This slab was as large as a basin, and, being a creature from the magical module, it was imbued with properties to replenish magical and mental strength. He skewered the meat with an iron rod before igniting the charcoal and seasoning it with cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the ceiling space. Kurama inhaled deeply, his stomach growling audibly, remembering the exquisite taste of raw meat he had sampled earlier. He felt saliva pooling in his mouth. He fixated on Naruto as he turned the meat, instinctively opening his mouth, as if he could taste it in the next moment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kurama, feeling somewhat embarrassed to directly ask for meat, shifted the conversation to the earlier spatial gates. What was that space-time ninjutsu you just performed? Chapter 5. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am born with divine strength, although Kurama inquired about the spatial gates. His gaze remained fixed on the grilled meat, unmoving. Naruto glanced between the meat and the great fox, realizing the underlying issue, and a smirk crept onto his face. I knew no orange cat could resist the allure of barbecued meat. Observing Kurama's expression, his eyes seemed to gleam with hunger, and drool was nearly dripping to the ground. Let us not discuss the spatial gates anymore. In order to spare the fox some dignity, Naruto chose not to directly address the matter. He lowered his head, continuing to tend to the grilled meat, occasionally adding spices to enhance its flavor. The meat sizzled over the charcoal, releasing a tantalizing aroma that seemed to tug at Kurama's heartstrings. Kurama swore he had never encountered such an enticing scent. If it weren't for the cage before him, he would have leaped toward the boy and devoured the piece of grilled meat without hesitation. His eyes were fixed on the meat, and he could feel his throat working with anticipation. I possess inherent strength, Naruto mused, a fleeting image of Chong Wei's mischief appearing in his mind. He wondered when he would finally have the chance to tease Kurama. Hey, great fox, do you know how to quickly become stronger? As he spoke, he continued to sprinkle seasoning on the meat. To Kurama's ears, Naruto's words were like a devil's whisper, urging him to share his secrets so he could taste that delectable meat. Kurama shook his head, his mind racing as he formulated a plan. He was no fool. If he revealed the method to this boy today, he would only enjoy a single meal. What he desired was not just one feast, but a continuous banquet. Over the years, he had observed the boy's peculiar training regimen, which only seemed to enhance his physique. What relevance did that have to becoming stronger? Clearly, the village of Konoha had provided little guidance for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Having made up his mind, Kurama raised his head high, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, exuding an air of arrogance. To Naruto, however, the fox's demeanor resembled that of a large, orange cat. Of course I know. I have lived for a millennium and seen much. I can teach you how to grow stronger, but you must prepare 5 or 6 meals for me daily. Kurama's greed was unmasked. That's impossible. You're a colossal fox. If I have to feed you 6 meals, I'd be stuck here all day, Naruto protested, realizing the absurdity of the situation. 3 meals at most, he asserted, contemplating the logistics. The system's largest meat portion barely exceeded 2 meters, a size that would hardly satisfy the great fox's appetite. Feeding him 6 meals daily seemed a daunting task, and Naruto worried about Kurama becoming overly plump. After all, his former cat had already grown round enough to be a gas canister, and he couldn't bear to raise another one like that. Kurama observed Naruto's 6-year-old frame and conceded that demanding 6 meals was indeed excessive. Yet, tempted by the thought of the delicious grilled meat, he decided to negotiate down to 5. 5 meals, no less. The deal was struck as soon as the words left Kurama's mouth, and Naruto's swift reply echoed in the air. For some inexplicable reason, Kurama felt as though he had come out at a loss. Naruto, on the other hand, was elated. He recalled the system's industrial model. Setting up a grilling assembly line was merely a matter of issuing a command. From sourcing ingredients to an automated grilling process and finally feeding the great fox. It was a flawless plan. Kurama nodded, signaling Naruto to commence. With a scratch of his head and a moment's hesitation, Naruto stepped forward toward the cage. As the vibrant orange filled his vision, a wave of unease washed over him. His understanding of Kurama had come solely from anime in his previous life, where he was portrayed as a formidable being, akin to a colossal chakra battery. Until now, he had never been in such close proximity to the Nine Tails. As he approached the cage, he felt the tremendous aura emanating from Kurama, an overwhelming presence filled with wrath and fury that was almost palpable. The distance between them was not great, yet it felt as though he had traversed an eternity. Standing before Kurama, Naruto's small 6-year-old frame seemed dwarfed by the towering figure of the fox, which loomed like a 5 or 6-story building. In his past life, the largest creatures he had encountered were merely tigers and elephants at the zoo. He had never experienced anything like this. Come here, little one, Kurama beckoned. extending a palm for Naruto to stand upon. Upon seeing the urgency in the fox's eyes, Naruto mentally chastised himself for his earlier fears. What was he so worried about? This was merely a gluttonous fox. Its temperament was strikingly similar to that of his former cat. He had nothing to fear. With that thought, Naruto cast aside his trepidation, confidently stepping onto Kurama's palm. Kurama raised his hand high, then opened his massive maw, momentarily taken aback by the abyss-like mouth. Naruto quickly retrieved a piece of meat from the system and began tossing it into Kurama's gaping mouth. He flung the meat with both hands, sending a torrent of meat raining down into Kurama's throat. Yet, to his astonishment, the fox did not bother to chew. He swallowed it whole. Half an hour later, Naruto could no longer endure the situation. "Great fox, are you full yet?" he exclaimed, exasperated. After such a long time tossing meat, his arms ached. Yet Kurama showed no signs of satiation. The fox's appetite rivaled that of Hinata's, endlessly bottomless. The thought of having two insatiable beings to feed in his home filled the 6-year-old Naruto with dread. Kurama finally closed his mouth, making a token gesture of chewing before producing a loud swallow. Burp. "I'm half full." After a resounding belch, Kurama noted Naruto's weary arms and decided not to torment the boy any further. However, he began to ridicule Naruto. "You are far too weak. Stop all those ridiculous training exercises. Tomorrow, do as I say." Naruto remained silent, knowing that Kurama's disdain likely referred to his push-ups and other exercises. "All right then. You're the strongest tailed beast. Your word is law." Despite being scorned by the great fox, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had taken the first step in befriending Kurama, and he no longer perceived the fox as terrifying. Understanding Kurama's nature, he simply needed to stroke its ego. "The great fox, good night." As Naruto left the ceiling space, he turned to address Kurama, not waiting for a response before vanishing from sight. Moments later, Kurama's voice echoed from within the cage. "Good night, little one." Chapter 6. The stern teacher Kurama begins to instruct his student the following day. Naruto unusually ventured outside during daylight hours. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, busy in the Hokage's office, was taken aback by the sight, nearly dropping his pipe in astonishment. In the 6 years since Naruto's arrival in this world, his daytime outings had been exceedingly rare, typically only occurring at night. Even then, his range of activity was limited. Sarutobi smoked thoughtfully, observing Naruto with a sense of pride. "It seems this child has taken my words to heart. Little one, do you see that tree?" Kurama's voice suddenly reached Naruto as he stood by the riverbank. To fulfill their agreement, the great fox had awakened him before 6 o'clock, chastising him for being too weak to qualify as its Jinchuriki. What audacity! Since arriving in this world, Naruto had always slept until 9, maintaining a healthy sleep schedule without indulging in laziness. Yet here was the great fox demanding he rise at 6. Naruto dragged his weary body, and for a fleeting moment, he experienced the feelings of a corporate drone from his previous life. He harbored deep resentment towards the great fox, who had summoned him to the riverbank so early in the morning. Naruto even felt that if the evil sword Immortal were to stand before him at that moment, he would likely be invincible. And then what? He rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and took unsteady steps towards the large tree. Although Naruto was exceedingly reluctant, he understood that Kurama's actions were aimed at making him stronger. Moreover, with school about to commence, he did not wish to be at the bottom of the class. After all, he had already accumulated several failures. He could not bear the thought of being ranked last. Besides, Kurama was currently refraining from using chakra to disrupt him, operating in a simple mode. If he didn't achieve first place at school, Naruto felt he would be betraying himself. "Hey kid, are you asleep? Raise your fists and hit the tree." Naruto. The voice of Kurama jolted the distracted Naruto awake. "Oh." Naruto glanced at the tree and raised his hand to strike it. As for why he was hitting the tree, he had no idea. Regardless, he believed that his understanding of this world paled in comparison to that of Kurama, so he decided to obediently comply. "Kid, are you massaging the tree? Use the strength you would for roasting meat." Kurama, observing Naruto's feeble punches, was nearly driven to exasperation. He raised his voice an octave. Upon hearing Kurama's thunderous tone, Naruto was startled awake. His drowsiness was instantly dispelled. However, he couldn't help but grumble. Kurama was truly too severe. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take things seriously. He clenched his fists and swung with all his might for his first punch. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. After the punch, Kurama appeared satisfied, but Naruto's temples throbbed painfully. Fearing Kurama's reprimand, he dared not crouch down and instead maintained his punching stance, frozen in place. The most pain he had previously endured was stubbing his toe against a table corner. He was hardly prepared for this level of discomfort. He realized that this world was not as easy as he had imagined. Even as the heir with extraordinary abilities, without a heart dedicated to becoming stronger, it would ultimately be difficult to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Kurama noticed Naruto's unusual state, but chose not to remind him immediately, waiting for a while before speaking. "Kid, keep going. All right." With determination, Naruto gritted his teeth and began to strike the tree again. The wood echoed with the sounds of bang, bang, bang under his blows. Blood gradually stained the bark and trickled down to the ground. Kurama's first lesson for Naruto was to endure pain. It is known that the tolerance of all strong individuals is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Just look at any ninja, who cannot withstand a little pain. One cannot expect to fight and then allow their opponent to wait while they recover, can they? Of course, Naruto understood this principle well. Thus, he was particularly attentive to Kurama's teachings. He vowed that he had not applied this much effort even when initially revising his plans. With every strike, blood and sweat splattered onto his face, accompanied by intense pain and an itching sensation akin to ants biting. However, as he continued, Naruto noticed that the pain was not as severe as during his first punch. The bleeding was also diminishing. Am I recovering? Noticing something was amiss, Naruto raised his fists to examine them. He discovered that aside from a few bloodstains, his previous wounds had healed completely. So that's it. I understand now. It's the passive skill of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto suddenly realized that it was his clan's remarkable regenerative ability at work. Kid, what are you doing? Keep going. Kurama, unable to tolerate Naruto's laziness, buzzed with reminders. Okay, Kurama. With the assurance of his recovery ability, Naruto threw himself into the training with renewed vigor. Of course, with this punch, my wounds heal faster than I can get hurt. I have to practice diligently. The third Hokage watched in silence as Naruto pounded the tree. He took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe, his brows knitting together. One hand continuously tugged at his beard. He observed Naruto for nearly an hour, utterly perplexed by the boy's actions. Is there any ninja training like this? Hitting a tree like this? He could at least show some semblance of technique. He pondered how this boy had become so diligent. To be honest, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief witnessing Naruto's determination. Yet he couldn't help but worry about the method of his training. Why not use a sandbag instead? Why is he so intent on battling a tree? With a deep sigh, he watched Naruto struggle, feeling a pang of aging wash over him. Minato, did this child suffer some sort of injury to his mind? And as a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he has so many jutsu to learn. Why is he fixated solely on physical training? The third Hokage sat in his office, nearly pulling out his hair in frustration, unable to make sense of it all. He grew increasingly concerned that if Naruto continued this way, he might develop some bad habits. He decided to teach the chakra refinement method and the shadow clone technique the next day. With these two skills, Naruto would likely not be so fixated on physical training. Chapter 7. The third Hokage, on the verge of losing his hair. Bang, bang, bang. The next day, the sounds of Naruto striking the tree echoed again in the small forest by the river. Fortunately, it was still early, and there were few people around. Otherwise, complaints would surely arise about this boy disturbing the peace at 6 in the morning. Today, Kurama did not even call out to Naruto. He woke up at the designated time, fully aware of his training. After a quick wash and breakfast, he jogged to the training site from the previous day and began his practice. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's physique, he had no scars remaining from the night before. Furthermore, Naruto discovered that his endurance seemed to have increased. Striking the tree no longer caused him any discomfort. Aside from the sound of bang, bang, bang in his ears, he hardly felt any pain at all. He could even get lost in thought while maintaining a rhythm reminiscent of his previous life, where he would absent-mindedly twirl a pen in class. Naruto, Grandpa came to see you on the way. Stop for a moment, take a break. Suddenly, the voice of the third Hokage reached him, but Naruto continued his actions without pause. Old man Sarutobi, what brings you here? Just passing by? I don't believe that. Naruto was skeptical about the third Hokage's claim of merely passing by. This man must have come specifically to check on him training by the river. Yet, Naruto was uncertain about the purpose of the third Hokage's visit. Did he not want to see him working hard? Hey, stop for a moment. Don't injure yourself. The third Hokage's tone was gentle, yet he was deeply confused. Could it be that this boy has truly become addicted to training? No. I must put a stop to this fervent physical training. The third Hokage pulled out 2 scrolls from his robe, smiling as he addressed Naruto. Look, Grandpa brought you some good stuff. The basic ninjutsu shadow clone technique, and the chakra refinement method. Seeing the third Hokage's exaggerated demeanor, Naruto felt a bit exasperated. Are you joking? You come here offering chakra refinement techniques and shadow clone techniques? Why not bring out my father's flying thunder god technique? Or at least my mother's sealing techniques? Certainly, Naruto feigned surprise on the surface. He hastily approached the third Hokage, accepted the scroll, and expressed his delight. Thank you, Grandpa. I will certainly work hard. Upon hearing the child's words, the third finally revealed a long-lost smile. He reached out to pat the boy's head, only to have Naruto swiftly evade him. The Hokage's gesture had crossed a significant boundary for Naruto. What? Does he not know that patting on the head stunts growth? Naruto nimbly sidestepped, glaring at the elderly man in anger. This old man had always enjoyed ruffling his hair. If he failed to grow taller in the future, it would all be his fault. The third Hokage, observing Naruto's comical antics, chuckled awkwardly. He then began to instruct him, with school approaching, take the opportunity to practice diligently. Grandpa will await your good news. With that, the third left, hands clasped behind his back, pondering whether giving Naruto 2 scrolls would prevent him from relentlessly pounding on trees. He estimated that the boy might not even manage to refine chakra before school began, let alone master the shadow clone technique. As the third Hokage departed, Naruto eagerly unrolled the scroll and began to read intently. The shadow clone technique was somewhat challenging for him at this stage, so he merely glanced at it before setting it aside. His primary focus shifted to refining chakra. For over 20 minutes, Naruto scrutinized the chakra within his body, then sat cross-legged on the ground, adopting a 5-pointed posture, and commenced his attempt to refine chakra. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales observed this scene and was utterly dismayed. What on earth is this kid doing? I've never heard of anyone refining chakra in such a manner. Little brat, what are you doing? After 10 minutes, the Ninetales could no longer contain his curiosity. He was genuinely perplexed. Was this kid an idiot? Be quiet. I'm starting to feel something. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto felt a tingling in his legs, as if countless insects were gnawing at him. He leaned against a tree, struggling to stand and limp around. You fool. That posture restricts blood flow. It's a miracle if you manage to refine chakra at all. Naruto paused, contemplating the fox's words. Wasn't this how chakra was supposed to be refined? He realized that his previous life had been filled with too many tales of immortal heroes, causing him to subconsciously immerse himself in that realm. It felt wrong to refine chakra without this posture. Then what posture should I use? Hearing that his movements were misguided, Naruto humbly sought advice from the ancient spirit within him. I've never heard of any specific posture required for refining chakra. Just do it however you like. The Ninetales felt as if he might explode from frustration. What on earth is going through your mind? Oh, is that so? Although the Ninetales made a valid point, Naruto still felt that chakra should not be refined in such a manner. It did not align with his ideals of cultivation. If circumstances permitted, he might have even attempted to conjure a flying sword. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Naruto reluctantly leaned against the tree and adopted a comfortable position to refine his chakra. The Ninetales, upon witnessing this, finally felt relieved. Although the boy's thought process was somewhat baffling, at least he was obedient. Before long, the outside world was filled with the sound of Naruto's gentle snoring. Little brat, get up. Just as he was about to lament, Naruto's actions contradicted him in an instant. The Ninetales, infuriated, unleashed a small amount of chakra to jolt Naruto awake. In his dream, Naruto felt as though he had been struck fiercely, leaping up from the ground, still babbling in confusion. Big Fox, what are you doing? What are you doing? As Naruto glanced around, he realized he was in the forest. Oh right, I was refining chakra and then fell asleep? My apologies. I didn't expect to doze off. Recognizing his folly, Naruto immediately admitted his mistake. Shut up. Continue. The Ninetales coldly interrupted, refusing to accept his apology. Scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly, Naruto then formally resumed his chakra refining. This time, he focused intently, determined not to succumb to slumber again. Before long, he felt a warm sensation emanating from his belly. He had sensed it. Blue chakra. Big Fox. I did it. Be quiet. Focus. The Ninetales quickly interjected, seeing that the boy was about to lose concentration again. Having just refined a small amount of chakra, Naruto was practically brimming with excitement. When I was your age, I never felt this level of pride. Chapter 8. The empirical ninjas. Since Naruto learned to refine chakra, he diligently returned to the riverside grove each day to practice striking the trees. After several consecutive days, it had nearly become a habit. He would awaken in the morning, still drowsy, and his body would automatically lead him to the grove. By the time he regained his senses, he would find himself pounding away at the trees. Regrettably, he had yet to master the shadow clone technique. Having witnessed ninjas effortlessly conjuring clones in anime during his previous life, he found that when it came to his own practice, he had to memorize the chakra pathways within his body and control the output of chakra meticulously. Using too much or too little chakra would adversely affect the success rate of the technique. The greatest influence came from the great fox sealed within him. Although the Nine Tails restrained his chakra, some of the red chakra still mingled with Naruto's blue chakra. This led to Naruto's input of chakra being just right. Yet occasionally the Nine Tails chakra would inadvertently seep in. In the initial attempts, this resulted in Naruto's clones emerging with severed limbs and lacking any semblance of consciousness. Far worse than the clones depicted in the original story. In subsequent attempts, Naruto learned from his mistakes and deliberately reduced his chakra output, but the red chakra remained uncontrollable. At times it would appear, and at other times it would not. He finally understood why the original Naruto faced such difficulties. The Nine Tails was not necessarily trying to disrupt him. It was simply that the overwhelming amount of tailed beast chakra could easily interfere with the chakra of an adult ninja. In such circumstances, to successfully perform ninjutsu, even failure was quite an accomplishment. As Naruto mused to console himself, he couldn't help but express some dissatisfaction towards the great fox. The spirit within him had been laughing since he began practicing the shadow clone technique and had not ceased for a moment. Hearing the mocking laughter ringing in his ears, Naruto glanced at the ground where two halves of a clone lay, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Big Fox, can you please stop laughing? It's all your fault that I'm unable to succeed. Ha ha ha. I've never seen such a hilarious clone. The fox disregarded Naruto's plea, roaring with laughter. Fuming Naruto, in a fit of determination, began practicing the shadow clone technique with renewed vigor. After all, he had more than enough chakra to practice for a day and a night. In his previous life, he could grind through plans for days on end. He refused to believe that he couldn't master such a minor technique as the shadow clone. Thus, the air was filled with the sounds of clones appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. Naruto experienced failure after failure, again and again. However, upon witnessing Naruto's earnest efforts, the Nine Tails ceased his mocking. On the 1000th attempt, Naruto finally conjured a somewhat normal clone. Although it resembled a miniature version of himself, it was, at least, a step closer to success. Subsequently, after performing 5,000 shadow clone techniques, on the 5,001st attempt, Naruto felt a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. Since the tailed beast chakra interfered with him, and the shadow clone technique required a fixed amount of chakra, he realized that if he calculated the fixed chakra amount and then determined the variable of the tailed beast chakra, he could simply add the two together to meet the requirements for the shadow clone technique. The scroll provided by the third Hokage did not specify the exact amount of chakra needed for the technique. It merely detailed the internal pathways, hand seals, and purposes of the shadow clone, leaving out crucial information. To master a ninjutsu, one must constantly experiment until they discover the minimum chakra required for its operation. This was nothing short of empiricism. Naruto surmised that most ninjutsu in the ninja world might function similarly, relying on trial and error. Those ninjas who learned techniques with fewer attempts were dubbed geniuses. It was no wonder that in the original story, Naruto taught Konohamaru the shadow clone technique in such a manner. Konohamaru's ability to learn it truly marked him as a prodigy. The entire situation felt akin to a recipe's vague instruction of a pinch of salt or the abstract descriptions of martial arts techniques in wuxia novels. It all emphasized abstraction. Great Fox, is there any unit for chakra? In the anime, Kakashi had compared his chakra with Naruto's, which later led to the notion of chakra measurement units. However, this was merely a humorous reference. Such behavior was still rooted in empiricism. Concerned that Kurama might not grasp his point, Naruto switched to a simpler explanation regarding calculating chakra, such as determining how much chakra was needed for a shadow clone. Kurama instinctively paused at this peculiar question. What purpose could that serve? After all, he had more chakra than he could use. Why ponder such matters? Nevertheless, Kurama began recalling the situations of Hashirama and Madara, as well as every ninja he had encountered, and ultimately found that no one seemed to care about this question. What was the point? He had never seen anyone concerned with it. Well, it seemed they had cracked the case. After this realization, Naruto's expression turned peculiar. The ninja world had developed for over 1,000 years. Why had no standard been established? It was no wonder there had been no progress whatsoever. In later battles, being overwhelmed by the Otsutsuki clan was not unjustified. No, now that he understood this matter, he must establish a standard for chakra. Doing so would allow him to learn ninjutsu more efficiently, as he could simply experiment with fixed quantities. By establishing a unit for chakra, he would effectively render the practice of ninjutsu more data-driven, vastly improving upon the current chaotic method. After contemplating this, Naruto paused his practice of the shadow clone technique and returned to lie beneath the great tree. Kurama remained puzzled about what Naruto was doing, only to see him appear within the ceiling space. How should he proceed? Naruto stroked his chin, deep in thought, while wandering through the orchard. Passing by an apple tree, he noticed a ripe fruit at his side and took a bite. As he chewed, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, pondering deeply. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the light at the top of the ceiling space. I've got it. The number of light bulbs can be used as a unit to measure chakra. The lights in the system interface, including all illuminating devices from the modules and any energy-driven tools, could serve this purpose. As there was no strict requirement for electricity or anything similar, any form of energy would suffice. Logically, chakra should also be considered a form of energy, right? Chapter 9. The unit of chakra is finally established. Within the ceiling space, after devising a method to measure chakra, Naruto retrieved a set of redstone lamps from the system. To avoid disrupting the aesthetic of the surrounding villa, he deliberately brought the items toward an open area near Kurama's cage, which he had yet to renovate, perfect for establishing an experimental site. With his right hand, Naruto held a redstone lamp, placing them one by one on the ground to form a square array. 100 redstone lamps flickered with a faint red glow in the ceiling space, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Kurama, observing this peculiar behavior, was filled with questions. He could not fathom the significance of Naruto's actions. One moment, he was practicing the shadow clone technique, and the next he was playing with blocks in the ceiling space. Was this boy shirking his responsibilities? Remembering how Naruto had inadvertently fallen asleep while refining chakra made Kurama somewhat angry. Kid, what are you doing? Kurama's tone was slightly stern. If Naruto failed to provide an explanation, Kurama felt compelled to teach him a lesson. He had lowered himself to guide him, yet the boy seemed utterly ungrateful. Great Fox, I am working on something that could change the ninja world. Naruto replied while inspecting the redstone lamps. Do you recall what I said about measuring chakra? What nonsense are you spouting? Kurama was baffled, assuming the boy had lost his mind. Measuring chakra? Look at Hashirama and Madara. Even the sage of 6 paths didn't concern themselves with such trivial matters. Do you think creating a way to measure chakra will make you stronger? Absurd. Stop whatever you're doing and get out here to train. Kurama was gradually losing patience. This kid hadn't even completed his tree training this year, nor had he perfected the shadow clone technique. Now he was hiding away playing around. Kurama felt that Naruto was not taking his words to heart. Watch closely, Great Fox. Naruto raised his hand and placed it on the redstone lamp, then closed his eyes, preparing to channel chakra. Gradually, the ground illuminated with 1 lamp, then 2, 3, until it reached 20 before he stopped. Kurama was further perplexed by the emergence of the red lights, while Naruto leaped with joy. The amount of chakra he had just input was approximately equivalent to casting the shadow clone technique once, not accounting for Kurama's chakra. 20 lamps? That should represent the chakra required for a normal ninja to perform the technique. But then the question arose, how much chakra did he possess? Reflecting on the 20 lamps required for a single shadow clone, Naruto gasped sharply. He realized he had never calculated how many times he could perform the technique. Over the course of today's training alone, he had executed the technique more than 5,000 times. Based on the chakra within him, he had consumed less than half, and his recovery was even quicker than the expenditure. For the first time, Naruto gained a profoundly intuitive understanding of his chakra reserves. Indeed, I am truly a chakra titan. Afterward, he pulled out a magic lamp and chandelier, roughly comparing their energy ratios to the redstone lamps. Finally, he calculated the energy proportions between them. 20 redstone lamps equated to 1 shadow clone, 100 redstone lamps to 1 magic lamp, and 1,000 magic lamps to 1 magic chandelier. With this formula, Naruto estimated that his current chakra volume was between 80 to 100 magic chandeliers. This meant that without relying on the tailed beast chakra, he could perform the shadow clone technique up to 400,000 times, still disregarding his ability to recover chakra. The magnitude of this chakra reserve felt almost unreal. Previously, while watching Naruto, he had no concrete concept, but merely understood that the Uzumaki clan possessed abundant chakra. The original protagonist had rarely faced a shortage of chakra. Now he truly comprehends the formidable nature of his clan's vortex lineage. Henceforth, he shall utilize the magical lantern as a measure of chakra. The unit shall be defined in terms of magic. Naruto gazed at the 3 formations before him, exuding an air of pride. He recognized that he was pioneering a new chapter in the annals of the ninja world. The Nine Tails observed the situation and began to grasp what Naruto was endeavoring to accomplish. However, it regarded Naruto's 100 magic chakra with disdain. Moments ago, the Nine Tails had attempted to calculate its own chakra, only to find itself bewildered and unable to arrive at a conclusion. After all, even a mere fraction of its chakra overflow far exceeded that of Naruto. Child, I find your endeavors utterly meaningless. For instance, you cannot even quantify my chakra, it remarked. Naruto retorted, do you even hear yourself? You don't even know how much chakra resides within you, do you? Who would waste their time calculating your chakra? Moreover, this invention is meant to assist in honing my ninjutsu. In the future, it might even help in detecting the chakra of adversaries. However, Naruto mused that detecting the chakra of enemies might be somewhat superfluous, considering that most foes he would encounter in the future would likely possess less chakra than he did. Great Fox, just watch. I will demonstrate the profound utility of this contraption. With those parting words, Naruto exited the ceiling space, his consciousness returning to the external world. Rising from the ground, he picked up a branch and began to sketch on the earth. The third Hokage, observing through a crystal ball, felt a headache coming on. Witnessing Naruto refine his chakra in less than a day had shocked him, and simultaneously filled him with delight. The brevity of time required for chakra refinement indicated that this child was a prodigy. This also signified a promising future for the Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, since he had taught Naruto the shadow clone technique, the child had not been fixated on practicing taijutsu, but had instead immersed himself in studying the clone technique. This was indeed good news. However, another source of concern soon arose for the third Hokage. The child's talent was undeniable. Yet he had practiced the clone technique thousands of times without mastering it. Was it not the norm for a typical ninja to grasp a basic technique after merely a few hundred attempts? Then, he observed Naruto abandon the practice of the clone technique, opting instead to scribble incomprehensible symbols in the dirt. What on earth was this child thinking? Surely, he could not be attempting to create his own ninjutsu. Yet, why was there a lunch menu scrawled in one corner of the earth? The third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising. Naruto, meanwhile, was contemplating what to have for lunch while engaged in his work. However, he resolved to master the clone technique first. Great Fox, how does this look to you? As he calculated, he implored the fox within him to assess how much tailed beast chakra inadvertently flowed into his jutsu each time he performed it. Form the seals, and I shall convey the information, the Nine Tails instructed. Naruto nodded, taking a deep breath as he recalled the quantity of red chakra and began forming the seals. As he did so, 2 distinct chakra flows, orange and blue, emerged within him. 15 red chakra. You can feel it for yourself. Naruto did not release a jutsu, but merely allowed the chakra to circulate within him, attuning himself to the extra chakra from the Nine Tails. After all, he needed to acclimate to the leakage of tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, mastering any ninjutsu in the future would be a daunting challenge. The chakra of the Nine Tails felt entirely different from his own. If his chakra felt like sipping a glass of water, the Nine Tails chakra was akin to consuming a mouthful of spicy pepper water, an unforgettable experience. Having memorized that sensation, Naruto opened his eyes, forming the seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 identical figures of Naruto appeared beside him. I did it. Elated at his success, Naruto twirled around with his clones. Fool. At that moment, a foreign voice echoed in Naruto's ear. Turning to the source of the voice, Naruto saw a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and a poker face standing coldly behind a tree. The ping-pong ball pattern on his attire signified that he was a naturally malevolent Uchiha. In an instant, Naruto recognized this poker-faced boy as Uchiha Sasuke. But why was this Uchiha here? It appeared he had been watching Naruto for some time. Could it be that Sasuke had a penchant for spying on others? Sasuke regarded the boy before him with undisguised disdain. Approaching the commencement of school, he had secretly come here to train in order to surprise his brother with his newfound strength. Yet, all morning he had been subjected to the raucous sounds emanating from nearby, only to discover that this boy, who appeared to be of similar age, was also training in the same vicinity. Initially, he was taken aback by the boy's tenacity. However, as time passed, Sasuke realized that this was merely an imbecile who could not even master the clone technique. It had taken him an entire morning to succeed, a basic ninjutsu, and yet he seemed so proud of himself. When Sasuke had learned this technique, it had taken him a maximum of 2 hours to master. He felt that observing this boy for an entire morning was a complete waste of his precious time. Uncertain whether Sasuke's words were self-deprecating or merely mocking Naruto, the great fox spoke silently in Naruto's mind. Help me gauge this brat's chakra. The Nine-Tails glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and then at the magical lantern formations before him. 05 magic. This child is weaker than you. Upon hearing the Nine-Tails, a look of greater disdain than Sasuke's crept onto Naruto's face. Little hotshot. You dare to flaunt your 05 magic chakra before me? Naruto tilted his head back, glaring at Sasuke with his nostrils flared, then pointed at him, declaring, "Hey, you're an Uchiha, right? Let's have a contest." Sasuke, who had been preparing to turn away, halted upon hearing the provocation and slowly turned to face Naruto. Do you look down upon the Uchiha? Sasuke held his clan's honor in high regard. The implications of Naruto's words were laden with disrespect towards the Uchiha clan, and he felt compelled to teach this blonde-haired brat a lesson. Naruto was at a loss, unable to decipher Sasuke's thought process. Did the Uchiha clan feast on garlic at every meal? Why was he so aggressive? You've misunderstood. I'm merely contemptuous of you. Naruto's words dripped with sarcasm, causing Sasuke's temples to bulge in anger. Sasuke approached Naruto, coldly locking eyes with him. At that moment, he had already devised a strategy to defeat this boy. Very well. You have successfully provoked me. I shall show you the strength of the Uchiha clan. Naruto smirked disdainfully, mimicking Sasuke's stance as he formed a counter-seal. The two glared at each other for several seconds. Sasuke retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist pouch, stepping back as he launched them sequentially. The 3 shuriken flew towards Naruto in a triangular formation. In his inaugural battle, to be honest, Naruto possessed little experience. The only semblance of experience he could claim was from his childhood altercations with classmates. Yet, how could that possibly compare to the battles between ninjas in the world of Naruto? Fully aware that his combat experience paled in comparison to Sasuke's, Naruto pulled an iron door from the system, raising it to shield himself as he charged towards Sasuke. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 shuriken struck the iron door, producing a crisp sound before bouncing off and falling to the ground. Sasuke's expression contorted in disbelief. This was an unprecedented maneuver. Encountering such a situation for the first time left Sasuke utterly perplexed. Who would use an object to block shuriken in the midst of battle? Take this shield strike. Naruto had evidently transformed the door he held into a makeshift shield, dashing towards Sasuke with a swift stride and vigorously swinging the door towards his opponent's face. The immense force behind his strike caused the door to whistle through the air. Sasuke, upon witnessing the formidable iron door, felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing its metallic composition, just how much strength did this guy possess? Sasuke was taken aback, but quickly maneuvered to evade Naruto's shield bash by rolling aside. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing the clash between the two, wore a troubled expression, puffing incessantly on his cigarette. Who on earth taught Naruto to engage in such unconventional combat? Utilizing a door as a weapon seemed rather avant-garde for a ninja. Although it appeared utterly absurd, Naruto had indeed managed to counter the attack from the Uchiha heir. The third Hokage, witnessing the 6-year-old Naruto wielding the nearly 2-meter iron door with such vigor, felt a headache brewing. Realizing his attack had missed, Naruto promptly retracted the door and, in the blink of an eye, formed hand seals. With a bang, a plume of smoke erupted, revealing 3 shadow clones surrounding Sasuke, who suddenly found himself unable to discern the real Naruto from the illusions. Each clone brandished a hefty iron rod, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lacking ninja tools, Naruto was compelled to draw upon his system for weaponry. He refrained from summoning his diamond sword, fearing it might fatally injure Sasuke. Faced with Naruto's sudden conjuration of peculiar weapons, Sasuke's pupils dilated in surprise. Was this some strange bloodline limit? Intriguing. Sasuke deftly retrieved a kunai, his demeanor growing serious as he prepared to engage in a physical confrontation. Dodging a swinging rod, Sasuke braced himself with one hand on the ground and kicked outwards, shattering 2 clones in an instant. Huh, is that all you've got? Sasuke remarked coolly after dispatching the clones. Yet, he soon discovered that the Naruto he had just faced had vanished. Suddenly, a violet cocoon of light unfurled behind him, and a foot emerged, delivering a fierce kick to Sasuke's backside. Having just regained his balance, Sasuke stumbled awkwardly, nearly losing his footing. In that moment, Naruto reappeared, sweeping Sasuke's legs out from under him, and began unleashing a flurry of punches reminiscent of a wild tree martial art. Though Naruto's blows lacked precision, their rapidity was undeniable. As he struck, Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of Ip Man's bullet punches. Sasuke found himself bombarded with fists raining down upon him, leaving him dazed and unable to react. When he finally regained his senses, he could only instinctively shield his head with his arms, attempting to defend against Naruto's relentless assault. Lying on the ground, Sasuke was completely overwhelmed by Naruto's barrage. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke could only emit a frustrated roar, pinned beneath Naruto's onslaught. The third Hokage, having witnessed the entire exchange, stood in astonishment. Setting aside Naruto's unorthodox fighting style, the violet cocoon he had conjured was undoubtedly a space-time ninjutsu. Glancing at the beleaguered Sasuke, the third Hokage grew concerned that Naruto might unintentionally harm the boy, leaving him at a loss for how to explain the situation to Fugaku. With a sigh, he vanished in a puff of smoke, employing the body flicker technique. Chapter 11. The night of Sasuke's clan annihilation? Do you concede? Damn it. I ask you, do you concede? Naruto declared arrogantly as he continued to pummel the grounded Sasuke. Sasuke had never endured such humiliation. Not only was this kid fighting outside the norms, but he was also pinning him to the ground, taunting him with words of concession. The most infuriating part was that Naruto was specifically targeting his face. A previously unknown humiliation, compounded by verbal insults, ignited an unprecedented fury within Sasuke. Just as Naruto relished the moment, he noticed Sasuke's eyes turning red. The Sharingan. Spotting the comma within Sasuke's pupils, Naruto wore an odd expression. Oh, so this fight involves a transformation, does it? Today, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall make you aware of who the true protagonist is. I will kill you. Sasuke, bruised and hoarse, growled, on the brink of tapping into his power. However, before he could finish his incantation, Naruto's fist connected sharply with his face, interrupting the spell. Naruto, enough. At that moment, Naruto felt a firm grip on his wrist, and the familiar voice beside him was unmistakable. It was the third Hokage. Glancing back, Naruto complied, standing aside. You brat. An enraged Sasuke rose, fixated on Naruto until a hand rested firmly atop his head. That's enough, Sasuke. The fight has concluded. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke's fury dissipated, and he closed his eyes, fainting into Itachi's embrace. Naruto watched this scene unfold, slightly speechless. He hadn't anticipated that Sasuke would awaken his Sharingan due to his actions. It was known that on the night of the massacre, Sasuke's parents had perished, and he had only awakened one Tomo. Thus, to have inadvertently triggered Sasuke's awakening during the massacre night was indicative of the depth of his rage. Itachi, my apologies. This child, the third Hokage said with a kind smile, yet Naruto noticed a momentary pause in the elder's expression upon witnessing Sasuke's awakening. He couldn't discern what thoughts crossed the old man's mind. Lord Third, I failed to keep an eye on Sasuke. However, we must thank this child for Sasuke's awakening. Itachi replied gently, smiling at Naruto. Yet, Naruto dismissed Itachi's words, turning away, uninterested in the sentiment of this dutiful son. Lord Third, I shall take him back now. With Sasuke slung over his back, Itachi bid farewell to the third Hokage and departed. This left only the third Hokage and Naruto standing in silence, neither initiating conversation. After a prolonged pause, the third Hokage finally broke the silence. Naruto, what was that space-time ninjutsu you used? The third Hokage had come primarily to inquire about Naruto's technique. Previously, he thought he understood the peculiarities of Naruto's bloodline limit. Yet who would have guessed this child possessed space-time ninjutsu as well? The presence of a ninja capable of such abilities within the village held significant strategic implications. A glance at Naruto's father, Minato, would suffice to recognize that. The manner in which Naruto had suddenly appeared behind Sasuke bore a striking resemblance to Minato's flying thunder god technique. Naruto tilted his head, feigning innocence. What is space-time ninjutsu? He had his reasons for using the space portal in plain sight. After all, his father had mastered the flying thunder god technique, making it reasonable for him to awaken a space-time bloodline limit. As for whether Danzo would extend his reach towards him, did the third Hokage truly believe he was an unguarded village leader? He was the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a being forbidden in the village. Anyone wishing to act against him would first have to contend with the Hokage's advisors and the third Hokage himself. Given the convenience of his abilities, if he were to hide and use them discreetly, the explanations would be too cumbersome. It was far better to present it openly. The third Hokage, observing Naruto's demeanor, realized the flaw in his inquiry. How could a 6-year-old child possibly comprehend space-time ninjutsu? He quickly shifted to a more comprehensible explanation. I meant that violet cocoon you just used. Oh, you mean that? Naruto raised his hand, conjuring a portal, and the violet cocoon materialized between them. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his beard, momentarily rendered speechless. He had detected no fluctuations in chakra at all. Gazing at the purple cocoon, he stood beside the towering light, scrutinizing it carefully. Peering inside, he could discern nothing beyond the expanse of purple. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly extended his hand into it. In the next instant, another purple cocoon suddenly materialized 5 meters away, along with the third's arm. This distance was deliberately controlled by Naruto. Although he was indifferent to others discovering his abilities, he still wished to maintain a degree of secrecy. He was particularly reluctant to disclose that he could teleport to any location he had previously visited. The third rotated his wrist, maneuvering his hand in various directions, all while observing his own hand not far off. A peculiar sensation overwhelmed him, as if his hand possessed its own will. After several attempts, the elderly Hokage managed to grasp Naruto, allowing them to traverse through the purple cocoon. In the blink of an eye, the two figures appeared 5 meters away. Naruto, having been caught, could only stifle a laugh at the third's timidity. Naruto, how far does this cocoon extend? About as far as from here to my home. Roughly 500 meters, the third mused, nodding in satisfaction. He then continued to inquire, how many times can you utilize this technique in a day? Around 10 times. Though I haven't tested it thoroughly. It seemed that this was a recently awakened Kekkai Genkai. The third produced his smoking pipe, taking a couple of puffs before lapsing into silence. Only 10 times? This space-time ninjutsu is indeed remarkable. However, it presents a critical flaw. Each time you teleport, the purple cocoon inevitably appears. Initially, the third had envisioned Naruto as a new generation of the yellow flash on the battlefield, akin to Minato. Yet, upon reflection, the cocoon's conspicuousness would make it nearly impossible for an unprepared enemy to overlook. Its only practical use would be for transporting squads or logistical support. Yet during earlier tests, he discovered that this cocoon could only sustain itself for mere seconds. Contemplating this, he concluded that this ability was inferior to the flying thunder god technique and somewhat impractical. If the enemy caught wind of this information, it would be tantamount to delivering oneself to their demise. The third lamented the peculiarities of this child's Kekkai Genkai, yet acknowledged that it was, at the very least, more useful than previous abilities. All right, I understand. Try not to demonstrate this technique in front of others, understood? Got it. Grandpa, Naruto replied obediently, though internally he was vexed by the old man's reluctance to leave. His stomach's fox was already urging him to eat. Chapter 12. How delicious the grilled fish is. Why aren't you eating? Upon returning home, Sasuke and Itachi found Uchiha Fugaku waiting at the door, arms crossed and a stern expression etched on his face. It was clear he had been waiting for quite some time. Sasuke, slowly waking from Itachi's back, recoiled at the sight of their father's seriousness. He was not particularly worried about being reprimanded for fighting that guy. Rather, he feared the potential scolding for losing to an unknown opponent. The pain on his face served as a constant reminder of his earlier defeat, and he dreaded the disappointment his father would feel if he learned of it. Humph, you still know how to come back, Fugaku coldly remarked, glaring at the feigning asleep Sasuke. The third had already informed him of the situation. Fugaku was not surprised that Sasuke had lost to the village's Jinchuriki. He would not express anger over that. However, given the current tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, it was ill-advised to approach the Jinchuriki at such a delicate time, even unintentionally. The third's warning had been clear. Itachi, noticing their father's demeanor, glanced at Sasuke on his back, smiled, and said to Fugaku, "Father, Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan." Humph. Fugaku grunted in response, though his expression softened slightly. His eldest son, however, caused him further concern. This child was utterly unaware of the implications of his actions. "Father, I didn't lose. That guy used a peculiar technique to appear behind me suddenly, otherwise it's space-time ninjutsu." Itachi promptly interjected, seemingly defending Sasuke, asserting that today's failure was not solely his fault. He had already witnessed the two engaging in their stances when he sought Sasuke out earlier. Upon seeing the Jinchuriki mysteriously manifest a wooden board, he suspected that the child possessed a Kekkai Jinkai related to summoning or space-time. It was only when the Jinchuriki activated the purple cocoon and vanished that he became certain of this child's space-time abilities. Fugaku fell into contemplation upon hearing the term space-time ninjutsu. The Jinchuriki can utilize space-time ninjutsu? How old is he? His chakra has only just begun to refine, hasn't it? Are these two children trying to fool me? While astonishment coursed through him, he recalled the fourth Hokage's profound mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Realizing that perhaps it was not entirely implausible. It was likely that the fourth son had awakened some form of space-time, Kekkai Jinkai. Sasuke listened to his brother's words, utterly perplexed. What is space-time ninjutsu? I've never heard of it. Frustration surged within him. Why is that guy so strong? He touched his face, reflecting on his newly awakened Sharingan, feeling a flicker of pride. Just wait. I will defeat that guy with these eyes. Itachi, you come with me, Fugaku commanded. Sasuke, go to the living room and kneel for an hour. You may not eat until the time is up. After issuing his orders to the two brothers, Fugaku left with Itachi. Sasuke cast a glance at his brother before trudging to the living room, replaying the earlier battle in his mind. In hindsight, it was clear that he had been reckless. That guy's taijutsu was mediocre, and he had numerous openings. Given another chance, he would surely pin him down. By the riverside, the crackling of burning wood filled the air. An elderly man and a young boy sat around a campfire. "Grandpa, you can eat now," Naruto announced, sitting on a stone and presenting a charred grilled fish to the third. He was genuinely exasperated. The old man insisted on staying by the river to savor Naruto's grilled fish despite having seen him just the previous week. In a fit of defiance, Naruto deliberately burnt the fish. "Come on, let's hurt each other." The third smirked, eyeing the charred fish, swallowing hard. He glanced at the blackened morsel Naruto held, doubtful of its edibility. Observing Naruto's delighted expression as he devoured the charred fish, the third fell silent. "Grandpa, aren't you going to eat? You just said you wanted to taste my cooking. What a delicious grilled fish this is. Why aren't you eating?" Naruto implored, his hopeful gaze suggesting that refusal would crush a 6-year-old's tender heart. "Ahem, Naruto, I've suddenly remembered that I have matters to attend to. I must return now." The third abruptly rose, hands behind his back, moving with a speed that belied his nearly 70 years. His pace was swifter than that of an 18-year-old. The third genuinely feared that consuming the fish would upset his stomach. This child was recklessly testing the limits of his own constitution. As he watched the third depart, Naruto tossed aside the grilled fish. "Tui, at last, he's gone. Otherwise, I would have had to force myself to eat this burnt fish while my stomach still craved food." He pulled out some magical dragon meat and placed it on the grill, applying oil and seasoning. The earlier clumsiness of grilling fish now a distant memory. After approximately 20 minutes, Naruto finally indulged in the delectable grilled meat he had longed for. Although today's endeavor had not left him particularly exhausted, he believed it was only fitting to reward himself with something delightful. Once he had finished his meal, Naruto tossed aside the space gate and dove through it, returning home, where his consciousness transitioned into the ceiling space to feed the fox. "Hey, little rascal, do you have some grievances regarding the third Hokage?" The Nine-Tails, Kurama, remarked with a knowing smirk. Over the years, it had become apparent to Kurama that Naruto harbored a significant disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Naruto put on an excellent facade, his underlying contempt was unmistakable to Kurama. "How about I lend you a hand?" Kurama suggested, but before he could continue, Naruto tossed a piece of meat into the fox's throat, effectively silencing him. The allure of the food disrupted Kurama's train of thought. "Enough of that. I know exactly what you're going to say," Naruto thought, fully aware that Kurama would propose they join forces to wreak havoc on Konoha. However, Naruto was quite satisfied with the current state of affairs and was certainly not foolish enough to betray his village. Even as the host of the Nine-Tails, he knew better than to act recklessly. After all, He was in dire need of time to develop and had no intention of engaging in pointless antics. Moreover, he had a wife waiting for him back in the village. After a while of manually feeding the fox, Naruto felt his arm beginning to ache. He decided to take out some automated equipment and began constructing an automated grilling device beside the cage. Not content with just that, he also built a large barbecue grill, specifically designed for Kurama's convenience. Additionally, he created a massive pit resembling a swimming pool to store ingredients. All right, Big Fox, I've set everything up for you. When you get hungry, just grill the meat yourself. If that doesn't work, press the button at the entrance, and the conveyor belt will automatically deliver the meat to you, Naruto stated earnestly while patting the automated assembly line beside him. For Kurama, grilling meat and pressing buttons was a task manageable with just a fraction of his chakra. I understand, Kurama replied, lifting his head with an air of pride, his gaze drifting towards the ingredients. Having observed Naruto grill meat previously, he had always wanted to try it himself, but he had never had the opportunity until now. Now, this little rascal not only provided him with tools that delivered food right to his mouth, but also constructed a grill suited to his size, which truly pleased Kurama. After consuming several hundred pieces of grilled meat, Kurama perhaps felt a twinge of guilt and reminded Naruto, "Little rascal, you should get to bed early. Tomorrow, I'll be overseeing your training." Naruto smirked at this, amused by the fox's haughty demeanor. The next day, Naruto was again found by the riverside in a small grove. Having arrived through the space gate, he stood before a large tree and began pounding against it repeatedly. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had just arrived at the Hokage building, curious to observe Naruto's training. However, upon gazing into the crystal ball, he was dismayed to see Naruto once more attacking the tree. "Oh no," the third Hokage lamented, rubbing his temples as images of yesterday's battle with Uchiha Sasuke flooded his mind, particularly the moment Naruto unleashed the 8 trigrams. "I let him win yesterday, and now he truly believes that pounding on trees will yield results." The third Hokage was at a loss for words as he contemplated Naruto's unorthodox training methods. It was undeniable that Naruto was exceptionally talented. After all, which ninja had practiced the shadow clone technique thousands of times? Yet, despite his brilliance, it was equally perplexing that he had managed to learn the basic shadow clone technique in a mere 3 days. Typically, even the most novice of children required at least a week to master it, but Naruto's vast chakra reserves set him apart. Were it not for his extraordinary chakra, he would have long since exhausted himself with such rigorous training. As the third Hokage continued to fret over Naruto's obsession with taijutsu, he noticed the boy's movements were awkward and lacked power. Each glance at the crystal ball seemed to send a pulse of frustration through him. Ultimately, he decided to turn off the crystal ball, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Yet, he couldn't shake the fear that Naruto might injure himself during his relentless training, prompting him to summon Might Guy and Kakashi. "Yes, Lord Third," they replied in unison. Naruto, meanwhile, was lost in thought, relentlessly striking the tree. The bark visibly dented under the impact of his fists, sending splinters flying. It wouldn't be long before he would need to find a new training apparatus. Nearby, Might Guy and Kakashi observed him intently, both feeling a growing sense of concern. "Guy, do you think that child will end up injuring himself at this rate?" Kakashi asked, noting the fervor yet lack of proper technique in Naruto's efforts. Although it was commendable to be so enthusiastic, without the right training methods, he would likely wear himself out before he could truly harness his potential. Might Guy, witnessing Naruto's misguided approach, felt an itch to intervene. Upon hearing the third Hokage mention a child who trained tirelessly, he had been excited at the prospect of taking on a pupil. However, upon learning that this child was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the orphan of the fourth Hokage, he fell silent. While he was passionate about youth and training, he was also aware of the implications of taking on such a significant responsibility. Kakashi, gazing at Naruto's small figure, was reminded of his own sensei, and for a fleeting moment, their silhouettes seemed to merge in his memory. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, rekindling emotions he thought long buried. It was the absence of a mentor that had led Naruto to train so haphazardly. After exchanging a glance, they nodded in agreement and began walking along the main path, feigning casualness as they passed by Naruto. They refrained from initiating contact, adhering to the third Hokage's directive to act as seasoned shinobi who happened upon a diligent young trainee, ultimately guiding him through his inquiries. However, despite passing by Naruto numerous times, they failed to capture his attention. It was as if all his focus was consumed by the tree before him. In truth, Naruto had long been aware of their presence, with one sporting white hair and the other wearing a green jumpsuit. Their distinctive features made it nearly impossible for him to overlook them. Had they been anyone else, he would have already devoured the tree before him. After several frustrating encounters with the two men lingering nearby, he exclaimed, "Hey, you two uncles, what do you want? Can you stop pacing around in front of me? I still need to train." Might Guy and Kakashi exchanged glances, their lips twitching at Naruto's outburst. "Training, you say? Just look at that tree with all the holes in it, and then at your punching technique. Are you really not just chopping it down?" Yet, they were both astounded by Naruto's extraordinary physical prowess. The boy was merely 6 years old. His incorrect punching stance was capable of nearly toppling a tree, a feat they had never achieved at his age. Even Might Guy, a fervent advocate of physical training, had never dared to push himself to such extremes in his youth. If he were to strike a tree like that all day, he would likely find himself incapacitated the following day, ultimately giving up on becoming a ninja. They have heard from 3 generations that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been striking trees here for several days. Kakashi observed Naruto's small hands, which bore no traces of blood, and was instantly perplexed. What kind of twisted physique is this? "Ah, young man, my dear friend, and I happened to pass by and noticed your movements seem off. If you keep practicing like this." As Might Guy spoke, he glanced at Naruto, who appeared completely unscathed, and promptly fell silent. "Young man, allow me to show you the correct punching technique." Naruto was momentarily bewildered, filled with confusion. Was his punching form incorrect? That shouldn't be the case. He had observed boxing matches and Wing Chun Master Yi, who all employed similar techniques. Just look at Sasuke, who had been utterly defenseless against his strikes yesterday, and one could see the efficacy of his methods. Just as he pondered this, the green-haired eccentric began throwing punches at a nearby tree. "Young man, the technique of generating power starts from your feet, transitions through your hips, and ultimately utilizes your waist to drive your fists." Might Guy demonstrated once more, and then began to showcase fundamental taijutsu attacks against the tree for Naruto to observe. "Did you understand?" Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, remarked nonchalantly. The demonstration by Might Guy was hardly difficult to comprehend. Understood. Upon witnessing the exceptional performance of this taijutsu master, Naruto grasped the concept immediately. To put it in the words of a certain anime from his past life, the human body has 3 hearts. This was something he was well aware of. Recalling Might Guy's movements, he began to mimic his actions and threw a punch. Boom. With that strike, the tree collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. The tree finally succumbed to the weight of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's punch. Kakashi watched in disbelief as this child felled a tree with a single blow. His eyelids twitched. Surely, this child hadn't learned Tsunade's monstrous strength? Although the tree had already suffered a third of its destruction, this boy's ability to topple it with one punch was terrifying. Kakashi estimated that such a blow would inflict harm even upon himself. Most astonishingly, he was merely a child of over 6 years. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words and could only silently mourn for the future challenges this child would face as a leader. "Excellent. Your movements are spot on." Might Guy enthusiastically swung his right hand and gave Naruto a thumbs up, the sunlight gleaming off his peculiar hair and reflecting off his dazzling white teeth. Feeling a bit awkward, Naruto fidgeted with his toes. "Young man, keep up the hard work. The fervor of youth must not wane." Might Guy's impassioned speech caused Kakashi to cover his face, utterly mortified. Was it truly all right to speak this way? If this boy became obsessed with taijutsu from now on, Kakashi could only brace for repercussions from the 3rd Hokage, perhaps moved by Naruto's fervent determination. Might Guy insisted on dragging Kakashi to the training ground for a spirited duel. Watching the two depart, Naruto resumed contemplating the power generation technique he had just learned. At this point, his ordinary punch could create a fist-sized dent in a tree. However, he suspected that the trees in this forest might soon be insufficient for his training. Chapter 14, Uzumaki Naruto, on the scene. A month swiftly passed during Naruto's training. Ever since he mastered the technique for generating power, his speed in felling trees had increased exponentially. One by one, trees in the small forest by the river fell. Each time the 3rd Hokage witnessed Naruto topple a tree, he felt a headache coming on. His drawer was now stocked with antihypertensive medication. What in the world was happening with this child? He worried that if this continued, the reforestation efforts initiated by the 1st Hokage would hardly suffice to keep pace with Naruto's destruction. Fortunately, today marked the start of school, so he assumed Naruto would have little time left for tree felling. "What do you think of this outfit, Great Fox?" "Shut up. You're so annoying." Naruto chattered away, seeking suitable advice from the fox within him. Today was the first day of school, and he had no other friends in this world with whom to share or converse. Save for Kurama. The fox, however, did not indulge him, finding Naruto's incessant chatter bothersome. This brat should really take a look at his wardrobe. Does he have anything other than black and white? Can he pick something different? The great fox's reprimands did little to dampen Naruto's spirits. He donned a black outfit, twirled before the mirror, and felt quite satisfied. All right, off to school, he muttered to himself, raised his hand to open a spatial portal, and leaped into the violet cocoon of light. At the entrance of the ninja academy, numerous parents were escorting their children to school, some being shinobi from Konoha, while others were civilians. In any case, each child was accompanied by several adults. The start of the ninja academy was one of the busiest days in Konoha village. Moreover, the third Hokage was scheduled to give a speech to the students shortly. Out of respect for the village leader, everyone felt compelled to attend. Standing on the platform, the third Hokage frowned as he surveyed the gathering of parents and children on the playground, yet he could not spot Naruto among them. Could it be that the child overslept? That seemed unlikely. Given how eagerly Naruto had anticipated the first day of school, he should not be tardy. The third Hokage sighed deeply, feeling as if he had aged significantly since Naruto's birth. Let me check if Naruto has set out yet. Just as the third Hokage instructed an Umbu agent beside him, a sudden purple cocoon materialized in the playground. This child, the third Hokage's expression contorted into a frown. He distinctly remembered instructing Naruto not to use that technique in front of outsiders. Why couldn't this child ever put his mind at ease? The sudden appearance of the purple cocoon captured everyone's attention, causing a stir within the crowd. Protect Lady Hinata. Lord Fugaku, please escort the young master away. Could it be an attack from another ninja village? What in the world is this? Various voices echoed in the crowd. As Itachi, standing beside Sasuke, recognized the familiar jutsu and realized that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had arrived. All the children instinctively hid behind their parents, while some parents drew kunai from their ninja tool pouches, ready to defend their children at the first sign of danger. Uzumaki Naruto, on the scene. Naruto, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to shout this declaration. Perhaps the atmosphere of the first day of school prompted him to proclaim something. Immediately after he shouted, he found himself encircled by a group of ninja, their stern expressions making it seem as though they were bracing for a formidable foe. Wait. Naruto suddenly realized he had materialized in the midst of the crowd, his expression stiffening as he recalled his earlier declaration, causing his toes to curl in embarrassment. Damn, how awkward. As for the parents who brought their children to school, upon hearing the familiar name Uzumaki Naruto, they first sighed in relief and lowered their weapons. While they might not recognize this particular child, the older generation of the Uzumaki clan was well known. They began to ponder, Uzumaki Naruto? The last member of the Uzumaki clan we knew was Kushina Uzumaki, but this child clearly lacks her red hair. Who could this child possibly be? Since the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had not been seen in the village for 6 years, many had nearly forgotten that there was a 6-year-old Jinchuriki residing in their midst. Shikaku observed the child's short golden hair, his eyes narrowing as he began to explain to the crowd, "Everyone, put down your weapons. He is a companion from the village, not an enemy." Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, everyone lowered their weapons. Yet the recent memory of the inexplicable purple cocoon and the sudden appearance of the yellow-haired child left many J-nin in a state of shock. Was that a space-time ninjutsu? Unthinkable. This child appears to be no more than 6 years old. Surely, it must be a unique bloodline limit. Hiss. Could it mean that this child's future accomplishments rival those of the fourth Hokage? Amidst their astonishment, the crowd began to discuss the child's space-time bloodline limit. And the conversation unexpectedly shifted to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the dialogue progressed, many noticed that the child also sported strikingly similar yellow hair. Could it be? Is this child truly the offspring of the fourth? Wait, what did he just say? Naruto Uzumaki? I recall that the fourth's wife hailed from the Uzumaki clan. What? He is indeed the orphan of the fourth Hokage. In the midst of this revelation, Shikamaru, standing beside his father, quietly inquired, "Father, is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails truly the child of the fourth?" Shikaku did not respond, but cast a meaningful glance at the third Hokage on the stage. And Shikamaru understood the answer. Sasuke peeked out from behind Fugaku, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How infuriating. It's him again. Showing off in front of so many people, how utterly conceited. Not far away, Hinata, upon seeing Naruto's short hair, was flooded with memories of the time he escorted her home and the recent incident when he appeared out of nowhere to save her from bullies. How wonderful it would be to see Naruto-kun every day. With this thought, Hinata's ears flushed a visible shade of red, and she felt her heart race at the sight of him. Overwhelmed with shyness, she retreated behind Hayashi, yet still stole glances at Naruto, the surrounding crowd. Realizing that Naruto Uzumaki was the son of the fourth, wore enthusiastic smiles. "Hey kid, come over to my uncle's house for dinner." "No way. You're coming home with me. My cooking is far superior. What do you think of my daughter?" Many ninjas began inviting Naruto to their homes, some even going so far as to introduce him to potential partners. Naturally, those from the great ninja clans refrained from making any overtures, their gazes towards Naruto filled with a complex mix of emotions. They were acutely aware of the child's lineage. Naruto, facing such an overwhelming crowd, felt momentarily lost amidst their fervor. Wasn't he the first day of school supposed to be different from this? Wasn't it meant to be a scene where a common child, branded as a fox demon, would retaliate against them with his formidable strength? How did they somehow deduce his identity as the son of the fourth? If only he could access the internet now. Naruto would surely post a plea for help from his friends, titled, "In Konoha, I've been exposed as the son of the Hokage on my first day of school. What should I do? Urgent." On the other side of the village, Danzo had received reports from his root ninjas. Upon reading the intelligence regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a dangerous glimmer flickered in Danzo's eyes. "Excellent. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possesses a space-time bloodline limit. I must obtain him." Chapter 15. Arrival at the Hokage's doorstep. The third Hokage, witnessing the chaos below, felt a deep sense of unease. He had brought Naruto to the academy to forge bonds with the village's comrades. The earlier rumors regarding the Nine-Tails were intended to help Naruto grasp the essence of suffering, so he would later cherish everything within the village. Was there anything wrong with this approach? Certainly not. After all, this was the method employed by many ninja villages. Even Kushina had undergone a similar process. It was all for the sake of the village. Sacrificing a Jinchuriki to maintain the village's stability posed no issue. However, the third never anticipated that Naruto would be entirely unfazed by this tactic. 5 years prior, when the rumors about the Nine-Tails began circulating, the third had felt a sense of satisfaction, believing everything was proceeding according to plan. When Naruto endured the scorn and disdain of the villagers, he had locked himself away, refusing to venture outside. The third had worried that the child's spirit might be too fragile to recover. Yet, as time passed, the third gradually sensed something amiss. This child had confined himself to his home for a full 6 months. Upon checking in, he found Naruto joyfully playing with wooden toys on the floor, completely unperturbed. The third had expected Naruto to eventually venture out for groceries or stroll about the village. Then, he noticed Naruto awakening peculiar bloodline limits, and the carefree little Naruto vanished from everyone's view. Consequently, when he finally reappeared, those who had once derided him as the Nine-Tails had seemingly forgotten their previous actions. Now, not only had he failed to instill in Naruto the significance of companionship, but he had also inadvertently exposed the child's identity as the orphan of the fourth Hokage, a result the third had never intended. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage coughed several times to draw the attention of the audience. He then launched into a lengthy speech lasting over an hour. During this time, Naruto noticed Hinata stealing glances at him and smiled in her direction, causing her to shyly retreat behind Hayashi. Hayashi, discerning the yellow-haired boy's intentions toward his daughter, shot Naruto a fierce glare. Sensing the disapproving gaze of his potential father-in-law, Naruto felt a pang of guilt. After all, he did have designs on Hayashi's precious daughter. Though not immediately, he knew it was only a matter of time. Casting a glance at the blushing Hinata, a bold grin spread across his face. Why should he fear this old man? He, Naruto Uzumaki, with his golden hair, would certainly visit the Hyuga clan on his 18th birthday to demonstrate the power of his lineage. If only the Hokage possessed some impressive jutsu, he might have staged a dramatic scene at the doorstep of the Hyuga household. Hayashi, witnessing the increasingly brazen smile on Naruto's face, felt his anger boiling. Were it not for the fact that the Byakugan could not kill, this boy would have met his end countless times before him. Thus, the entire opening ceremony devolved into a silent contest of wills between Naruto and Hayashi. Not far off, Sasuke's eyes turned red as he gazed at Naruto. The thought of the other being the son of the heroic fourth Hokage filled him with an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. Standing before him, Sasuke felt a wave of self-doubt washing over him. Yet, recalling their previous battles, he realized that he had not been entirely without chances to defeat Naruto. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes reddened with resolve, he vowed, "Just wait. I will prove the strength of the Uchiha clan by defeating you." Throughout the third's lengthy address, no mention was made of Naruto's true identity. Even when numerous inquiries arose from the crowd, he remained unresponsive. Those from the ninja clans, aware of the underlying truths, refrained from further questioning, while many others, both ninjas and civilians, were left in the dark. They only understood that the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself to save the entire village during the Nine Tails incident. The orphan of the fourth was, after all, the son of a hero, a matter of great significance for the entire village. Third Hokage, that child is indeed the son of the fourth, I assent? Yes. Why has this not been disclosed to everyone until now? Is there some hidden reason behind this? Third Hokage? The third offered no direct response, merely maintaining a strained smile as he acknowledged their questions. Subsequently, he turned to the children and declared, "That will be all for today. Children, remember that wherever leaves dance in the air, flames shall ignite. The shadows of fire will illuminate the entire village and encourage new leaves to sprout. The true power of a ninja reveals itself only when one seeks to protect those they cherish." The third Hokage, after imparting a few final words, turned and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing the villagers question whether Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This prompted the third Hokage to quicken his pace. He had yet to devise a plan regarding Naruto's identity. Originally, he intended to disclose the child's lineage once Naruto reached adulthood or genuinely inherited the will of fire. Little did he anticipate that on the very first day of school, Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son would be recognized by all. How could they not discern that this child was also the host of the Nine Tails? Upon returning to the Hokage's office, the third began contemplating how to manage this situation. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," he said, propping his chin on his hands, still deep in thought. To his surprise, it was Danzo. Remembering the matter of Naruto, the third scrutinized Danzo's expression and surmised the reason for his visit. He spoke in a neutral tone. "Danzo, what brings you here?" "Hiruzen, hand over the Nine Tails host to me. I assure you, enough?" The third interrupted brusquely, revealing his fury. It was clear that he would never relinquish control of the Nine Tails host to Danzo. Surrendering him would only enable Danzo to manipulate the host and ultimately usurp his position. Thus, Danzo's demand struck a nerve with the third. "Hiruzen, the Nine Tails' potential is remarkable. Entrust him to me, and I shall cultivate him into the strongest Jinchuriki." Danzo remained unfazed by the third's wrath, knowing that every visit would lead to an argument. "You shall not even think about Naruto." The third slammed his hands on the table, his voice laced with anger. The office was charged with tension, as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. After a prolonged silence, Danzo reluctantly yielded, though he defiantly remarked, "You will regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." The third reaffirmed his authority, cautioning him not to overstep. Hearing the title of Hokage, Danzo scowled before storming out, slamming the door behind him. After the third's departure, the students at the Ninja Academy proceeded to their assigned classrooms according to the list. Naruto entered the classroom and immediately spotted Hinata sitting in the back. At that moment, many classmates also noticed Naruto Uzumaki. They had heard the adults speak of the earlier events on the playground. All the children were aware that this blonde-haired student was the son of the fourth Hokage. Though they were unfamiliar with the fourth's deeds, they recognized him as the Hokage and a hero who saved the village. Consequently, they naturally held Naruto in high regard. After all, he was the son of a hero. Making friends with him would allow them to boast to others. "Naruto, come sit with me. Over here. I have new comics." "Naruto, sit here. I'll share my snacks with you." Most of the classmates began to flock around Naruto, chattering excitedly, some even nearly quarreling over who would sit next to him. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, smirked disdainfully, then turned his gaze to the window, lost in thought. "The son of the fourth Hokage, huh? I will defeat you." Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's expression, excitedly shook Ino beside her, exclaiming, "So cool. He is really so cool. Uchiha Sasuke is incredibly handsome." Ino glanced over, equally entranced. Hinata, observing Naruto's popularity, felt a pang of sadness, burying her head in her arms. He is so well liked. He must have forgotten all about me. Hearing the laughter shared between others and Naruto made her heart ache inexplicably. Noticing Hinata's despondency, Naruto casually engaged with his classmates before slowly making his way to her desk. The seat next to Hinata was unoccupied, with Shikamaru daydreaming on her right and Choji munching on snacks. He reached out and gently tapped Hinata's arm, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Hinata looked up at him, and she felt as if Naruto was glowing. 3 distinct images flashed in her mind. Naruto escorting her home at 3 years old, Naruto standing up for her at 5, and the Naruto standing before her now. The 3 figures converged, all exclaiming simultaneously, "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Captivated, she momentarily forgot to respond and lost her shyness. As she remained frozen in place, Naruto waved his hand in front of her. I am Hinata Hyuga." Coming to her senses, Hinata stammered her name, utterly flustered by sitting beside Naruto, and promptly fainted onto her desk. Irika, holding the students' roster, entered the classroom with a worried expression. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of Naruto having fainted Hinata. He began to dread the years ahead of teaching this class. To be honest, Irika's feelings towards Naruto were quite complex. Initially, he learned from the third that Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails, the very creature responsible for the death of his parents. At first, he viewed Naruto as the perpetrator of his family's tragedy. However, just moments ago, he overheard the children discussing Naruto being the son of the 4th Hokage, which left him in a state of shock for 3 full minutes. Eventually, he grasped the situation. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife sacrificed their lives to protect the village, sealing the Nine Tails within their son. It could be said that the entire family were saviors of Konoha. Reflecting on his previous attitude towards Naruto made Irika feel extremely uneasy. In short, he felt a heavy sense of discomfort. Irika decided to take Naruto out for ramen after school to alleviate his guilt. However, he first needed to familiarize himself with his students. Approaching the podium, Irika smiled at everyone. "All right, let us begin class. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Irika Yumino. I enjoy hot springs and Ichiraku ramen. My least favorite food is rice bowls, and my dream is for all of you to pass your exams and become ninjas." Sitting in the back, Naruto felt drowsy. Initially, he had some interest in the Ninja Academy, but as the reality set in, it became exceedingly dull and tedious. Having already entered society in his past life, he found it unbearable to endure school once more. Were it not for Hinata sitting beside him, he would have wished to leave immediately. It is widely acknowledged that emotional bonds in the world of ninjas are cultivated from a young age. Looking at his parents was a testament to this. Naruto found himself in a state of turmoil. He felt like the protagonist of a tale, caught between the desire to skip class and the need to foster a connection with Hinata. Yet, if he chose to attend, he would face the arduous days ahead in the classroom. Regardless, he had no intention of studying at the Ninja Academy. After all, what could possibly surpass the prowess of the Nine Tails sealed within him? Naruto, emulating Hinata, leaned over the table, allowing his consciousness to drift into the ceiling space to play with the fox. "Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto." Feeling a gentle nudge on his arm, Naruto slowly lifted his head, gazing around in confusion. "Uzumaki Naruto, please come up and introduce yourself." Irika sighed softly, urging Naruto to step forward. He had an inkling that this child would bring him trouble in the future. Naruto walked to the podium, standing still for a couple of seconds. Having been lost in thought and completely oblivious to how others had introduced themselves, he turned to Irika and asked, "Teacher, how should I introduce myself?" "Your name, interests, and aspirations," Irika replied. Naruto nodded, adjusted his attire, and declared loudly, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My hobby is farming." This statement was entirely accurate. If Naruto did not enjoy farming, he would not have been able to play in the ceiling space for so many years. Moreover, as a descendant of the land of flowers, even in a different life, the farming genes still flowed through his veins. The 3rd Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, nearly pulled out his hair upon hearing this. He knew it. Naruto had an obsessive passion for farming since childhood. This hobby was perfectly acceptable and posed no issues for others. However, he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Konohagakure. Could he not aspire to something greater? The 3rd Hokage took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise, quickly reaching for his medication. As for aspirations, Naruto paused. Not like the protagonist in the original story who constantly proclaimed his desire to become the Hokage. The truth was, Konoha was small, and the responsibilities were overwhelming. There were no benefits, and the salary was insufficient, far worse than the hardships of his previous life. Just look at how long it had been since the original Naruto had become the 7th Hokage and had not returned home. Naruto did not wish to end up like that. After pondering for 3 or 4 seconds, he continued, "My aspiration is to teach a certain uncle I know a lesson. Then, I will beat up all the porcupine-headed ones." Uchiha Sasuke, the 3rd Hokage, upon hearing Naruto's ambition, felt a bit relieved. Although he found this child's aspirations peculiar, the core of it was still about becoming stronger. As long as Naruto aimed to grow stronger, the 3rd Hokage could relax. He recalled a recent time when he had sent Kakashi and Might Guy to meet Naruto. The uncle and porcupine-headed ones he mentioned were indeed Kakashi and Guy. He chuckled softly. It seemed Naruto had some ambition. The 3rd Hokage smiled with a sense of satisfaction, completely unaware of the greatness of Naruto's aspirations. Chapter 17. The announcement of Naruto as the hero's son. With Naruto's introduction, many began to inquire about the most pressing question on everyone's mind. Uzumaki Naruto, is your father really the 4th Hokage? At that moment, all eyes were once again fixed on Naruto, hoping to receive a definitive answer from him. Upon hearing the question, Naruto instinctively froze. How was he supposed to respond? Although he knew his background, such matters were not easily spoken of. If he admitted it today, tomorrow the 3rd Hokage would surely confront him, questioning how he came to know such things. Once the truth was revealed, he would undoubtedly have to fabricate lie after lie to obscure it. Being weak at present, a slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences. He thought that once he became stronger, AJ Nin would be there to defend him. I do not know who the 4th Hokage is. I lost my parents at a young age and have lived a life of hunger and cold. Naruto did not acknowledge his identity as the 4th son, instead narrating his tragic backstory. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were on a stage lamenting his woes. However, what he said was indeed true. It was the original Naruto's backstory. The 3rd Hokage, watching through the crystal ball, felt a throbbing headache. How could this child claim to have suffered from hunger and cold? Although he had given Naruto a somewhat meager allowance, it was due to his peculiar bloodline. During a previous visit to Naruto's home, he had observed that Naruto's refrigerator contained more food than his own. Furthermore, looking at Naruto's stature, how could he be a child suffering from deprivation, towering over his peers? The 3rd Hokage truly could not bear to watch any longer. He feared he might die from the stress this child caused him in his office. In class, upon hearing Naruto's words, all the students were moved to tears. Even Irika's eyes glistened with emotion. Naruto, it's all right, even if you are not the 4th son. We will still acknowledge you as our friend. Wait, perhaps he is indeed the 4th son, but he just does not know it. Naruto, I brought lunch today, so you can eat mine at noon. The classmates expressed their sympathy for Naruto and planned to do something to help their unfortunate peer. Sasuke, sitting in his seat, wore a perplexed expression throughout the ordeal. After all, during their previous battle, he had seen Naruto's breakfast consisting of lavish meats. Even he, the scion of the Uchiha clan, had felt envy. How could he claim to be starving? I am not saying this to elicit sympathy from anyone. Rather, I wish to convey that no matter what others say about me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone was left speechless by Naruto's declaration. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was also taken aback. In that moment, he seemed to see the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The 3rd Hokage stepped to the window, staring at the Hokage monument for a long time. This child truly resembles you, Minato. Since everyone had already surmised this child's identity, he decided to publicly announce Naruto's situation. Moreover, judging by Naruto's demeanor, the identity of the Nine Tails would not adversely affect him. Soon, the 3rd Hokage summoned the Umbu and arranged for the announcement. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Naruto's demeanor had transformed. He now resembled a salted fish lounging on the desk, akin to Shikamaru nearby. A whole morning of classes revolved around theoretical knowledge of ninjas, and Naruto, disinterested, spent the entire morning dozing off. When school let out at noon, he found a secluded corner and opened a portal to return home for a meal. In the afternoon, unable to resist, he ran to the riverside woods to practice tree training. It had become a habit. Going a day without it left him feeling uneasy. In the classroom, Hinata noticed that it was already the last period of the afternoon, yet the seat beside her remained empty, causing her heart to sink slightly. Irika also noticed Naruto's absence. Knowing Naruto's true identity, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, who could manage the 2nd Hokage of Konoha? Just look at how the third Hokage reacted whenever Naruto was mentioned. The third Hokage himself had discovered Naruto's absence and was at his wit's end. He had hoped that attending school would help change Naruto's solitary circumstances. Yet, the child continued to march to the beat of his own drum. Most critically, he had once again run off to the riverside to practice. Watching Naruto train by the river, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising anew and hastily retrieved his medication from the drawer, only to realize that he had run out of pills. Simultaneously, the Hokage building officially announced Uzumaki Naruto's identity as the fourth son. As the announcement was posted, villagers of Konoha quickly gathered around the Hokage building to read the notice. Kakashi stood outside the crowd, gazing at the smiling photograph of the fourth Hokage on the announcement, lost in reminiscence. "Kakashi, what brings you here? Mato guy?" Noticing Kakashi standing idly downstairs, exuberantly clasped his shoulder and inquired. It was then that he noticed the notice that had been posted. Oh, so the third Hokage has finally unveiled the identity of this child. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Guy observed that Kakashi seemed out of sorts, refraining from demanding a youthful duel with him. "I'm fine," Kakashi replied, his hands shoved into his pockets as he turned to leave the Hokage building. Guy watched his departing figure, realizing he was likely headed to the flower shop. As the news of Naruto Uzumaki's identity spread throughout the village, some ill-timed remarks surfaced once more in Konoha. "No, it is this child, the vessel of the Nine Tails, who caused the death of the fourth Hokage. This child is a calamity. He has already taken his parents' lives. Who knows if he will attack the village again in the future? For the safety of everyone, he must be restrained. Yes, he must be contained." The villagers expressed profound concern regarding the tailed beast residing within Naruto. What does it matter that he is the fourth son? If he poses a threat to our safety, they care not for his lineage. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu in the Hokage's office, the third's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He slammed his hand on the desk and commanded the Umbu, "Bring Danzo to me." Immediately, the sudden emergence of a movement to restrain Naruto left no doubt in his mind that it was Danzo's doing. The third was genuinely furious. He had previously warned Danzo. Yet unexpectedly, he had taken action against Naruto. Chapter 18. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be confined. After summoning Danzo to his office, another fierce argument ensued between the two, primarily revolving around the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts in Konoha. The rumors spread by the root organization were quickly quelled by the third, who issued a final warning to Danzo. Should Danzo entertain any further thoughts against Naruto, he would not hesitate to disregard their past camaraderie. Danzo merely scoffed, and the office echoed with their confrontation. "Danzo, Sarutobi, you will regret this." Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." However, once such dangerous rumors spread, how could they be easily stopped? "I heard that fellow often trains in the small grove to the east of the village. He must be captured and handed over to the Hokage. Yes, for the safety of the village, Naruto Uzumaki must be strictly monitored. Indeed, even if he is the fourth son, it is of no consequence." The villagers had already been swept up by the fervor instigated by the root ninjas. Now, they were entirely unresponsive to reason, intent on bringing Naruto to the Hokage building and pressuring the third to imprison him. Regardless of their intentions, they believed they were acting for the greater good. A crowd of around 100 villagers gathered, armed with a variety of tools, fervently marching toward the grove by the river. "My family perished in the chaos of the Nine Tails. I cannot bear to see such a tragedy happen again. And me, my house was just built, only to be destroyed by that cursed Nine Tails. That brat is far too dangerous. Find him. Yes, he must be confined." Returning home from school, Sasuke was taken aback by the overwhelming scene. He realized that the annoying brat was in trouble. After observing for a moment, Sasuke shook his head and continued toward home. However, just a few steps later, images of Naruto being captured by the angry mob flooded his mind, even envisioning a scenario where the villagers burned him alive. "What am I thinking? Why do I care about that brat's fate?" Sasuke muttered, yet his body betrayed him as he sprinted toward the grove by the river, taking a shortcut that would allow him to arrive several minutes ahead of the villagers. With all his strength, Sasuke ran, the scenery blurring behind him. Yet, he felt he was not fast enough. "Hurry, faster. That brat must be defeated by my hand, not taken away by those foolish villagers." Sasuke believed that being captured meant eternal imprisonment or death. Above all, he did not wish for a worthy opponent to vanish from his life. At that moment, Naruto was blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the village. He stared at the fallen tree before him, quizzically addressing the fox within him. Great fox, could we perhaps switch up the training methods? Just moments ago, he had toppled a tree thick enough for a person to embrace. Yet the fox insisted on imposing a weight training regimen. Is this even reasonable? He is merely 6.5 years old, still a child. Forcing such a young child to lift this massive tree seems excessively unreasonable. Naruto estimated that the tree weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Certainly more than he could manage. Enough chatter. Lift it now. You will not leave until you have swung it 100 times. Naruto thought to himself, genuinely doubting whether the Nine Tails was trying to train him to death. He felt it would be better to train with Uncle Guy, who at least adhered to human limits. Unlike the fox, whose standards were simply to push him to the brink of exhaustion. If anyone else were to train under the Nine Tails, they would likely return home bloodied within 3 days. Staring at the tree, which was even larger than himself, Naruto swallowed hard. How am I supposed to lift this? He crouched down, circling the tree a few times, seeking a suitable angle to grasp it, but found none. Despite his extraordinary physique, without a proper leverage point, he could not lift the massive tree. After some contemplation, he struck the tree a few times, creating dents to serve as handholds. With a low growl, Naruto began to rise from his squat, gradually lifting the tree off the ground. He estimated the tree weighed around 200 pounds, yet he managed to hoist it up. Great fox, may I set this down for a moment? My back itches, I need to scratch it. At that moment, Naruto resembled a weightlifter. Straining to hold the tree aloft, his face flushed and stammering as he spoke. It was evident he was exerting every ounce of his strength. Moreover, as he lifted the tree, leaves slipped down his collar, exacerbating the itch on his back. Enough chatter. Swing it now. Hearing the fox's urging, Naruto gritted his teeth and forced himself to begin swinging the 5-meter-long tree. In the initial swings, he moved slowly, needing to master his leverage while maintaining his footing. Yet, whether due to the Uzumaki clan's constitution or the influence of being a Jinchuriki, as he continued swinging, he suddenly felt the weight lighten significantly, and his movements became more agile. In an instant, Naruto felt invincible. He was only 6 years old. How could he lift something so heavy? As he swung the tree, Naruto's mind began to conjure images of himself as Uzumaki Naruto, wielding a golden staff and causing havoc in the heavens. Men, after all, tend to indulge in fanciful daydreams when brandishing a long stick. The 5-meter-long, thick tree swung faster and faster in his hands. He even began to play with it, imagining himself as a helicopter spinning the tree overhead. The massive tree created a powerful gust of wind by the river, sending dust and leaves swirling through the air. There, I believe I see that brat. Charge. Find him. A throng of over 100 individuals surged towards Naruto's location. As they approached within mere dozens of meters, a powerful gust swept through, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Sasuke, who had arrived earlier, hid behind a tree, utterly dumbfounded. Is Naruto a monster? How could he possess such immense strength? Sasuke realized that this fellow hardly required his reminders. The villagers, straining to open their eyes against the swirling dust, sought to discern the figure of the young boy. They beheld the 6-year-old Naruto wielding a 5-meter tree with astonishing vigor, as though the colossal trunk were mere sponge. What kind of extraordinary being is this? Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the villagers began to retreat in alarm. They were acutely aware that a single swing could turn them into mere pulp. The Nine Tails? No way. Who would dare to meddle with that? They certainly would not. Oh, I seem to have pressing matters at home. My wife is giving birth. I must hurry back. Oh dear, I also need to pick up my child from school. Not far away, Naruto spotted the approaching crowd and suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. He unleashed several waves of chakra towards them, akin to slicing through the air with swords. The sudden onslaught caused the villagers to buckle at the knees, collectively collapsing onto the ground. Seeing them in such a state, Naruto's expression twisted in confusion. He casually tossed the tree aside and approached the prostrate villagers. Hey, uncle, why are you all kneeling? He asked, glancing at their scythes, hoes, and shovels, perplexed. The villagers, reminded of Naruto's earlier display, trembled in fear. They dreaded that he might discern their intentions and, in a fit of rage, crush them into oblivion. Among them, a clever soul ventured to speak. The weather is too hot. The ground feels cooler, huh? Yes, indeed, the ground is quite refreshing, they echoed, laughter betraying their anxiety. Naruto scrutinized them, utterly baffled. Was the weather truly that hot? Were the inhabitants of Konohagakure so abstract in their reasoning? Kneeling for coolness? You came with tools to find me, didn't you? He inquired once more, but to the villagers, he appeared as a ravenous beast, ready to devour them for the slightest slip of the tongue. We've come specifically to build you a wooden house. They stammered. Yes, yes. It's impossible to train here without a place to rest. Chapter 19. This child is terrifying. He must not be allowed to remain. Naruto could hardly articulate his thoughts. The villagers of Konoha were overwhelmingly enthusiastic. In truth, he didn't require a wooden house for his training in the grove. If he desired rest, he could simply create a space portal to return home. There was no need for such unnecessary measures. Yet, he felt a sense of guilt as these eager uncles insisted on constructing a house for him. Faced with such fervor, he found it impolite to continue refusing. Sasuke observed in astonishment as these villagers erected a wooden house in less than an hour. Uchiha Sasuke, what brings you here? After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic villagers, Naruto noticed Sasuke standing nearby, appearing somewhat dim-witted. I was just passing by, Sasuke replied, turning his head away from Naruto, silently berating himself for his earlier urgency. This guy is so powerful, he certainly didn't need my reminders. Embarrassment washed over him as he recalled his previous haste, and he cast a fleeting glance at Naruto before resolutely walking away. Naruto watched Sasuke's retreating figure and then the direction from which the villagers had come, scratching his head in confusion. What on earth is going on today? Why does it feel like these people are so peculiar? Never mind. Time to head home for dinner. He muttered to himself, then opened a space portal to return home. By the way, Kurama, did you monitor the chakra levels of those individuals in the classroom today? Later that night, Naruto recalled this matter and curiously inquired. He genuinely wished to comprehend the extent of the disparity between himself and others. What is noteworthy? Only that Uchiha Brat has the most among them. Recalling his previous chakra detection of Sasuke, he asked uncertainly, 5 magics? No, his chakra has surged to 5 magics now. Learning that Sasuke's chakra had increased tenfold, Naruto gasped in astonishment. This child is truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to remain. Kurama, the Nine Tails, questioned, what madness has this boy succumbed to? It's merely 5 magics. You, with your chakra at 100 magics, should not be concerned about such a young child. Kurama, baffled by Naruto's reaction, assumed he was merely having another episode. Sensing that the fox could not grasp his dilemma, Naruto grew disheartened. Oh, the downside of reincarnation is that no one can comprehend my humor. It's utterly dull. After tossing the blanket aside, he bid goodnight to Kurama and swiftly drifted into slumber. In the days that followed, Naruto adhered to a remarkably routine schedule, attending a morning class to show face before Irika-sensei and teasing little Hinata. In the afternoons, he would retreat to the grove by the river to practice. This regimen was, without a doubt, highly disciplined. As for Naruto's truancy, the third Hokage observed with concern, yet felt utterly powerless. Were it not for their previous conversation, he suspected Naruto would hardly make an appearance in morning classes. At school, aside from conversing with his desk partner, he would either daydream or sleep. Naruto Uzumaki was undoubtedly the most troublesome child the third Hokage had encountered in years, even more so than Kushina or Obito. The most worrisome aspect was Naruto's formidable strength, rendering attempts to discipline him based on grades futile. After much contemplation and realizing he could not do anything about this child, the third Hokage resigned himself to allowing Naruto to train at his own pace. He also instructed Guy and Kakashi to keep an eye on him to prevent any reckless training that might lead to injury. As for the rumors surrounding the Nine Tails, no one dared to utter a word. Ever since Naruto displayed his innate strength by the river, not a single villager dared to voice any hostility against him. After all, who would risk incurring the wrath of Naruto, who could easily dismantle their homes with a tree? Thus, Naruto inadvertently quelled the rumors in the village once more. Naruto, where did you go this afternoon? In class, Hinata, having been teased by Naruto for several days, developed a bit of resilience and inquired about his whereabouts. I went to train, Naruto replied instinctively, his mind still preoccupied with plans discussed with Kurama in the sealed space. The previous night, he discovered he could multitask, splitting his consciousness between the sealed space and the outside world. However, this led to some rather peculiar behavior. At times, his movements seemed erratic, akin to a high-level warrior in a lagging online game, causing delays in his reactions. Oh dear, Hinata's expression dimmed as she felt inadequate. Naruto was so impressive, yet he worked so hard. Comparing herself to him, who trained diligently every night, Hinata felt a wave of shame wash over her. If only I could train alongside Naruto, she thought. Hey, Hinata, how about we train together? Naruto abruptly withdrew his consciousness from the sealed space and turned to Hinata, uttering a blushing remark. Thud. The unexpected joy caused Hinata to faint. Her face flushed onto the desk. Naruto scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. This bashful girl still had a long journey ahead of her. The reason he had brought Hinata along for training was due to her Byakugan, which allowed her to see the flow of chakra within the human body. If possible, he would have liked to invite Sasuke as well. According to the anime he had watched in his previous life, the Sharingan had the ability to perceive and replicate the chakra used in ninjutsu. At first glance, it seemed to function similarly to the Byakugan, as both could discern the chakra within others. However, he was unsure of the exact differences. As for why he needed both the Byakugan and Sharingan, Naruto had discussed with the Nine Tails about observing Might Guy's 8 gates, hoping to develop a forbidden technique suitable for himself. Just imagining himself in the future, wielding the 6 paths sage mode, playing with the ancestral dumplings, and then concluding with a dramatically granny, opened the door, made him feel invincible. Although Kurama did not understand why this child was so fixated on that green, melon-shaped taijutsu, especially when he could be invincible on his own strength, he ultimately supported Naruto's ambitions. After all, this kid's physique was unlike that of an ordinary person. As long as he had breath in him, he could train without fear of exhaustion. Hinata? Naruto-kun, you're too close. Naruto, eager for Hinata to accompany him, leaned beside her to wake her up early. But, if I skip class, my father will be angry, Hinata replied, somewhat troubled. Although she yearned to join Naruto in his training, she knew her father would undoubtedly scold her if he found out. You can go after school, Naruto declared. It's settled then. I'll come find you after school. He smiled and waved goodbye, striding out of the classroom amidst the gaze of his peers, leaving Irika fuming with frustration. Could this kid not wait until after class to leave? He was giving Irika no face at all. Sighing, Irika began to comprehend the feelings of the 3rd Hokage. This child was truly a headache. After leaving school, Naruto stealthily searched for the green melon-shaped figure within the village of Konoha. He wanted to observe how the man trained on a daily basis. The 3rd Hokage, seeing Naruto through the crystal ball, realized the boy was seeking Might Guy. Oh, it seems this generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is truly going to waste. What a fine Jinchuriki. And yet he goes to learn that ridiculous taijutsu. The 3rd Hokage took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe and quickly dispatched Might Guy on a mission outside the village. As long as Might Guy was not in the village, the boy should refrain from delving into taijutsu, right? Chapter 20. What on earth did my teacher give birth to? It's truly perplexing. Where could that uncle be? Sitting atop the 4th Hokage rock, Naruto's face was filled with confusion. He had searched the village for an entire week without finding Might Guy. He used to encounter that green melon-shaped man right at the school gate. Swinging his legs and propping his chin with one hand, he gazed down at the village of Konoha. To his surprise, the view from this angle was quite splendid. The laughter of children, the calls of vendors, and the distant smoke rising from chimneys created a lively atmosphere. He seemed to be growing accustomed to life here. After observing for a while, Naruto sighed. What a peaceful scene. However, he knew that this peace was merely temporary. Years later, Konoha would face the onslaught of pain. The master of the ninja world, and the entire village would have to endure the ensuing suffering. Furthermore, Konoha would soon be built upon a great pit. Reflecting on the memories in his mind, Naruto felt a surge of crisis. Although he was considerably stronger than in the original story, he was aware that pain was merely the beginning. The Uchiha clan and the Otsutsuki would soon appear one after another in the ninja world. Without sufficient strength, he would likely falter on the path of growth. Where could that uncle have gone? Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly impatient, finding the situation utterly dull. And with training for the day concluded, he decided to wander around Konoha. With a swift motion, Naruto leaned forward from the Hokage rock and jumped down, shouting, "Whoa!" The 3rd Hokage, standing in the Hokage tower, nearly had a heart attack seeing Naruto leap from the Hokage rock. This child was only 6 years old. Although he had mastered chakra control, he was still just a child. The Hokage rock was nearly 100 meters high. Any ordinary child would be terrified standing up there. Yet Naruto had jumped down without a hint of caution. This child couldn't rely solely on his Jinchuriki's abnormal physique. Boom. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed beneath the Hokage rock, followed by a cloud of dust. Naruto gritted his teeth, clutching his rear, and limped out of the dust cloud. Ouch! That hurt. He had been so absorbed while sitting on Hokage Rock that he had forgotten he was not in the sealed space. It wasn't until he jumped that he realized the difference. In that moment of landing, he could have sworn he heard the sound of his bones cracking. Thankfully, the chakra amplification from the Uzumaki clan's nine tails prevented any major mishap. The fact that he could still walk indicated there was no significant issue. Kurama, witnessing Naruto's disheveled state, began to mercilessly mock him. "Kid, you're pitifully weak. If it weren't for me, you would have already fallen to your death." If this brat had actually died from a fall, Kurama felt it would disgrace his reputation. Naruto chose to ignore the taunts from the fox within him. He was already in such a miserable state. Could the fox not show a shred of gratitude for the food it consumed daily? If he had died, what good would it do for Kurama? Dragging his injured body, Naruto slowly walked along the streets of Konoha. After a few minutes, he realized that he no longer felt as much pain. Truly, he was remarkable. If this had been in his previous life, that fall would have likely turned him into a pulp. Naruto? Kakashi, just exiting the Konoha bookstore, turned his head and spotted the boy. Seeing him limping, Kakashi decided to approach with concern. "What happened to you?" Kakashi asked, his lazy eye widening. "White-haired uncle. It's nothing. I just jumped off Hokage Rock and fell. I should be fine in a bit." Kakashi, "Wait, what? You jumped off Hokage Rock?" Kakashi was utterly astonished. How could a child so small survive a fall from that height? Even a normal ninja would require a stay in the Konoha hospital after such a fall. Kakashi's composure began to slip as he processed this. He then recalled his teacher and reflected on Naruto's earlier words. What on earth did my teacher give birth to? Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Naruto noticed that his sprained ankle seemed to have healed, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that Kakashi possessed the 8 Gates technique. As his father was Kakashi's teacher, surely he would take care of him. However, Naruto pondered how to broach the subject without directly asking Kakashi to demonstrate the technique, especially with the third Hokage monitoring him through the crystal ball. After much contemplation, Naruto lifted his gaze to the dazed white-haired man. "Can you teach me some taijutsu, Uncle Whitehair?" Kakashi squatted before Naruto, adopting a lecturing demeanor. "Next time you seek advice from others, remember to be courteous." The third Hokage had previously instructed them not to let Naruto focus solely on taijutsu, and Kakashi had initially intended to decline the child's request. However, witnessing Naruto's earnest expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, Naruto was the son of his teacher, and he felt a sense of responsibility as a mentor. Moreover, he wasn't Guy. There was little chance of leading Naruto astray. "But you haven't told me your name." Naruto scratched his head, a look of innocence on his face, while he internally praised his own self-restraint. Several times, he had nearly shouted Hatake Kakashi upon seeing him. Kakashi's eyelid twitched, revealing a hint of embarrassment. It dawned on him that neither he nor Guy had introduced themselves to Naruto when they first met. "I am Kakashi Hatake. Please refrain from calling me Uncle Whitehair. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" Kakashi inquired, genuinely worried about the child. After all, which child, just after an injury, clamors for training? Of course not. "Uncle Kakashi, let us begin right away." With Kakashi's consent, Naruto jumped in place a couple of times, indicating he was ready. He then casually conjured a space portal. A purple light cocoon materialized before Kakashi, instantly alerting him. He raised his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan to scrutinize the purple screen before him. Suddenly, he recalled the rumors surrounding Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage with a space-time bloodline limit. Kakashi was taken aback, nostalgia washing over him. Since his teacher's sacrifice, it seemed no ninja in the village had mastered space-time ninjutsu. "Come on, Uncle Kakashi," Naruto called out, noticing Kakashi's moment of stupor, and tugged at his sleeve, pulling him through the portal. Kakashi instinctively halted, but was forcibly dragged into it by Naruto. How is this child so strong? Chapter 21. Which path in Foshan holds the most Leaf Village gold medal technicians? Kakashi was astonished by the scene before him. This was Naruto's usual training ground, and also the place where they had first met. Kakashi estimated that the distance from the Konoha village bookstore to this location was roughly over 500 meters. Moreover, judging by Naruto's demeanor, he seemed capable of using this technique multiple times. Adding to his astonishment, he had not sensed any chakra fluctuations when he activated his Sharingan earlier. This was what truly surprised Kakashi. Although Naruto's technique was quite conspicuous, if enemies had prior knowledge, they would undoubtedly devise ways to counter it. However, Kakashi believed that, if utilized properly, this technique could rival the flying thunder god of Naruto's father. Furthermore, the space portal could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Let us go. As Naruto landed, he mimicked Sasuke's stance, supporting himself with one hand and kicking towards Kakashi's waist with the other, showing no regard for martial ethics. Kakashi's eyelid twitched again, and he deftly sidestepped the short-legged assault, mentally lamenting the child's lack of awareness. Did he really intend to strike his waist and jeopardize his future happiness? Hee. Uncle Whitehair, you fell for it. At that moment, a yellow-haired figure appeared behind Kakashi. Was that a shadow clone? When did he do that? Kakashi was genuinely taken aback. They had only just arrived, and he pondered when Naruto had performed the necessary hand signs. The clone landed a punch on Kakashi's waist, but he felt nothing. Boom. The struck Kakashi transformed into a wooden log, having utilized the substitution technique. Naruto paused for a moment, realizing the existence of such ninjutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shurikens flew towards Naruto's vital points. Kakashi's throwing technique was undoubtedly on par with the Uchiha clan. Recognizing that he was unlikely to evade all the shurikens, Naruto decided to shield his face with his hands and charged toward Kakashi, bracing himself. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief. What was this child thinking? Dodge. Who charges straight at the enemy's shurikens? Kakashi felt his scalp prickle. What kind of reckless child was this? Even if his recovery abilities were impressive, he shouldn't take such risks. True to his fears, Naruto, unprepared, was struck by the shurikens on his limbs, back, and shoulders, the black fabric of his clothing gradually soaking with blood. Fortunately, Kakashi had held back and hadn't thrown all the shurikens from his supply pack. Otherwise, in Naruto's current state, he would likely have been pierced like a hedgehog. Gritting his teeth, Naruto felt the pain was still within his threshold. Here, one must commend the teachings of the Nine Tails. Had it not been for the prior pain endurance training, he might not have been able to withstand Kakashi's onslaught. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was momentarily distracted, Naruto pulled out a large iron door, gripping its end with both hands, and swung it toward Kakashi's head with a whooshing sound. Kakashi sensed the impending danger. If struck, he would likely find himself hospitalized for a week or two. However, Naruto's attack was still too immature. Kakashi lowered his head and dodged the blow, then took several steps back to create distance. He needed to create space. He now had a rough understanding of Naruto's strength. That large iron door must weigh at least 100 pounds, and he had no doubt the child could injure him with it. Besides, Naruto had mentioned he wanted Kakashi to instruct him on taijutsu. Kakashi wouldn't stoop so low as to use jutsu against the child. After failing to land a hit, Naruto retracted the large iron door, inhaling sharply as he began to remove the shurikens embedded in his body. He realized that the shurikens were significantly hindering his wound healing. Kakashi observed Naruto tending to his injuries without seizing the opportunity to attack, merely watching with a calm demeanor. However, he felt increasingly bewildered. What on earth was this child made of? Watching Naruto's wounds heal almost instantly upon removing the shurikens left him astounded. Clink, clink. The shurikens clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Naruto, his small face alert, assumed an attacking stance, his feet shifting slightly. It was time for Uncle Whitehair to witness the might of the Foshan martial arts. Ah! Naruto yelled as he charged at Kakashi. However, Kakashi observed that Naruto's attack was so disorganized that it was riddled with flaws. With a soft sigh, he resolved to take this seriously. He vanished in a body flicker, leaving Naruto momentarily dazed, forgetting what he was meant to do. In the next instant, Naruto felt a grip on his shoulder, and before he knew it, he was pinned to the ground. Naruto, when battling an enemy, remember to analyze their information. Don't rush in blindly, Kakashi instructed, releasing his hold and helping the bewildered Naruto back to his feet. In truth, Naruto's mind was still processing. Although he had begun to refine his chakra, he had virtually no combat experience, especially against Kakashi, who had just used a body flicker technique. From the moment he disappeared to being pinned down, it had taken less than 2 seconds. This experience was indeed beyond Naruto's previous understanding. After all, most of his combat strategies were still based on his past life's thinking. He had yet to adapt to the power he now possessed. While he could physically match a standard adult ninja, his reaction and adaptability were still lacking significantly. As Kakashi noticed the look of frustration etched on Naruto's face, he couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. Why didn't you use that purple portal just now? Naruto paused, scratching his head in remorse. Right. How could I forget? It felt akin to moments in his past life while gaming, where the tension of the team made him forget to use the blink spell, something quite common. Kakashi sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. You could have used that jutsu when I threw the shuriken at you. Naruto's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh. That would reflect all of the opponent's attacks. Not just shurikens, but also enemy ninjutsu. Kakashi truly was a genius. I get it. Uncle Kakashi, try using a ninjutsu on me. Kakashi replied, can we not take it that far? A shuriken might not hurt too much, but if you fail to react to ninjutsu, it could be serious. I know you have an extraordinary physique, but you can't just act recklessly. Come on, uncle. Just use fire style. You can do the great fireball technique, right? Kakashi shook his head in exasperation, pondering whether Naruto was even listening. Finally, he acquiesced to the request, but not without a warning. If you can't react in time, make sure to dodge, understood? All right. Let's get started. Naruto paid no heed to Kakashi's caution, convinced that the great fireball technique wouldn't harm someone of his stature. If he were to be injured by it today, he wouldn't dare call himself Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 22. The power of space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, completing them in the blink of an eye. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, Naruto felt the temperature around him spike, and he beheld a fireball approximately 2 meters in diameter erupt from Kakashi's mouth. Truth be told, he was quite curious whether ninjas who wielded fire-style ninjutsu had particularly grandiose egos. Naruto, Kakashi called out, seeing Naruto lost in thought as the fiery attack approached his face. You still have time to daydream? Snapping back to reality, Naruto's pupils reflected the blaze before him, and for the first time confronting such supernatural power, he instinctively felt a surge of tension. Kakashi, prepared to employ the body flicker technique to save him, believed it wouldn't be too problematic. A fireball hitting Naruto would likely leave him unscathed after a few minutes of recovery. Naruto waved his hands, and in the next moment, a purple cocoon materialized before him. The fireball roared through the portal, and suddenly Kakashi's face illuminated with a purple glow as the fireball reappeared. He was genuinely exasperated, thinking, why throw it so close? Fortunately, Kakashi's reflexes were sharp. He leaned back just in time for the fireball to narrowly miss his scalp. Had he been a second late, his hair would have been singed. Impressive, Kakashi remarked in a calm tone, though Naruto could sense the excitement beneath it. The technique of redirecting ninjutsu was executed flawlessly. Moreover, as far as he knew, there were no similar abilities in the entire ninja world. Uncle, keep going. Hit me with something stronger. After successfully redirecting the fireball, Naruto's face radiated excitement, eager to see if he could transfer other ninjutsu. He had just witnessed how Kakashi had evaded the fireball with relative ease. In that moment, Naruto truly grasped the remarkable potential of his space-time portal ninjutsu. It was not merely about redirecting attacks. He could also shift-tailed beast bombs and even sage art techniques. As long as an attack had a trajectory, he could employ the portal to redirect it. It was as if any attack thrown at him would ultimately strike back at the attacker. At that moment, Naruto felt as elated as a child who had just received a new toy. Kakashi, observing this, was torn between feeling pleased that Naruto had shifted his focus from taijutsu and worried that he might become reckless in the future. A Jinchuriki with chakra as vast as the sea, engaging in taijutsu with your enemies? Furthermore, Kakashi was keen to discover the limits of Naruto's ability. Alright, he nodded, beginning to form seals once more. Naruto recognized from the lengthy sequence of hand signs that Kakashi was preparing something special. 44 seals. It's rare to see ninjutsu with so many hand signs in the ninja world. Water style, water dragon bullet. As Kakashi completed the seals, water began to gather around the two. In the blink of an eye, a 20-meter-long water dragon manifested above Kakashi's head, roaring ferociously and heading straight for Naruto, creating an overwhelming presence. Naruto, gazing at the enormity of the water dragon, felt a twinge of doubt. The size of the portal could hardly accommodate such a massive creature. While he was uncertain, his hands remained steady as he cast a portal before him. To ensure the water dragon could be redirected successfully, he also created a portal behind him. With that, he leaned back, tumbling into the purple cocoon and vanishing from sight. As the water dragon collided with the portal, its massive size prevented it from entirely entering. However, the force of the impact diminished its form, sending splashes of water everywhere. When the cocoon closed, the water dragon that emerged from the portal was merely a fifth of its original size. Without needing to look, Naruto knew its power had significantly decreased. This latest attack seemed more intense, prompting him to avoid opening a portal right next to Kakashi. If something went awry, he wouldn't have a capable Jonin to lead him in the future. However, the effectiveness of the redirected ninjutsu was somewhat disappointing. It appeared that larger-scale jutsu lost their potency once redirected. Kakashi, having removed his eye mask, stared intensely with his Sharingan. It seems that the power of the jutsu diminishes when redirected in such a broad range. Despite his comments, Naruto paid little heed, aware that in the ninja world, most ninjutsu adhered to the principle that the smaller the technique, the greater its power, excluding Susanoo and the Great Buddha. In a sense, the space-time portal already represented a versatile tool for both offense and defense. What more could he possibly wish for? After all, he had many more tricks up his sleeve. Naruto, use it once more, Kakashi said, clenching his right hand, prompting Naruto to suspect that he would unleash his signature jutsu, Chidori. Nodding, Naruto cast another portal beside him. Simultaneously, electrical energy crackled in Kakashi's hand, and the air was filled with a cacophony of chirping sounds that made Naruto's head throb painfully. He covered his ears, watching as Kakashi surged forward with blue lightning, vanishing into the portal, only to reappear 10 meters away. Excellent. This can also be used to assist teammates in their attacks, Kakashi remarked, canceling the Chidori and donning his eye mask again, reflecting on Naruto's ability, which held profound strategic significance. It not only facilitated escape and pursuit, but also enabled offensive maneuvers, evasion, and teamwork in combat. Understanding the potential of Naruto's ability left Kakashi with a peculiar expression. You say you possess this capacity, yet you still practice taijutsu? Uncle, shall we continue? Not for now, my chakra is limited. Upon hearing this, Naruto exhibited a look of disdain. Is that all? You've only used 3 jutsu, and you're already out of steam? Curious about the extent of Kakashi's chakra, Naruto decided to consult the fox within him. Great Fox, can you tell me how much chakra Kakashi has? The sealed Ninetales remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, 30 magic. What? Not even a third of mine? Shocked at the revelation of Kakashi's chakra reserves, Naruto quickly realized that it was somewhat unreasonable to measure others by his own vast reserves. What sort of nonsense is that? The young boy, you already possessed 150 magical chakra yesterday. The fox's words once again astonished Naruto. Now, he felt somewhat monstrous. If he continued to develop at this rate, he might indeed rival the first Hokage. However, his primary concern was to find a way to draw inspiration for the 8 gates from Kakashi. Ideally, he wanted to observe the operational routes of the 8 gates so that he could derive insights and then modify it into a technique more suited to himself. Kakashi, uncle, he called. Kakashi, who had just squatted down to rest and had yet to take out his beloved paradise, heard Naruto calling him. Recently, I've been studying a technique that compresses chakra within the body to enhance strength and speed. Kakashi looked puzzled at the child's words. Could it be that this technique is called the 8 gates? Don't bother with it. The village has a forbidden technique known as the 8 gates, which produces such effects. Although unsure how Naruto conceived such whimsical ideas, Kakashi patiently explained. He felt that Naruto had no need to practice the 8 gates. Instead, he should contemplate how to utilize the vast chakra within him. Yet, Kakashi noticed that as soon as he spoke, the boy gazed at him expectantly, silent and observant. Fine. I'll explain. So, Kakashi slowly rose to his feet under Naruto's eager gaze. Seeing him act this way, Naruto felt his mastery of the forbidden technique was secure. Chapter 23. How on earth did this child manage to practice it? Stand straight. Kakashi maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, instructing Naruto to stand still while he began pointing out details on his body. The poking made Naruto feel somewhat ticklish, and he couldn't help but squirm, almost provoking Kakashi to reprimand him. Here and here, that's about right. Chakra flows along this route, and you'll be able to open the gates. Of course, using the 8 gates required a long-term training process in physical techniques. Naruto attempted several times to follow Kakashi's described route, but found that he could not execute it at all, let alone open the first gate. Just as Kakashi had said, Naruto realized that his meridians were somewhat blocked, causing his chakra flow to be uneven. He grasped the essence of the 8 gates. Regular training would be necessary to expand his internal meridians and enhance his body's resilience before he could utilize the 8 gates. At present, while his hardware was sufficient, the software within him was inadequate. How could he possibly run the program of the 8 gates? Nevertheless, He had never intended to master the 8 gates in the first place. "Uncle, how long does it take to learn this?" Naruto asked, curious. After all, in his past life, he had seen protagonists in various fanfictions begin training in the 8 gates from a young age, appearing quite effortless. However, Naruto believed that if this technique weren't difficult to master, it would have been widely disseminated, allowing even common ninjas to learn it rather than being classified as a forbidden technique by Konoha. Quickly, it could take a year, slowly, perhaps 2 or 3 years. But I wouldn't recommend you pursue this path. Kakashi's eyes widened in seriousness. The 8 gates is suitable only for those who specialize in physical techniques and cannot use ninjutsu. The chakra accumulated through daily training is needed to break through the internal gates obstructions. That's why I only trained in the 8 gates. After all, my Sharingan cannot be turned off and constantly consumes chakra. Just opening the first gate barely uses enough chakra. If I were to continue training in the 8 gates, I would likely exhaust my chakra and perish before I even reached that state. Naruto indeed had sufficient chakra, but it was unnecessary. It was essential to understand that mastering the 8 gates required a significant investment of time. Kakashi estimated that the 3rd Hokage would have him strung up if he pursued this path. Such a long time. Naruto felt somewhat disheartened. Spending years to open just one gate seemed rather impractical. You probably haven't tested your chakra yet, have you? Kakashi decided to guide the child toward the correct path of specializing in ninjutsu, rather than exhausting himself with physical training. Kakashi produced a piece of chakra test paper from somewhere and held it before Naruto. "Give it a try." Chakra test paper? Naruto took it, inspecting it closely, trying to discern its purpose. However, after a while, he found he could not make sense of it. Kakashi watched Naruto's futile attempts and sighed, reminding him, "Input your chakra into it." Oh, Naruto abandoned the idea of folding it into an airplane and obediently followed Kakashi's instructions, channeling chakra into the test paper. He already suspected, based on his knowledge from his previous life, that his chakra attributes were likely wind and earth. With a rip, the moment Naruto funneled chakra into the paper, it first tore apart, then shattered. Wind and earth. Kakashi murmured to himself, confirming Naruto's chakra attributes. Meanwhile, Naruto seemed lost in thought. "Great Fox, can lightning release stimulate cells for a temporary boost in power?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Kurama was somewhat baffled by Naruto's inquiry. He thought to himself, "Didn't you just hear that white-haired guy say your chakra attributes are wind and earth? Where does lightning come into play? Is it possible that I could achieve a similar effect using wind release?" Naruto pondered, convinced that wind release could produce analogous effects. Though it might not stimulate his internal cells like lightning release, wind release could create a gust around him, enhancing his speed. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Naruto understood the principle that greater speed equates to greater power. "Speed and strength, fool," Kurama scoffed derisively. The young boy was utterly delusional. While he didn't understand ninjutsu well, he knew such a thing was impossible. Naruto paid no heed to Kurama's ridicule. After all, how could the great fox, a native, comprehend the depth of his mind, shaped by an information explosion from his previous life? Numerous skills related to wind existed across various films and games. Ignoring Kurama's comments and Kakashi's ongoing chatter, Naruto stood still, recalling the scroll the 3rd Hokage had given him, and began to gather wind attribute chakra. As he concentrated, he remembered Kakashi's earlier instructions regarding the opening of the gates. Kakashi hadn't specified what type of chakra to use to break through the gates. What would happen if he used wind chakra? With this thought, Naruto grew eager to try. Could this count as his own innovative ninjutsu? However, Naruto was unaware that Kakashi had merely provided a rough outline of the opening technique. Kakashi, observing the dazed Naruto, paid little mind and leaned against a tree to read. About 5 minutes later, Kakashi suddenly felt a wind stirring nearby. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but as the minutes passed, he noticed the wind intensifying around them. Turning to look, he found Naruto engulfed in a tempest. "Naruto, stop immediately." At that moment, Naruto was gathering a vast amount of wind attribute chakra, which continued to accumulate. His clothes rustled in the wind, and the grass beneath him began to be torn apart by the swirling chakra. Kakashi's reminder only served to accelerate the gathering of wind chakra around Naruto even further. Torn apart with a sound of ripping fabric, Naruto's clothing was shredded, accompanied by wisps of blood mist. "Big uncle, I seem unable to stop." Naruto found it challenging to articulate his current state. Utilizing wind-style chakra to breach the gates was indeed effective, and with each gate he passed, he felt a significant surge in his power. The only peculiarity was the distinct sound of his heartbeat pounding in his ears. However, he dismissed it as a minor issue. What truly plagued Naruto was his utter lack of knowledge on how to halt this momentum. The moment the wind-style chakra surged through his meridians, his chakra erupted uncontrollably. The wind grew increasingly potent, whipping up a fierce storm around him, obscuring his surroundings in a cloud of dust. Kakashi struggled against the gale, shielding his face with his hands as he endeavored to reach Naruto. The intensity of Naruto's wind chakra had escalated to levels akin to that of the wind release, Gale Palm. Kakashi removed his eye mask and activated his Sharingan to scrutinize Naruto's condition. The sight nearly frightened him to death. Naruto's chakra was on the brink of spiraling out of control. Such a scenario typically unfolded in failed ninjutsu experiments, often resulting in the practitioner being torn apart by their own wild chakra. Moreover, he could hear Naruto's heartbeat, which he estimated was beating over 500 times per minute, far beyond the threshold of normalcy, where anything over 300 could lead to cardiac arrest. Yet, amidst this chaos, Naruto, oblivious to the severity of his predicament, felt exhilarated. He had successfully breached the first gate, as he enthusiastically shouted to Kakashi, "Big Uncle, I think I've done it." "What did you say?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock, his composure slipping. "I never detailed the operational route for you. How on earth did you manage that?" Before Kakashi could fully process the situation, a wave of blood mist erupted from Naruto. To an outsider, he appeared to be a bloodied figure, covered in countless wounds. However, to Naruto, these pains were negligible. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He took a single step and, in the blink of an eye, appeared 50 meters away, a red afterimage trailing behind him. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? He actually achieved it. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales paused its meal, astonished by the whirlwind of activity. What is this kid up to? Chapter 24. The Ninetales Jinchuriki almost crashed into the barrier. The Ninetales had been savoring its grilled meat when it realized that Naruto was indeed following through on his earlier claims. Can ninjutsu be recklessly experimented with? Even the Ninetales, with no ninjutsu skills, understood that a careless approach to ninjutsu could lead to death. If the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales could unleash a chakra rampage, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would meet a similar fate. Yet, this child not only survived, but managed to produce results. This revelation left the Ninetales astounded. Although it sensed Naruto's life force waning rapidly, its own chakra was uncontrollably mending Naruto's wounds. The balance between life force and chakra meant that Naruto was unlikely to perish anytime soon. Kakashi had never been so flustered in his life. What kind of monster was this child? By following the chakra flow route he provided to open the 8 gates, it was a miracle he hadn't died already. He never anticipated such a scenario unfolding. Furthermore, Kakashi feared that if Naruto continued down this path, he would inevitably be torn apart by the raging chakra. Naruto's body bore no unscathed flesh. Had he not been recovering swiftly, he would have likely perished the moment he attempted the technique. At that moment, Naruto was oblivious to Kakashi's concerns, enveloped in the roaring winds around him. He estimated that his power had tripled in its normal state, with significant boosts to both speed and strength. The rapid depletion of chakra, however, puzzled him. The Ninetales, aware of Naruto's thoughts, couldn't help but critique him. Had it not been for Naruto's substantial chakra reserves and the Ninetales chakra healing him, he would certainly be doomed. Naruto lacked a concrete understanding of his newfound power, having never witnessed the true strength of the 8 gates in action. Regardless, he felt incredibly formidable. Casting his gaze toward the forest ahead, he devised a method to test his limits. He slowly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, assuming a starting position, eager to push his boundaries. "Naruto, Uzumaki. Stop right now." Kakashi's alarmed voice echoed as he feared for the boy's safety. The third Hokage had entrusted him with Naruto's care, unaware that this child constantly found ways to surprise him. Kakashi had witnessed Naruto reach his limits with that last burst of speed, and now, seeing him poised to fully test his velocity was terrifying. "Please, don't do this." Kakashi was desperate to avoid witnessing Naruto's lifeless body, knowing the repercussions it would have on the village. Boom. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, a thunderous crash reverberated in his ears, followed by Naruto, trailing a red streak of light, soaring through the air, obliterating everything in his path. The ground where Naruto had stood was left with a massive crater, comparable to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Kakashi covered his face, exhaling a resigned sigh. This is it. We've landed ourselves in deep trouble. He began to envision a future where he faced his teacher and mentor in the afterlife, being reprimanded for his failure. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, having just finished his lunch and strolling through the streets of Konoha, was in high spirits upon seeing Naruto and Kakashi engaged in ninjutsu practice. What a delightful sight. The boy has finally moved beyond physical training. Kakashi is truly a reliable ninja. However, his good mood was abruptly shattered by a thunderous boom emanating from the eastern part of the village. The third Hokage's eyes widened as he swiftly leapt onto a rooftop. What on earth is happening? The Yanbu appeared around him, exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. Noticing their hesitation, the third Hokage's expression hardened as he demanded, "Speak. Is it Kyuubi or a Wagakure? How dare they attack our village during peacetime?" Without a moment's thought, he concluded that such a commotion was most likely instigated by the reckless warriors of Kyuubi. "Lord Third, it's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." A voice broke through the silence. "What did you say?" The third's anger flared, realizing the chaos was caused by their own. Is this child trying to defect? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate personally. As he headed east, he witnessed trees and buildings being demolished in Naruto's wake. The third Hokage began to suspect that perhaps a tailed beast had gone berserk. The Anbu and several jonin rushed toward Naruto's location, drawn by the sight of a crimson figure hurtling toward the village's barrier. This is exhilarating. I feel unstoppable. As Naruto sprinted forward, he found his speed so great that it became nearly invisible to the naked eye. In that moment, he felt akin to the Flash. The red streak trailing behind him certainly seemed to validate that notion. However, he soon became aware of his heart racing uncontrollably. "Kid, a lot of people are heading your way," the fox within him suddenly remarked. At that instant, Naruto was unable to discern his surroundings, let alone identify who was approaching. Furthermore, due to his excessive velocity, he had lost control over his body, merely able to keep moving forward. Even to stop, he would have to gradually decelerate, a process requiring considerable time. "Naruto, stop. There's a barrier in front of the village." "Naruto, Uzumaki, stop immediately." All the ninjas of Konoha had assembled, a rare occasion reminiscent of the night of the Nine-Tails rampage. The third Hokage and Kakashi appeared before each other, embarrassment etched on Kakashi's face. He could see the third's expression seemingly asking, "Is this how you care for my child? What on earth is happening?" Naruto had recklessly unleashed a forbidden technique that spiraled out of control, and he was now unable to halt his momentum. If he weren't stopped soon, he might perish due to a surge of chakra. Upon hearing this, the third's blood pressure spiked. He frantically rummaged through his belongings, only to realize he had forgotten his blood pressure medication. "What were you all doing at the river practicing ninjutsu during lunchtime? How did it come to this?" "I merely went out for a meal, and now I hear the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is on the brink of death." The third took a deep breath, feeling as if he too might succumb to the stress brought on by Kakashi and Naruto. Used defensive ninjutsu to block Naruto. At this speed, colliding with the barrier would likely result in his demise before chakra overload even occurs. At the third's command, a multitude of ninjas vanished from their positions. In that moment, all of Konoha's ninjas united with a singular purpose: to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from crashing into the barrier. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. Countless ninjas simultaneously executed defensive techniques before the barrier, erecting walls of earth from the eastern perimeter, while additional water walls were placed in front to slow Naruto's speed. The sheer magnitude of the scene led many villagers to believe an enemy ninja village was attacking. As Naruto approached the barrier, he finally began to see the scenery ahead, only to perceive a sea of blue. Just as he registered this, he suddenly felt water splashing against his face. Then came the deafening sounds of impact and the cracking of bones. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, Naruto collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to darkness. He had crashed through 10 earthen walls before finally halting. Looking back at his path, he saw a 10-meter-long trench carved into the eastern side of the village, leaving devastation in his wake. The third Hokage approached Naruto, his expression grim. Truth be told, he felt the child might not survive. The third was overwhelmed with concern, grieving for Naruto, while simultaneously fretting over the village's inability to find another suitable host for the Nine-Tails. If this child were to perish, Konoha would likely lose the Nine-Tails forever. The third felt that since Naruto's birth, the village's circumstances had only deteriorated. He knelt beside Naruto and noted the child's labored breathing, sensing he was nearing his end. Yet, a flicker of hope remained within him. Soon, a dozen medical ninjas surrounded Naruto, beginning to assess his injuries. "What is the situation?" the third inquired. "Sir, this child has shattered bones throughout his body, and his internal condition is even worse. His heart has stopped." Just as the medical ninjas were about to pronounce Naruto dead, a sudden sound of his heart resuming its rhythm echoed in the air. "Wait, it seems he can still be saved." Chapter 25. You are the worst Jinchuriki I have ever trained. A month later, it was a miracle that Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had survived. When the child was first brought to the hospital, any medical ninja who saw his condition shook their heads in disbelief. They were certain he would not last long. Yet, within a week, they found his vital signs returning to normal. Soon after, the hospital declared him a hopeless case, given the state of his shattered bones. They believed he would spend the rest of his days in the hospital. However, a week later, not only did the hospital discover that all of his bones had healed, but there were also no scars left on his body. The entire Konoha hospital began to question their understanding of life itself, wondering if a miraculous medical phenomenon had emerged from Konoha. All medical ninjas, established since Tsunade's era, had witnessed the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and some had even seen the first host, Mito Uzumaki. Had either of the previous hosts experienced injuries like Naruto's at his age, they would have certainly succumbed. In summary, this current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was truly extraordinary. Within the ceiling space, Naruto lay on a couch, clutching a piece of roasted meat he had taken from the fox and a chilled sparkling grape drink in his other hand. Ever since he fell into a coma, his consciousness had entered this ceiling space. Upon seeing Naruto, the Nine-Tails immediately shifted into lecture mode, truly intent on driving the boy to frustration. "What foolish ninjutsu are you attempting? If not for my chakra sustaining your last breath, you would likely have already met Kushina in the afterlife, and my reputation would be tarnished by your actions." The thought of Konoha's Jinchuriki crashing into a village barrier made the Nine-Tails chakra surge with anger. If other tailed beasts were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly mock him for eternity. "You are the worst Jinchuriki I have ever encountered." Naruto turned to the fox, shock written across his face. The words struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of his former teacher's admonishments. "You are the worst class I have ever taught." The pressure of nostalgia weighed heavily on him. "Once you recover, you will train twice as hard. As my Jinchuriki, you are simply too weak. I was far stronger than you at your age." The Nine-Tails began to lecture Naruto while munching on skewers. Naruto, at a loss for words, struggled to find a retort. How could he compare to a tailed beast at 6 years old? He refrained from provoking the fox further. After finishing his meal, he felt his body recovering significantly. His remarkable regeneration stemmed not only from the Uzumaki bloodline and tailed beast chakra, but also from consuming magical dragon meat known for its restorative properties since childhood. He discovered that even while in the ceiling space, eating would aid his recovery. "Great fox, could you perhaps give me a break? I haven't rested since I began training my chakra." Naruto pondered how his current existence seemed harsher than his previous life as a corporate worker. At least in his past life, he had 1 or 2 days of rest each month. But for the Nine-Tails, there were no days off, 7 days a week without reprieve. Now, as he awaited his recovery, he anticipated even more rigorous training. After all, he was still a child. Could someone consider the mental health of a child? Humph. The Nine-Tails paid no heed to Naruto's protests. To strengthen oneself, you were the one who brought it up. Moreover, it seems that this fellow is due to leave now. The Nine-Tails paused his leisurely activity of skewering meat, and, glancing at Naruto, buzzed, "Hey, kid, look over there." Upon noticing the fox's claw pointing to the left, Naruto instinctively turned his head. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails swatted him out of the ceiling space. In the hospital bed, Naruto was swathed like a mummy, his eyelids fluttering as he abruptly sat up. How careless. Waking up, he gritted his teeth, mentally cursing the fox for its treachery. It had seized the opportunity to expel him from the ceiling space while he was unaware. Initially, he had been eagerly anticipating awakening, but now, knowing he would have to train more, he found himself wishing he had remained in the ceiling space to laze about. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on Naruto's face. Although not overly bright, it still felt somewhat blinding. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and peered through the gaps in his fingers at the outside world, finding a sense of tranquility within. How wonderful it is to be alive, he mused, before noticing the bedside table overflowing with greeting cards, accompanied by a fruit basket filled with bananas and apples. As he rifled through them, he discovered that most were penned by Hinata, along with some from Kakashi, Shikamaru, Choji, Inazuka Kiba, and Ino. Even Sakura had sent one? He couldn't recall having conversed much with his classmates. But that was inconsequential. Casually, he picked an apple from the basket, wiped it on his clothing, and took a hearty bite. It was then that he noticed his neighbor in the adjacent bed. Uchiha Sasuke? What was he doing here? Naruto was taken aback, momentarily halting his chewing. Furthermore, Sasuke seemed somewhat dazed. Lying in bed, he was not unconscious but stared vacantly at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of life and his expression blank. Wait. Naruto's eyes widened, and he paused mid-bite once again. Could it be that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out? He had intended to greet Sasuke, but realizing the gravity of the situation, he decided against it. He feared that approaching him might inadvertently provoke further distress. Nonetheless, Naruto felt a twinge of sympathy for Sasuke. Once, he had a happy family, and it was unfathomable what madness had driven his brother to obliterate the Uchiha clan. His beloved brother, no less. Such anguish must have been unbearable. Reflecting on Sasuke's life, it seemed he was the only truly normal person in the ninja world. In contrast, the protagonist of the original story was indeed a complicated character. Particularly during the scene where Kagaya mocked Obito, Naruto found himself at a loss. If he were in that position, he would join Kagaya in mocking Obito, and after that, he would pilfer Obito's offerings each year. How could he possibly utter the words, "I forbid you from mocking Obito"? With a sigh, Naruto regarded Sasuke's state. After all, he had fought with him before, making him one of the few peers he could claim to know. Among the familiar faces in the village, only Hinata and Sasuke remained. He felt a desire to comfort this boy, but regrettably, he lacked the skills to offer solace. After much contemplation, Naruto retrieved a golden apple from his system. This item could restore a modicum of spirit and vitality. However, he had never consumed such a thing before now. He would simply use it as a gesture of comfort for Sasuke. First, he changed into a fresh set of clothes from the system, then stealthily approached Sasuke's bedside, gently placing the golden apple down. Throughout this process, he made not a sound, while Sasuke remained lost in thought, gazing at the ceiling. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto chose not to say anything further and quietly exited the room. A few minutes after his departure, Sasuke's eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. He turned to stare at the golden apple on the cabinet, lost in contemplation for a long while. Finally, he picked it up and buried his face deep into his blanket, murmuring with a choked voice, "Naruto Uzumaki, thank you." Chapter 26. I hope Jiraiya will properly guide this child in the future. Have you heard? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki almost crashed into the barrier. No, wait. I heard he was attempting to commit suicide, but was stopped by the third Hokage and several hundred ninjas. Why would the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki think of such a thing? As Naruto stepped out of the hospital room, he overheard a group of nurses gossiping amongst themselves, discussing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's suicidal thoughts and his intention to crash into the barrier. The absurdity of their claims made his face twitch in embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. It was all Kakashi's fault. Naruto didn't care how the rumors spread. He firmly believed that Kakashi deserved the blame. If Kakashi had intervened, this situation could have been avoided. As he walked down the hospital corridor, he noticed people casting him peculiar glances while laughing at him. Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He never imagined that after maintaining such a low profile for so long, he would become notorious in the village in such a manner. To evade the strange stares he was receiving, Naruto sought out an unoccupied area and leaped from the 5th floor, disregarding his recent recovery. Upon landing, he was astonished to find that he felt even stronger than before. According to his previous condition, a fall from such a height would have surely resulted in an injury. Yet now, he felt perfectly fine. It seemed he was venturing further down the path of abnormality. With a sigh, Naruto wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. The third Hokage received news of Naruto's discharge from the hospital, which slightly lifted his spirits. However, upon hearing that the boy had jumped from the 5th floor immediately after waking, his blood pressure surged once more. Was there no one capable of properly supervising this child? He had long since lost faith in Kakashi's ability to keep an eye on Naruto. Konoha had come perilously close to losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage's only hope now rested with Jiraiya, who was traveling abroad. After all, Jiraiya had been Naruto's father's teacher. If he could manage that, he should certainly be able to mentor the son of Minato. The third Hokage gazed out the window, exhaling a puff of smoke, and appeared to have aged considerably during this time. He resolved to wait until Naruto graduated before addressing the situation. Just 5 more years to endure. And then he would bring Jiraiya back to guide the boy. Naruto-kun, you're back. In the classroom, Hinata turned to see her desk mates return, her few words barely concealing the joy bubbling within her. Hinata-chan, thank you for the card and the fruit. Oh, it was nothing. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata's shyness returned, causing her to stutter. Seeing her flustered demeanor made Naruto instinctively smile. He then recalled their earlier agreement to train together after school. However, he had abandoned that plan to seek out the peculiar green-clad man and ended up spending a month in the hospital. He felt guilty for leaving Hinata waiting for so long. If it had been his ex-girlfriend from his past life, she would have berated him for being 10 minutes late. Yet Hinata displayed no resentment, frequently visiting him in the hospital. The fresh fruit on the bedside table was testament to her consistent presence. It was evident that Hinata was the most suitable candidate for Naruto's heart. Hinata, I'll pick you up after school, he declared, recalling their promise to train together. Hinata's mind began to whirl at Naruto's first words. You want to take me out? As Naruto was about to express his thoughts, Hinata suddenly collapsed onto her desk. Unconscious. This left Naruto utterly bewildered. How could their training cause her to faint from shyness? Although he was confused, seeing the young girl slumped over worried him. He feared she might strain her neck, so he gently lifted her head and placed a small bear-shaped pillow beneath it, disregarding the reactions of their classmates. However, they had grown accustomed to Naruto's frequent absences from class. It was only when he entered the classroom that everyone was surprised. Irika, standing at the front, was infuriated by the sight of the two playfully teasing each other, his head buzzing with irritation. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. One was the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, and the other was the village's second-generation Hokage. What could he possibly do? Ultimately, he chose to ignore them, convincing himself not to concern himself with Naruto, as the third Hokage had instructed him not to. After lunch, Naruto opened a space portal to return home for a meal before heading back to the small grove on the eastern edge of the village. The environment here had been ravaged by a certain Jinchuriki, leaving only a sparse scattering of trees. The wooden house that the villagers had once built for Naruto was now nowhere to be seen, its remnants lying scattered on the ground, serving as testimony to its former existence. One could rightly describe this area as a dump. Glancing around, Naruto sighed, reflecting on the sheer destructiveness he had exhibited. Faced with the current state of affairs, he felt somewhat at a loss. Should he find a different location? He scratched his chin, muttering to himself, but quickly dismissed the idea as impractical. After all, following the last incident where he had lost control, his reputation in the village had likely deteriorated. He sincerely felt fortunate that the village had not sought compensation from him for the damages. If he were to cause further destruction elsewhere, he genuinely feared that Konoha might expel him and brand him a rogue ninja. After some contemplation, he resolved to tidy up the area. Regardless of the chaos he had wrought, it was ultimately his responsibility to rectify it. Since farming was familiar territory for him as an experienced cultivator, he retrieved a diamond axe from his system, lifting it to inspect its enchanted attributes. Diamond axe, attack power 42, enchantment effect, chopping speed 70, durability 100,000. Though the axe's enchantments were rather straightforward, its values represented the highest he had encountered thus far. Besides, the axe's primary purpose was to fell trees. There was no need for unnecessary embellishments. Hey kid, it's time for training, Kyuubi reminded Naruto upon his arrival at the training ground, only to be taken aback when he saw Naruto brandishing an axe. You can't possibly consider that a weapon, can you? I just need to tidy up a bit around here. And I shouldn't have to chop trees today, right? Naruto glanced at the small saplings nearby, his meaning unmistakable. The larger trees typically took him 3 days to fell. These tiny saplings hardly piqued his interest. Kyuubi pondered for a moment before replying. Do you see those fallen trees over there? Take 3 of them and carry them while you clean up. Naruto was momentarily speechless. Each of the fallen trees looked to weigh around 200 pounds. Carrying one was feasible, but 3 seemed excessive for a child. He wanted to negotiate with the fox. Yet Kyuubi remained unyielding. With a resigned sigh, Naruto pulled out a bundle of ropes to secure himself with weights. After a considerable effort, he realized he had used an entire set of ropes to bind himself to the 3 trees. However, when he attempted to take his first step, the strain left his neck flushed red, and he found himself unable to move. The 3 trees behind him showed no sign of budging, and the axe in his hand was still half a meter away from the nearest broken tree. The third Hokage, observing through a crystal ball. Witnessed Naruto struggling with the axe while dragging 3 trees. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. While he could tolerate Naruto's tree-felling antics, this was a new low. Was this even a proper method of training? Who in their right mind would conduct themselves this way? Why couldn't he just purchase some weighted gear? The third Hokage was at a loss, feeling his blood pressure rise. He hastily retrieved some medication from his drawer, hoping to avoid any health crises brought on by Naruto's antics. As evening descended, Naruto untied the ropes and concluded Kyuubi's weight training. Unfortunately, the condition of the small grove had not improved in the slightest. Burdened with 600 or 700 pounds, he had only managed to take a single step all afternoon. The thought of cleaning up while carrying such weight was daunting. He wished he had learned the shadow clone technique, for then tidying up would have taken mere minutes. After a brief rest, Naruto opened a space portal and returned to the classroom. At that moment, only Hinata remained. Upon seeing Naruto, she felt a surge of excitement. Naruto-kun. Before she could finish her greeting, Naruto took her hand and pulled her through the space portal. In an instant, the scene shifted from the classroom to the outdoors. Upon observing the fallen trees, broken stones, and various debris scattered about, Hinata looked at Naruto with admiration. The state of the area spoke volumes about Naruto's arduous training regimen. Naruto, you're so hardworking. I will also strive to improve. Hinata mustered her courage to express her thoughts. She yearned to keep pace with Naruto and grow stronger alongside him. Yet, she suddenly realized that he was still holding her hand, causing her to turn beet red. Thankfully, her increased resilience meant she wouldn't faint as easily as before. Noting Hinata's bashfulness, Naruto quickly released her hand. He felt a bit awkward after hearing her praise. Chuckling slightly, haha, it's not that impressive. The training is indeed rigorous, but I nearly demolished the village in the process. Just as Naruto was about to say more, he spotted a familiar silhouette approaching him. Recognizing the signature spiky hair of a Uchiha, he knew it was Sasuke. Clutching a paper bag, Sasuke's expression appeared less dazed than before. Hinata glanced at Sasuke and then at Naruto, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She had hoped to share this moment with Naruto. Sasuke approached Naruto, seemingly conflicted, and without waiting for Naruto's consent, shoved the paper bag into his arms. Here, looking down at the contents, Naruto discovered apples within the bag. Was Sasuke giving him a gift in return? I couldn't find any golden apples in the village, Sasuke added, seemingly anxious that Naruto might reject his offering. After consuming a golden apple himself, he had felt a significant boost in both his mental state and physical injuries, so he understood the value of what he was presenting. Naruto grinned upon hearing Sasuke's words, casually wiping an apple clean before passing it to Hinata and tossing another to Sasuke. Finally, he took one for himself and began to eat. Sasuke, unbothered, simply took a bite from his apple. To speak frankly, it is the first time Naruto has received a gift. Although merely an ordinary apple, it pales in comparison to the treasures within his system. Yet it brings him a sense of joy. However, as he bites into the apple, he notices Sasuke's hesitance, a look of unspoken words etched upon his face. The child's expression betrays no secrets. Are you here for something? Naruto's tone lacks the earlier intensity he displayed upon encountering Sasuke. Given their previous altercation, sitting together now feels somewhat awkward. Vortex Naruto, let us have another match. Huh. Naruto is taken aback, utterly unprepared for Sasuke's declaration. Even if you have awakened your eyes, it doesn't guarantee you can defeat me. Are you seeking punishment? Even Hinata casts a curious glance towards Naruto, sensing that their past encounters reveal much about their skills. Are you serious? Naruto notices Sasuke's earnest gaze, devoid of the pride he once possessed during their first meeting. Has the night of the massacre transformed him? Naruto feels a pang of sympathy for the boy, although his own experiences of peace render him incapable of fully grasping Sasuke's suffering. After all, since arriving in this world, Naruto has not even caught a glimpse of his parents before they departed from life. To claim he has emotions would be rather absurd. Yes, I wish to ascertain the gap between us. Very well. Naruto swiftly finishes his apple, brushing off the dirt from his clothes as he rises. Their exchange is succinct, and within moments they stand across from each other in an open space. Since the night of the massacre, Sasuke has adopted a more composed mindset, accepting the reality of his own weakness. This acceptance allows him to identify and rectify his shortcomings. Among his peers, he regards Naruto as the strongest. Their eyes meet, and they form the opposing hand seals. In an instant, Sasuke activates his Sharingan, revealing the Tomo within his left eye. Naruto gazes at the single and double tomo, momentarily at a loss for words. The child had only awakened a single tomo during the night of the massacre. Wait, I cannot look directly into his eyes. Realizing the danger of meeting Sasuke's gaze, Naruto turns his head aside, feeling it insufficiently cautious. He even retrieves a pair of sunglasses from his system to wear. Great Fox, please assist me in locating my opponent. The Ninetales merely raises an eyelid, ignoring him. Nonetheless, Naruto understands the fox has acquiesced. With the sunglasses on, it is impossible to discern whether his eyes are closed. He plans to rely on the Great Fox's guidance while confronting Sasuke, intending to open his eyes only when he appears behind him to strike. Sasuke is momentarily stunned to see Naruto donning sunglasses. He realizes that his Jinjutsu has utterly failed to take effect. Despite using his Sharingan to cast illusions 5 or 6 times, Naruto appears unaffected, as if he were immune. Why is this happening? Could sunglasses really defend against Jinjutsu? Sasuke suddenly finds the world somewhat absurd. Noticing the ineffectiveness of his illusions, he swiftly throws a barrage of shuriken and kunai, using projectiles to test Naruto's reflexes. Jinjutsu is merely the first step. These thrown weapons also serve to gauge Naruto's capabilities. After depleting his arsenal, Sasuke begins to form seals. Nearby, Naruto's ears twitch slightly, detecting the sound of slicing air. He needs no prompting from the Great Fox to know that Sasuke has launched an attack. This time, he is not about to endure it like before. Naruto conjures 3 spatial gates before him, enveloping his figure in a purple cocoon, causing all of Sasuke's thrown weapons to vanish within. The violet light casts a glow on the faces of Sasuke and Hinata, both displaying expressions of astonishment. How impressive! Hinata gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had not anticipated Naruto's ability to be utilized in such a manner. Meanwhile, Sasuke, astonished, perceives something amiss as his pupils dilate. Chapter 28. Naruto's turn-based taijutsu style. Suddenly, 3 purple cocoons unfold around Sasuke, and the shuriken he had previously thrown come hurtling back toward him. The unexpected turn of events prompts Sasuke to cancel his fire release technique, understanding that if Naruto can redirect his thrown weapons, he can surely redirect his ninjutsu as well. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Before arriving, Sasuke had harbored a sliver of hope, but witnessing Naruto's adeptness with this technique fills him with despair. Fortunately, the shuriken and kunai he had thrown amount to only a little over 20. With his Sharingan spinning rapidly, Sasuke's dynamic vision reaches its peak. In that moment, the trajectories of the shuriken and kunai appear as intertwining threads, allowing him to discern each one's landing point. I see it. Sasuke feels a surge of joy, executing a series of agile rolls and side maneuvers, moving as if dancing through a thicket of thorns. However, Naruto's assessment of this display is simply flashy. The light gates open once more, still within Sasuke's blind spot. As he evades the incoming projectiles, Sasuke suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, instinctively crouching down just in time to avoid Naruto's sidekick. Quite perceptive, Naruto muses, begrudgingly acknowledging Sasuke's ability to evade his attack. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Sasuke's reflexes surpass his own. Perhaps this is the augmentation granted by the Sharingan. During their initial confrontation, Sasuke had been unable to evade Naruto's sneak attack. Nevertheless, Naruto remains only slightly surprised. He has never shied away from taijutsu. In fact, he possesses absolute confidence in his physical prowess, believing that even Might Guy may not be his equal in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. In essence, Naruto is unwaveringly self-assured in his taijutsu abilities. While his technique may be ordinary, he is resolute in engaging his opponents to determine whose vitality is superior. He has resolved that should he encounter a ninja he cannot defeat, he will simply grapple with them, delivering kunai strikes in turns. You hit me, I hit you. Naruto can guarantee with utmost certainty that he will emerge the last one standing. With a swift motion, Sasuke spins and throws a punch towards Naruto's left cheek. Though Naruto's reaction is sluggish, he manages to block Sasuke's strike. Not only does he defend himself, but he also seizes Sasuke's wrist, pulling him closer. Caught off guard, Sasuke instinctively retaliates by driving his knee into Naruto's abdomen. Thus, their battle swiftly devolves into a turn-based exchange. Naruto grips Sasuke's hand with one hand while employing a tree-punching technique with the other, all the while Sasuke continues to strike Naruto with his knee. After 3 exchanges, Naruto remains unfazed, his punches becoming increasingly rapid. Were it not for the desire to spare Sasuke some dignity, He would have mocked him for appearing as though he had not eaten. The force of Sasuke's strikes is insufficient even to tickle him. Meanwhile, Sasuke, now resembling a battered pig, feels his head spinning, his movements becoming sluggish. In a daze, he finds himself transported back to that initial encounter when Naruto had pressed him to the ground. At this moment, it is as if time has circled back. With Naruto's final punch, Sasuke loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. In the fleeting moments before his awareness fades, he cannot comprehend why he exerted himself so fiercely against Naruto, who remained utterly unperturbed by his efforts. Hinata, having witnessed the entire exchange, is left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. Initially, she had thought Naruto's purple technique to be nothing more than a simple travel ninjutsu. At the moment Hinata witnessed Naruto deflecting Sasuke's attack, she finally grasped the terrifying nature of this technique. As for Naruto's martial prowess, she found herself at a loss for words, yet it was undeniably formidable. During the earlier skirmish, Hinata had imagined herself in Sasuke's position. However, she realized that if Naruto engaged her in close combat, she would be utterly powerless, likely facing a fate similar to Sasuke's. Nevertheless, she believed that if she had been training with Naruto, he would never have been so ruthless as to inflict such harm upon her. What truly preoccupied her mind now was whether Naruto had sustained any injuries. "Are you all right?" Hinata asked, her gentle demeanor prompting her to approach him, circling around to ascertain his condition before feeling relieved. "I'm fine," Naruto reassured her, thumping his chest to emphasize his robustness. In terms of vitality metrics, he was healing far more swiftly than Sasuke, whose injuries were yet to recover as quickly. With just a few strikes, Naruto could deplete Sasuke's health bar entirely, rendering any comparison moot. Casting a glance at the unconscious Sasuke, Naruto retrieved a vial of life potion from the system's inventory, pinching Sasuke's face to compel him to ingest the potion. Coughing violently, Sasuke sputtered as he regained consciousness, his body jerking on the ground like a spring. Miraculously, his facial wounds began to mend at an astonishing rate. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment at this miraculous spectacle. "That's incredible. Naruto-kun, I want to tell anyone," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing the rarity of the potion he had administered to Sasuke. Her earnest expression struck a chord with Naruto, who reached out to affectionately pat her head, his thoughts wandering to the prospect of having children in the future. Flushed with bashfulness, Hinata tilted her head, on the verge of fainting. "Wait, don't faint yet." Naruto panicked, concerned about the recently revived Sasuke and the encroaching darkness of night. If Hinata were to lose consciousness, it would likely take her some time to awaken, and he dreaded the thought of being discovered by the Hyuga clan. He imagined Hinata's father might explode with anger at him. "I'm fine," Hinata insisted, biting her lower lip to stave off faintness, though her demeanor only made Naruto want to ruffle her hair more. Sasuke, now sitting up, observed the peculiar interaction between the two with an expressionless gaze. He touched his cheek, marveling at the absence of pain. Upon awakening, he initially thought he was dreaming. Only seeing Naruto and Hinata made him realize it was reality. But how had his injuries vanished? After checking his arms repeatedly, he confirmed he bore no wounds, not even the scars from that fateful night. Pondering this mystery, Sasuke finally broke the silence. "How did you heal my injuries?" he inquired, recalling the moment he had choked awake. Naruto had given him something to drink, and while the effects were uncertain, he remembered the taste fondly, sweet and invigorating. Better than the soda in the village. His gaze fell upon an apple nearby, bringing to mind the golden apple Naruto had previously gifted him. The restorative effects of the potion he had just consumed were evidently superior, and it was likely far more valuable. Realizing this, Sasuke felt somewhat impolite for prying into Naruto's secrets. "Sorry, I spoke out of turn. The battle is over, and I should take Hinata home." "You can go back on your own," Naruto stated, glancing at the darkening sky. He feared that if he didn't escort Hinata home soon, the Hyuga clan might pursue him, and he doubted the third Hokage would support him in such a situation. As he opened a portal, preparing to lead Hinata away, Sasuke called out to him, "Wait, can I train with you?" There was a hint of desperation in his tone. "I'll do anything to grow stronger. Return home first. We can discuss it tomorrow," Naruto replied without turning back, pulling Hinata through the portal. He was somewhat surprised by Sasuke's request, given Sasuke's previously arrogant attitude. He had expected him to seek strength independently, not come to him for help. However, Naruto genuinely needed a companion. If Sasuke couldn't keep pace with him, he would be forced to take on the Akatsuki alone, and later confront the Otsutsuki clan single-handedly. It was far more advantageous to team up. Moreover, Sasuke was arguably the strongest ally he could cultivate without much investment of time. Once they both reached their full potential, they could take on any adversary, including the likes of Kaguya. Upon stepping through the portal into the Hyuga compound, Naruto spotted Hinata's father, Hiashi, standing at the entrance, arms crossed, radiating an aura of authority that was palpable even from a distance. Hayashi's gaze bore into Naruto, who felt the weight of scrutiny from the entire Hyuga clan, all of whom had activated their Byakugan. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Hinata felt her breathing constrict. Naruto felt as though he had unwittingly wandered into a gang stronghold, the only difference being that these Hyuga clan members were unarmed. He worried that any moment, one of them might leap forward, ready to strike him down. "Father," Hinata murmured, lowering her head as she approached Hayashi, glancing back at Naruto intermittently. Naruto sensed the temperature around him dropping further. "Where have you been?" Hayashi's inquiry was directed at Hinata, yet his unwavering gaze was fixed on Naruto. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, their precious daughter had been out with this blonde boy after school, returning only after dark. At such a tender age of 6 or 7, Naruto had already engaged in such reckless behavior. What would he do as he grew older? They shuddered to contemplate the possibilities. Had it not been for the clan leader's orders forbidding any harm to Naruto, they would have pounced on him without hesitation. Hinata, confronted by her father's stern demeanor, found herself momentarily speechless. Today marked the first time in a long while she had come home so late. "She was training with me. From now on, she'll be accompanying me after school," Naruto chimed in cheerfully, his innocence shining through as he explained to Hayashi. Whether Hayashi absorbed this information was uncertain, but Naruto noted that he too had activated his Byakugan upon hearing it. "Return home. Your mother is waiting for you in the living room," Hayashi ordered, casting a fierce glare at Naruto as he led Hinata away. The other members of the Hyuga clan dispersed, their faces betraying expressions of regret, as if lamenting the missed opportunity to confront Naruto. Hinata, trailing behind her father, turned to smile at Naruto and waved gently, signaling her farewell, careful not to make too much of a gesture lest her father notice. Naruto returned her smile, watching her depart before he too stepped through the portal to return home for dinner. Later that night, he dedicated several hours to cleaning up the litter in the small grove. In the subsequent moments, he retrieved an oak and a spruce from the system's realm, forcibly planting them nearby as a means for his future training. It is well understood that trees possess numerous utilities. They can serve as training dummies and later be employed for chakra control exercises. The pursuit of wealth is also inextricably linked to them. By the time midnight approached, the once lush forest had been restored on the eastern edge of the village. Due to the system's adaptation regulations, the trees planted by Naruto appeared indistinguishable from others. The third Hokage, upon receiving reports from the Umbu, learned that Naruto had managed to create a sprawling forest overnight, demonstrating an efficiency rivaling that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He found himself torn between amusement and dismay. While he was genuinely pleased that Naruto could restore the damaged environment, he harbored a dislike for Naruto's agricultural pursuits. Why was this child so incessantly preoccupied with timber? Moreover, the peculiarities of his bloodline limit made the third Hokage suspect that Naruto's aptitude for farming surpassed that of being a ninja. He concluded that there was no need to constantly consult the crystal ball regarding Naruto's activities. Listening to the Umbu's reports sufficed, allowing him some relief. If he continued to monitor Naruto daily, he feared he might not endure until Jiraiya returned to the village. The following morning, Naruto arrived at class, as usual, lost in thought. At times, he felt a profound hopelessness regarding his bizarre physique. After spending an entire afternoon uprooting trees, engaging in a skirmish with Sasuke in the evening, and then cleaning up the scene while planting, he returned home feeling utterly exhausted, akin to a dead dog, with his fingers barely able to move. Yet, upon awakening the next day, he felt as if he had suffered no ill effects whatsoever, making it impossible for him to find an excuse to skip training. Noticing his condition, Iruka even considered increasing the training intensity. Just then, Naruto realized that Sasuke had already taken position in front of him. Looking up, he noticed that their classmates had all vacated the classroom. It turned out that class had ended. Was Sasuke seeking to skip class with him? "Are you suggesting we ditch?" Sasuke inquired. "Well, there's nothing left in the academy that could enhance my strength." He had already mastered all the courses offered, including the basic techniques and various theoretical knowledge. Were it not for Naruto's presence, he would have contemplated graduating early. "All right, let us go," Naruto nodded, stepping outside to bid farewell to Hinata before opening a spatial gate, leading Sasuke to a grove by the river. Sasuke was still pondering Naruto's technique, eager to see if he could glean any insights from it. However, truth be told, the moment he stepped through the portal, he secretly activated his Sharingan, yet he sensed no chakra fluctuations. Ultimately, Sasuke could only attribute this to his lack of talent in space-time ninjutsu. He had previously researched that mastering such techniques required exceptionally high aptitude. Over the years, only the second and fourth Hokage had achieved this. Given that Naruto was the fourth son, Sasuke felt he could not measure up to him in this regard. To surpass Naruto, he believed he must evolve his Sharingan to the same level as that of the remarkable man. However, the 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke was utterly unaware that Naruto was an anomaly. For now, Sasuke wished to observe how Naruto trained daily. "What should I do?" he asked. "Hit the tree," Naruto replied, pointing to a large tree not far off, adopting the demeanor of a senior instructing a junior. Concerned that Sasuke might not grasp the concept of striking a tree, Naruto began demonstrating with a few resounding thuds. Sasuke nodded slightly, devoid of hesitation, and approached Naruto to mimic his actions. Thus, the rhythmic sound of thuds echoed along the riverbank, revealing a discernible cadence upon closer inspection. The Umbu assigned to monitor Naruto, particularly Kakashi, felt a throbbing headache as he listened to the sounds of the two children striking trees. It's one thing for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to hit trees, but why drag another child into it? Does he truly believe others possess the same monstrous physique as he does? Kakashi thought, feeling utterly drained, and began to contemplate resigning from his Umbu position. Chapter 30. The 6-year period has ended. Since that day, Uchiha Sasuke had become a regular in ditching classes. Irika, the homeroom teacher, bore a few more wrinkles than before. Meanwhile, the grove by the river echoed with the sound of thuds and the sight of trees being dragged. Initially, Sasuke was utterly exhausted after a day of striking trees, but fortunately, Naruto provided him with specialized recovery potions. Once Sasuke discovered the miraculous effects of Naruto's potions, his determination to train matched Naruto's intensity. He may not have been as extraordinary as Naruto, but he diligently imitated Naruto's tree dragging for resistance training. When he could not manage 3 or 4 trees, he would settle for dragging just one. The eastern edge of the village was nearing the point of being plowed into a riverbed by these two children, a sight so extreme that even Might Guy could scarcely watch. During this time, the third Hokage could no longer tolerate the situation and enlisted Kakashi to deliver 2 sets of weighted gear, crafted from special metals. The weights were roughly equivalent to what Naruto was dragging. The third Hokage thought that with these weights, the 2 children would surely cease their tree dragging. However, what transpired was quite the opposite. Naruto claimed he would no longer train in such a manner, only to promptly don the weighted gear and resume dragging trees. Witnessing Naruto's peculiar growth, the third Hokage relinquished his attempts to manage him and designated the eastern edge of the village specifically for their training, hoping to prevent further chaos in other areas of the village. Konoha could hardly withstand the havoc wrought by these two. As for Hinata, Naruto remained considerate, ensuring she would not train as recklessly as he and Sasuke did. He provided her with a sandbag and a wooden training dummy, accompanying her from time to time for physical training. The days of training were inevitably monotonous, and 6 years swiftly passed. At the age of 12, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, commencing the flow of wind chakra within him. Throughout these 6 years, he had never abandoned his earlier technique, continuously refining it under the scrutiny of Byakugan and Sharingan while collaborating with the Nine-Tails to adjust the internal pathways of chakra. Naruto named this technique the Wind Release, Bloodstorm Technique. Initially, when he executed this technique, the outcome resembled his first attempt. However, due to his enhanced physique, he shattered Konoha's barrier without effort. The third Hokage had been left infuriated at that time. Nonetheless, Naruto had gained a measure of control over his wind chakra, allowing him to operate at full capacity without endangering his life. He discovered that the maximum duration of the wind release, Bloodstorm technique, was merely 15 seconds. Beyond that, he would enter a near-death state. To validate the strength of this technique, Naruto even sought out Might Guy for an assessment. Upon witnessing Naruto's technique, Might Guy deemed him a genius, stating that the state achieved through this self-created technique was comparable to his own when opening the 8 gates. However, as he observed further, Might Guy noted a troubling aspect. This technique was one that no one else dared to practice aside from Naruto. When Danzo learned of Naruto's development of this technique, He promptly classified the wind release Bloodstorm technique as a forbidden jutsu, categorizing it within the realm of physical ninjutsu. However, the third Hokage did not neglect Naruto. He presented him with a sealing scroll, allowing him to choose one forbidden technique to learn, initially hoping Naruto would opt for the Flying Thunder God technique. He was taken aback when Naruto selected the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone technique instead. As for why he did not choose the Flying Thunder God, Naruto simply stated that he found it incomprehensible. Yet, no one anticipated that Danzo had secretly learned Naruto's technique. The circumstances surrounding this were unknown, but it was evident from the disappearance of the root leader from the third Hokage's sight for 3 years that the man must have sustained significant injuries. During the training of the wind release Bloodstorm technique, the third Hokage heard that Danzo had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. It sounded quite tragic. Upon confirming that this jutsu could only be learned by those with regenerative abilities as grotesque as Naruto's, the third Hokage wasted no time in erasing it from the records. He did not wish for any child to succumb to curiosity and perish from attempting such a technique, leading to an untimely demise. Naruto, shift your trajectory toward the heart, Sasuke said earnestly, his Sharingan activated. Truthfully, he found Naruto's technique remarkable. If only he possessed wind chakra, he would undoubtedly pursue its mastery. Naruto, you're overflowing with chakra, Hinata and Sasuke reminded him, standing on either side. With the passage of time, an immense amount of wind chakra surged from Naruto's pores, enveloped in a thick crimson mist, making him appear as if ensconced in a red shroud from afar. Sasuke and Hinata, bracing their faces with their hands, stabilized themselves with chakra to avoid being swept away by the forceful winds. This power has surely reached the 4th gate of the 8 gates, hasn't it? Sasuke mused, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, Guy had demonstrated the 4th gate's might to these 3 children to ensure they grasped its significance. Now, Naruto's sheer presence matched that of Guy in his 4th gate state. Naruto has grown even stronger, Hinata thought, a mixture of joy and inadequacy washing over her. Despite her diligent efforts, she could not keep pace with Naruto's remarkable growth. Even Sasuke surpassed her. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and subsequently deactivated the wind release Bloodstorm technique. By now, he had mastered its operation for 1 minute, though its side effect left him fatigued for half an hour. He could utilize the technique 3 times a day, but any more would be beyond his capacity. Naruto, remember that today's graduation exam is with Irika-sensei, Hinata suddenly recalled, hastily informing them. Yet, a shadow of worry crossed her face. Would she be placed in the same class as Naruto? Well, let us return to school, Naruto said, casting a glance at Sasuke and then at Hinata. According to the Fox's calculations, Sasuke's chakra had reached approximately 80 units with his double Tomo Sharingan, nearing the amount Naruto possessed when he first started training. Hinata was slightly behind, hovering around 50 units. Unfortunately, she could not compare to either of them. Naruto's chakra had surged to an impressive 270 units. Over the years, the Fox had observed that few in the entirety of Konoha boasted such chakra levels. The only other individual surpassing 200 units was the third Hokage, which surprised Naruto. However, it made sense, after all. A master of 5 elemental natures would naturally possess abundant chakra. As the 3 traversed the space-time gate to their classroom, they discovered several students had arrived early. Sakura gazed at Sasuke, once again falling into a state of infatuation. Ah, Sasuke looks even more handsome. I adore him. Shikamaru, upon seeing Naruto, feebly greeted the trio. Though they had not seen much of Naruto and Sasuke over the years, they were still able to exchange a few words. Before long, Irika entered, a list tucked under his arm and a furrowed brow. Upon spotting the trio in the back row, his expression softened, and a long-lost smile graced his face. Finally, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are about to graduate. Irika genuinely feared these 2 would lead the rest of the class astray, but he had never considered the possibility of them failing. The entire village was aware of the havoc these 2 had wreaked in the eastern part of town. With their prowess, they were unfit to remain in the ninja academy. Prepare yourselves. When your names are called, proceed to the adjacent classroom for the body flicker technique evaluation. Chapter 31, Kakashi, why me? Subsequently, Naruto passed the body flicker technique assessment without a hitch. The plot involving Mizuki's attempts at manipulation never transpired. As graduation approached, Naruto still held hope that Mizuki would seek him out, as he could potentially assist Mizuki-sensei in performing, if only to acquire a forbidden jutsu. However, Mizuki had been taken away for interrogation by the Umbu for colluding with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. It was also unlikely Mizuki would have had the chance to manipulate him. Considering the village had become aware of Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son, although Naruto's reputation might have suffered due to his antics, the villagers generally kept their distance rather than harboring animosity towards him, nor did they refuse to sell him anything. In truth, Naruto was oblivious to the fact that the villagers' restraint stemmed from his formidable strength. At the tender age of 6 or 7, he had once wielded a tree with such force that it left a lasting impression on the villagers. They had likely thought that one swing could spell disaster for their households, which discouraged them from engaging with him. This very fact left Naruto feeling disheartened at the prospect of missing the opportunity to learn a forbidden jutsu. Previously, he had genuinely wished to master his father's flying thunder god technique, but the intricate sealing formulas baffled him, resembling complex mathematical equations. Nonetheless, he had taken notes, hoping to revisit them in the future. There was also the matter of the exploding tag technique. He yearned to learn that as well, but the third Hokage adamantly refused, fearing that Naruto might inadvertently wreak havoc upon Konoha. Reflecting on this made Naruto quite irate. Did he truly lack the capability to handle such techniques? Naruto's size caught Sasuke's attention. Did you not perform well? How could that be? Naruto exclaimed, ruffled by Sasuke's insinuation. While he may have struggled with theoretical aspects at the academy, his practical skills were unparalleled. Thus, failure was out of the question. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke relaxed. But a flicker of concern returned to his face. Do you think we will end up in the same class? He believed being placed in the same class as Naruto would be ideal, especially since the others were considerably weaker. Did you see that pink-haired girl? Naruto pointed towards Sakura and continued, I, Naruto Uzumaki, predict that you, me, and that pink-haired girl will most likely be assigned to the same class. Hinata, eavesdropping, felt a twinge of disappointment. Will I not be placed in the same class as Naruto-kun? Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, come with me, the formidable Yugao called, pushing through the door and leaving the classroom without a backward glance. Upon hearing her name, Hinata looked back 3 times before reluctantly exiting. And had it not been for Naruto's encouragement, she might have hesitated to leave at all. As the Jonin escorted their respective students away, the once bustling classroom gradually emptied, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. What? You want me to be Naruto's lead Jonin? In the Hokage's office, Kakashi displayed rare signs of frustration. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly at Kakashi's evident reluctance. In recent days, he had consulted other Jonin, but all had expressed their unwillingness. Naruto's reputation for causing trouble was well known throughout Konoha. Initially, the Jonin had collectively agreed to resist the notion of allowing Naruto to run amok. Of course, Kakashi and Guy remained blissfully unaware of this consensus. After being rejected by the other Jonin, the third Hokage naturally set his sights on his beloved subordinate, Kakashi Hatake. Furthermore, Naruto Uzumaki, being the son of your teacher, should not be declined for both personal and professional reasons, right? Or should I return to the Umbu? Kakashi uttered this with difficulty, but upon seeing the serious expression on the third's face, he knew that this matter was set in stone. He had long anticipated the third's arrangements. He felt something was amiss when he was assigned to look after Naruto. The two remained in a stalemate for quite some time until, amid Kakashi's sighs, he reluctantly accepted the task. Kakashi, with his weary demeanor, made his way to the classroom where Naruto and the others were. As the classroom door swung open, Naruto caught a whiff of the salty scent emanating from Kakashi. Is this what happens to people in middle age? I am your team leader, Kakashi Hatake. I look forward to working with you all, he announced. Upon seeing Kakashi, Sakura confirmed that she and Sasuke were in the same class, and inside, she began to cheer with wild excitement. This is amazing. I'm really in the same class as Sasuke. I have a great chance. Ino can just go eat dirt. Sasuke nodded slightly in respect. He had heard of the genius Kakashi in the village and was satisfied with his Jonin. Naruto, hearing Kakashi's formal introduction, smirked and replied, Hey, Kakashi uncle. We're already so familiar, no need for such formality. His casual demeanor was a source of frustration for Kakashi. If there were any way out, Kakashi would prefer not to take this child under his wing, even though he was the son of his teacher. You should call me Kakashi-sensei now. Follow me, he instructed. Hands in pockets, tilting his head to indicate that the 3 should follow. Naruto trailed behind Kakashi, dismissing his earlier words. You want me to call you sensei? You white-haired ninja can just wait. In the future, He thought one would be apprenticed to Orochimaru, another to Tsunade, while he himself would seek out Jiraiya. By the time he became Jiraiya's disciple, according to the hierarchy, they would all be students of the legendary Sannin, and since his father was Jiraiya's student, Kakashi would eventually have to call him uncle in terms of seniority. Upon reaching the rooftop, Sakura was busy watching Sasuke while he attempted to appear aloof, and Naruto contemplated what to have for dinner. Kakashi leaned against the railing, observing his subordinates, feeling a sense of foreboding about the future. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Kakashi Hitaki. I have no particular likes, no dislikes. I have no dreams, he stated, fixing his gaze on the trio, seemingly prompting them to introduce themselves. Naruto was at a loss for words. How could someone introduce themselves in such an odd manner? Uchiha Sasuke, I enjoy training, have many dislikes. And my dream is to kill that man and defeat Naruto. Naruto was taken aback. Why is defeating me your dream? They had battled countless times over the past 6 years, and Sasuke had never once emerged victorious. Somewhere along the line, Sasuke had chosen Naruto as his benchmark. In Sasuke's eyes, if he couldn't defeat Naruto, he stood no chance against that man. Now, Sasuke had changed his goal from reviving the Uchiha clan to defeating Naruto. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like, well, my dream. I dislike Ino. Each of her words was laced with furtive glances at Sasuke. Her intentions glaringly obvious, but the poker-faced Sasuke paid her no mind, turning his gaze toward Naruto. Their interaction left Kakashi and Naruto feeling rather awkward. Naruto cleared his throat and began his introduction. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like Hinata Hyuga and farming, and I dislike masked people and those who are late. Kakashi's heart sank. Was the boy referring to him? Moreover, there was no need to announce his affections for Hinata. The entire village was already aware. My dream is world peace. Upon hearing Naruto's aspiration, the trio turned to look at him simultaneously. Sasuke couldn't fathom why Naruto would utter such profound words, while Sakura admired his bravery in expressing his feelings for Hinata. World peace? Kakashi murmured, sensing a reflection of his own teacher, Minato Namikaze, in Naruto. It seemed that Naruto had truly matured. Kakashi felt a wave of relief, realizing he might need to reassess his perception of Naruto. After all, one cannot continue to view someone through the lens of their past. Snapping back to reality, Kakashi resumed his nonchalant demeanor and announced, starting tomorrow, we will begin a mission, which will serve as an assessment for the 3 of you. This is a highly challenging test with a 66 elimination rate. You are to assemble at the training ground at 5 in the morning. Remember to bring your ninja tools and prepare for the possibility of death. Upon hearing the words prepare for death, both Sasuke and Sakura instantly grew tense, their expressions somber. Having experienced death, Sasuke understood its weight. Naruto, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words as he watched Kakashi's departing figure. If he hadn't seen Naruto, he might have believed it. Traditional bell snatching and all this nonsense. If you have the ability, then let us fail. We can all just lie down and wait for Madara's Tsukuyomi instead. As for preparing for death, he believed Kakashi should be the one to be prepared, or else one punch from him wouldn't be a joke. Let us go home, Naruto said, casually opening a spatial door to leave. The other 2 looked over, unable to detect any trace of tension on his face. Aren't you worried about tomorrow's mission? Sakura's question prompted Sasuke to nod, seemingly curious about Naruto's plans. Not at all. You just lie there, and Sasuke and I will take care of everything. Though this struck a nerve, Naruto was merely speaking the truth. When he and Sasuke got serious, it was uncertain whether Kakashi could truly handle them. As for Sakura, she was simply an optional accessory. Sakura's expression stiffened, her mind racing with indignation. Damn Naruto Uzumaki. How dare he underestimate me? Tomorrow, I'll show him my strength. Upon hearing Naruto's confidence, Sasuke's earlier anxiety faded, feeling the mission was suddenly secure. He had known Naruto for a long time and had yet to witness him speak with such certainty about a lack of confidence. You can head back. I'm not training today. See you tomorrow. All right, replied Naruto, stepping through the light door and disappearing from their view. Sasuke, head down and hands in pockets, ignored Sakura's attempts to engage him and turned to leave. Sasuke, are you really okay for tomorrow? Sakura seized the opportunity to approach him. Don't worry. Naruto and I are strong, he replied without looking back, quickening his pace. He was in a hurry to train at the village's eastern edge and had no time for this pink-haired girl's romantic games. Sakura watched Sasuke walk away, reflecting on his words, feeling somewhat superfluous. The next morning, the 3 of them arrived early at the training ground. Sasuke and Sakura were particularly early, arriving well before 5. While Naruto showed up right as it approached 5, having just opened a spatial door to arrive. As for why he was on time, even Naruto couldn't be sure if Kakashi would arrive late. After all, since his arrival in this world, many things have changed. Who knows if Kakashi will whimsically arrive on time? The three stood yawning for a while. Naruto glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock, estimating that the silver-haired Kakashi would not arrive until noon. With this thought, Naruto casually pulled out some stones from his space and constructed a stone house on the spot, then took out a bed and placed it inside. Glancing back at Sasuke, he added another bed before lying down to drift into a deep slumber. Sasuke was no stranger to Naruto's antics. Upon seeing the extra bed in the stone house, he wasted no time in lying down to rest. Sakura, having witnessed Naruto produce strange items and then construct a stone house in less than 10 minutes, was utterly petrified to see her two teammates so carefree as they began to sleep. How was this even possible? Why did a stone house suddenly appear? Sakura instinctively opened her mouth to inquire, but was met only with the snores of her teammates. This left her utterly flabbergasted. Her mind began to swirl with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do today? After a moment, she finally recalled that they were to carry out the mission assigned by Kakashi-sensei. But why was Kakashi-sensei already an hour late? And why had her teammates not only conjured a stone house, but also fallen asleep on the spot? What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Kakashi, lurking in the shadows, found himself in a similar state of bewilderment. He slapped his forehead and sighed deeply. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Kakashi had watched Naruto grow up and was well aware of the peculiarities of his bloodline limit. According to the usual assessment process, he was supposed to inform the trio not to eat breakfast and then provide them with 2 bento boxes to test their unity. However, the crux of the issue was that Naruto was akin to a mobile cafeteria. The previous protocols were utterly ineffective with him. Kakashi had no doubt that if he handed out 2 bento boxes, Naruto would conjure up a feast instead. Thus, Kakashi had no intention of using the bento as a test. He planned to leave the trio waiting for several hours and observe their reactions. The results, as expected, were entirely in line with Kakashi's predictions. With Naruto present, he could forget about conducting a proper assessment. Kakashi now regretted agreeing to take these 3 children along. Sighing, he decided to simply begin the test. Watching Naruto and Sasuke sleeping soundly in the stone house, Kakashi felt a pang of discomfort. This was supposed to be an assessment for the 3 of them, but it had been completely derailed by Naruto's antics, which was rather disheartening, especially considering he was crouched in the grass enduring mosquito bites. With another sigh, Kakashi vanished from his spot. Good morning. Huh. Just as Sakura leaned against the wall, preparing to catch a quick nap, she was startled by Kakashi's sudden appearance. She immediately jumped up and began bowing apologetically, completely oblivious to the fact that someone was nearly 2 hours late. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Sakura's attitude brought a slight comfort to Kakashi. Indeed, this girl was the most normal one in his team. Observing Sakura's demeanor, he turned to the other 2 and instructed, go wake them up. All right. Hearing this, Sakura began to sweat profusely. This is it. This is it. I'm making a terrible first impression on Kakashi-sensei. We're definitely going to fail the assessment. It's all Naruto's fault. With her head hanging low, Sakura entered the stone house, her forehead twitching at the sight of her 2 comrades sleeping soundly. Sasuke, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is here. Though they were deep in slumber, upon hearing the commotion, both immediately sprang up into defensive stances. Naruto rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time. It was still not yet 7. Wait, did Kakashi take the wrong medicine? Why is he here so early? Naruto tidied up the beds in the room, yawned, and stepped outside, only to find Kakashi staring at the sky, seemingly contemplating life. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned his gaze and scrutinized Naruto, nearly tempted to take action. What on earth was wrong with this child? If he weren't already familiar with Naruto, he would surely suggest he retake the Ninja Academy. Kakashi sighed again, then retrieved a bell from his waist and placed it in front of the trio. Your mission today is to steal the bell from me. Touching it will count as passing the assessment. If you fail to touch it, you will all be sent back to the academy for a year of retraining. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this. Wasn't the idea to be prepared for death? And yet it boiled down to this. Sasuke, having long since shed his weakness from the night of the massacre, had no thoughts of failure. He was strong now, especially with an incredibly powerful teammate by his side. Naruto, Sasuke, Let's devise a battle plan, Sakura said enthusiastically, as this was her area of expertise. The two turned to her simultaneously, their eyes filled with countless question marks. A battle plan? What on earth was that? Naruto's approach to combat had always been straightforward and reckless. The concept of a battle plan did not exist in his vocabulary. However, Sakura, oblivious to her teammate's skepticism, crouched down and began analyzing. Kakashi-sensei is a Nin. It's impossible for us to defeat him in a head-on confrontation. So, Kakashi-sensei, let's get started. I haven't sparred with you in ages. Naruto interrupted her analysis, his excitement palpable. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Just the thought of avenging past humiliation sent shivers of exhilaration through him. Sasuke wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto's approach, favoring this straightforward and brute force tactic. As for a battle plan, to Naruto, it was merely superfluous decoration. Kakashi felt his eyelids twitch. His subordinates appeared to lack any sense of unity. Having a reckless member in the team was already troublesome. Judging by Sasuke's demeanor, it seemed that Naruto had led him astray as well. As for Sakura, the two boys had hardly acknowledged her presence. Feeling embarrassed to be interrupted, Sakura realized that Naruto and Sasuke were dismissing her. How irritating, to be ignored like this. I will show you just how capable I am. In light of this, Kakashi decided it was time to commence. He shed his usual nonchalance and instantly entered a combat-ready stance. He was unsure of Sasuke's capabilities, but facing Naruto, he needed to take this seriously. Otherwise, he might very well suffer a grave defeat at the hands of this child. Chapter 33 almost knocked Kakashi out with a single punch, seeing her teammates eager for action. Sakura quickly retrieved kunai from her ninja tool pouch and positioned them in front of her. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Kakashi-sensei was a Nin. No matter how strong they were, could they truly defeat him? Why couldn't they discuss a strategy for stealing the bells instead? Sakura felt an immense headache coming on from her two teammates. On the other hand, Naruto and Sasuke had set their sights on defeating Kakashi from the very beginning. Stealing the bells was merely an ancillary concern. The two exchanged glances, deciding to take the initiative. Their years of interaction had fostered an extraordinary level of synergy between them. A mere glance exchanged is sufficient to discern the intentions of the other. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this as encrypted communication. Naruto gently flexed his fingers, and in an instant, dozens of luminous portals materialized, encircling Kakashi. Over the years, Naruto had recognized his shortcomings through continuous combat and had taken steps to rectify them. For instance, in the matter of opening space portals, he used to be uncontrollably animated, his hands flailing so much that even a casual gaze from an adversary could reveal his intentions. Ultimately, after 6 months of rigorous training, he managed to overcome this habit. Moreover, he devised a solution to the conspicuous nature of the portals. If he could open enough of them, his opponent would be unable to predict from which portal he would emerge, thereby disorienting them, while simultaneously imposing psychological pressure. Kakashi, witnessing the blinding array of portals surrounding him, began to sweat profusely. Even he had not anticipated such a level of perplexity from Naruto. After all, he was the one who had initially instructed Naruto in the use of this technique. Had Naruto truly elevated his skills to such a degree? This was indeed troubling. Kakashi sighed deeply, his expression betraying a hint of seriousness, clearly feeling the intensity that Naruto was exerting upon him. He needed to prepare for the possibility of both Naruto and Sasuke appearing in his blind spots, while also being wary of the ninjutsu that could emerge from the portals at any moment. Kakashi felt relatively secure about Naruto, knowing that the boy had only mastered a few techniques. As for Sasuke, it was highly likely he would employ throwing techniques and fire jutsu to launch an assault. Sakura, standing nearby, gazed at the multitude of portals and began to question her existence. While most ninjas in Konoha were aware of Naruto's ability to use this technique, she had never witnessed him open so many simultaneously. As the top of her theoretical class, she understood the brilliance of such a maneuver. Merely observing the portals around Kakashi left her mind racing. Was this a joke? Was this fellow a monster? With a chuckle, Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of clones appeared, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen in disbelief. How much chakra did this child possess? The sheer number of clones obscured Kakashi's line of sight, completely enveloping him in a sea of yellow-haired figures, while Sasuke and Sakura were barely visible. The purple portals were also concealed from view. Kakashi was left to rely on his memory to ascertain the locations of the portals. Let's go all out. Take down the white-haired one. Charge! The clones shouted in unison, surging toward Kakashi and constricting his evasive maneuvers. It seemed he had no choice but to engage in close combat. Kakashi drew a kunai and gripped it tightly, leaning slightly forward and propelling himself toward the throng of clones. This was the only feasible course of action, as Naruto's prowess in taijutsu could not compare to Kakashi's extensive experience. The moment they engaged in combat, Naruto's clones began to diminish at a visible rate. On average, a clone could withstand only 3 exchanges with Kakashi before being dispelled. Just as Kakashi was about to strike the ground, a fireball suddenly soared toward him from the side. The clones, exhibiting uncanny synchronization, leaped forward to restrain Kakashi's limbs, hoping to immobilize him for even a second. Boom! When the fireball struck Kakashi, it sent a cloud of dust into the air, but he was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only a scorched wooden stump. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Sasuke's eyes widened as a surge of danger sent chills down his spine. Just then, a purple portal appeared behind Sasuke, illuminating his face. Reacting instinctively, he leaned back and vanished into the portal, evading his predicament. In the next moment, Kakashi materialized at the spot where Sasuke had just been, feeling an immense frustration. He had never imagined that the technique he had taught Naruto would one day be turned against him. Most troubling was the fact that, at that moment, he had yet to locate Naruto's true form. Hiding in the shadows and using space ninjutsu to evade his attacks left him at a loss. Feeling as if he were chasing slippery eels, one could not be found, and the other could not be caught. It was truly exasperating. With this thought, Kakashi turned his gaze to Sakura, who remained obliviously rooted in place. Among the three, she was the weakest and thus the easiest to handle. Any competent ninja would prioritize neutralizing or controlling the weakest link in a team. Kakashi vanished in an instant, disregarding the yellow-haired clones behind him. Sakura, into the portal. Upon witnessing Kakashi's actions, Naruto realized he had underestimated the situation. In that fleeting moment, he called out to the still-standing Sakura, simultaneously opening a portal beside her. However, this action inadvertently exposed Naruto's true position to Kakashi's line of sight. Sasuke, sensing the danger to his teammate, quickly retrieved his ninja tools and hurled them toward the nearest portal. It must be noted that Naruto's portals were exceedingly useful. In the past, he had to contemplate various angles to ensure his projectiles struck the enemy's vital points and whether they would be dodged. Now, he merely needed to toss his tools into the portal, leaving the accuracy to Naruto's ingenious technique. By the time Sakura became aware of her peril, Kakashi had already appeared before her, casting an illusion upon her before deftly evading the thrown projectiles emerging from the portal. The sound of kunai and shuriken clattering at his feet made Kakashi break into a cold sweat. It was too fast. The coordination between these two children was enough to make his scalp tingle. Had he been even a second slower, Sasuke's tools would have pierced him. Fortunately, he had managed to neutralize the weakest member of the trio. Under the effects of the illusion, Sakura stood frozen, her gaze vacant, occasionally betraying hints of fear, while her body trembled uncontrollably. Naruto and Sasuke were not particularly surprised by this scene. From the outset, they had not harbored high hopes for Sakura. However, they had not anticipated Kakashi's shamelessness to this extent, targeting the easiest opponent in their trio. The impetuous Naruto could no longer contain himself and opened a portal around Kakashi. Charging forward, "Kakashi-sensei, allow me to witness your true prowess." Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Why did that sound so reminiscent of something that man had once said to him? Had he inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud, and Naruto had overheard? Kakashi, sensing Naruto's impending attack, quickly distanced himself. In this situation, if he were to engage in a prolonged struggle with Naruto, Sasuke would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. It seemed he had no choice but to employ his Sharingan. With a swift motion, Kakashi lifted his eye mask, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Sasuke's excitement surged, and he exclaimed, "How do you possess the Sharingan?" "Ah, it is a gift from a friend," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, before disappearing once more using the body flicker technique. But Naruto was not about to let him escape that easily. The body flicker technique may have been rapid, but could it rival the swiftness of my portals? In the next instant, as Kakashi materialized back in place, Naruto had already followed closely, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Kakashi's midsection. Crack! Reacting with incredible speed, Kakashi twisted his body, grasping Naruto's wrist. At that moment, sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead onto the ground. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from having his happiness shattered by this child. Kakashi, with a fierce determination, raised his leg and sent Naruto flying a considerable distance. However, to his astonishment, Naruto immediately sprang back to his feet upon landing, exhibiting none of the signs of having been forcefully kicked. Surely, a normal jonin would require a moment to recover from such a blow, Kakashi mused internally. What on earth did my sensei give birth to? Just then, Sasuke's timely attack arrived, leaving no opportunity for Kakashi to catch his breath. As the fire release, great fireball technique was unleashed, Sasuke surged forward, initiating a physical assault on Kakashi. Yet, to his surprise, when Sasuke's punch connected with Kakashi, the latter vanished in a flash of lightning, leaving Sasuke momentarily paralyzed due to the lightning release. Sasuke then felt the ground beneath him give way, causing him to sink until only his head remained above the surface. At this point, both Sasuke and Sakura found themselves devoid of combat capability. Naruto, eyeing Kakashi from a distance, prepared to launch another attack. Upon witnessing this movement, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. Was this child reenacting their battle from when he was 6? Naruto cautiously shifted his feet, letting out a peculiar sound before charging at Kakashi. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, Naruto instantaneously entered the light gate. Without hesitation, Kakashi executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from his spot in pursuit of the very portal Naruto had just occupied. In the next moment, both Kakashi and Naruto materialized simultaneously, their proximity so close that Kakashi could discern the joy etched across Naruto's face. Wait, did this child deliberately lure me into the light gate? With a slight smile, Naruto struck Kakashi in the abdomen before he could react. Fortunately, Kakashi managed to brace himself with his arm, but the sound of the impact was sharp and clear. A jolt of pain shot through Kakashi's arm, leaving him acutely aware of the damage. He realized his right arm was incapacitated. What kind of monster is this child? Kakashi knelt on the ground, resting his head against the earth, utterly motionless and appearing to be in excruciating pain. Teacher Kakashi, are you alright? Chapter 34. Kakashi, the past is the past. The present is the present. I'm fine. I'll recover slowly, Kakashi replied, his head still pressed to the ground, obscuring his expression. However, Naruto felt he might have been a tad too aggressive. Teacher Kakashi, I did analyze your information thoroughly this time, didn't I? He said proudly, hands on his hips. Reflecting on how Kakashi had once pinned him down at 6 years old, he now felt a wave of satisfaction witnessing Kakashi in such a state. He felt he could indulge in 3 bowls of rice that evening. Naruto comfortingly patted Kakashi on the shoulder and, with a casual motion, lifted the bell from Kakashi's waist. The downcast Kakashi had no desire to engage with this child. Why does he have to hit so hard? After all, he was somewhat familiar with this child. Had he not reacted swiftly to block Naruto's punch, he had no doubt he would have been knocked out cold. Kakashi glanced at his right hand, contemplating the lengthy recovery it would require. He felt utterly exhausted. Whoever wants to lead Team 7 can do so. He intended to return and slack off with the 3rd Hokage. After a brief respite, Kakashi pushed himself up from the ground, laboriously standing, his demeanor one of utter defeat. Consider you all passed. You are dismissed. After making the announcement, Kakashi supported his injured arm and walked away with a slight limp. Naruto, observing Kakashi's pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, this was the man who had watched him grow. And it was thanks to Kakashi that he had learned to utilize the space-time technique. Today, he had nearly caused Kakashi to meet his demise. Naruto realized he had indeed gone a bit overboard. With that thought, he retrieved a bottle of life potion and hurried after Kakashi, grasping his sleeve. Teacher Kakashi, take this. As he spoke, Naruto noticed Kakashi shaking. Naruto, don't pull on my arm. Kakashi felt utterly despondent. Not only had he been injured by a subordinate he was meant to lead, but now this child was tugging at his severed limb. He genuinely felt the urge to unleash a Chidori on Naruto. Ah, my apologies, Naruto exclaimed, realizing he had grabbed the wrong part. I truly didn't mean to grab your severed arm, Kakashi-sensei. He then offered the life potion to Kakashi, who gave Naruto a quizzical glance, puzzled by the child's antics. This is a potion that can heal injuries. Just drink it when you return, Kakashi-sensei. Sensing the confusion in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto kindly explained its usage. Kakashi, after hearing Naruto's words, displayed a hint of skepticism. Was he joking? He was well aware of his injuries. His entire arm was likely fractured and dislocated. with the possibility of a hairline fracture. No matter how miraculous this potion was, it couldn't possibly compare to the techniques of a medical ninja. Moreover, even if it were effective, it would likely serve as an external remedy. Despite his doubts, moved by Naruto's earnestness and a sense of guilt, Kakashi decided to accept the potion. Understood. I will take this. Just remember to take a full-body photo when you return. I'm leaving now. Kakashi maintained his defeated demeanor, and after acknowledging Naruto, he limped away, clutching the life potion. Strangely, Naruto perceived a sense of solitude in Kakashi that mirrored his own. This was not how he had envisioned the outcome. As he watched Kakashi's retreating figure, he murmured softly, "Why does this feel so different from what I expected?" Although he had triumphed over Kakashi, he found no joy in his victory. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Sasuke had appeared beside Naruto, caked in mud, his presence exuding an earthy scent. One might mistakenly assume he had rolled in a mud pit, leaving him quite disheveled. Sakura stood nearby, her gaze downcast, unable to meet Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. Even with Sasuke beside her, she was too disheartened to express her admiration. Having been thoroughly defeated in the previous battle, she had initially sought to prove her strength, but found herself immobilized and inadvertently hindering Naruto and Sasuke. With her head bowed and hands clenched tightly around her clothing, she trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Truly, I apologize." Noticing the wet ground at Sakura's feet and the way her shoulders trembled, Naruto understood her distress. He nudged Sasuke with his elbow, signaling him to comfort Sakura. "Come on. Bro, you need to console your girlfriend. If you're single, we can't be in-laws later." However, Naruto's gestures only appeared odd to Sasuke. "Boring," he replied flatly, whether due to genuine ignorance or feigned indifference. Ultimately, it was Naruto who broke the silence. "Sakura, don't be disheartened. A normal person wouldn't stand a chance against Kakashi-sensei." Sakura, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked at the two with confusion, her thoughts racing. "So, neither of you are normal?" Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who maintained his impassive expression, a hint of disdain and mockery in his tone. "Hey, Sasuke, you were incredibly lackluster just now. Kakashi-sensei's earth release, heart decapitation technique. I had already helped you evade it once. How could you still fall for it? Where's your fire release? Your shuriken throwing technique? Why did you only use it once throughout the entire encounter? And what about your taijutsu?" Naruto's mouth, coated in honey, incessantly chastised Sasuke, reminiscent of how he would berate his teammates when they lost during battles in his previous life. If it weren't for the consideration of Sasuke's parents, who had perished along with his entire clan, Naruto would have surely greeted Sasuke's lineage with a polite jab. Admittedly, while Naruto's words might have stung, Sasuke's performance this time was undeniably subpar, failing to showcase his usual prowess. Sasuke, wearing a sullen expression, remained silent, dissatisfied with his own performance in the recent clash. Not only did he attack infrequently, but he also failed to land a single blow on Kakashi. According to Naruto's assessment, his overall output was even lower than Naruto's single punch. Once Naruto finished his tirade, Sasuke finally uttered a response. "It won't happen again." Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression softened somewhat. However, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. After all, he had poured his heart out, and Sasuke's reply was merely a fleeting remark. Sakura observed the dynamic between her two teammates and felt a surge of pressure. Deep down, she understood that Naruto's earlier words of comfort were merely formalities due to their lack of familiarity. Had she been closer to him, she would have undoubtedly faced a torrent of criticism from Naruto as well. Chapter 35. Third Hokage. Kakashi, you have grown somewhat complacent over these years. Never mind. I won't dwell on that. You should return and reflect on your performance. Naruto shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He found himself questioning whether he had been too harsh on Sasuke, or if he had perhaps rushed his growth. After all, he was the foremost powerhouse in this world, possessing the strongest tailed beast, Kurama, as well as an abundance of chakra from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, he had the system at his disposal, though it was uncertain whether he still possessed Ashura's chakra. In contrast, Sasuke bore Indra's reincarnated chakra, the foundational advantage of the Sharingan, an external ally in Itachi Uchiha, and the cursed seal from Orochimaru. To be frank, Sasuke's early growth had been rather average. It was no wonder he sought to study under Orochimaru. Furthermore, his abilities wouldn't truly manifest until after the Pacific War, when he could unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. Just as Naruto contemplated how to guide Sasuke's career path, Sasuke spoke up first. "Naruto, open a door. I'm going to train by the river." Sakura timidly raised her hand upon hearing Sasuke's words, and both boys turned to face her. Can I train with you? After all, we are teammates now. Naruto remained silent, glancing at Sasuke to gauge his response. Whatever. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. His training wouldn't be hindered by having a pink-haired companion, as long as she didn't disturb him. Naruto, indifferent to the matter, immediately conjured a spatial door after hearing Sasuke's consent. Sasuke rushed through the portal before the light had fully materialized, while Sakura hesitated for a couple of seconds before following suit, secretly elated. This is wonderful. Training with Sasuke is such a fantastic opportunity. Hey, you two remember to take a photo today. Kakashi-sensei said it must be submitted by tomorrow. As he noticed their eagerness to leave, Naruto quickly reminded them. However, after he spoke, the light portal had vanished, leaving him uncertain if they had heard him. With the impending reality of becoming a ninja the next day, Naruto felt a thrill of excitement. Since his very first day in this world, he had fantasized about the moment he would become a ninja. This also signified the official commencement of the storyline surrounding the Hokage. Naruto slowly raised his hand, gesturing toward the sun, whispering, "Just wait, Uchiha Obito. The day I take you down will come." He harbored a deep-seated grudge against that scoundrel Obito. Although his parents had met their demise at Obito's hands, Naruto hadn't even seen their true faces. To claim any emotional connection would be rather absurd. Whenever curiosity about them struck him, he would sit by the fourth Hokage's statue on Hokage Rock, though the statue offered no clarity on his father's features. In light of his previous life's morals, Naruto adhered to the notion that the vengeance for his parents' murder was a matter of utmost importance. However, the primary reason for his animosity stemmed from the fear of death he felt when Obito held him. Despite realizing he had traversed into the world of Naruto, who knew what unforeseen events might arise due to his arrival. At that moment, he had only just escaped the burdens of his previous life. To perish at Obito's hands would be an unfathomable injustice. As Naruto reflected on that moment, he grew increasingly eager for the ninja path that lay ahead. All right, first, I'll take a photo. Then, I'll savor some ramen at Tsutsuki Ichiraku. After finalizing his plans for the day, Naruto requested a brief respite from Kurama, creating a spatial door to seek out Hinata. In the Hokage's office, an empty vial rested before the third Hokage. Is what you described accurate? Kakashi, weary and leaning against the wall, replied with resignation. Indeed. Upon consuming the potion, I immediately felt my arm heal, prompting me to visit the hospital. The medical ninja confirmed that not only had my arm recovered, but the hidden injuries from before had vanished as well. Kakashi was astonished by the potion Naruto had produced. He had initially dismissed it while on his way to the hospital from the training grounds. He had a basic understanding of Naruto's bloodline limit, which could produce peculiar items. Yet few were genuinely useful to a ninja. It wouldn't be fair to say they were entirely useless, but their practicality was limited. Had it not been for his thirst after the battle and the serendipitous presence of this vial, he might not have consumed it. Upon drinking it, he discovered his injuries had healed. Realizing the importance of this matter, Kakashi first underwent a medical checkup before rushing to report to the third Hokage. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, what is your perspective on this? Taken aback by the question, Kakashi replied, "What else can I say? I saw it with my Sharingan." Kakashi's feelings about his current healing were quite complex. To be honest, he would have preferred to recuperate in the village for a few months, allowing the 7th squad to fend for themselves. If he were to take Naruto out of the village, he might inadvertently create a significant mess. However, his recovery meant he was now obligated to lead them on missions again. He felt utterly drained. All he wanted was to read at home. Nonetheless, he had to respond to his superior's inquiry. Reflecting on the situation at hand, he began to relay his report to the third Hokage. The potion Naruto provided seems to possess chakra with yin-yang properties. The moment I consumed it, I distinctly felt both my mental and physical state improve significantly. After a brief pause, Kakashi continued, "However, I suspect Naruto does not have many of these potions. Otherwise, he would have revealed them earlier." The third Hokage nodded in agreement upon hearing Kakashi's report. He had previously received updates from the Umbu regarding Naruto's training with the wind release, gale palm technique, which had repeatedly brought him to the brink of death. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, that child had spent 10 to 15 days in the hospital. If such a beneficial item existed, he would have unveiled it long ago. Puffing on his pipe, the third Hokage contemplated before adding, "Indeed, I shall keep this matter confidential within the Umbu and designate it as the village's highest secret. Please return and inquire about the status of the potion with Naruto. Very well, third Hokage. The third nodded, intending to wave Kakashi off, when suddenly he grasped the crux of Kakashi's earlier statement. Wait, are you saying that Naruto injured you during the examination? And you even had an entire arm broken? The third's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Could it be? This child has genuinely developed his taijutsu skills? Kakashi's expression twitched. He had hoped to preserve his dignity, unaware that the third would focus on this particular issue. Indeed, Kakashi offered no further elaboration. He simply wished to return and rest. Upon hearing his words and observing Kakashi's despondent demeanor, the third fell silent for a moment. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Kakashi, you have grown rather complacent over the years. Your father and Minato would not wish to see you in such a state. Kakashi replied, Shouldn't you see just how extraordinary Naruto has become? This is hardly my fault. Suddenly confronted by the third, Kakashi felt a wave of unjust grievance wash over him. Chapter 36. I have already widened my eyes to the maximum. Naruto traversed through the light gate and arrived at the Hyuga clan's estate, where he instantly spotted Hinata standing with her hands clasped before her, adorned with a new hairpin atop her head. Clearly, she was eagerly anticipating their date today. Hinata-chan. Naruto beamed, waving his hands in greeting to the young lady at the entrance. However, his actions immediately instilled a sense of tension among the members of the Hyuga clan. Anyone affiliated with the Hyuga clan harbored no fondness for the blonde boy who had begun pursuing their esteemed young lady since he was merely 6 years old. Hinata had long been regarded as the hope of the Hyuga clan, and yet this blonde had been intruding since childhood. Initially, he had approached stealthily, but in the past 2 years, he had brazenly appeared at their doorstep. The fact that they had not yet taken action against him was a testament to their dwindling rationality. Otherwise, they would have made their disdain for Uzumaki Naruto abundantly clear. Naruto-kun. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hinata's eyes brightened, and she waved back at Naruto, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The Hyuga clan had never witnessed their young lady smile with such joy before. They felt a mix of happiness for Hinata's elation and disdain for the troublesome blonde. Regardless of the circumstances, this boy was unforgivable. Unfazed by the glares from the Hyuga clan, Naruto had grown accustomed to their disdain over the years. If they ever ceased to look at him with such contempt, he would feel out of place. Hinata took small, hurried steps toward Naruto's shoulder, but, feeling a bit shy to be too close, took a tiny step back. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her white pupils gleaming like precious gems. The Hyuga clan could hardly bear the brightness in their young lady's gaze. Naruto surveyed the older members nearby, then glanced at the charming young lady. Suddenly, an impish thought struck him, and he let out a loud whistle. Realizing the provocative nature of his action and fearing a brawl might ensue that could damage the Hyuga residents, he hastily created a space gate to grasp Hinata's hand and whisked her away from the scene. How dare this boy provoke us just now? Regardless, I am determined to confront this blonde today. No one shall stop me. Even if Lord Hizashi were to arrive, I would still take him on. How infuriating. The Hyuga clan, already harboring grievances against this blonde, struggled to contain their rising ire, only to find that this boy had the audacity to whistle at them in challenge. It was as if he had disregarded their presence entirely. After calming down, they reasoned that it would be unbecoming for the Hyuga clan to bully someone weaker, and thus decided to discreetly inform their prodigy, Niji Hyuga. They could not act against the blonde directly, but a sparring match between someone of Niji's caliber and this boy would be entirely appropriate. It would allow them to avoid any reproach from the clan leader or the Hokage while simultaneously teaching that insufferable blonde a lesson, a perfect solution. As for whether Niji would lose, they had never entertained such thoughts. After all, how could a mere blonde with space-time ninjutsu possibly surpass their clan's genius? While the Hyuga clan was covertly notifying Niji, Naruto had already exited the photo studio with Hinata. The two had not only taken their ninja identification photos, but had also captured a multitude of adorable snapshots, totaling around 100 before they were satisfied. In the photographs, Naruto struck various silly poses. Had the photo studio possessed video equipment, he would have even considered performing a dramatic stunt on the spot, envisioning a replay of his victorious moments after the ultimate showdown. Hinata, feeling shy, mirrored none of Naruto's exuberance. Her expressions across the photos were consistent, tilting her head and smiling gently at the playful Naruto. Over the years, Hinata had continually discovered admirable qualities in Naruto. She could not pinpoint when exactly she had begun to tell herself that she must become as courageous as he was. Perhaps it was when she had wandered off at the age of 3, or when she had bravely chased away bullies at 5. Lost in her thoughts, Hinata clutched the stack of photographs tightly to her chest. How strange. Why is my heart racing so fast? Experiencing the rapid thumping of her heart, Hinata found her emotions difficult to articulate. Hinata, shall we go for a meal? How about Ichiraku ramen? Upon hearing the mention of food, Hinata's face displayed a hint of panic. She did not wish for Naruto to discover how much she could eat. A girl consuming a large meal would surely be laughed at. Moreover, she did not want to burden him with excessive expenses. I'm not hungry. Naruto instantly recognized the discomfort in Hinata's expression and understood her thoughts. But I am feeling a bit hungry. Come on, just accompany me, Hinata-chan. Hearing this, Hinata initially wore a conflicted expression, but, feeling cornered, reluctantly agreed, while reminding herself that she was only accompanying Naruto to eat ramen and would not partake herself. The two walked side by side along the streets of Konoha, their pace leisurely, yet both felt an immense sense of tranquility within. Hinata mused about how delightful it would be to continue walking alongside Naruto like this forever. The Ichiraku ramen stall was rather modest, even less grand than the food stalls Naruto had frequented in his previous life. He truly could not comprehend why Uncle Ichiraku, with such a thriving business, had not opened a proper establishment in Konoha. Then Naruto recalled the eventual destruction of Konoha. Could it be that Uncle Ichiraku had foreseen the village's fate and thus refrained from investing in a shop here? Lost in thought, Naruto felt he had stumbled upon a hidden truth. Upon lifting the curtain, they discovered that the stall could only accommodate 4 patrons. Ah, welcome. What can I get for you? Uncle Ichiraku, wiping his hands with a cloth, greeted them with a squint and warmth. Naruto wore a serious expression, his gaze affixed intently on Uncle Ichiraku's eyes. Naruto? Hinata was puzzled by his demeanor and realized that not responding to the owner seemed slightly impolite. Uncle. We'll have 2 bowls of seafood ramen, please. Hinata, standing beside him, was slightly bewildered. Didn't Naruto say he would eat alone? Why then did he order 2 servings? Did he intend to eat 2 bowls? The little lady felt completely perplexed, but found it too embarrassing to inquire. Naruto remained oblivious to Hinata's subtle expressions, his focus entirely on the face of Uncle Ichiraku, who was diligently preparing food. After a few minutes, Naruto felt a pressing need to ascertain Ichiraku's true identity. Otherwise, he would likely find it impossible to sleep that night. In his previous life, he had often encountered jesting remarks on forums suggesting that Ichiraku was a hidden member of the Otsutsuki clan. Some had even begun to analyze the implications surrounding the supposed Otsutsuki Ichiraku, which struck him as utterly ludicrous. Uncle, why do you always keep your eyes closed? Naruto finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked Ichiraku. The older man paused his movements and turned to glance at Naruto, internally questioning the boy's upbringing. What manner of child is this, lacking such basic courtesy? I have opened my eyes as wide as they can go, Ichiraku replied. Is it really just you, Uzumaki Naruto? Upon learning that Ichiraku's eyes were naturally that size, Naruto realized his earlier question had indeed been somewhat impolite. He clasped his hands together and apologized. He had not expected the truth to be so peculiar. Ichiraku merely smiled at the boy's antics, not taking offense. He presented 2 generously sized bowls of seafood ramen before them. Please, enjoy your meal. The bowls of ramen were ample, each almost larger than Naruto's face. In contrast to the meager beef slices in the beef ramen of his past life, this was a true testament to quality. Naruto pushed 1 bowl towards Hinata. The shy girl hesitated, and he quickly offered an excuse. Come eat with me. However, just as Hinata was about to decline, Naruto had already placed chopsticks in her hands. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and began to eat slowly. Hinata was no fool. She understood Naruto's intention to care for her. Moreover, Naruto's excuse was rather clumsy, yet considerate Hinata chose not to expose him and continued to smile as if unaware. Half an hour later, Naruto's stomach churned incessantly. With the slightest movement, he felt as though he might regurgitate the ramen he had consumed. He had 18 empty bowls in front of him, while Hinata had nearly 60. With a final slurp, Hinata finished her last bite, completely unfazed by the fact that she had devoured over 60 bowls of ramen. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata questioned, regretting her inability to resist the temptation of so many bowls. I'm fine, just resting for a moment, Naruto replied. swallowing hard and taking several deep breaths before feeling somewhat better. Initially, he had accompanied Hinata in eating to comfort her, but by the 10th bowl, a strange competitive spirit had ignited within him. He wanted to see if he could out-eat Hinata. By the time he reached the 15th bowl, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Hinata's capacity was astonishing, far more than he had anticipated. The fox spirit within him mocked, "You're pathetic, unable to out-eat a little girl." After which, it opened its massive mouth, drawing chunks of meat from the grill into itself. Naruto was left speechless. How could a normal person compete with you? He retorted. Moreover, had the fox not noticed its own gluttony had caused its size to increase over the years? Just wait. When you encounter other-tailed beasts, you'll surely panic. Naruto chose to ignore the taunting fox within him, feeling a mix of disdain for the gluttonous creature and gratitude for Hinata's care. By the way, didn't Tiwi forget to pay? He suddenly recalled as he walked halfway, realizing they had left Ichiraku's without a single payment. Although Naruto's reputation in the village was not stellar, he would never stoop to the level of dining and dashing. After all, he had come to understand, even at the tender age of 3, that no one else possessed as much wealth as he did. If he so wished, he could easily influence the world's economy with his vast reserves of gold ingots. At that point, there would be no need for Madara to initiate the fourth great ninja war. The ninja world would collapse under its own economic failure. I just paid, Hinata murmured, her head downcast, fearing reproach. All right, but remember to inform me next time, Naruto replied nonchalantly, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently. What are you doing? Let go of Lady Hinata. A sudden outburst interrupted the moment, causing them to instinctively separate. Naruto turned to see a member of the Hyuga clan, and upon recognizing the long dark hair and the fury in the Byakugan eyes, he realized it was his brother-in-law, Hyuga Neji. Neji, Hinata stammered, seeing her brother's furious expression and growing anxious, not out of concern for Naruto, but rather fearing for her brother's safety. Neji cast a cold glare at Naruto before noticing Hinata standing protectively in front of the blonde. He took a deep breath, the decorum of the Hyuga clan tempering his wrath. Although he had heard about the peculiar relationship between this blonde and his sister, he had dismissed it as mere rumor. Yet here he was, confronted with the reality that this boy might truly be attempting to take Hinata away from the clan. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata bore the weight of her family's fate, and they had all pinned their hopes on her. How could she be involved with this boy? Shouldn't she be striving to become stronger instead? Neji felt a sense of indignation. It was a mockery that his destiny was intertwined with that of this timid girl, and he looked down upon both her and the oblivious blonde. Just you, Uzumaki Naruto? What business do you have? Neji's voice dripped with disdain. Naruto nearly blurted out brother-in-law, but caught himself just in time, realizing that Neji would likely become furious at that thought. To Neji, Naruto's seemingly innocuous question felt like a provocation. Did this fool have no sense of the situation? Neji understood that he needed to teach this blonde a lesson. He slowly moved his right hand to the side and took a step forward, forming the hand seal for the gentle fist technique. Hinata glanced between Neji and Naruto, sensing the tension in the air. For Naruto, the prospect of a physical confrontation was exhilarating. Hinata, step aside, I'll handle this quickly. He ruffled Hinata's hair again, urging her to wait for him. As for his uncle, perhaps it was time to show him a bit of color. After all, they were family. What if things turned ugly and the uncle ended up harming his nephew? Naruto slowly adopted a Wing Chun stance, while verbally revealing his lineage. Konoha. Which faction from Foshan is more prominent? Neji was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why this individual felt the need to introduce himself before the battle commenced. What does which faction from Foshan is more prominent even mean? He was confused, yet out of respect for his opponent, Neji decided to mirror his words. Konoha, Hyuga Neji. Naruto, huh? Upon hearing Neji's introduction, a question mark appeared in Naruto's mind. Why are you copying me? This sudden formality made him feel rather awkward. Forget it. Let us just deal with Uncle first. The uncle, being merely in his teens, frequently spoke of fate and destiny, which Naruto found utterly perplexing. However, judging by the way he looked at Hinata, Naruto felt certain that they would eventually clash. Moreover, he was not the same as the original character. He had no skill in verbal dueling, but had instead developed a talent for sharp-tongued mockery. All he could do was start the fight with a fierce taunt aimed at his uncle and then overpower him. If he dared to mention fate again, they would fight every time they crossed paths, preventing him from being a mere pawn in the final showdown. Master Uzumaki propelled himself forward, launching straight at Hyuga Niji. Niji instantly activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the chakra within this blonde-haired individual. At that moment, he felt as if he were staring at the sun. Through his Byakugan, he observed that the chakra pathways within this blonde were several times thicker than those of an ordinary person, and the chakra itself was so abundant, it was almost blinding. If the chakra of an average ninja could be likened to a flickering flame, then the chakra within this blonde was akin to a blazing sun. How is this possible? Why does he possess such an immense chakra? As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he had never before lost control like this. He didn't even react to the opponent closing in on him. Master Uzumaki approached Niji and attempted to strike at his center. Once Niji regained his composure, he deftly rotated his arm to neutralize the attack. "What kind of monster are you?" Niji exclaimed, managing to fend off Naruto's rapid-fire assault with a combination of punches and kicks, his astonishment evident. However, beyond his surprise, he was even more puzzled. Why would someone with such extraordinary chakra choose to engage him in taijutsu? From their earlier exchanges, Niji discerned that this blonde was utterly inept in martial arts. "Are you really so arrogant as to challenge me in my area of expertise?" Niji seethed, feeling a surge of anger. He evaded Naruto's fist and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at his opponent's head. The fist in Naruto's line of sight loomed large, and he quickly realized he could not evade this blow from his uncle. Although he was unbothered by pain, receiving a punch to the face was certainly an unpleasant experience. With a slight tremor in his fingertips, a purple portal materialized behind Naruto. He leaned back and vanished from sight, narrowly avoiding Niji's attack. Upon witnessing this, Niji immediately assumed a defensive stance, his Byakugan scanning for any trace of Naruto. However, at that moment, the purple portal suddenly opened behind Niji, and Naruto's glaring chakra was nearly impossible to overlook. Yet, Naruto was simply too swift. As he emerged, he delivered a fierce kick to Niji's backside. Drawing upon years of sparring with Sasuke, Naruto understood precisely how to unbalance his opponent. Typically, during combat, a fighter's center of gravity leans slightly forward, ready for either offense or defense. Disrupting this balance was quite simple. Before he had even fully emerged from the space portal, Naruto raised his leg and landed a solid kick on Niji's rear, subsequently creating a portal in front of him. Caught off guard, Niji stumbled forward uncontrollably and plunged into the purple portal. Niji could only watch in disbelief as he was drawn into the portal, a wave of anxiety washing over him regarding what awaited him on the other side. Seeing Niji successfully kicked into the portal, Naruto smirked with satisfaction. This was his self-invented technique, the Uzumaki triangle kill, inspired by a strategy from a previous Life S game. Unfortunately, he had yet to master his father's Flying Thunder God and Rasengan techniques. Otherwise, he could have thrown a kunai into the portal first, aligning the enemy's trajectory, and then followed it up with a swift Rasengan strike. Just imagining such a display sent shivers down his spine. It was simply too cool. But for now, he could only kick his opponent into the portal, sending him to a predetermined location, and then prepare to deliver a punch to his uncle. An unaccustomed traveler through the portal would have no time to react upon landing, ensuring that this punch would undoubtedly connect. As Niji vanished from his original position, Naruto simultaneously created a portal and stepped through, arriving precisely where Niji would land. 10 meters away, as Niji stepped out of the portal, he was met with an overwhelming surge of chakra. It was Naruto. "Take this, uncle," a serious punch. Niji's pupils dilated, realizing he could not evade the incoming attack and bracing himself to trade blows. Even if it resulted in mutual harm, he would not be at a loss. He thrust his palm toward Naruto's abdomen, while Naruto's fist aimed for his face. Initially, Naruto was impressed by Niji's agility, recognizing his prowess as a genius of the Hyuga clan. However, in a contest of endurance, he was undeterred. "Even if you land a blow to my abdomen, Uzumaki Naruto, fear no such challenge." Just as he thought this, an uncomfortable sensation surged in his stomach. The negative after effects of devouring too much at Ichiraku ramen began to manifest. "Niji, wait. Don't boom." In the next instant, Niji's cheek received a powerful punch, rendering him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Naruto's abdomen had been struck at a pressure point, and he could no longer hold back. "Ugh," he exclaimed, as he vomited everything he had just consumed all over Niji. Still reeling from the punch, Niji felt a sudden wetness on his face, followed by the unmistakable aroma of ramen. Reflexively, he touched the gooey substance on his face, glancing at it in horror, utterly petrified. Naruto stood frozen, astonished at the sight of his uncle covered in his own remnants. The atmosphere fell silent. Hinata, observing from the sidelines, was similarly stunned. After a few seconds, Niji broke the silence with a retching sound. Although the odor was not as foul as he had anticipated, the sight of being covered in vomit was too much to bear. He trembled uncontrollably, grinding his teeth as he bellowed, "Uzumaki Naruto, I swear, I will kill you." Chapter 39. Sasuke paid a hefty price for his training in lightning release. Enraged, Niji shouted threats against Naruto, while simultaneously gagging due to the remnants on him. Seeing his uncle in such a disheveled state, Naruto instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, pinching his nose in disgust, his distaste for his uncle palpable. Noticing Niji's mounting fury, Naruto felt compelled to offer a slight explanation. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, his uncle had struck him to the point of vomiting. But as soon as Naruto voiced this, Niji's fury intensified to the brink of unconsciousness. He took careful steps, fearing that any sudden movement would cause the mess on his face to spread. Even Hinata, watching from the sidelines, could sense the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from her brother. As Naruto sensed the precarious situation, he scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. "Big brother, it's getting late. I shall escort Hinata home." With that declaration, Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, conjured a spatial portal and swiftly took Hinata away from the scene. Niji, gazing at the spot where the blonde-haired boy had vanished, shouted in exasperation, "Who is your big brother?" This blonde had been incessantly referring to himself as such. The more Niji pondered, the angrier he became. Yet the boy had already left with Hinata, rendering his ire futile. Gradually unclenching his fists, Niji took a few deep breaths, attempting to suppress the burning rage within him. His foremost priority was to find a place to tidy up his disheveled appearance. Furthermore, he would never consent to this union. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned to the Hyuga clan's residence with Hinata. Feeling somewhat guilty, he opted to use the back entrance rather than the main gate, uncertain if the big brother had any relatives who might seek to confront him. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Hinata inquired, pointing at his abdomen with concern. After all, Naruto had just been struck by her brother. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm fine." His embarrassment intensified as Hinata displayed such genuine concern for him instead of her own brother. "Hinata, you're truly wonderful." The warmth of her concern enveloped him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, refraining from any inappropriate actions, mindful that the Nine-Tails had sensed an abundance of hostility in the vicinity. He surmised that a slight misstep could provoke a violent response from the clan, resulting in a multitude of Hyuga warriors intent on reducing him to mincemeat. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Naruto opened a spatial portal and returned to the small forest. There, he found Sasuke sitting on the ground, lost in thought, with arcs of electricity occasionally flickering around him. Sakura, on the other hand, sat in a corner, hugging her knees and burying her head in them. From the frequency of her body's movements, Naruto surmised that she had spent the afternoon with Sasuke, secretly reveling in her happiness. As he approached Sasuke, he heard the crackling sound of electricity and caught the whiff of burnt hair. Is this kid trying to electrocute himself? In the original narrative, Sasuke had indeed utilized lightning techniques to stimulate his cells, but Naruto recalled that such training should not produce a burnt smell. Positioning himself a few feet away from Sasuke, Naruto casually inquired, "What are you doing? Practicing lightning techniques?" Sasuke maintained his previous expression, responding in a nonchalant tone before turning to face Naruto. "Lightning techniques? Oh, just a very powerful method." Naruto, sensing Sasuke's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. They had shared this dynamic for years, regardless of the topic or activity. Explanations were seldom necessary. "By the way, what do you think about my method of using lightning chakra to stimulate my body?" Sasuke finally couldn't contain his curiosity, having also recognized something amiss. This method of strengthening himself was inspired by Naruto's wind-style techniques and an unexpected shock from Kakashi's lightning clone earlier that day. Naruto observed Sasuke's hair, perplexed by the burnt odor. "I think it could work, but you might want to consult Kakashi. You should have a clearer understanding." Sasuke nodded, acknowledging that he would inquire the next day. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto, and he excitedly slapped Sasuke's thigh. "Wait, I have a brilliant notion." While he might not know how to use lightning techniques to stimulate his cells, he certainly knew how to wield an electromagnetic railgun. With this, who would need to play with shuriken? Naruto picked up a twig from the ground and began sketching in the dirt, explaining the principles of electromagnetism and the railgun concept. First, Let me tell you about electromagnetic induction. If you channel your lightning chakra like this, and then, he continued. But Sasuke's face grew increasingly blank. What on earth is he talking about? After hearing Naruto's entire explanation, Sasuke felt as though his brain was about to short-circuit. Every word was comprehensible, yet their combination eluded him. Noticing Sasuke's bewilderment, Naruto recognized his efforts had been in vain. He then tried a simpler analogy. You know how a slingshot works? Imagine lightning as the slingshot, and then just launch the metal projectile. Sasuke felt a flicker of understanding, but was still uncertain. Seeing Naruto's impending frustration, he nodded in response. Is it really that powerful? More than powerful. Naruto struggled to convey the true might of the electromagnetic railgun, as he merely grasped the theory and had no concrete concept of the damage it could inflict in practice. All right, I understand. Although Naruto's explanation was somewhat challenging to grasp, Sasuke trusted him. By the way, why is Sakura over there still giggling? Naruto found it incomprehensible how this infatuated girl could remain so amused for such an extended period. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke eventually replied, Is it possible that she is crying? Chapter 40. Where is Team 7? Following that day, Sakura finally came to terms with just how extraordinary her teammates were. Eager to train alongside Sasuke, she faced ridicule for her perceived weakness. The disdainful expressions and cutting words from Sasuke had significantly impacted her. Yet, the girl failed to grasp Sasuke's intent. He simply wished to convey that with her frail constitution, she could hardly manage tree-punching exercises, let alone the more strenuous weighted training. Even Sasuke could barely keep up with half of Naruto's progress. However, the next day, the trio successfully received their ninja headbands from Kakashi, officially becoming the spirited genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. To acclimatize the team to ninja life, Kakashi procured several low-level missions for them, ranging from weeding villagers' gardens to searching for lost pets, and even assisting with farming duties. Kakashi believed these tasks were well suited for Naruto, but the third Hokage felt uneasy about the direction things were heading. After all, Naruto had finally become a ninja, and now Kakashi had him farming? Despite his reservations, the third allowed Kakashi to proceed. Initially, the trio tackled their missions with enthusiasm. However, by the third day, Naruto had unleashed a multitude of shadow clones throughout the village to complete tasks, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to follow suit. As for the original Naruto, no way, he chuckled, slowly producing a small, crumpled note. The three of them continued to train and entertain themselves in the small forest. Every day, lying down allows one to receive task rewards, leading a life more comfortable than any ninja in the village. The three individuals were adorned with paper slips and ink stains. Kakashi, perched atop a tree reading, cast a glance at his subordinates, struggling to articulate his feelings. He relished this languid existence, free from the burdens of raising children, able to hide among the branches. Engrossed in books and napping, after completing tasks, he, as the leader of Team 7, would receive a share of the rewards. Kakashi felt as though he had inadvertently entered a retirement phase. Although this was undoubtedly a blessing, he found it difficult to feel joy. Naruto Uzumaki, that troublesome child, dispatched thousands of shadow clones throughout the village to undertake all low-level tasks indiscriminately, leading to grievances from the village's lower and even middle-ranking ninjas regarding Team 7. Previously, Naruto had a poor reputation in the village, but after these few days, the entire Team 7 found their standing diminished. In less than a week, they had completed over 700 low-level missions, an amount equivalent to 2 months' worth of tasks in Konoha. If Kakashi hadn't intervened, he feared this child would exhaust the year's quota of low-level missions, potentially leaving the ordinary ninjas of Konoha unemployed due to a lack of work. Kakashi imagined the ninjas confronting Naruto with exasperation. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? Even the third Hokage began to express concerns about the village's situation. Instances of ninjas employing shadow clones to undertake missions were not unheard of, but who had the audacity to create hundreds or even thousands of them? Kakashi had thought Naruto would mature as he grew into a ninja. Although he no longer worried about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki farming, the third Hokage felt an increasing headache. Report to the boss. All tasks have been completed today. Several clones lined up before Naruto, reminiscent of his past life as a wage slave. However, this time, Naruto relished the role of a boss. Satisfied with the clone's work while playing cards, he stood up, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a serious demeanor. In that moment, all the clones felt a collective tension. I have seen your efforts, and you have all performed admirably. Yet, You have only completed 700 low-level missions. This is not even a tenth of our monthly performance target. You 3,000 clones have accomplished so little? Can you not do better? If you cannot, I have plenty of clones to spare. The familiar sensation of dread gripped the clones, causing them to bow their heads, none daring to speak. They had been working diligently. Yet Konoha simply did not possess that many tasks. Wait, Konoha? Realization struck the clones as they began to comprehend their predicament. Damn it, the main body. You are so high and mighty. Here you are, enjoying ice pops and soda, while the main body has not even completed 10 tasks. How can you have the audacity to say such things? Anger surged within the clones. How despicable. The main body is acting so grandly while we toil away. Huh. You've become the very thing you despise. Brothers, let us rise against this. Uzumaki Naruto shall never be a slave. Nobility and power do not determine worth. To be free. I would rather die. Unable to endure the main body's oppression, the clones rolled up their sleeves and charged toward Naruto. What followed was a chaotic clash between the main body and a multitude of shadow clones, leaving bystanders utterly speechless. They suspected Naruto was engaged in some new form of play. What kind of ninja would brawl with their own shadow clones? Kakashi and the others could not comprehend Naruto's antics, and they often overheard him uttering strange phrases during the tussle. The pinnacle creates hypocrisy, supporting the dusk, witnessing the pious believers. The ninja world is not vast, it creates legends. Strengthen the yellow flash. Such were the nonsensical utterances. Even Sasuke, who spent every day with Naruto, was perplexed by his words. Meanwhile, Naruto paid them no mind. Growing increasingly bored with playing cards with Sasuke and Sakura, he turned to his shadow clones for amusement, as they were the only ones who understood his humor. Moreover, Naruto was not inclined to play cards with those two cunning individuals, one using the Sharingan to peek at his hand, while the other cunningly noted down every card to strategize against him. Were they taking advantage of his honesty? Bang, bang, bang. Naruto rampaged through his shadow clones, swiftly obliterating numerous duplicates. Kakashi watched in astonishment. Upon dispelling a shadow clone, its memories transferred back to the main body. While losing one or two was manageable, losing hundreds at once felt akin to having a massive boulder dropped into one's mind. Normally, a ninja would struggle to cope with dozens of simultaneous clones. Yet here was Naruto, casually obliterating scores of them, appearing entirely unfazed and sporting a joyful grin, clearly reveling in the chaos. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder. What on earth is this child? Could he truly be the offspring of his master? Main body. The third Hokage has asked me to inform you to report to the Hokage's office. It seems there is an important mission. At that moment, a shadow clone approached, grinning and seeking praise. Naruto froze for a moment, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. An important mission? Could it be the Land of Waves? Was he about to face Zabuza again? Kakashi closed his book and jumped down from the tree, his gaze fixed on Naruto as he said, "Let us go check the Hokage's office." Chapter 41. Do not bully the honest. Kakashi swiftly led the three youngsters to the Hokage's office. Along the way, other ninjas glared with disdain at the distinctive blonde hair of Team 7's Naruto, their faces twisted with hatred, itching to confront him. However, the stares did not deter Naruto or Sasuke, nor did they faze Kakashi. Kakashi had experienced the ire of villagers in his youth, while Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of revenge, paid no heed to others' opinions. Naruto, on the other hand, felt accustomed to the disdain of villagers and brazenly whistled provocatively outside their door. Given the years of pent-up frustration directed at him, he thought those who wished to glare should form a line at the village entrance. Meanwhile, Sakura displayed noticeable anxiety, clinging to Sasuke's side, her fear ambiguous. Kakashi, hands in pockets, entered the Hokage's office with a heavy demeanor. The third Hokage was shrouded in smoke, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a mystical realm, his expression revealing deep concern. "Have you all arrived?" The third Hokage scanned the four, then tossed a mission scroll at Kakashi. With a swift motion, Kakashi caught the scroll and opened it to review the task details. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, jumped up repeatedly in an attempt to sneak a glance, only to be firmly pushed back by Kakashi. Noticing Kakashi's unusual expression while he read the scroll, Naruto wondered, is escorting an old man really worthy of such a grim face? He couldn't understand why the lethargic Kakashi seemed reluctant to leave the village for a mission. Finally, the moment had arrived. The first mission, the Land of Waves. Naruto felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he might soon confront the formidable Zabuza once more. Excitement surged within Kakashi as he scrutinized the mission scroll for an extended period, even rotating it at various angles before finally inquiring, albeit with uncertainty, towards the third Hokage. Lord Third, are you certain this mission adheres to the regulations? The three young ninjas turned their gazes towards Kakashi. Although unaware of the mission's contents, they sensed the perilous nature of the task from their teacher's tone. Sasuke let out a cold chuckle, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Despite this being an unprecedented situation, it appeared to align with protocol. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, his expression mirroring Kakashi's perplexity. Naruto was utterly speechless. Had he not read the original series, he would have been driven mad by these two enigmas. Wasn't it just a simple escort mission for the old man from the land of waves? Why the fuss? Naruto tugged at Kakashi's pant leg, signaling him to reveal the scroll. He was eager to discover what could elicit such a reaction from Konoha's top technician. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, sighed deeply, and after a brief moment's hesitation, handed the scroll to him. "Let me see," Naruto exclaimed, excitement bubbling as he opened the scroll, only to find the mission details. Rank: D-class mission. Escort the entire Team 7 of Konoha Village out for a month-long trip. Mission reward: 20 million Ryo. Mission issuer: joint request by Konoha villagers. Gripping the scroll, Naruto's hands trembled uncontrollably, his expression shifting dramatically. His emotions transitioned from anticipation to disappointment, confusion, and finally culminated in rage. What the heck? This is just bullying. I've bled for Konoha. How can they treat me like this? When will the Jinchuriki finally rise? Everything before and after just makes me furious. The audacity of the villagers' joint request was infuriating, and the reward was outrageous. 20 million Ryo. That was even more than half of Asuma's bounty. At that moment, Naruto felt the villagers' overwhelming malice. If this mission hadn't been issued by the village's ninjas, he would have jumped off the Hokage building in protest. With the scroll in hand, he raised it to the ground, shouting angrily, "Old man Third, is this not bullying an honest person? What is wrong with using shadow clones for missions? They're all just low-level tasks. How did it come to this?" Sasuke, realizing it wasn't a combat mission, felt a tinge of disappointment, though his reaction was far less intense than Naruto's. In contrast, Sakura was quite pleased. After all, going out for leisure and earning money was a delightful prospect. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, taking another drag from his pipe. He was equally helpless. Naruto had completed all the low-level missions in the past 2 months, leaving other freshly graduated genin with no tasks. It was unreasonable to send them out on combat missions for their first assignment. The resentment the other ninjas held towards Team 7 was palpable, leading them to pool together a substantial sum, ensuring that the troublesome Team 7 received a mission so that others could have tasks to undertake. The third Hokage found their solution reasonable and chose not to intervene. Perhaps it was best to let Naruto take a break? He gathered his thoughts and, with a kind expression, addressed Naruto. "Naruto, you have grown. Don't you wish to see the world beyond our village? Moreover, this mission is rather light." Though he spoke lightly, the third Hokage felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, sending Naruto away under the guise of a mission was an unprecedented move since the establishment of Konoha. Even he admired the ingenuity of the person who proposed this idea. Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. "Damn, I'm so angry. I was just thinking of how to take down Zabuza solo. And now I'm told I'm being sent away on a month-long trip by the village's joint request? The reward is indeed substantial, and the task appears simple." Yet Naruto felt a surge of frustration. "Naruto, try to see it positively. I believe this mission is quite favorable," Kakashi said, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he patted Naruto's shoulder in consolation. The aura of lethargy emanating from Kakashi was palpable, even to Sasuke and Sakura. "Of course, you think it's favorable. You're the one who benefits from my hard work, lounging around all day with your intimate paradise while I do the heavy lifting." Naruto even began to suspect whether Kakashi had a hidden agenda. Reflecting on the original series, he had never perceived Kakashi in such a light. After much contemplation, Naruto ultimately acquiesced. There was no choice. The decision lay with Kakashi. Thus, Team 7 accepted the mission to venture out of the village. Exhausted, Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who appeared somewhat pleased, which only dampened his mood further. The scent of lethargy was overwhelming. As Naruto sniffed the air, he realized it was not just a metaphorical odor. It was the genuine scent of salted fish. His eyes sparkled with renewed energy. Konoha did not possess such a pungent aroma. The fishy scent was unmistakable, It had to be that old man from the land of waves, Tazuna, observing the people near the Hokage building. Naruto quickly spotted a small, elderly man, about 5 feet tall. Chapter 42. Let go. I'm about to go dark. As Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, he noticed Naruto had vanished. This team is so difficult to manage. Kakashi lamented. They hadn't even left the village yet, and he dreaded to imagine the chaos that awaited them outside. Naruto? Sasuke shrugged, indicating he had no idea, while Sakura pondered for a moment before pointing towards the Hokage building, somewhat uncertainly. I think I saw Naruto turn back just now. Maybe he went to find Lord Third? Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling utterly drained. He began to understand his teacher's predicament. Moreover, Naruto was proving to be more challenging to handle than Obito ever was. As Kakashi nostalgically recalled his good friend, he led the two behind him back to the Hokage building. Upon arrival, they discovered Naruto embroiled in a heated argument with a small old man. Tazuna, are you looking for trouble? I just told you I'm a genin from Konoha. I can take your mission. The price is already quite reasonable. Naruto nearly lost his temper at the obstinate old man. Moments prior, he had approached politely, addressing him as grandfather. Yet Tazuna, oblivious to the courtesy, waved him off, insisting he should stay out of trouble. Fine, he didn't wear his forehead protector. That's his issue. But when he showed it to me, I didn't even glance at him. My eyes were on the Jounin and Chunin in the hall. How much do you need for the commission? Tazuna finally snapped, unable to tolerate the child any longer, his gaze constantly darting to the task board while mentally calculating his finances. As someone who had frequently failed his theoretical ninja exams, this question completely stumped Naruto. Even with his familiarity with the original series, he had no idea how much it would cost to hire a ninja, let alone Team 7. Recalling the mission the Third had assigned Team 7, 20 million Ryo for a D-class task, Naruto thought. That might be a bit exaggerated, but asking for 1/10 shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Without further thought, he blurted out, 200,000 Ryo. Surely, Tazuna could afford that, right? Upon hearing the figure, Tazuna's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot. 200,000 Ryo. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? He was acutely aware that his total funds barely amounted to 30,000 Ryo. With a swift wave of his hand, he urged the young child before him to vanish from sight. The two were embroiled in a heated argument. One found his quoted price remarkably fair, while the other suspected foul play against an outsider. Away with you. You're clearly just here to stir trouble. One exclaimed. I merely posted an escort mission, and you immediately demand 2 million Ri? Do you Konoha ninjas believe you are made of gold? Naruto was genuinely infuriated by this old man. Not only had he been deceitfully dispatched by the Konoha ninjas today, but now he was also being denied the opportunity to properly accept missions. He had already spared the old man by not shouting at him upon their initial meeting. With the prospects of the mission slipping away, how could one not be enraged? Yet, Naruto was blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently called for a mission reward of an elite rank. I see you've come to Konoha just to pick a fight, Naruto declared, brandishing a diamond sword from his system, ready to charge at his opponent. Naruto, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Shinjitsu and Tetsu hurried forward, one wrapping his arms around Naruto's waist while the other grasped his hand, struggling mightily to restrain the boy. They were genuinely concerned that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails might lash out at the client in the Hokage building. However, both men were bewildered by the immense strength this child exhibited. Please, uncles, don't hold me back. How is asking for a reward of 2 million Ri for a mission too high? Naruto protested. Shinjitsu and Tetsu were taken aback by this figure. It was no wonder the old man reacted so vehemently. Is it really appropriate to demand such a reward for an escort mission aimed at an elderly gentleman? Shinjitsu finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Impossible. The third Hokage just issued us an elite mission, promising 20 million Ri for a month's work outside the village. I'm asking for 10 times less. How is that excessive? Naruto retorted, his indignation palpable. The two older men fell silent again, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Perhaps the boy had a misunderstanding regarding mission rewards. Did he truly grasp what 20 million Ri represented? This sum was amassed through the contributions of over 300 ninjas and more than 1,000 villagers in Konoha, supplemented by the generous support of the Hyuga clan, aimed at ensuring Naruto would continue to undertake low-level missions within the village. If this persisted, while Naruto Uzumaki might avoid toil, the ninjas of Konoha would be forced to labor in the fields to survive. As for the Hyuga clan's substantial backing, It was a matter understood only by those in the know. Kakashi, observing the scene unfold, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. How could Naruto find himself in trouble again within mere minutes? He felt utterly drained. When would Jiraiya return to the village? Kakashi had never wished for Jiraiya's presence more than at that moment, contemplating that it would be reasonable to leave Naruto in Jiraiya's care, given that he was, after all, the son of Jiraiya's disciple. The third Hokage had certainly done so before. Rubbing his temples, Kakashi pondered whether he should inquire about the medicinal remedies the third Hokage regularly consumed. He approached Naruto, placing a hand firmly on the boy's head. Naruto, 2 million Ri is already the reward for an elite mission. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. Fury surged within him as he nearly lost control of the tailed beast chakra. The inhabitants of Konoha were utterly absurd. How could they shamelessly dispatch him with a mere reward equivalent to a D-rank mission? Hadn't he, Uzumaki Naruto, contributed to the village in any significant manner? His rage was palpable. The onlookers were cautious, not daring to provoke Naruto any further. Fearful of the potential eruption of tailed beast chakra, Kakashi, having observed for a while, began to comprehend Naruto's intentions. He scrutinized the elderly client before him. Sir, I am the Jonin in charge of this child. What tasks do you need to assign? Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor softened, yet he was still apprehensive. Hiring a Jonin wouldn't come cheap, but this individual appeared considerably more reliable than the tempestuous child. With a calculated expression, the old man addressed Kakashi. I require your team to escort me to the Land of Waves. I just checked the bulletin board. Escort missions are classified as D-rank tasks, and I can only offer a reward of 250,000 RY Chapter 43. A new storm emerges that cannot be stopped. 250,000 Ri was neither too much nor too little for an escort mission. Kakashi wasn't particularly concerned about this amount, considering they would be traveling outside the village for a month, making it convenient to accept. He turned to his three subordinates, eager to gauge their opinions, especially Naruto's reaction to the significant drop in the mission's reward from 2 million to 250,000 RY. Sasuke, hands in pockets and brows furrowed, occasionally sparking with electricity, glanced at Kakashi, indifferent. Whatever works. Sakura, shaking her pink hair, leaped forward, raising her right hand. Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine with it. Seeing his only female student so agreeable brought some relief to Kakashi's heart. Thankfully, one student in his team was somewhat reasonable. He then shifted his gaze to Naruto, anxious that the boy might cause another scene. Naruto, feeling slighted, shot a glare at Kakashi, indicating that he was still seething. After all, he had shouted for a reward of 2 million Ri so loudly. Bowing down now would be quite humiliating. Couldn't this white-haired Jonin find a way to ease the situation? He was so immature. Ha ha ha, old man, we'll take this mission. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, leading him to register the task. The surrounding ninjas exhaled in unison, relieved. It seemed that the 7th squad would not be returning anytime soon, allowing them to seize the rare low-level missions available. The previously jovial ninjas suddenly stiffened, realizing that everyone present was their competition, their expressions shifting from amusement to determination. I must secure the upcoming low-level missions. The ninjas of Konoha were poised to initiate a new wave of internal competition. With the white-haired Jonin departing, Naruto, though outwardly angered, felt a flicker of excitement within. The mission to the Land of Waves was about to commence. He was eager to test the extent of his abilities. Previously, he had injured Kakashi with a single punch, which could only be attributed to Kakashi's oversight. Moreover, using Kakashi, the renowned Konoha technician, as a benchmark for his strength felt somewhat unrigorous, considering that Kakashi had held his own against Zabuza and later against Otsutsuki. In a matter of minutes, Kakashi returned with the elderly client in tow. Tomorrow at 7, we will gather at the village entrance. Please ensure you are not late. Kakashi delivered this without an ounce of shame. The three young ones fixed their gazes on Kakashi, nearly calling him out on his own tardiness. Isn't it you who is most often late, Kakashi-sensei? All right, dismissed. Battle-hardened Kakashi was, of course, unperturbed by the gazes of the three lower ninjas. With an impassive demeanor, he instructed them to return home, before taking Dasna to arrange for accommodations. Sasuke, lacking a home, skillfully tagged along with Naruto's light portal back to the training grounds in the small woods. Sakura initially felt a twinge of embarrassment at being escorted by Naruto, but as familiarity grew, she brushed aside any apprehension and stepped through the portal back to her doorstep. As for Naruto, his situation mirrored Sasuke's. He had a house, but not a home, the only distinction being that he had a considerable number of relatives from his wife's side. After seeing off the couple, Naruto leapt through a spatial portal to the Hyuga clan's territory. The Hyuga clan members, upon spotting the familiar blonde, were momentarily taken aback, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Naruto feigned ignorance, making his way directly to the wall, where he swiftly scaled it to enter the inner courtyard. He preferred this method of entry, finding it more exhilarating than using the portal. The Hyuga ninjas, witnessing the blonde's agility, were incensed, their veins bulging in frustration. Had they not been of exceptional constitution, they might have succumbed to a stroke from sheer anger at the audacity of the blonde. Thankfully, this troublesome fellow was set to leave the village the following day. Once inside, Naruto pondered how to bid farewell to Hinata, but upon landing and turning around, he collided with a robust figure. Looking up, Naruto's expression stiffened. What a disaster! Why was Hayashi here? The two locked eyes for a prolonged moment without uttering a word, Naruto's gaze flitting evasively, his heart racing. It was inevitable. A father-in-law naturally exerted an overwhelming pressure on a son-in-law. Hayashi's gaze was sharp as a blade, and due to the Byakugan, Naruto could glean little from it. Judging by Hayashi's stern countenance, he was likely quite displeased. After scrutinizing Naruto for a while, Hayashi intoned, "Next time, use the front gate. Hinata is at the training ground." With that, he turned and departed. Naruto scratched his head, his expression somewhat complex. He noted that Hayashi did not appear as fearsome as he had imagined. The Hyuga estate was vast, and it took Naruto nearly 10 minutes to locate the training ground. It must be said, the Hyuga clan truly embodied the prestige of the Konoha noble families. Spotting Hinata, who was diligently training, Naruto greeted her and settled in the corridor of the building, quietly observing her practice. The Hyuga clan maintained a strict family ethos. Once established, training tasks must be completed in one go. So despite Naruto's arrival, Hinata continued her training undeterred. However, the girl, while striking the wooden posts, was distracted. Each time she executed a technique, she would subtly glance at Naruto. Eventually, the clan elder shook his head, signaling that today's training session was concluded. He cast a glance at Hinata and then at the blonde, sighing as he left the training ground. It dawned on him that his daughter was resolutely intent on pursuing this blonde. Fortunately, the clan leader had wisely shifted his focus to the second daughter years ago upon meeting this boy. After completing her training, Hinata was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her flushed cheeks like an apple. She found a spot to sit, not daring to sit next to Naruto for fear of him detecting her sweat. The thoughts of a young girl are often inscrutable. Naruto, however, remained oblivious to her reasons for sitting apart. "Why are you sitting so far away?" he queried. Hinata began, but before she could finish, Naruto grasped her delicate ankle, gently pulling her closer. Naruto-kun, let go. How embarrassing." Hinata gasped, her mouth agape in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth as she feared being noticed by others. The warmth of Naruto's hand radiated from her ankle, causing her ears to flush crimson. Realizing what had transpired, she hastily covered her face, her head seemingly steaming. It was evident that after years of being teased by Naruto, Hinata had grown less bashful than before. Naruto laughed heartily, finding her adorably charming. "My wife is truly wonderful." The next day, early in the morning, the members of Team 7 arrived 10 minutes early at the entrance of Konoha to await Kakashi-sensei. Fortunately, their leading jounin was relatively dependable, arriving only 5 minutes late for their first mission outside the village. Upon seeing Kakashi, Naruto felt an urge to seize him by the neck and remind him of the time. However, the white-haired jounin dismissed their complaints, unabashedly claiming that his alarm clock was 5 minutes slow. "Being late by a few minutes is hardly late," he asserted. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kakashi's absurd justification. "Kakashi-sensei, you are mistaken. Your 5-minute tardiness costs each of us 5 minutes. That adds up to a total of 20 minutes. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Dasuna." Naruto recalled how, back in school, teachers often employed this reasoning to chastise him. He had loathed that rhetoric at the time, but now found himself echoing it to a perpetually late white-haired ninja. Alas, it seemed that Naruto Uzumaki had transformed into the very person he detested. Naruto's statement momentarily left Kakashi at a loss for words. At first glance, it seemed reasonable, but upon reflection, Kakashi sensed something was amiss. Though he could not pinpoint the flaw, Sakura and Sasuke, bewildered, were left astounded by this line of reasoning. "Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. Let us get going," Kakashi replied, scratching the back of his head and smiling to mask his embarrassment. Having spent considerable time with Naruto, he had learned to navigate their interactions. As long as he deflected Naruto's grievances, all would be well. Kakashi adjusted his attire and led the team, along with Old Man Dazna, out of the gates of Konoha. The moment Team 7 departed, all the ninjas in Konoha surged toward the Hokage Tower. The battle for low-level missions in Konoha had commenced. Were Naruto to witness this scene, he might suspect he had been transported to a post-apocalyptic world. With the gates of Konoha closing behind them, Team 7 officially set forth toward the Land of Waves, where Dazna waited. In order to protect their client and the most vulnerable members of their team, Kakashi instructed Sasuke to follow closely behind him, while Naruto lagged at the rear. This arrangement ensured that they could swiftly safeguard the two weakest members should any danger arise. Kakashi, finding the journey exceedingly dull, retrieved the latest issue of Ica Paradise from his ninja tool pouch, engrossing himself in its pages, occasionally chuckling in delight. Naruto, trailing behind, was taken aback. Why was Kakashi laughing while reading a romance novel? In his previous life, Naruto had seen his fair share of such material, but never had he reacted with such exuberance. His curiosity about Ica Paradise piqued in that moment. Sakura, laden with her backpack, walked alongside the team, stealing glances at Sasuke every few seconds, her cheeks reddening with each furtive look. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Dazna observed the white-haired Jounin reading as he walked, then glanced at the girl beside him giggling foolishly, before finally spotting the blonde in the rear. At that moment, Naruto was wielding a stick, whimsically poking at nearby flowers and bushes, occasionally jabbing at a shrub just for the fun of it. "Can I get a refund?" Dazna's face contorted with worry. He was beginning to regret hiring this ninja team for his escort. Internally, he lamented, "Indeed, you get what you pay for. Had I known, I would have never misrepresented the mission." Naruto noticed the peculiar gaze of the elder Dazna upon him, but refrained from elucidating his actions. This old man was utterly oblivious. His actions held profound significance. The way he wielded a stick to prod the surrounding flora was not merely a whimsical endeavor. It was a strategic move to uncover any hidden ninjas lurking nearby. It was certainly not a result of his inability to resist fidgeting with a straight stick. However, when it came to the ninjas that lay in ambush, he had somewhat forgotten how these nameless foes had concealed themselves from him and his companions. Suddenly, as Naruto pondered, he inadvertently stepped into a puddle, splashing water that soaked his pant leg, the fabric clinging to his skin and leaving unsightly damp stains. "Damn, I just changed into these pants." Moreover, the puddle looked teeming with bacteria, and just the thought of it made him feel an unbearable itch, prompting him to kick his legs disdainfully in place. He believed that if he kicked quickly enough, the moisture on his pants would not touch his skin. Meanwhile, a certain blonde-haired companion stood still, executing side kicks that made his trousers rustle audibly. At that moment, two oddly clad ninjas leapt from the ground, one of whom sprang forth right beneath Naruto's feet. He had no choice but to take refuge in the puddle. Initially, the two had been lying in wait nearby. But who could have anticipated that this oblivious blonde would pick up a stick and poke around, nearly exposing their presence? Ultimately, the pair found an opportunity to transform into mere puddles on the road. Though it appeared rather abrupt, it was certainly preferable to being discovered by this fool with a stick. "Kid, I've tolerated you long enough. Die." Bang. As Naruto slipped into a dual focus mode, one part engaging in a ceiling space with the Great Fox, and the other part kicking to dry his pants, he suddenly felt as if he had kicked something. What just flew past? Meanwhile, while Naruto was lost in thought, Sasuke had already dispatched the ambushing ninja with a swift blow. Sasuke pointed, and Naruto beheld a corpse lying twisted on the ground, its head contorted at an unnatural angle. So I kicked that guy? Naruto was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated an exhilarating battle, yet this was the outcome? Just this? Kakashi lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at the two, then calmly resumed turning the pages of his book, as if the ambush had never occurred. However, Naruto truly lived up to his reputation as an unpredictable ninja. Sakura felt a pang of regret. The murderous intent emanating from the enemy had rendered her limbs sluggish, and her instincts only allowed her to raise her kunai defensively. Had it not been for Sasuke's timely intervention, she feared she and the client would have met a grim fate at the hands of their attackers. A sense of helplessness welled up within her once more. Kakashi noticed the young girl's troubled expression and deliberately slowed his pace, saying softly, "Sakura, there's no need to overthink it. Each person possesses a different constitution." Sakura looked up at her teacher, then glanced at her two companions. But why was there such an immense disparity between individuals? The girl's words momentarily startled Kakashi, who then responded with a peculiar expression, "Sakura, you may have misunderstood my point. They are not even human." Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Both members of the team turned to the white-haired man, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 45, Kakashi, Day 1 of Restraint. Sasuke scoffed at Kakashi's remark. Feeling that he and Naruto still had a long way to go, believing their abilities remained within the realm of humanity, he dismissed the earlier comment as mere flattery. In his heart, Sasuke silently vowed, "Itachi Uchiha, wait for me. I will soon bring you down." Naruto furrowed his brow, casting a pained look at Kakashi. "Kakashi Hitaki, you have charted a path toward your demise." Although his physical recovery had improved slightly, he implored, "Please do not expel me from the ranks of humanity." Gritting his teeth, Naruto swiftly produced a large wooden board from his clothing and stealthily approached Kakashi from behind. Naturally, the conspicuousness of his actions was undeniable. Upon seeing the wooden board, Kakashi's pupils dilated and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why was this child so fixated on the board? Was he perhaps longing for his father, the fourth Hokage? "Naruto, what are you planning?" All eyes turned to Naruto, and the atmosphere grew awkward, effectively derailing the ambush plan of a certain blonde ninja. Realizing the curious gazes upon him, Naruto felt it inappropriate to betray his teacher in front of everyone. After all, respecting one's teacher was a commendable virtue in the flower-growing community. Yet, it seemed that betrayal of a teacher had become somewhat of a traditional art within the ranks of the Hokage's disciples. Bang! Naruto raised the wooden board, stirring up a cloud of dust, and after a couple of hearty slaps, declared, "This board has become a bit moldy. I'll put it out to dry." "That sounds reasonable, doesn't it?" "Ha ha ha. Kakashi-sensei, you didn't think I was going to ambush you, did you?" Kakashi retorted. "Had you not raised the board and walked behind me, I might have believed you. Let us move on, and don't waste any more time on this mission." Kakashi once again employed his distraction technique, turning to Dazna. "Moreover, old man, I must inquire about this task of yours. How could a routine escort mission encounter ninja attacks?" He narrowed his single eye, his killing intent enveloping Dazna in an instant. "This must be classified as a high-level mission, correct?" Though Kakashi appeared to be a laid-back character, his outward demeanor belied a determination not to be taken for a fool. However, he saw this as an opportunity to assess the unity of Team 7. Dazna's gaze faltered, and he averted his head, unable to meet Kakashi's eyes. The old man held no doubt that this ninja could eliminate him. Thoughts of his family and the unfinished bridge amplified the old man's fear. "Haha, don't be nervous." Kakashi, who had previously exuded a menacing aura, suddenly smiled and glanced at the trio beside him. "This mission has reached a high-level benchmark. Will you continue, or will you withdraw?" "Continue. I will as well," Sasuke coldly stated, with Sakura quickly echoing his sentiment. "I have no objections." Naruto's expression turned serious, as if he was finally ready to engage. Upon hearing their determination to proceed, Dazna's face brightened with a radiant smile, only to shift to a sorrowful expression as he addressed them. "I apologize, everyone. The reasons for my actions are silence." "Skip it." Naruto had no desire to listen to the old man's lengthy explanations. He lacked the patience even for a video game's storyline, let alone this. His primary focus was on a singular thought: "I know not who I am, nor where I am, but I am aware that I shall unleash a massacre." The other members of Team 7 felt their eyelids twitch. Here we go again. Naruto was about to utter incomprehensible words once more. Dazna had been preparing to invoke a wave of emotional manipulation on the ninjas, but now he found his words stuck in his throat, interrupted by Naruto. "Wait, why can't this kid let me finish my sentence?" Naruto had long since anticipated Dazna's moral coercion. Moral coercion? "As long as I possess no morals, you cannot manipulate me." This mission seemed inconsequential to him. He had come merely to grind through the arc of the Land of Waves. As for the suffering populace of the Land of Waves, he was not a savior. Why should he concern himself with their fates? After confirming that all team members were on board, Kakashi nodded and signaled for them to proceed. The remainder of the journey passed without further ninja attacks. During lunch, Naruto felt a tinge of boredom. His gaze fell upon the book in Kakashi's hands, and then he glanced at the dazed Sasuke. A smirk crept onto his lips as his consciousness swiftly delved into the ceiling space, rummaging through the plethora of items within the system. After approximately 20 minutes, Naruto emerged with a book in hand. Eureka! The cover boldly proclaimed the title Breaking the Firmament. Chuckling softly, he withdrew his consciousness from the space and once again observed the expressionless Sasuke before producing the tome. Under the influence of the external rules, the moment the book materialized, it transformed into reality, with its text morphing into the language of this world. Speaking of which, the protagonist of this novel bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Both indulging in the flames of ambition. But who was the old man? Orochimaru or Kakashi? Sasuke, this is for you. Sasuke, still in a stupor, instinctively raised his hand to catch the object Naruto tossed his way. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a deep brown-covered book, adorned with several perplexing characters. Breaking the firmament? At that moment, he also glanced at a certain white-haired figure, sensing the shift in elements. Kakashi immediately turned to observe the book in Sasuke's hands, and his expression morphed into one of peculiar concern. Could it be that Naruto had ventured to the Konoha bookstore as well? Wasn't it a tad early for them to be exposed to adult themes? Kakashi's eyes widened, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Was it perhaps because he often read Paradise of Affection in their presence? Realizing he might be leading his disciples astray, Kakashi was abruptly flooded with memories of Jiraiya's lecherous grin and the furious visage of his teacher. If she were to discover this, he would surely face her wrath in the afterlife, and his father would not spare him a scolding either. Alas, he could not allow himself to descend further into depravity. Gripping his little Liu Bei tightly, Kakashi felt a pang of reluctance. Yet for the sake of his disciples' well-being, he resolved from that day forth to renounce such indulgences. He would cease to read Paradise of Affection. With this determination in mind, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Naruto, his tone gaining newfound authority. Naruto, Sasuke, such matters are far too premature for you. The world of adults is not one you are ready to explore. With that, Kakashi extended his hand towards Sasuke, intending to confiscate the dubious book, though he had not glimpsed its contents. The mere sight of the word breaking on the cover led him to believe it was hardly a wholesome read. In this regard, he had ample experience. However, Sasuke swiftly swatted Kakashi's hand away. The moment Kakashi suggested that Sasuke should not look at it, curiosity only intensified within him. Furthermore, Sasuke believed that given his burdensome past, he had earned the right to comprehend the world of adults. Sakura's cheeks flushed as her gaze darted repeatedly to the book in Sasuke's hand. How wonderful. Could it be that Sasuke has had an epiphany? Thank you so much, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, what on earth are you saying? This is not the kind of book you would read. Naruto rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated. Indeed, it seemed that the white-haired one's mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. Upon hearing this, Sasuke opened the book and skimmed a few lines, nodding in agreement with Naruto's assessment. Realizing he had misjudged the situation and created an awkward moment, Kakashi retreated with an impassive expression, feigning ignorance. Just as he contemplated retrieving his Liu Bei, he remembered his earlier resolution and halted his movements. Meanwhile, Sakura, upon learning that the book Sasuke held was not of the kind Kakashi typically read, despondently hugged her knees, appearing utterly helpless. However, throughout this process, Sasuke found the contents of the book rather intriguing. After glancing through a few pages, he felt an odd sense of fascination. Was it a tale of an underdog rising to prominence? How dreadfully dull. As the group sailed across the tranquil sea, they soon docked at the harbor of the Land of Waves. Throughout the journey, Sasuke had become the one engrossed in reading, occasionally chuckling to himself. Were it not for the numerous reminders, Naruto feared Sasuke might erupt into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. On the other hand, Kakashi seemed lost in thought, leaving Sakura and Naruto bewildered. Shouldn't Kakashi-sensei be reading Liu Bei? Had he finished it? Yet, the two youngsters were unaware that Kakashi was internally fraught with irritation. Not indulging in Paradise of Affection felt akin to a Suma refraining from smoking or Lady Tsunade abstaining from gambling. Kakashi had never anticipated experiencing such withdrawal symptoms. To calm his restless mind, he focused solely on observing the fish in the sea. Sasuke, stop reading. We have arrived on shore. Naruto, disembarking, noticed Sasuke still clutching the book and felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. It seemed he was beginning to understand how his mother felt when she saw him engrossed in his phone. Damn it, who understands? We're about to disembark, and my teammate is still reading a novel, with one member of their party already slacking off, and another resembling a mere accessory. If Sasuke were to also slack off, their chances of success would plummet. Facing Zabuza alone was daunting enough. He didn't want to go into battle unprepared. Having a teammate to provide support was certainly beneficial. Oh, Sasuke reluctantly closed the book, surprised by how captivated he had become. Yet, the writing was truly exceptional. After absorbing some of the plot, he felt an exhilarating rush, as if he too could become the protagonist, avenging his grievances. He even began to fantasize about that fateful night of his clan's massacre, envisioning himself angrily confronting Itachi with the words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Itachi Uchiha, do not underestimate the youth. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine, and he found himself trembling with excitement, unable to suppress a delighted laugh. After ensuring everyone had disembarked, he gently caressed the book's cover, treating it like a treasure, before placing it in his backpack and finally catching up with the group. As they walked, Sasuke continued to ponder the unfolding narrative. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he turned to Naruto and inquired, Naruto, did Xiaoyan fulfill the 3-year pact? Naruto spun around, astonished by Sasuke's question. He had been on high alert, wary of Zabuza potentially springing an attack. He had thought Sasuke noticed something amiss. Yet here he was asking about a fictional pact? What is that to me? I don't know. Get lost. Naruto snapped, expressing his desire to disregard Sasuke's inquiry. Feeling rejected, Sasuke returned to the line with a crestfallen expression. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto realized he could no longer rely on him. Perhaps he would have to place his hopes in the Ninetales instead. Hey, Ninetales, can you assist me in sensing the enemies? You know, that technique you used back in the village. The slumbering Ninetales shifted slightly, flicking its ears and rolling its massive form. You wish to depend on me for your first battle? Figure it out yourself. Since this was Naruto's inaugural taste of bloodshed, the Ninetales deemed it essential for him to adapt on his own, thus declining to provide any ominous awareness or visual guidance. As the great beast closed its eyes, it muttered softly, "The enemy is nearby. Seek them out." At these words, Naruto nearly burst into laughter. Humph, prideful big orange. With this prompt, Naruto immediately fell into a state of vigilance, scanning his surroundings intently. Meanwhile, the surrounding mist thickened, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Soon, they would likely find themselves shrouded in darkness. Gather around me. Protect the client. Kakashi, a seasoned ninja, quickly sensed something amiss. While foggy weather is typical in the land of waves, the eerie absence of any presence around them, coupled with the thickening mist, evoked unsettling memories of the mist ninja from the battlefield, causing a ripple of unease within him. Without hesitation, the 3 members of the team gathered close to Kakashi, forming a protective circle around Dazna. Naruto, glancing around anxiously, realized not only was Zabuza absent, but his own nerves were beginning to fray. It truly is a nuisance when one cannot see. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Naruto's mind. If they couldn't see the enemy, perhaps he could render them unseen as well. With that thought, he clapped his hands together, conjuring dozens of spatial gates around them. A purple cocoon of light enveloped their forms in an instant. Zabuza, concealed within the mist, drew his sword, only to be momentarily blinded by the sudden burst of purple light. What in the world is that? As he struggled to regain his composure, a voice rang out from within the luminescent mass. You missed ninja, I curse you, Naruto shouted, attempting to provoke his adversary with insults. However, despite hurling insults at Zabuza's ancestors, the latter remained hidden, leaving Naruto to ponder the essence of a true ninja, someone who could endure all trials. Jiraiya-sensei, I have gained enlightenment. In the shadows, Zabuza regarded the young ninja's antics with disdain. Did he believe such childish tricks could force him into the open? Having survived the blood mist, he had long since shed any emotions, his heart as cold as the executioner's blade in his grasp. It was utterly laughable. Just then, a voice cut through the fog. Mist ninjas prefer men. The moment Zabuza heard those words, a beautiful figure flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to widen, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his breath quickening as his blood surged with fury. How dare that little brat slander me? I'll kill you. With his executioner's blade in hand, Zabuza charged towards the source of the voice. However, the moment he spoke, the voice re-emerged. Oh, have I struck a nerve? You can't be serious about liking men, can you? Chapter 47. Is the Mist Village's blockade for a shadow party? Beware of Mist Ninja's preferences. Upon seeing the enemy, Kakashi and Sasuke nearly lost their composure. They had both been scoffing at the absurdity of the situation, thinking it implausible for any enemy to fall for such tactics. After all, ninjas are fundamentally rational beings, and provoking them is no easy feat yet, within mere minutes. They beheld a towering figure, eyes ablaze, steaming with rage, charging towards them with a blade, resembling an enraged bull. Clearly, Naruto had struck a nerve. Everyone present, including the elderly Dasna, gasped in shock. Could it be true? Did the enemy genuinely have an affinity for men? Was the mist village truly so flamboyant? Or was there a hidden truth behind the blood mist of yesteryears? Kakashi speculated that perhaps the recent peculiarities in the mist village were the result of a male-dominated Mizukage, with the village's isolation policy serving as a cover for clandestine activities. How terrifying! As these thoughts crossed the minds of the three men, their expressions shifted simultaneously, leading them to instinctively clench in alarm. Beware of mist ninjas' preferences. At that moment, Zabuza's mind went blank upon hearing their words, his fury erupting like a volcano. That wretched brat. I will make you pay with your life. Overcome with rage, Zabuza abandoned all tactical considerations, driven solely by the desire to charge forth with his executioner's blade. Today, no one would leave this place alive. Of course, Zabuza typically wouldn't have reacted with such fervor, but the presence of Haku nearby weighed heavily on his mind. What if that little blonde's taunts led Haku to misconstrue the situation? Meanwhile, hidden in the mist, Haku gazed at Zabuza with tender eyes, recalling the boy's words. Her heart racing. So, this is how you truly feel, Zabuza-san? Naruto's taunts had struck a chord, igniting Zabuza's desire to eliminate the blonde boy before contemplating his mission. First, silence the witness. With a whoosh, Zabuza swung his executioner's blade, and as he approached, Naruto felt an instinctual warning, realizing that this opponent was far more formidable than he had anticipated. To test his strength, Naruto brandished a massive iron gate, aiming to clash with Zabuza. He had grown accustomed to this weapon and even considered enchanting it for future use. When the iron gate met the executioner's blade, sparks flew, accompanied by the grating sound of metal grinding. Zabuza paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the blonde boy wielding a gate taller than himself, successfully blocking his attack. What kind of absurdity is this? Hadn't he just glimpsed the boy's Konoha ninja forehead protector? Zabuza began to question whether this peculiar fighter was indeed a ninja at all. Meanwhile, Sasuke trembled at the sight of Zabuza's executioner's blade, his gaze fixated on it. Noticing his companion's unusual demeanor, Sakura immediately inquired, Sasuke, are you all right? Sasuke, pointing excitedly at the swinging blade, exclaimed, the Hiration. Sakura, confused, responded, what is the Hiration? Sasuke, consumed with desire, described the executioner's blade with fervor. Ever since reading that novel, he had imagined himself as the protagonist, and his ideal weapon had transformed from a katana to something akin to the Hiration. Now, with the sudden appearance of the executioner's blade, it was as if his heart was being scratched. This weapon must be his. Sasuke laughed as he watched Zabuza in battle, prompting Kakashi and Sakura to exchange bewildered glances, unsure of his sudden excitement. Moreover, that is the executioner's blade of the Mist Village. What on earth is your obsession with the Hiration? Kakashi felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that Sasuke was beginning to resemble Naruto in his enthusiasm. I'm going to help Naruto, Sasuke declared, lightning crackling around him as he vanished in a flash, surprising Kakashi with his speed. Clearly, he had unleashed his lightning release to its maximum potential in pursuit of his coveted weapon. As Naruto and Zabuza clashed with the iron gate, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Aware that Sasuke was approaching, Naruto shouted, Sasuke, quickly use the thunderbolt. However, Zabuza paid no heed to their exchange, lifting a foot to kick the gate. Distracted, Naruto had anticipated Sasuke's assistance, but Zabuza seized the opportunity to strike. Naruto raised the iron gate to shield himself, only to have his head collide with it, feeling an overwhelming force push him back 5 steps. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke finally intervened, but instead of following Naruto's advice to use lightning, he unleashed a technique to build up Zabuza's rage. A fiery orb descended upon the position of Zabuza, enveloping the area in an intense heat that reacted with the surrounding humid air, thickening the mist. Sasuke, witnessing this, felt a surge of elation. Success. This adversary's prowess appears to be rather mediocre. Your blade is commendable. It is now mine. Naruto, observing Sasuke's champagne-popping demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Such behavior is universally deemed a grave taboo. Furthermore, how could Zabuza possibly be vanquished by a mere great fireball technique? The previous strike clearly adhered to the principle of smoke without injury. Just as Naruto entertained this thought, he heard a whistling sound near his ear. Why is Zabuza fixated on me? Could it be that Sasuke's damage hasn't drawn his ire? You little brat, I shall ensure your demise here. You have provoked my wrath. Zabuza raised his executioner's blade high and swung it fiercely toward Naruto's head, as if intending to sever it from his body, just as the weapon's name suggested. Naruto, feeling the imminent approach of the blade, displayed no inclination to evade. Instead, he offered his head willingly. With a vigorous push from his legs, he delivered a powerful rocket headbutt to Zabuza's abdomen. Come on, let us engage in a contest of physical prowess. Whoever falters is but a coward. Zabuza, taken aback, had not anticipated that this child would dare to approach him. He had already formulated a plan to counter the boy's attacks. Now, with Naruto suddenly closing the distance, his earlier strike with the executioner's blade had missed entirely. Yet, this was of little concern. How much strength could a mere teenager possess? With a forceful impact, Naruto's head collided with Zabuza's abdomen, leaving the formidable figure bent over like a cooked shrimp, propelled backward. Zabuza's eyes bulged as his brain went blank, a cacophony echoing within his skull. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. What in the world is this blonde kid? How can he possess such strength? Chapter 48. I, Uchiha Sasuke, merely desire the heavy weights. What is wrong with that? Naruto's rocket headbutt not only left Zabuza dazed, but also startled Kakashi, who felt a twinge of pain in his own abdomen merely by observing the enemy's trajectory. It was difficult to fathom the turmoil within Zabuza's mind at that moment. If Naruto were to collide with him, would he not be left with bruises? Sasuke glanced at the airborne adversary, his teeth clenched in frustration. The way the enemy turned to attack Naruto indicated a blatant disregard for his presence, coupled with the fact that his previous maneuver had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Sasuke's discontent deepened. He recalled a prior battle with Kakashi, during which Naruto had mocked him, stating that despite his vigorous efforts, his output was insufficient. Initially, Sasuke had not comprehended this, but as time passed, he realized Naruto was criticizing him for failing to land a single blow on the enemy. How infuriating! To underestimate me. A surge of indignation welled up within Sasuke. Since when did our enemies begin to disregard the Uchiha clan? As the thought of being overlooked ignited a fiery rage in his heart, Sasuke's crimson Sharingan spun wildly in its sockets. He then produced a scroll from his clothing, containing 1,000 shuriken, and he possessed 10 such scrolls. Influenced by Naruto, Sasuke had developed a fear of insufficient firepower. To prepare for future confrontations with Itachi, he had even sold his family home to acquire explosive tags. With a flick of his thumb, he deftly unfastened the scroll's binding and, using one hand to form seals, launched the scroll horizontally with the other. Countless shuriken, along with a few kunai affixed with explosive tags, soared toward Zabuza's position. Having learned from past experiences, Sasuke promptly shouted to Naruto, urging him to create portals. Upon hearing Sasuke's command, Naruto understood immediately and conjured several gateways along the trajectory of the shuriken. However, due to the sheer density of the shuriken, many missed the portals entirely. Zabuza had just regained his footing, still reeling from the previous assault, feeling as though his insides were twisted in knots. As Zabuza beheld the blonde, he began to form seals with both hands. The realization of having been outmaneuvered finally dawned on him. Upon completing the 26th seal, 8 purple light cocoons materialized around him, their eerie luminescence casting an ethereal glow upon his face, as if warning him of impending doom. What is this again? Zabuza, though perplexed, understood that the current situation boded ill. In the next moment, the purple cocoons unleashed a barrage of shuriken. Zabuza, keen-eyed, noted the presence of numerous kunai interspersed among them, each adorned with explosive tags. His pupils dilated in shock, leaving him no time to contemplate the unfolding events. Having danced on the precipice of death for so long, his instinct for survival compelled him to raise his executioner's blade to shield his vitals. In that instant, he recalled that another child had also been surrounded by a similar purple cocoon. So it is a space-time ninjutsu. Having grasped the situation, Zabuza seized a shuriken from the least populated cocoon and charged toward it with his blade raised, braving the onslaught of shuriken. Though his executioner's blade could not deflect all the attacks, several shuriken struck him. Yet, such pain was inconsequential. Boom, 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 as he vanished. The location he had previously occupied erupted in a series of explosions. Success! Sasuke beamed with delight, having witnessed his attack land. Surely, that fiend had nowhere to escape now. Can a mere seal scroll shuriken, and can I not finish you off? Naruto, lacking the habit of celebrating prematurely, traversed through the portal to ascertain the situation regarding Zabuza. However, upon arrival, he found only a pool of blood and scattered projectiles on the ground. Fool! Beware of the enemy. Turning his head, Naruto spotted Sasuke grinning foolishly. And then he saw Zabuza emerge from the purple cocoon, drenched in blood. This was the first instance of the enemy utilizing the spatial portal to their advantage. As the user of the technique, Naruto had considered such a scenario, yet he remained unfazed. After all, his physical prowess was formidable. Any enemy foolish enough to charge through the portal to confront him would be essentially handing themselves over. The crux of the matter, however, was that Sasuke, reveling in the thrill of battle, had not anticipated this turn of events. When he beheld Zabuza bursting forth from the cocoon, he momentarily froze. In that fleeting moment, Zabuza's executioner's blade swung toward his head. Fortunately, Sasuke's Sharingan granted him extraordinary dynamic vision, allowing him to react just in time, leaning back to narrowly evade the blade's edge. Had he delayed even a second longer, his head would have surely been severed. Yet, in that instant, he summoned every ounce of lightning chakra within him. The stimulation of the lightning chakra enhanced his speed exponentially. Having evaded Zabuza's executioner's blade, Sasuke immediately retaliated. With a deft flick of his wrist, he aimed a kick at Zabuza's wrist, where he grasped the weapon. Bang! What? A shadow clone technique? Sasuke was momentarily stunned. Why is it so challenging to dismantle his weapon? Simultaneously, Naruto heard Zabuza's voice once more. Water style, water dragon bullet. Naruto. Damn. Why is Zabuza fixated on me? Without needing to turn around, Naruto sensed the potency of the jutsu. The water from the technique had already begun to dampen his hair. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the frustration building within him after several failed attempts to catch his opponent. Alright, so you wish to play this way, do you? Every wound on your body was inflicted by that wicked Uchiha brat, and yet you choose to target me. Cursing under his breath, he activated the wind release, bloodstorm technique. As the technique was unleashed, a ferocious water dragon with its mouth wide open prepared to engulf him. However, in the next moment, a crimson shield enveloped Naruto. This newfound power encircled him, clashing violently against the water dragon's assault. Zabuza's water dragon was slightly more potent than Kakashi's, intensified by the surrounding ocean, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon Naruto. Once the water dragon dissipated, Zabuza beheld the sight of Naruto, who was radiating a fiery red chakra, his hair standing on end. He could even discern a rhythmic drumming sound resonating in the air. With a sudden burst, Naruto lunged forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he vanished from sight. Zabuza could only hear the taunting voice of the young ninja. This punch carries 12 years of my power. Tell me, how will you block it? Chapter 49. Alright. So you aspire to be like Uchiha Xiaoyan, do you? With determination, Naruto unleashed a serious punch towards Zabuza, his arm entwined with a fierce aura. The two faced each other, their hair dancing wildly in the gusty winds. Zabuza, unable to retaliate in time, raised his sword in defense, crossing it over his chest. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that Naruto's strike might shatter Zabuza's weapon, he instinctively shouted, "Don't." With a resounding impact, Naruto's fist collided with Zabuza's blade, forcing him to stagger backward. The force of the blow left Zabuza's shoulder numb, and cracks began to form on his sword. The realization of the damage to his weapon made Zabuza's eyelids twitch in alarm. Damn it! Who is this kid? Such immense strength. He understood he could not engage Naruto head-on. Having faced numerous formidable foes throughout his life, Zabuza recognized the peril of confronting Naruto directly. Moreover, the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Naruto indicated he had likely resorted to forbidden techniques. Was he truly gambling his life on this battle? Zabuza acknowledged Naruto as a worthy adversary. Attempting to create distance, Zabuza retreated, but Naruto, now empowered, seized Zabuza's clothing with one hand while unleashing a barrage of blows with the other. Captured and unable to escape, Zabuza recalled the boy's earlier provocations, igniting his anger anew. Fine. Let's see how long you can withstand your forbidden technique, brat. Thus, Their confrontation devolved into a brutal exchange of strikes. Both combatants coughed blood, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. After several seconds, Zabuza felt the weight of his punches increase, his body suffering multiple fractures. In contrast, Naruto appeared unfazed, growing even more invigorated. What manner of creature is this? Zabuza-sensei. In the shadows, Haku recognized the dire situation and leaped in to assist. Ice release. 1,000 killing water shuriken. A multitude of shuriken rained down towards Naruto's feet. Reacting instinctively, Naruto released Zabuza and dodged to the side. Frustration brewed within him. Where are my teammates? We're in the midst of a battle. Hurry up. Suddenly, Haku formed hand seals swiftly, directing his technique at Naruto. Although Zabuza appreciated the boy's intent, he knew this was a ninja's mission. Truth be told, Haku wished to avoid harming Naruto. He merely sought to persuade them to abandon their task. Ice release, crystal mirror. At that moment, a series of ice walls materialized around Naruto and Zabuza. These rectangular barriers hovered in the air, their smooth surfaces reflecting like mirrors, allowing Naruto to glimpse his own visage. For a fleeting moment, Naruto felt as though he were in a funhouse, gazing into warped mirrors. Yet, Haku's technique bore resemblance to a formation, though it proved utterly ineffective against Naruto. Did Haku not notice Naruto's spatial portal earlier? As Naruto momentarily lost focus, Zabuza, sensing Haku's intervention, quickly distanced himself, forming hand seals to vanish from sight. Sasuke, peering through the gaps in the ice walls, wore a brazen grin. Naruto, leave that enemy to me. Naruto instinctively glanced skyward, bemused. The day was overcast, with no sun in sight. Why was Sasuke acting so arrogant again? Slowly, Naruto raised his hand and gestured a middle finger towards Sasuke. Suddenly, shuriken erupted from all directions of the ice walls. Naruto scoffed, recalling Sasuke's evasive maneuvers, and began to deftly navigate through the onslaught. Performing a series of acrobatic maneuvers, front flips, back flips, side rolls, and one-handed spins, Naruto executed them with remarkable finesse, arguably surpassing Sasuke's own prowess. Yet, by the end of this display, Naruto found himself riddled with shuriken, resembling a porcupine. With a clatter, he bit off a few shuriken lodged in his shoulder, frustration boiling within him. As expected, I can't replicate Sasuke's fighting style. Haku, hidden within the ice mirror, felt bewildered. What is this guy doing? I recall my aim with the shuriken shouldn't have been this precise. From the scattered shuriken on the ground, it appeared that over 90% had struck Naruto. The remaining 10% were merely misfires. Yet, despite being pierced by numerous shuriken, Naruto appeared as though nothing had happened. Confused by Naruto's resilience, Haku speculated that the side effects of the forbidden technique were taking their toll. Just give up on the mission. I do not wish to kill you. As Naruto yanked the shuriken from his body, he sensed the wind release, Bloodstorm technique nearing its end. Without hesitation, he created a portal and stepped through. Haku, momentarily stunned, found himself at a loss for words. In the next instant, Naruto materialized before Kakashi. Naruto had intended to confront Haku solo, but the sight of a certain pale-haired individual spectating the entire battle left him feeling unbalanced. Kakashi-sensei, switch with me. I need a breather. What? Kakashi, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden appearance, struggled to comprehend the situation. Noticing Naruto's bloodied state, he sought to inquire about the events that transpired. However, before he could utter a second word, Naruto shoved him into the portal. Subsequently, Kakashi found himself within the range of Haku's technique. Naruto Uzumaki, I truly thank you. Sighing in resignation, Kakashi slowly lifted his eye patch, revealing his Sharingan. Very well. Allow that child to rest. I am aware he will require time to recover from the effects of that technique. As the leader of the team, he understood the necessity of stepping in. Naruto quickly cleared the shuriken from his body, casually pulled out a couch, and reclined upon it. Hastily consuming a life potion before the aftereffects of the wind release, Bloodstorm technique took hold. Once finished, he sensed a slight itch on his back and waved Sakura over. Feeling somewhat guilty about calling his friend's wife to tend to his wounds, Naruto immediately altered the way he addressed Sakura. From now on, he would refer to her as brother. Sakura, please help me pull the kunai from my back. Sakura? What did he just call me? Damn Naruto. With a dark expression, Sakura approached him, noticing the numerous kunai embedded in his body. This was perhaps the only way she could contribute to the team. Initially hesitant, as she began to extract the kunai, She was astonished to witness Naruto's wounds heal instantaneously upon removal. This revelation further transformed Sakura's understanding of his abilities. After tending to his injuries, Naruto collapsed onto the sofa, occasionally sipping from a cup of milk tea. Suddenly, he heard Sakura hesitantly inquire, "Naruto, what is the Xuan Zhong Chi?" Naruto. Observing the confusion on his face, Sakura bit her lip and glanced at Sasuke, who was locked in a fierce battle with Zabuza. Moments ago, she had distinctly heard Sasuke exclaim something about a peculiar weapon before charging into the fray. A complex expression crossed Sakura's face as she recalled the fervor in Sasuke's voice when he mentioned this strange weapon, leaving her utterly bewildered. Am I not captivating enough? Being a beautiful girl right beside you, that a mere broken weapon could steal your attention? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto felt a twinge of pain in his jaw. So, you mean Sasuke is aiming for Zabuza's beheading sword? After a few moments of recovery, Naruto realized his injuries had mostly healed and promptly teleported to the battleground where Sasuke and Zabuza were engaged. Since the moment Zabuza entered a turn-based combat style against Naruto, he had been left in a state of utter disarray. Not only was his right arm fractured, but he also had 3 broken ribs. The worst part was that the fool kept targeting his kidneys. Every breath he took sent waves of pain coursing through his body, finally managing to escape the skirmish. He found that the Uchiha brat had again appeared before him. This Uchiha was relentless, refusing to engage in taijutsu, instead hurling an endless barrage of ninja tools as if they were worthless trinkets, even mixing in explosive tags. Not only that, after tossing his tools, he would suddenly unleash ninjutsu. This unorthodox combat style left Zabuza utterly flabbergasted. The sheer volume of tools being thrown exceeded the payment for this mission. Clearly, this brat had no intention of stopping. Is this kid insane? Even with money, one shouldn't waste it so recklessly. Despite Zabuza's extensive experience as a ninja, he had never encountered such a bizarre style of combat. As he cursed the extravagant wastefulness of this young warrior, he was forced to evade a rain of shurikens. Just as he dodged one wave, he caught sight of that familiar blonde figure. Damn it, Zabuza swore. A piercing sound sliced through the air, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he heard a loud thud as Naruto's tool struck him. Not bad, Sasuke remarked coldly, executing a swift kick that sent Zabuza's sword flying from his grip. As Zabuza turned to locate the Uchiha, he found him standing nearby, triumphantly retrieving the beheading sword. Naruto arrived on the battlefield just as Sasuke was decimating a severely weakened Zabuza, laughing maniacally while holding the sword aloft. The ground was littered with ninja tools, making it difficult to find footing. Naruto's expression tightened in dismay. Did this kid use every single sealing scroll he had? Is he trying to make a mockery of our mission? Zabuza was now on one knee, his hands hanging limply at his sides, blood oozing from his mouth. Upon witnessing Zabuza's condition, Haku's heart raced with anxiety. Please, stop. We abandon the mission. Do not harm Mr. Zabuza. Haku immediately canceled his jutsu and appeared before Kakashi, slowly removing his mask to reveal a strikingly beautiful face that momentarily stunned Kakashi. During the battle, Kakashi had thrown a vial of perfume to track their movements, inadvertently enhancing Haku's allure. Kakashi glanced at Zabuza and nodded slightly. In times of peace, when ninjas from different villages clashed during missions, as long as one side withdrew, the other would generally refrain from lethal force. Noticing his team members were uninjured, Kakashi nodded, acquiescing to Haku's plea. Naruto, Sasuke, you may cease hostilities. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke tightened his grip on the beheading sword. Whether this guy lives or dies is irrelevant, but that Xuan Zhong Chi must belong to me. Haku rushed to Zabuza's side, supporting him with a look of deep concern. What are you doing? Zabuza turned, wrinkling his nose and questioned Haku, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You are merely my tool. Why do you make decisions for me? I apologize, Mr. Zabuza. Forgive my presumption, but continuing this mission would mean your death. Haku placed Zabuza's hand on his shoulder, tears brimming in his eyes. The members of Team 7 looked on as if witnessing a spectacle, with Sakura appearing particularly animated. So this is love. How beautiful it is, she exclaimed, casting a glance at Sasuke, who was busy polishing his new weapon, seemingly indifferent to her enthusiasm. Kakashi observed the two exchanging affectionate banter and even responded to Sakura's excitement. Indeed, this is youthful love. He instinctively let the phrase slip before quickly correcting himself. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, fearing Kakashi might perform some trademark awkward gesture. Was it true that interactions between people could subtly influence one another? Naruto felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from seeking out that green-clad weirdo. Seeing Sakura gushing over Kakashi's words, Naruto could no longer contain himself and interrupted their conversation. Just as Sakura began to dream of the future happiness of this couple, her mind wandering to her own potential future with Sasuke, she found herself smiling foolishly. At that moment, Naruto's voice shattered her daydream. That guy is a male. Sakura? Kakashi? Sasuke? The three turned to stare at Naruto, their faces a mixture of shock as they turned to Haku. Sakura glanced at Haku's chest, then at her own, clenching her fists in frustration. The thought of Naruto calling her Sakura brother made the veins on her forehead throb. Is Naruto judging gender based on chest size? How infuriating. Does he not realize how hurtful such remarks can be to a girl? And besides, I haven't even fully developed yet. But I will improve. Sakura took a deep breath, her irritation evident as she confronted Naruto. Naruto, it is truly excessive to say such things about a girl. Kakashi nodded in agreement, even though he found some truth in Naruto's statement. Indeed, I am a male. White timidly clarified, having overheard a few misunderstandings regarding his gender. The others, with the exception of Naruto, stood frozen for 3 seconds. After a moment, Sakura finally managed to turn her stiff neck and exclaimed in disbelief, "You're joking. How could a boy be so adorable?" Both Kakashi and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto shrugged, unable to provide an explanation for this peculiar situation. "Can we leave now?" White asked, glancing at Kakashi with a pleading expression after a brief quarrel with Zabuza. "No," Naruto interjected, not waiting for Kakashi to respond. "This sword belongs to us. And if you kiss him, I'll let you go." Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Zabuza, who had been on the verge of fainting, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. It was unclear what thoughts raced through his mind at that moment. "All right," White said, his cheeks flushing. He closed his eyes and quickly pecked Zabuza's cheek, then lowered his head, unable to meet the others' gazes. Kakashi and the others were once again left speechless, struggling to comprehend the nature of the relationship between Zabuza and White. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, urging the two to leave, but just as they departed, he heard Zabuza weakly remark, "White, what is that fragrance on you? It smells delightful." Chapter 51. I have a unique method to unlock my eyes. White supported Zabuza as they trudged through the mist, while Sakura's face was slightly flushed. Although it was a love between two men, the height difference between White and Zabuza, along with the recent kiss, made her feel a strange sense of delight. However, after a while, Sakura's mind was overwhelmed with confusion, struggling to accept this forbidden romance. Surely, men cannot have children together? I don't understand, Sakura murmured, expressing her shock. Kakashi, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, replied, "It's nothing. Such matters are not uncommon in the ninja world. It is said that back in the day, Uchiha, Naruto. No way. Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were serious?" Sasuke, sensing something amiss, paused his cleaning of the executioner's blade and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Realizing he had an Uchiha nearby, Kakashi quickly fell silent. Sigh. The Uchiha clan is no more. I should not tarnish the image of their ancestors in Sasuke's mind. Sakura, filled with curiosity, recalled the earlier interaction between White and Zabuza. She then glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, her expression suddenly stiffening, her face turning pale. She discreetly grabbed Naruto, her expression conspiratorial. "Naruto, what are you doing? Don't call me that." "Oh, forget it." Sakura initially intended to correct Naruto's address, but soon realized he would likely ignore her, so she abandoned the effort. "Naruto, listen. You already have Hinata. You should understand what I mean, right?" As she spoke, she kept giving him meaningful glances. "Naruto." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's expression twisted in confusion. "What the heck? Look at you, so rigid. No wonder Sasuke has no interest in you." After a long silence, Naruto pointed at the executioner's blade in Sasuke's hands. "You should first consider why that sword is more appealing than you. I won't always be like this." Sakura glanced down, then at Sasuke, who was gently caressing the executioner's blade, silently encouraging herself. "Yes, everything will turn out fine. Let us go. We need to escort the client back. Our mission should be complete now." Kakashi instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, but upon touching his book, he forcefully suppressed the urge to read and study. The three nodded and followed Tazuna back to his house. Tazuna felt a mix of emotions, but no one cared to ponder what was on his mind. After returning him home, Team 7's mission would conclude, and they could then contemplate their next adventure. In the evening, they enjoyed a meal at Tezuna's home, and then Naruto constructed a 3-story villa at the edge of the forest as their temporary residence. Kakashi and Sakura were at a loss for words. Which ninja builds a temporary residence with a swimming pool, and only for a single night? They felt it was quite a waste. Kakashi sat at the coffee table, comfortably sipping hot tea, feeling all the fatigue from the day's battles dissipate. He glanced at the 3 youngsters and said, "How about I guide you in your training here?" "Sure," Sasuke replied, resting his chin on one hand while flipping through the pages of a book. Kakashi's suggestion aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Having just seen the technique 3,000 lightning movements and remembering Naruto's mention of magnetic electricity, he felt he was grasping something significant. Moreover, they all possessed lightning and fire chakra attributes, and Sasuke now thought of the character from the book as another version of himself. I have found the path to becoming stronger. Uchiha Itachi, you who slaughtered your clan, killed your parents. What a disgrace to be called a son. Just wait. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will surely kill you. After completing his daily condemnation of Itachi, Sasuke immersed himself back in the book. After some time, he suddenly frowned. "Naruto, can you help me make a black cloak?" Naruto was momentarily speechless. "Are you really trying to become Uchiha Xiaoyan?" "Sasuke, I think you should read less of this book. It's all fictional." Naruto pursed his lips, realizing he had made a mistake by showing Sasuke the book. He should have anticipated that a kid like Sasuke would be drawn to such tales. He began to worry that if this continued, when Sasuke eventually met the Sage of 6 Paths, he might dramatically declare, "Sage of 6 Paths, my destiny is mine to control. Today, I shall defy fate. You are merely a mental obstacle on my path to strength. Break from me." Naruto covered his face, finding the image too ridiculous. "No, I cannot let Sasuke continue down this path. I must redirect him towards developing his Sharingan, rather than indulging in such fictional techniques. Moreover, this kid kept asking about Xiaoyan's skills repeatedly. Damn it, isn't this pure insanity? If I could do that, I wouldn't be sitting here chatting with you." Besides, he himself lacked lightning and fire chakra attributes. Ahem. "Sasuke, I have a method to help you unlock the 3 Tomo." Kakashi and Sakura, who were sipping tea, looked at Naruto in astonishment. Both were baffled as to how Naruto knew the method for unlocking the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Sasuke, however, maintained his composure and casually said, "Go on." Naruto noticed Sakura's gaze and felt a bit distracted. Sakura, we need to discuss some matters regarding men. Could you step outside for a moment?" Sakura tilted her head, puzzled. "Wait, weren't we just talking about helping Sasuke unlock his 3 Tomo? Why are we suddenly discussing men's matters?" Remembering Zabuza and White's earlier interaction, Sakura felt a twinge of wariness towards Naruto. Surely, he wouldn't do anything to betray Hinata, right? Although she was unsure, she chose to trust her teammate and left the room. However, as she closed the door, she cast one last glance at Naruto, a nagging sense of foreboding lingering in her heart. "Naruto, what method will you use to help Sasuke unlock his eyes?" Kakashi stifled a yawn, dismissing Naruto's words entirely. After all, if such an item existed, why hadn't the Uchiha clan produced it first? He assumed Naruto was merely jesting again. In stark contrast, Sasuke's demeanor was exceptionally earnest. Ever since he had known Naruto, the latter had never deceived him. When he claimed he could grow stronger, he truly could. Naruto surreptitiously glanced at the door before mysteriously retrieving a blue skirt from the system. Kakashi's single eye widened, his expression distinctly perplexed. As a seasoned reader, he recognized the object in Naruto's hands. He had often seen female protagonists donned in similar attire. However, the crux of the matter was Naruto truly suggesting that Sasuke wear a skirt at this moment? Kakashi furtively glanced at Sasuke, and an involuntary image of him in a skirt flashed through his mind. He shuddered at the thought. Sasuke stared at the fabric in Naruto's hands for a long while, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Although he lacked Kakashi's extensive experience, he could discern that this fabric was decidedly inappropriate. Moreover, was not the skirt meant for women? Finally, after a protracted silence, Sasuke looked up and said, "Naruto, this isn't funny." His tone carried a hint of irritation. Had Kakashi produced such an item, Sasuke would have certainly retaliated. "Trust me, Sasuke. If you wear it, you will awaken your eyes," Naruto exclaimed with utmost sincerity, his expression earnest. He then solemnly placed the skirt and knee-high stockings on the table, turning away with a sigh. Sasuke, after all this time, did you truly think of me in such a manner? Have you forgotten what you once told me? That you would do anything to become stronger? Naruto's voice was tinged with melancholy, prompting Sasuke to reflect on their years of camaraderie. However, Kakashi noticed Naruto's shoulders quivering slightly. He was evidently stifling laughter. Sasuke, visibly troubled, glanced at the items on the table, his expression a conflicted mix of concern and disbelief. He genuinely trusted Naruto, but he was acutely aware of his friend's mischievous nature. The risk of being the butt of a joke was too great. Sasuke hesitated to heed Naruto's words. Yet, the allure of the three-tomo Sharingan was undeniably enticing. Ultimately, after considerable contemplation, he clenched his teeth and declared, "This is all for the sake of becoming stronger. Naruto, I will trust you this once." But, Sasuke paused, pointing ominously at the items on the table, his eyes aflame with intensity. "You both must wear them too." To mitigate the potential humiliation, he resolved to drag Kakashi and Naruto into his predicament. Surely, once they were all attired in such garments, nothing too terrible could occur. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto, taken aback by Sasuke's declaration, quickly turned to pat his shoulder. "Don't worry, I understand your concerns. We'll wear them together, for your sake." Naruto's beaming smile radiated reliability as he grasped Kakashi's shoulder. "Wait, Naruto, are you certain this is a sound plan?" Kakashi interjected, but was interrupted by Naruto's fervent assurance. "Don't underestimate the bond we share." Caught off guard, Kakashi found himself agreeing, especially after noticing the unusual glint in Naruto's eyes. The two exchanged a brief, understanding glance before nodding in unison. To reassure Sasuke, Naruto produced 2 additional outfits, distributing one to Kakashi and keeping one for himself. Hearing this, Sasuke finally felt at ease. Yes, they would all don the skirts. Surely Naruto wouldn't mock him in such a situation. The 3 of them, holding skirts and knee-high stockings, flushed slightly. They exchanged glances, then hurried to their respective rooms to change. After donning the skirt, Sasuke glanced down at the fabric, coupled with the knee-high black stockings, and his expression twisted in discomfort. He felt dizzy with disbelief. What on earth am I doing? At that moment, resistance surged within him, and he grasped the doorknob, frozen in place. After several minutes of internal struggle, Sasuke resolved to avert his gaze from the skirt, convincing himself that as long as he focused forward, he could pretend he wasn't wearing it. Concerned about emerging first and facing ridicule, he called out, "Are you both ready?" "Ready. We're good to go," came their responses, alleviating Sasuke's distress. After all, this humiliation was something that Naruto and Kakashi would also endure. "All right, let us come out together," he shouted towards the door. Upon receiving their replies, the doors swung open simultaneously. Sasuke's face flushed crimson as he covered his skirt with his hands and awkwardly stepped into the living room. However, when he beheld Naruto and Kakashi, his mind went blank. They had not changed at all. They were still dressed in their previous attire. Time seemed to freeze as they caught sight of Sasuke in the skirt and stockings. Their shoulders trembled uncontrollably, and they couldn't suppress their laughter even slightly. It was a testament to their restraint that they hadn't burst into laughter outright. Sasuke, expressionless, cast a glance at the two, devoid of any reaction, and approached the table to pick up his heavy weapon. With a resounding clash, the room echoed with the sound as Sasuke raised his weapon menacingly towards them. "You two, you wretched fools. I shall turn your laughter into screams. Prepare to meet your demise." Fury coursed through Sasuke, arcs of electricity crackling around him, even enveloping his weapon. He was unaware that his current state far surpassed his previous abilities. Yet, he was beyond caring. He only wished for the white-haired and yellow-haired fools before him to perish under his weapon. "Wait, calm down, you fool. Have you not realized that your lightning release technique has improved?" Naruto exclaimed in a panic as Sasuke brandished his weapon. Kakashi stepped in to assist. "Yes, you've definitely grown stronger." Hearing their praises, Sasuke's expression softened considerably. He lowered his weapon and began to sense the power coursing through him. He soon realized that the chakra flow of his lightning release was not only unimpeded, but also remarkably smooth. Most importantly, he no longer felt the sting of burnt hair. As he moved, the electric arcs flickered, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover his speed had increased to the point of leaving afterimages. Observing Sasuke's improving demeanor, Naruto eagerly began to compliment him. "Incredible. You truly are the strongest of the Uchiha." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are the strongest Uchiha I have ever encountered." Sasuke, upon hearing their accolades, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Naruto had praised him. Did this mean he finally acknowledged his strength? There were praises from the genius Jonin, Kakashi-sensei. They even claimed to be the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, who held his family's honor in high regard, could hardly contain his elation upon hearing such compliments from Naruto and Kakashi, both lauding the Uchiha lineage and proclaiming him the mightiest within it. He placed his hands on his hips, slightly closed his legs, swayed his short skirt, and then erupted into wild laughter. Haha, of course, the Uchiha clan is the strongest. However, Naruto felt the moment could be enhanced and transformed into a sailor suit paired with pink feminine undergarments, stepping forward to wink at Sasuke. Sasuke, look. The moment you donned a short skirt, you grasped lightning release. If you wear this outfit, won't you unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan immediately? Sasuke pondered for a moment, realizing Naruto's words held a semblance of truth, and ultimately agreed. After all, he was already wearing a short skirt. What difference would an additional top make? Outside, Sakura sat by the door, listening to the commotion within, unable to fathom the situation. She heard Sasuke proclaiming something about being the strongest Uchiha and Naruto uttering words of success. Could it be that Sasuke had succeeded? After eavesdropping for a while and sensing the silence that followed, she decided to enter. Upon opening the door, she was met with an unforgettable scene. Chapter 53. Just say whether you have unlocked the 3-tomo or not. At that moment, Sasuke leaned slightly forward, his hands behind his back, holding the pink undergarment. His face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi held a matching pair of pink panties, making unintelligible sounds. Naruto stood before Sasuke, comparing sizes of the sailor suit, his shoulders twitching with suppressed laughter. As Sakura pushed the door, the scene within froze at that instant. The three of them, upon seeing Sakura, were momentarily stunned. Their actions halted as if time itself had stopped. Sakura stood there, dumbfounded. The boy she admired was being toyed with by Kakashi and Naruto. From her perspective, it seemed as though Naruto was saying, "Sakura, your man looks delightful." To make matters worse, Sasuke was wearing women's undergarments. Pink ones, no less. What on earth are you doing? For reasons unknown, Sakura felt a flush on Sasuke's face, and he appeared somewhat bashful. Damn it, Naruto. I could kill you. You said you wouldn't have any thoughts about Sasuke. What exactly are you and Kakashi-sensei doing to him? Initially shocked and confused, her emotions soon shifted to sorrow and rage. She was now utterly convinced that there was a significant issue between Naruto and Sasuke, and Kakashi as well. How could he be holding such items? Sasuke's expression was rigid, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably. When Sakura opened the door, his Sharingan activated without his control. The double tomo swirled in his eyes, and as Sakura spoke, his double tomo Sharingan transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. However, he could not focus on his Sharingan now. It was already humiliating enough to wear women's clothing. He had barely overcome his psychological barrier to try it, only to be seen by his teammates. The shame was unbearable. He wondered how he would face Sakura again after this moment. Reflecting on Kakashi and Naruto's actions made it worse. Those two had been laughing at him the entire time. Damn it, they would undoubtedly tease him about this in the future. As these thoughts consumed him, a surge of heat rushed to his head, and his vision began to blur. Let this world be destroyed. It should not exist. Bang. Unable to accept the reality, Sakura swiftly closed the door. Standing outside, she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks. No, I must be under Kakashi-sensei's Jinjutsu. How could Sasuke do something like this? I must be under a Jinjutsu. Sakura murmured, sitting on the steps, hugging her knees and burying her head. 3 seconds later, her nose tinged with sadness, and she burst into tears. Why am I not good enough? Why would Sasuke rather be with Naruto than spare me a glance? Is it because I'm plain? Sakura recalled Naruto saying she was worse than a broken blade, which made her sob even louder. Inside the room, Sasuke removed the pink undergarment with one hand, his eyes wide open, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Is this how you awaken your power? I will kill both of you. He gritted his teeth and brandished the heavy weapon. The cloth-wrapped blade stirred a powerful gust within the room as he swung it. Naruto and Kakashi broke into a sweat. Just say whether you have awakened your power. Shut up. Today, I will eliminate both of you. Enraged, Sasuke no longer believed Naruto's nonsense. He realized that this blonde fool merely wanted to see him humiliated. And that white-haired one too. With electricity crackling around him, Sasuke swung the heavy weapon towards Naruto's waist. However, at the moment of impact, there was no sensation as he had anticipated. Bang! Naruto exploded into a cloud of smoke, leaving Kakashi wide-eyed in shock. Damn it, you used a shadow clone. Why didn't you mention that during our eye contact? Fine, fine. So, this is how you want to play, Naruto? The vanished Naruto only fueled Sasuke's rage further. Bare-chested, with over-the-knee black stockings and a short skirt, the scene was undeniably absurd. He pointed the heavy weapon at Kakashi, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan glaring coldly at the white-haired Jonin. Wait, Sasuke, that idea came from Naruto. It has nothing to do with me, Kakashi said, feigning innocence while shifting all the blame onto Naruto. Then why didn't you change into a short skirt yourself? As Sasuke uttered this, he instinctively glanced at his own skirt, feeling as if he might suffer a brain hemorrhage. Hee. Kakashi finally burst into laughter at Sasuke's current appearance. You're dead. Sasuke, wielding the heavy weapon, engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi within the villa. The entire building began to tremble from their conflict. Naruto, hiding behind a nearby tree, secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his skills surpassed theirs. He had left a shadow clone inside the villa while escaping through the window. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed to torment Sasuke in such a state. Forgive me, Kakashi-sensei. This is the last time. Glancing at the villa that was nearly torn apart by Sasuke, Naruto decided not to linger any longer and promptly activated his space portal to return home. That night, as Naruto lay in bed, he silently prayed for Kakashi-sensei's well-being for a moment before his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. Upon entering, he noticed the great fox glaring at him. Glancing at the barbecue grill before the fox, he realized that the meat had barely been touched. Was the great fox in a bad mood? Naruto shrank back, cautiously moving about, but no matter where he went, the fox's intimidating gaze remained fixed on him. After a while, unable to withstand the fox's stare, Naruto raised his head and called out, "Great fox, do you need something?" As he recalled his recent actions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Due to a mission requiring combat, Teacher Gyo was granted a 3-day leave by the Great Fox. Moreover, his battle with Zabuza could be considered a performance worthy of accolades. Surely, he hadn't offended this fox recently, had he? For nearly 10 minutes, the two stood in a standoff, one human and one fox, while the Great Fox remained silent, allowing Naruto to delve into his memories. Eventually, the Ninetales broke the silence. "Kid, what did you give that Uchiha brat?" It paused, lifting its gaze to glare at Naruto through its nostrils, before continuing, "I merely wish to understand who this Uchiha Xiaoyan you speak of is. I have no interest in that book. What is this great fox up to?" Upon hearing its words, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him. Damn it, there was already an Uchiha Xiaoyan out in the world, and if his own fox became engrossed in novels, he couldn't bear to imagine what sort of trouble this great orange would cause in the future. Truly a calamity. Chapter 54 Help. Has anyone learned the multiple shadow clone technique? Naruto was decidedly unwilling to let his fox read those novels, especially with the emergence of an Uchiha Xiaoyan. He couldn't fathom what sort of transformation his fox might undergo. Yet, the fox's envious glare was piercing enough to feel like it could stab his spine. It seemed to be saying, "You, Uzumaki Naruto, have had me by your side for over 12 years, and now you forget your old fox for a newcomer?" After some consideration, Naruto decided he couldn't be unfair. He promptly summoned thousands of novels from the system and even tossed a number of comics before the Ninetales. While these books were somewhat small for the Great Fox, Naruto believed it would find a way to manage them. He just hoped that when the ninja world descended into chaos, the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't blame him. The jealous fox's attitude improved significantly upon seeing the pile of books. It repeatedly insisted that it had no desire to peruse human literature. But Naruto didn't believe a word of it. Subsequently, Naruto spent 3 more days in the village, during which he even ventured to the Hyuga household to provoke his former family. He left with his young girlfriend. And the sudden return of Uzumaki Naruto startled the newly formed ninja teams, who feared he might have left a shadow clone in the village to complete missions. What the hell? You just started your mission 2 days ago. How come you're back already? Consequently, various jonin united to report the lower-ranked Uzumaki Naruto for returning to the village during a mission, deeming it a violation that necessitated his return to the field. Naruto had barely spent 2 days with his girlfriend when the Umbu approached him, claiming he was in violation and that if he did not leave the village to complete his mission, his pay would be docked. "Damn it, you're just trying to make things difficult for me, Uzumaki Naruto." Standing at the entrance of Konoha, a certain blonde was cursing, greeting the Hokage with disdain and insulting the villagers of Konoha. This was truly bullying. "I haven't seen Hinata in ages. What's wrong with spending a few days in the village with her? The gate guard maintained a stoic expression, completely ignoring his presence. In utter exasperation, Naruto gave the Konoha gate a polite middle finger, then vanished through a spatial portal, leaving the villagers relieved. In truth, Naruto had wished to remain a few more days. After all, he was uncertain whether his foolish friend had calmed down and if his teacher Kakashi was still alive. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety after offending 3 people at once. Upon passing through the light portal back to Team 7's temporary residence, he discovered that the 3-story villa he had built was now reduced to a single wall, with the surrounding charred marks and scattered shuriken remnants indicating the intensity of the previous battle. As a result of the skirmish, the former villa had been destroyed, and his fellow teammates had erected tents nearby. After casting a distant glance at Sasuke and the others, Naruto felt a growing unease. He sensed that Sasuke's anger had not yet dissipated. Sighing, he concealed himself and summoned a shadow clone, intending for it to scout ahead. However, upon seeing his clone, Naruto was taken aback. The clone was adorned in a white winter robe, topped with a white cloth. This appearance made Naruto want to turn and flee. "I didn't send you to scout like that to shout 'Long live the Lord.'" He attempted to reassure himself that perhaps the clone's garb was merely a humorous statement. But just as he thought this, the shadow clone's eyes gleamed as it cheerfully exclaimed, Master, let me have a backpack. I need to defend myself. And bring me a few grenades. We shall grow strong and flourish." Naruto, wait, you're serious? Setting aside the oddity of his clone's outfit, asking for a backpack and grenades seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Furthermore, a shadow clone ought to be focused on stealth. Suddenly struck silent by his own clone's antics, Naruto began to understand why the villagers of Konoha harbored such animosity towards him. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, bitterness lacing his words. "I think you're being a bit extreme. Silence. I will not allow you to speak ill of yourself." The clone's expression was filled with rage, clearly displeased with its original's comments. What's wrong with wanting to play? Besides, once adapted to the rules, its power could be significant. The clone had a point. If Uchiha Sasuke was still upset, it could serve as a useful buffer. After some contemplation, Naruto ultimately retrieved a black backpack and even thoughtfully produced a lighter. However, he refrained from handing over any grenades. The items, unlike the sealed space, had adapted to a form resembling a ticking bomb from a Hong Kong film, perfectly fitting within the backpack. Yet, he remained uncertain about their potency. When he was younger, Naruto was well aware of his reckless nature and had never dared to bring such items out for play. Perhaps the adapted items would not be overly powerful, but he figured it was best not to risk blowing himself up. The clone, upon seeing what Naruto had produced, excitedly began to fiddle with the items. When it received the lighter, it shot a disdainful glance at the original. "I say, Master, what era are we in? Still playing with the traditional? We are in the ninja world. We must make the best use of our powers." With that, the clone tossed the lighter behind it and rummaged through Naruto's ninja tool pouch, retrieving an explosive tag. It then grinned mischievously as it affixed the tag to the backpack. Naruto was momentarily stunned by the clone's actions. Damn, that does make sense. With the explosive tag secured within the black backpack, the clone adjusted the cloth on its head and declared with a serious expression, "I, Uzumaki Jigus, am going." It slung the backpack over its shoulder and sauntered off with flair. Naruto was left dumbfounded. Uzumaki Jigus. All right. So you want to be a demolition expert, huh? Why does my shadow clone have to be so theatrical? Has anyone ever learned the multiple shadow clone technique? Watching the clone in its winter attire step forward, Naruto felt a headache brewing. At that moment, Sasuke, who was practicing his sword techniques near the tent, turned to see a white figure approaching, sporting a backpack. Kakashi and Sakura simultaneously turned their heads towards the figure, instantly on high alert. As the figure drew closer, they recognized it to be none other than Naruto. Although uncertain about why he was dressed so oddly, they were determined to deal with him. Without hesitation, the 3 drew their weapons and charged at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. You're dead. Sakura and Kakashi were relatively restrained, merely drawing their kunai to aim at Naruto. Sasuke activated his lightning chakra mode and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Naruto, wielding his weapon, the heavy hinge, while furiously shouting, "Which road are you on? I want you dead." During the 2 days Naruto had disappeared, Sasuke and Kakashi had fought several times without reaching a conclusion, which only fueled his anger further. At night, the mere thought of Naruto laughing at his cross-dressing made him pound the bed in rage. That very night, he destroyed the bed Naruto had left behind. Hearing Sasuke call his name, Naruto instinctively looked up and shouted, "You fool," before tossing his bag in front of him and recklessly sprinting toward his original self. Chapter 55. The wedding feast of Bai and Zabuza is mine to drink. Just as Sasuke raised the heavy hinge, a black backpack flew toward him. He instinctively swung his weapon to bat it away, and by sheer coincidence, it soared toward the makeshift camp the three had set up. The next moment, two explosions abruptly echoed in their ears. Boom, boom. The trio, poised to strike Naruto, turned their stiff necks toward the camp, only to find it reduced to rubble. Kakashi's temples throbbed with visible veins. He had painstakingly gathered materials to construct that camp, spending a day and night on it. They had barely settled in. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, slowly lifting his eye mask to activate his Sharingan, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A towering wall sprang up to shield Naruto, adorned with intricately carved dog heads. Judging by the craftsmanship, it was 100 times superior to the Hokage rock carvings. Naruto Uzumaki found himself trapped behind the earthen wall, flanked by the three, who approached with grim expressions. The three, well acquainted with Naruto, immediately sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, upon witnessing their actions, Naruto should have activated his light door. Clearly, this was merely a shadow clone of Naruto. "Where's your original self?" Kakashi inquired coldly, stepping forward. He was genuinely angry. They had all conspired to help Sasuke awaken his eyes, yet this fool had opted to send a clone to escape, leaving him to bear Sasuke's wrath. Such an arrangement could not be permitted. He needed to teach this boy a lesson. Fortunately, this disturbance had occurred internally. Kakashi feared that if Naruto caused trouble outside the village, he might deflect all blame onto him. Standing before the trio, Naruto's expression shifted to one of righteous indignation. In that moment, he envisioned himself as Jingku, the assassin of the first emperor of China. His mind involuntarily recited, "The wind whistles coldly at the E River. A brave man departs and never returns." Glaring at the three, Naruto gritted his teeth and declared, "You shall not extract any information regarding my original self from me. Though I may perish today, I am still Naruto Uzumaki." With that proclamation, he charged headlong into the earthen wall. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Naruto dramatically vanished before their eyes. The entire sequence lasted no more than 3 seconds, leaving Kakashi and the others momentarily stunned. What on earth was Naruto's clone up to? What was he even saying? The anger that had ignited within Sasuke and the others was abruptly doused by Naruto's antics, leaving them at a loss on how to handle him. Moreover, if it came to confronting Naruto, should he truly wish to evade them, capturing him would be no easy feat. They needed to train for an extended period. And without Naruto's formidable logistical support, they would find it challenging. Kakashi sighed, turning to the despondent surroundings, and called out, "Naruto, stop fooling around. Come out quickly. We've already begun training." Having just absorbed the memories of his clone, Naruto wore a pained expression. This was not due to the side effects of the multi-shadow clone technique, but rather because Naruto was genuinely concerned about the peculiar characters he might inadvertently conjure up in his next use of the technique. "Sai, I'm so exhausted. I really want to return to the village and find my wife." Hearing Kakashi's voice, Naruto scratched his head and cheerfully emerged from the woods. Upon seeing the trio, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura. What a coincidence, ha 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 ha. Just the other day, I suddenly remembered I left the gas on at home." After greeting them, Naruto began to concoct a clumsy explanation for his absence over the past few days. Kakashi's eye twitched in exasperation. He recalled that Naruto's home lacked gas altogether. Furthermore, his acting skills were abysmal. He was far inferior to the earlier shadow clone. "Humph." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, scoffing, then hung the heavy hinge on his back, turning away to deliver a swift smack to the back of Naruto's head. Although he had awakened his 3 Tomo and his strength had surged, Naruto's space-time ninjutsu remained a formidable challenge. Sasuke resolved to wait until he grew stronger to properly deal with him, aiming to pin him down. As for Sakura, given that Kakashi and Sasuke were not inclined to stir trouble, she, being the weakest link in the team, had no intention of seeking her own demise. For now, she merely glared at Naruto in anger, but dared not contemplate anything further. Seeing the trio's emotions stabilize somewhat, Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and whispered, "So, what is it like? Having awakened your 3 Tomo?" "Sasuke, huh? You weren't planning to say that just now, were you? Irritated, Sasuke activated his Sharingan once more, glaring fiercely at Naruto. Although the transformation to 3 Tomo was a cause for celebration, the thought of having to cross-dress before his teammates left Sasuke, feeling anything but joyful. By the way, Naruto, I came looking for you yesterday, Kakashi interjected, interrupting the potential clash between the two. He then recounted how Bai had sought them out the previous day. Bai and Zabuza had abandoned their mission not long ago and were subsequently ambushed by a larger group, but fortunately, Bai had not sustained any injuries during his battle with Kakuzu's subordinates. He had easily dispatched them while simultaneously taking down Kakuzu. Afterward, Bai had taken Zabuza to recuperate in the Land of Waves. He had come to invite Team 7 for a meal to express his gratitude for their restraint. And to extend his thanks to the matchmaking Mr. Uzumaki. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto paused briefly, then a peculiar smile spread across his face. It sounds like Bai and Zabuza have developed feelings for each other. How wonderful. I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall be the one to partake in your wedding feast. He was eager to see Zabuza's reaction upon encountering him again. With that thought in mind, Naruto envisioned the two united in matrimony. Wow. Zabuza truly is a man who dares to pursue his desires. After a moment of reflection, Naruto began clearing the rubble around him, spending another half-hour constructing a new shelter. Even the trio, who had witnessed Naruto's abilities numerous times, could not help but marvel at the utility of his skills. That night, Kakashi and the others finally enjoyed a sound sleep. The following morning, Team 7 set off in search of Bai, following the directions he had left behind. After a considerable time, they finally located Bai in a village, where he was holding a basin filled with clothes belonging to him and Zabuza. Chapter 56. For the first time, Naruto Uzumaki felt true fear upon spotting the members of Team 7. Bai tilted his head and beamed a radiant smile, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. Naruto, in an effort to resist the allure of the charming young man, found himself conjuring images of Chiyo in a swimsuit to combat the temptation. The mere thought of Chiyo's appearance made him retch uncontrollably. The impact was simply overwhelming. He contemplated whether to gift such a thing to Kakashi-sensei for his 27th birthday. Perhaps it might even help Kakashi abandon his habit of watching inappropriate material. When he wished to read, a glance at Chiyo's swimsuit would suffice. Sakura, observing the scene, latched on Sasuke's arm protectively, her expression one of fierce determination. That man is far too dangerous, she thought. Sasuke, wake up. The girl felt utterly exhausted. It was one thing for women to covet her man, but why were there so many men doing the same? Can't you filthy men stop vying for my boyfriend? Kakashi, meanwhile, exhibited no unusual behavior, merely hunched over, perhaps suffering from a sore back due to a too soft bed the previous night. When White noticed Naruto retching, he showed no reaction, instead brushing aside a few stray strands of hair from his face. Finding the hair inconvenient, he set down the wooden basin, removed a hair tie from his wrist, and swiftly tied his hair into a high ponytail. Sakura's anger reached its peak as she suspected that this man was trying to entice the male members of Team 7. She leaped in front of the group, arms outstretched, shouting, "Wake up! He is a man." Kakashi and Sasuke, snapping out of their reverie, averted their gazes, unable to meet Sakura's eyes. As for Naruto, he proclaimed that the allure of the man before him had no effect whatsoever. "Please, follow me," White said with a gentle smile, picking up the basin from the ground and tilting his head to waggle his ponytail, signaling the others to follow. Sasuke, his face slightly flushed, turned to look at Sakura. Kakashi, hands in his pockets, stepped forward, advising the younger ones on the importance of politeness when visiting others. His gaze fell on Sakura, while Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously turned their attention to her. Sakura, taken aback, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. The four followed White for several minutes until they finally arrived at their dwelling. At that moment, Zabuza appeared, clutching a small hammer and a few nails. His body wrapped in bandages and limping slightly, a clear indication that he was still recovering from their previous battle. Zabuza first glanced at the blonde before quickly diverting his gaze, then fixated on the large blade behind the boy. Naruto was astonished by Zabuza's condition. After all, he had inflicted those injuries himself. Surely, Zabuza should still be bedridden for at least a fortnight. However, he seemed to be recovering rapidly. Noticing Naruto's puzzled expression, White explained, "Zabuza's injuries were treated by a medical ninja we found at a casino. They said it would cost 80 million Ryo to heal him." A casino? A medical ninja? 80 million Ryo? Naruto and Kakashi exchanged knowing looks. It was clear this was the work of Tsunade, the notorious gambler of Konoha. Upon hearing the price, Naruto clutched his chest in shock, exclaiming, "That two-tailed old woman is extorting us. I should have earned that money myself." However, the thought of his own stash of gold bars offered him some solace. Sakura, however, noticed something amiss. After observing for a while, she realized Zabuza's legs appeared uninjured. This revelation caused her to lean back, gasping in shock. No, they can't be. The images of Zabuza and White began to overlap in her mind, shattering her understanding of the world. Sakura glanced at Zabuza, then at White, her cheeks flushing with heat. Yet, the thought of Zabuza, towering over White, bullying him was too much for her to bear. Zabuza is still injured. How can he be so eager to harm White? She thought indignantly, unable to contain her concern. Sakura approached White. "Hey, are you two?" She stammered, gesturing awkwardly with her hands. White's face turned crimson, confirming Sakura's suspicions. Aye. You can't accept his advances while he's still injured," Sakura exclaimed, her voice rising as she glanced at her teammates, who were engrossed in a staring contest with Zabuza. Unbeknownst to her, they were eavesdropping on her conversation. "You should learn to refuse him," Sakura insisted, observing White's averted gaze and the way he fidgeted with his shirt. His flushed ears betrayed his embarrassment. At that moment, he resembled a bashful maiden. "I will be careful, and besides, Zabuza is lying down, it won't affect his injuries." "You misunderstand. It absolutely will affect you. You must take care of yourself." Sakura's frustration was palpable, unable to fathom how he could think otherwise. Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed her mind. "Wait, what do you mean Zabuza is lying down?" "No way." Images flooded her mind, sending her brain into a whirlwind of confusion. After a full minute, she hesitantly asked, "So, you said Zabuza is lying down, so you're the top?" Having been educated by Kakashi about such taboo relationships, she understood the dynamics of dominance. White's face flushed even deeper as he nodded, confirming Sakura's speculation. "Oh my heavens!" Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her pupils darting in shock. In just 3 minutes, she had been astonished by this forbidden romance twice. She could hardly comprehend how White, with his delicate features, could be the dominant partner, while Zabuza, with his imposing stature, was the submissive one. This is absurd. The Mist Ninja truly are terrifying. Not only was Sakura taken aback, but Kakashi and Naruto also stepped back, gasping in astonishment. Sasuke, however, remained oblivious, preoccupied with guarding his beloved weapon from Zabuza. Meanwhile, the other two were in a state of shock, their faces paling. Naruto felt all his previous admiration for the duo evaporate, replaced by a sense of dread. Zabuza has been with White? As he recalled White's earlier demeanor towards him, fear began to creep in. Turning to Kakashi, Naruto exchanged a glance before rushing to Sakura's side, grabbing her collar and sprinting back. Upon reaching their teammates, he quickly opened several portals, dragging Sakura along and seizing Sasuke, who was still enraptured in a gaze with Zabuza, pulling him through the portal as well. However, Kakashi proved to be the swiftest, and as they departed, Naruto shouted back at Zabuza and White. "Apologies. I suddenly remembered that I left the gas on at home, so I shall forego my meal. Farewell. If I linger any longer, Naruto truly fears he might be reprimanded. Still eating? I shall take my leave." Faced with the abrupt disappearance of Team 7, Zabuza and Haku were utterly bewildered. After exchanging a few glances, Zabuza finally spoke, urging Haku to prepare the meal while he attended to some repairs. Chapter 57. Kakashi, you go explain to my mother. The 4 members of Team 7 traversed the light portal and returned to the camp. Sakura stood dazed, seemingly still reeling from the shock. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, each noticing the other's perspiration, clearly startled. Sasuke, observing his teammates' unusual reactions, found it incomprehensible. What was all this fuss about? Wasn't it merely a training exercise between 2 individuals? He had been the attacker during his recent training sessions with Kakashi, so what was there to be surprised about? It was rather peculiar. "I'm off to train," Sasuke declared, leaving a brief statement before heading to the training ground. Sakura, witnessing his departure, vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel her muddled thoughts, and called out Sasuke's name while rushing after him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, suddenly realizing something was amiss with the boy. A normal 12-year-old would have reacted like Sasuke upon hearing Haku's earlier words. Even Sakura had only come to comprehend the concept of taboo love after Kakashi's explanation. Thus, a question arose. How did Naruto know about such matters? Surely, he must have stumbled upon inappropriate content. Kakashi felt the need to guide the boy carefully. While he may not be the best role model, he truly disdained the thought of Naruto falling into similar pitfalls. Naruto, you must avoid the 3 forbidden acts of a ninja. Engaging in even one would ruin your life. Naruto turned, astonished, gazing at Kakashi. What nonsensical ramblings was this white-haired man spouting? Did he not have a clue about his own behavior? At that moment, Naruto felt a strong urge to shove Kakashi's ninja tool pouch into his face. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. With that, Naruto scrutinized Kakashi briefly before continuing. Kakashi-sensei, being of your age and still single, I assume you've saved quite a bit of money? Kakashi opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a coherent response. He felt as though Naruto's brief remark had inflicted 3 distinct wounds upon him. What was the matter with this child? Why had he always been so sharp-tongued? Were it not for Naruto's mastery of space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi would have certainly captured him and delivered a sound thrashing. Noticing Kakashi's motionless state, Naruto beamed with delight, though he sensed Kakashi might retaliate. Without hesitation, he activated a space portal and vanished. Kakashi sighed as he watched the blonde boy appear at a distance. He suddenly wondered if Jiraiya could truly manage this child. Minutes later, Kakashi called the 3 young ones to gather around him, ready to outline their training regimen. Sasuke, tomorrow we will practice lightning release. I will teach you a new ninjutsu. Sasuke, who was maintaining his weapon, nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For some reason, he felt he was nearing mastery of the technique 3,000 lightning strikes. Kakashi then turned to the dazed girl beside him. Sakura, your current abilities are still too weak. Tomorrow, I will devise a chakra control training plan for you and teach you several genjutsu techniques. As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at the other 2. These 2 had trained with trees over rivers at the tender age of 7. There was no need for them to practice tree climbing or water walking anymore. After all, they had already mastered chakra control. All right, I'll do my best. Sakura, fully aware of the gap between herself and her teammates, eagerly anticipated Kakashi's training plan. Perhaps once she completed Kakashi-sensei's regimen, she could catch up to them. The girl donned a serious expression, pumping her fists in encouragement to herself. Go for it, Haruno Sakura. You're the best. Once you grow stronger, you'll be able to deal with Naruto properly. After discussing the plans with Sakura, Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto, who was brimming with expectation. He fell silent for a moment, contemplating. After much thought, he realized he had little to offer Naruto in terms of instruction. Naruto's chakra was a blend of wind and earth. While Kakashi knew numerous jutsus of those elements, they were either supportive or defensive, not particularly beneficial for Naruto. As for taijutsu, he was sorry, but Naruto had no need for it. He could simply stand his ground and recover while exchanging blows with enemies. There were hardly any shinobi as prodigious as him. Naruto gazed at Kakashi with eager anticipation, aware that this man was a renowned Leaf Village tactician, reputed for having copied all sorts of enemy jutsu. Wow, he's practically a living encyclopedia of ninjutsu. Moreover, after enduring rigorous training under Jiraiya, Naruto longed for a more conventional instructor to guide him. Over the years, Naruto had come to a realization. The great fox spirit within him had been training him in the same manner as training a tailed beast. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have succumbed to Jiraiya's grueling training regimen at the age of 6. Therefore, Naruto was now eager to witness how a normal person trained. At that moment, within the ceiling space, Kurama abruptly paused in his reading, sensing a hint of malice emanating from Naruto. Kid, are you disrespecting me? Upon hearing the fox's voice, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. How long had this fox been reading? How did it come to address him so presumptuously? Never mind, just keep reading your book. Casually dismissing the fox's remarks, Naruto refocused his attention on Kakashi, only to hear the white-haired man utter something quite inappropriate. Naruto, how about I teach you the earth style, earth wall technique? Naruto. The once eager expression on Naruto's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of utter rigidity. His anticipation morphed into indignation. How dare this white-haired man be so unreasonable? You teach Sakura Genjutsu. You teach Sasuke lightning release. And now, when it comes to me, you offer the earth wall technique? Do you think I need to learn your subpar version of it? I know you're biased towards Sasuke because of your close friendship, but my father is your teacher. White-haired fool, you're insufferable. Naruto forced a stiff smile, then courteously raised his middle finger, shaking his head while pointing at Kakashi. "You wait for me, white-haired man." With that, he stormed off, turning his back as he walked 10 meters away. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, but he genuinely had nothing suitable for Naruto. Kakashi believed his own earth style was perfectly adequate, possessing a distinctive flair of its own. Chapter 58. The boomerang finally strikes Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was sulking alone on the side, and without further thought, turned to instruct the two children nearby in their training. At that moment, Naruto wished fervently for Sasuke to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan, so he could borrow his brother's beautiful eyes to glare at a certain white-haired individual, thereby vanquishing him with a single stare. Very well, if training does not include me, I shall entertain myself alone. It is worth noting that he possesses the divine technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Setting aside the earlier incident with the vortex of gigs, he could undoubtedly accumulate experience rapidly through his clones. Moreover, with Teacher 9 engrossed in the quagmire of web literature, he was utterly uninterested in teaching him. Henceforth, any training would solely rely on the clones he summoned. Naruto resolutely nodded, preparing to form the necessary hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. Yet, inexplicably, images of the vortex gigs requesting favors from him kept flashing through his mind. No, that cannot be. Such occurrences must be anomalies. Yes, the fact that I only created one clone is indeed a rare exception. Considering the appearance of his clones filled Naruto with trepidation. He comforted himself momentarily before commencing the hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke dissipated, 5 figures suddenly appeared beside Naruto. Upon witnessing his shadow clones, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. What the heck? Contrary to his expectations, these 5 clones donned eccentric attire, and most absurdly, one had hair the color of ash and wore a black top with tight overalls, holding a basketball. This is outrageous. When will this electronic chicken epidemic come to an end? Beside him stood a samurai clone with a high ponytail and another adorned with a headscarf. Naruto could easily deduce that these two were Xiao Feng and Yasuo. Goodness, this is the ninja world. Must you all appear so ludicrous? After encountering these two bizarrely styled individuals, Naruto found that the twin-tailed beautiful girl clone and the bearded uncle clone seemed relatively normal. At least they were within the realm of comprehension. Rubbing his temples, Naruto felt his blood pressure rising. What was the name of the medication the third Hokage took? He sighed, realizing that the previous incident with the vortex gigs was no mere coincidence. Casting a glance at his clones, he decided it was best to inquire about their names. "Pray tell, what are your names?" he added, exasperated. "And you there, chicken, could you please stop playing basketball?" Naruto was on the verge of losing his temper with his own clones. His heart felt weary. He must show the second Hokage what these clones were truly like. Upon hearing their original's inquiry, 4 of the clones stepped forward in unison and began to introduce themselves. Vortex Naruto, Vortex Yasuo, Vortex Xiaofeng, Vortex Stark. Greetings. I have practiced for 2.5 years. Enough. In a fit of rage, Naruto unleashed the wind release, violent wind technique, teleporting instantly before the basketball-wielding clone and delivering a swift kick that shattered him. This clone, who had been dancing and playing basketball, was now trying to perform tricks. He could not endure this any longer. Naruto only wished for his shadow clones to assist him in gaining experience, not to engage in such antics. Calm down, original. Vortex Naruto approached Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Looking up at the 7-meter-tall clone, with her exquisite features and long legs, she resembled an enchanting 18-year-old maiden. "Oh no, I am captivated by my own clone," Naruto cried inwardly, sensing the urgency to revert to his tranquil mindset. "We are here to help you grow stronger," Vortex Naruto declared, and the 3 other clones nodded in agreement. Yet, Naruto felt even more bewildered upon hearing this. "You all have created such absurdities, what kind of assistance can you possibly provide?" He considered himself a person of significant discernment, refusing to believe a single word spoken by his clones. The recent incident where he had convinced Sasuke to wear women's clothing to gain strength was still fresh in his mind. Surely, he would not suffer the same fate. "Of course, we won't make you wear women's clothing," Vortex Naruto interjected. Naruto. Her words nearly frightened him into fleeing. "Wait, how do you know my thoughts?" "There is no mind reading. I simply know you very well," she replied. "Goodness, don't scare me like that, or I will cancel the shadow clones." Naruto turned his back, unable to bear the thought that his clones might read his mind. Of course, he would not be enchanted by his own clone. A mere 18-year-old golden-haired, twin-tailed beauty is nothing to be concerned about. At that moment, Vortex Stark produced paper and a pen from seemingly nowhere, approaching Naruto while jotting down notes. Next, I will assist you in studying the modules as best as I can. Let's start with the most familiar ones. He gestured for Yasuo and Xiao Feng to step forward. Original, the Soul Forge module, as well as the Blade of the Exiled module. Please hand over the items for me to research. It is time for the ninja world to witness the might of my swift swordsmanship. Vortex Yasuo stepped forward, immediately requesting items. Lacking a sword, he mimicked a drawing of one at his waist. For a swordsman, the absence of a sword is akin to a loss of dignity. After his antics, Vortex Yasuo crossed his arms, leaning against a tree with a solemn expression. Though I wander the world, I have never lost my true self. Setting aside the dramatic flair of Vortex Yasuo, the suggestion he presented illuminated Naruto's mind. It sounded plausible. Truly, this was a reflection of himself. Reliable. At that moment, Xiao Feng interjected with a serious demeanor. Original, I asked for little. Just a powerful sound system. I could then dance with Madara while carrying this contraption. As he spoke, Vortex Xiao Feng assumed a horse stance, beginning to swing his arms as if imitating the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms from his past life. What troubled Naruto most was that this individual was even narrating his own actions. Dun 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 dun. No one can defeat me within my realm. Vortex Naruto, I knew it. This Vortex Xiao Feng is utterly unreliable. Chapter 59, oh no. He actually managed to create it. Naruto supported his forehead with one hand, suppressing the urge to obliterate Vortex Xiao Feng. After designating an area, he began to toss system items under the guidance of Vortex Stark. Kakashi, who was instructing the other two, glanced in Naruto's direction and was taken aback, halting his actions. The bizarrely dressed shadow clones of Naruto were causing him to question his life choices. What on earth is this child up to now? Why does he always manage to produce something so peculiar? And whose shadow clone resembles him in such a manner? Reflecting on the previous clone adorned with a white cloth, Kakashi could only lament how increasingly extravagant Naruto's antics had become, particularly the twin-tailed clone, which left Kakashi feeling utterly stiff. Confirmed. This boy has undoubtedly been sneaking glances at materials he ought not to have seen. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manifest such clones. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, observing Kakashi's dazed expression as he occasionally emitted strange sounds, causing her face to flush with indignation. Just moments ago, he had begun teaching her illusion techniques. Yet here he was, laughing at Naruto's antics. Sakura was suddenly overwhelmed with fatigue. Although being with Sasuke brought her joy, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was the only sane person in their group. Following Kakashi's gaze, her eyes fell upon a golden-haired beauty, rendering her momentarily speechless. Sasuke, who was currently in a state of intensity, noticed the strange expressions on both of their faces and instinctively glanced towards Naruto, muttering, "That's quite impressive." After saying that, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Sakura. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Sasuke's remark. Indeed, only a man could understand the heart of another man. Sasuke's words struck Sakura like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a state of silence and vulnerability. Her fragile heart was pierced in that instant. What are you all talking about? Why does Naruto have to create such lewd clones? After experiencing the forbidden love between Haku and Zabuza, Sakura had developed a solid defense against Naruto. Yet, she never expected him to conjure such brazen clones. Most importantly, Sasuke had actually spoken. This had never happened since she had known him. Although she had previously stumbled upon Sasuke dressed as a girl, it did not tarnish his image in her heart. But was it too much for Sasuke to comment on Naruto's clones? Sakura gazed at the golden-haired girl from a distance, nearly brought to tears. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, we were supposed to be training. Her outburst finally snapped the two back to reality. Kakashi stroked his chin, still wearing a contemplative expression, while Sasuke, after a few lingering glances, turned back to his training, afraid to lose focus. What could he do? Naruto's clones were simply too impressive, despite his stoic demeanor. Sasuke understood the dynamics between men and women. Of course, just a few days ago, he had been quite naive. Since Naruto had gifted him that novel, his perspective had subtly shifted. Nevertheless, Sasuke believed that enhancing his ninja prowess was paramount. Only then could he personally eliminate that man. Seeing the two men lost in their thoughts, Sakura spiraled into self-doubt. If only she could match Naruto's strength, she would have relished the thought of going down with him. Upon reflection, if Naruto truly set his sights on Sasuke, she felt utterly powerless. No. Upon returning to the village, she must consult Hinata for guidance. Sakura felt that resolving matters with Naruto was unattainable and thus sought Hinata's assistance. Surely, Hinata wouldn't want the man she adored to be with Sasuke either. Once Kakashi had provided her with the methods for illusion training, he instructed Sasuke to take her up the tree. As for Kakashi, he climbed to the treetop to indulge in a glimpse of his beloved little Liu Bei. He had almost kicked the habit, but after catching sight of Naruto's clones, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Leaning against the tree, Kakashi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he retrieved his book, Ika Paradise. A wave of guilt washed over him as he pulled out the book. Sigh, I'll finish this today and start quitting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Whirlpool team, with their tactical expertise, finally produced the weapon that Uzumaki Yasuo desired. Look, do you see the sword I'm holding? Uzumaki Yasuo chuckled as he placed the ethereal blue blade into Naruto's hands. After weighing it lightly, Naruto couldn't help but murmur, "This sword is truly a masterpiece." It measures 3 feet and 7 inches in length, weighing 7 pounds and 13 ounces. What a magnificent sword. Uzumaki Yasuo, Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Stark, enough with the theatrics. Just now, you were criticizing me for being Uzumaki Xiaofeng. And now you're acting like Uzumaki Fubuki? Uzumaki Xiaofeng couldn't help but interject, and even Uzumaki Stark chimed in. Seriously, none of your data matches up. Kid, science demands precision. Ignoring the two clones, Naruto swung the sword a couple of times before raising it high, examining it closely. Blade without a sheath. Attack, 100, sharpness, durability, soul binding. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Yasuo. Skills, Way of the Wanderer, Steel Slash, Wind Barrier, Forward Slash, Gale Obliteration Slash. Naruto was astonished by the sword's attributes. While the additional properties were standard, how were the skills incorporated? Oh no, Uzumaki Yasuo is truly aiming to become the swift swordsman of the ninja world. Naruto casually tossed the sword to Uzumaki Yasuo and turned to Uzumaki Stark, seeking his opinion. There's nothing surprising about it. You know that items from the system adapt to the rules of this world. It's quite reasonable to forge skills using wind chakra. However, be cautious while wielding these weapons. Before Uzumaki Stark could finish, Uzumaki Yasuo began to shout, "Death is like the wind, always at my side." With that, Uzumaki Yasuo bent low, gripping the hilt of the sword, and unleashed a small whirlwind that lifted Uzumaki Xiaofeng off the ground before vanishing into the air. Ouch! Uzumaki Yasuo, you have the audacity to wait for me. Bang bang. The moment the two clones collided in midair, they instantly transformed into clouds of smoke, causing the freshly forged blade to plummet to the ground. Uzumaki Stark pointed at the fallen sword and shrugged. See, if your body isn't strong enough when using these weapons, you'll end up like them, dead on the spot. Naruto paused, a chill running down his spine. Thank goodness he hadn't whimsically summoned the sword of cosmic domination, otherwise, he might have been torn apart by its power. Is there any way to mitigate this by eating? Naruto pondered, feeling a sense of unease. As a child, he had only consumed those bizarre enhancement foods in the ceiling space, which were harmless due to the creative mode. However, he feared that consuming them in the real world might lead to dire consequences, akin to a foundational cultivator taking a higher-tier elixir. After all, he was just an ordinary Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, not a being comparable to a deity. Why not give it a try? Uzumaki Naruto reached out, playfully licking her lips with tearful eyes, resembling a child asking for food. Upon seeing her, Naruto's face flushed red. Chapter 60. Kakashi, can I just have one bite of the unspoiled? Naruto pulled a cosmic meatball from the system space, under the influence of external rules. As he grasped the meatball, his hand suddenly felt heavy, nearly causing him to stumble. The ground beneath him cracked under the weight. It was worth noting that when this item was in the ceiling space, he felt no weight at all. Now he understood the gravity of the cosmic meatball. If it were Sasuke, he would likely collapse under its heft. Naruto's thoughts began to wander. Given this situation, wouldn't he have an abundance of heavy training equipment in the future? He could simply train with the cosmic meatball. The only uncertainty was whether it had a shelf life in the real world. Naruto lightly tossed the cosmic meatball to Uzumaki Naruto, who, if one overlooked the cracked ground beneath her, might have appeared to be holding an ordinary, shimmering green delicacy. As Uzumaki Naruto received the cosmic meatball, she too felt the weight, and her smile vanished instantly. You even tricked your own clone? She chided, rolling her eyes at Naruto. The beauty's prowess was somewhat overwhelming. Seeing her expression, Naruto quickly turned to Uzumaki Stark for support. Indeed, how can I conjure you all next time I employ the multiple shadow clone technique? He has now come to understand that his own mastery of this technique has been somewhat misguided. Perhaps this is the side effect of the multiple shadow clone technique? Second Hokage, I have gained insight. No wonder the multiple shadow clone technique is deemed a forbidden art. However, Naruto is more concerned about the possibility of summoning unreliable clones akin to the chaotic Vortex Chicken Brother when he next utilizes the technique. As it stands, both Vortex Naruto and Vortex Stark appear dependable. Just envision our forms in your mind. As long as you refrain from indulging in errant thoughts while using the multiple shadow clone technique, peculiar clones should generally be avoided. Vortex Naruto elucidated this and began to examine the universe meatball in her hand. Upon hearing her words, Naruto pursed his lips in silence. So, those unreliable clones are indeed my fault. Naruto decided to believe only half of what Naruto said, acknowledging that he had secretly entertained thoughts of Chicken Brother in his mind. Yet, he would never admit to having imagined himself in women's attire. I want to eat it. At that moment, Vortex Naruto promptly swallowed the universe meatball in one bite. In the next instant, Naruto noticed a flush creeping across her face. How is it? Will something happen after consuming this? Vortex Naruto first shook her dual ponytails in denial, then nodded several times, leaving Naruto perplexed. What does this mean? It seems the strength within her is beginning to surge. As she spoke, she pounded her fist against her chest. Then with an expression of distress, she exclaimed, "Water. I'm about to choke, cough cough." Naruto sighed deeply. One hand pressed to his forehead. How reckless can you be? In games, one has to chew these things a few times. You, on the other hand, swallowed it whole without a thought. Seeing that Vortex Naruto was genuinely struggling, he retrieved a bottle of water. He had no desire to accept the memory of his clone choking to death. However, just as Naruto was about to offer the water to Vortex Naruto, he heard the explosive sound of a clone detonating. He was about to lament the demise of his clone when he realized, after receiving the memories, that Naruto had not choked to death, but had instead burst from the universe meatball. Understanding that items from the system should not be consumed recklessly, Naruto conjured dozens of shadow clones, along with Vortex Naruto. Notably, the clones produced this time were far less bizarre, as they were free from errant thoughts. Subsequently, Naruto spread out a piece of fabric on the ground, discarding most of the food that could enhance abilities, specifically to allow his clones to sample it. The three nearby watched in bewilderment as Naruto suddenly began to cook in place. Were they not supposed to be training? Why was their teammate engaging in such antics? Kakashi, leaning against a tree, twitched his nose as his stomach began to rumble. He closed his book, descended from the tree, and remarked to Sasuke and Sakura, "You two continue practicing. I'm going to grab a bite." Meanwhile, Naruto had just prepared a death experience meal for his clones and approached Vortex Stark. Rubbing his head with a grin, he reached into his pack and pulled out the large iron door he frequently used. "Help me upgrade this weapon." Vortex Stark, who was recording experimental data, glanced at the large iron door in Naruto's hands with a look of exasperation. Couldn't he, the original, just acquire a normal weapon? With a sigh, Vortex Stark took the large iron door from him, thinking if he didn't intervene, things would inevitably fall apart. What will it be upgraded to? Naruto's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully replied, "Sturdy, capable of flight, and let us add a Reaper feature. Oh, and please inscribe just this on the door. If possible, have it play the phrase "You've broken through my defenses" upon contact with an enemy." Vortex Stark fell silent for a few seconds before awkwardly asking, "Are you certain that doing this won't get you killed?" The manufacturing difficulty of such equipment was manageable for him. But he couldn't help but envision the scenario where Naruto wielded this peculiar iron door against Madara. Madara would laugh maniacally, easily repelling the attacks with the door, only to see the words just this, emblazoned upon it. Wouldn't Madara just die on the spot from exasperation? And to add insult to injury, when Madara was in his prime, he might even hear the door proclaim, "You've broken through my defenses." The level of mockery would be off the charts. What does it matter? I am a man with the totem of immortality. After declaring this, Naruto produced a small golden figure symbolizing the totem of immortality from his backpack. Boom. However, upon the emergence of this item, The entire Vortex team fell silent. For the totem of immortality was now towering at the height of a person. Naruto gaped, stammering for a considerable time, unsure of what to say. When items from the system are displayed in the real world, they undergo alterations to fit the rules. But why had the totem of immortality grown to such a size? Gazing at the towering figure before him, Naruto's mind conjured images of himself battling enemies while burdened with this object. Would it not seem slightly absurd to fight while strapped with a golden figure? He felt that his future would surely eclipse even that of pain. Oh, what a delightful assortment. At that moment, Kakashi brazenly approached the Vortex team's food testing area, picking up a piece of meat that was shifting colors. Chapter 61. Fear not. I, Vortex Naruto, am always reliable. Several members of the Vortex team were preoccupied with recording the food they had consumed, each experiencing significant discomfort, hardly noticing Kakashi sneaking in to partake. Kakashi glanced at the color-changing meat in his hand. In that instant, the shifting hues dazzled him, and for a brief moment, he felt as though he were in a brothel. He instinctively swallowed. The aroma of the food was indeed enticing, far surpassing anything he had ever tasted. Yet, something about it felt amiss. At that moment, Kakashi recalled the potion Naruto had given him previously, which had a similar vibe. Was this yet another special item? Convinced by his previous experience with the potion, Kakashi did not hesitate any longer, reasoning that drinking one piece of meat could hardly be fatal. Observing the clones nearby enjoying their meal without a care confirmed that it must be safe. He took a bite of the meat, and at that moment, an unprecedented flavor exploded on his palate. However, Kakashi soon felt dizzy, and feeling unwell, he decided to stand and stretch. Thud! But just as he rose, his body stiffened, collapsing to the ground as if struck by lightning, followed by uncontrollable spasms. His eyes rolled back, the mask began to froth slightly, and he appeared on the verge of passing out. Just then, Naruto, who was engaged in research on the totem of immortality with Vortex Stark, noticed Kakashi convulsing on the ground, and then he caught sight of the wildly flashing piece of meat in Kakashi's hand. He vaguely perceived the ominous red word death flickering above Kakashi's head. What the hell? Why isn't anyone stopping him? He pointed at the shadow clones beside Kakashi, unleashing a tirade against them, only to witness those clones, unable to withstand the effects of the food they had just consumed, dissipate in a series of explosions. Subsequently, Naruto received the memories of these clones who, unfazed by the danger, each devoured 6 or 7 portions of food without a thought for their original self. Naruto glanced at the immortal totem and then looked down at the nearly lifeless Kakashi. Without hesitation, he seized the immortal totem beside him and executed a javelin throw, hurling it forcefully towards Kakashi. The totem, comparable in size to Naruto, struck Kakashi directly, creating a crater upon impact. The sheer force of the throw revealed Naruto's profound concern for his leading jonin. The immortal totem successfully made contact with Kakashi's abdomen. However, Naruto soon noticed that Kakashi seemed to have ceased his movements. Wait, how do I feel like you might have just killed him? Naruto exclaimed, flustered and blushing in response to Vortex Stark's insinuation. Impossible. You can't say that about the immortal totem. He protested. Just say that my actions saved his life. Vortex Stark fell silent, believing that Kakashi should still have been salvageable. After all, he appeared to be clinging to life, and with the potions available in the system, there was a chance for revival. Yet, with the totem's impact, Stark felt that Kakashi, who had been on the brink of survival, may have been sent away for good. Kakashi-sensei. The 2 trainees, who had been training, rushed over to Kakashi's side upon witnessing the scene, their expressions filled with confusion as they inquired what had transpired. Is he dead? Sasuke was shocked as he observed Kakashi's lifeless form. From the situation, it was evident that the golden statue on Kakashi's abdomen was the weapon that had caused his demise. Sasuke found it hard to accept. He acknowledged Kakashi's formidable strength and estimated that he should possess combat spirit prowess according to the classification of power levels. It was simply implausible for Naruto to have killed him with a mere statue. Sasuke reached out to check Kakashi's pulse at his neck, shaking his head stiffly and sighing as he turned to Sakura and the approaching Naruto. There's no saving him. He's already dead. Sakura and Sasuke were engulfed in the absurdity of the situation. Their squad leader had just taken them out for a mission for the first time, only to meet his end, not in battle against an enemy, but at the hands of a teammate. Sasuke even contemplated how to escape with Naruto, as Naruto's act of killing Kakashi could be deemed as treason against the village. What do we do now? Naruto, this has to be a joke, right? You and Kakashi-sensei are just messing with us. Sakura, in disbelief, stood frozen, alternately clutching her head and Kakashi's hand, utterly at a loss for what to do. It's a minor issue. Kakashi-sensei is merely asleep. Just wait. He'll wake up before long, Naruto reassured, leaving Sakura astounded once more. What did that guy just say? You mean he'll come back to life? Kakashi-sensei, you were indeed killed by him. Panic set in. Help. I don't want to become a rogue ninja. Naruto sported an incredibly reassuring smile, patting his teammates on the shoulder. He then adjusted Kakashi's lifeless form into a more comfortable position and maximized the contact area between the immortal totem and Kakashi. Now, it appeared as though Kakashi and the totem were nearly overlapping. Sakura's face paled further at the sight, and images of Haku and Zabuza flashed through her mind. Sasuke, upon hearing all this, nodded in agreement with Naruto's words, harboring no doubts. Despite Naruto's chaotic methods, the outcomes typically did not deviate from expectation. Kakashi, Kakashi. Hearing his name being called, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, astonished to find himself seated before a campfire. Opposite him sat a very familiar middle-aged man with white hair, who was currently tending to the flames. Father, what are you doing here? Kakashi instinctively shouted, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Wait, how did I get here? He recalled that he was supposed to be eating Naruto's food. And why was he seeing his father? Was he dead? No, that couldn't be right. Tsukumo Hatake looked up at Kakashi with a serious expression. Kakashi, you shouldn't be here. It's time to go back. What? Kakashi, still befuddled, could not grasp his father's words. Wait, father. He intended to say more, but suddenly everything around him spun, and he heard voices calling his name. Moments later, he regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes to see his three young companions squatting beside him. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you've finally come to. I'll continue my training. Chapter 62. My life as if walking on thin ice. Kakashi lay on the ground, hands resting on his abdomen, gazing with glazed eyes at the heads of the three young ones. So it's you all. Was I asleep just now? Sakura and Sasuke, who had paused in their movements, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to address Kakashi. Naruto smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. How could you fall asleep on the ground? It's so cold. Sasuke and Sakura were focused on the powder beside Kakashi, remnants produced by the effect of the immortal totem. They didn't find it particularly strange that the statue had turned to dust. After all, Naruto had previously conjured color-changing meat patties, which made such phenomena seem less remarkable. Nearby, Vortex Stark was documenting the changes of the immortal totem. Truthfully, he was quite curious about what it felt like for Kakashi to die and come back to life. Is that so? Kakashi regarded Naruto with suspicion, sensing something amiss, and recalled the vision of his father, leaving him puzzled. Could it have all been a dream? Upon assessing his physical condition, Kakashi realized he felt remarkably well, as if his usual weakness had dissipated. Could it be that Naruto's meat chunk allowed for visions of those he wished to see in dreams, while also possessing healing properties? Kakashi shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position, and rested his hands behind his head, gazing vacantly at the sky. Obito Rin, how are you faring in the Pure Land? Seeing Kakashi adopt a relaxed demeanor, Sakura felt an overwhelming joy within her, mentally exclaiming, wonderful. Kakashi-sensei has come back to life. Mom and Dad, I want to become a rogue ninja. Confirming that this laid-back Kakashi was indeed fine, Sasuke abandoned thoughts of defection and prepared to leave. However, he intentionally headed toward Naruto's clone, having noted the bespectacled, bearded clone scribbling away. Curious, he stealthily approached Vortex Stark, peering at the contents of his notebook. Stark paid no mind to the intruder. This was not the first time Sasuke had exhibited such behavior, and besides, he knew that the writings would be incomprehensible to him. Sasuke glanced at the page, filled with dense numbers and symbols, which left him feeling somewhat dizzy. After scrutinizing for a couple of minutes, he finally found something legible. The cover bore an inscription that struck Sasuke like a lightning bolt. My life as if walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? He pondered the phrase deeply, and it resonated within him, prompting memories of the night of his clan's massacre to flood back into his mind. Throughout my life, I have walked on thin ice. Sasuke inhaled sharply, murmuring continuously, this is splendid, truly splendid. As he ambled along, his repetitive utterances caught the attention of Uzumaki Stark, who paused his note-taking, gazing in perplexity at Sasuke's retreating figure. How absurd. You, who cannot even grasp the principles of electromagnetism, think you can comprehend my writings? Naruto, upon confirming the effectiveness of the totem, exhaled a long sigh of relief. He then turned to find a suitable spot and retrieved his large iron door to practice his techniques. It was prudent to hone his skills now, lest he falter when his specialized weapon was finally revealed. Kakashi, indifferent to the antics of the trio, lay on the ground, gazing at the clouds as memories of his former comrades flooded his mind. He was unaware of how much time had passed before he succumbed to slumber. Thus, the days melted away in the training sessions of Team 7. Under Kakashi's tutelage, Sasuke not only mastered the lightning release, Chidori, but also gleaned insights from Naruto's musings on electromagnetism. Initially, Naruto had suggested treating lightning release like a slingshot, launching shuriken as projectiles, which Sasuke found convoluted and difficult to grasp. Consequently, he resolved to project himself as the projectile instead, utilizing lightning release to envelop his entire being. He multiplied his speed several times over, creating afterimages in the process. Coupled with the lightning clone technique, Sasuke felt he had finally grasped the essence of the 3,000 lightning movements and the 3,000 lightning clones. The velocity of the 3,000 lightning movements was astonishing. When he unleashed it with full force, Naruto barely had time to open a portal. Kakashi, having instructed Sasuke, was left speechless upon witnessing the execution of these new lightning release techniques. The speed was remarkable, and the afterimages evoked memories of his own Shunshin no Jutsu. Although Sasuke's abilities had surged, Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that the boy was veering off course. Meanwhile, Naruto, ever the eccentric, was constantly conjuring bizarre shadow clones and, day after day, found himself by the river, laughing heartily while wielding a door panel. He practiced for hours on end, brimming with energy and seemingly dedicated. Yet Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if he could channel that vigor into something more constructive. Initially, Kakashi was at a loss for words, but his confusion deepened when Naruto switched to a vibrantly colored door panel. He witnessed Naruto sitting atop it, soaring into the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, are you even a leaf ninja, or have you become akin to that village of empty clouds? Kakashi struggled to find the appropriate words to describe this absurdity. In contrast, Sakura appeared to train quite normally. She successfully completed her chakra control exercises and even learned 2 Jinjutsu techniques on her own. Kakashi recognized her exceptional talent in chakra manipulation, deeming her a promising candidate for medical ninjutsu. He planned to encourage her to pursue this path upon their return to the village. Look at my new weapon. Uzumaki Stark proudly displayed his muscular torso, gripping 2 gauntlets. Naruto, witnessing this spectacle while training with the door panel, wore an utterly bewildered expression. Wait, aren't you Uzumaki Stark? Where's your armor? Is this some sort of joke? Ignoring Naruto's sarcastic remarks, Stark brandished his gauntlets in a dramatic pose, growling, Batman. Naruto, stunned by the absurdity of the moment, exclaimed, what on earth is this? You look like Wolverine and sound like Iron Man. Apologies, I just got carried away, Stark replied, picking up his discarded clothing and tossing one of the gauntlets to Naruto. This is made from underworld alloy. Its strength surpasses Wolverine's, though it lacks enchantments. If you were to enchant it, you might find it too heavy to lift. As Naruto grasped the gauntlet, he felt as though his arms were leaden. The thought of wielding such a weapon in combat was daunting. When you engage in turn-based combat with this, you can stab your opponent. Its damage will far exceed that of your bare fists. Upon hearing this, Naruto's imagination ran wild as he envisioned himself using the gauntlet to pierce an enemy. Picturing the gruesome results, a grin spread across his face as he chuckled at Uzumaki Stark's feet. Kakashi glanced at the trio, then at the sun overhead, closing his book and descending from the tree. All right, gather your belongings. We shall return to the village to submit our mission report. As they approached the village, Naruto sat cross-legged atop the floating iron door, singing the theme song from Journey to the West, swaying to the rhythm. In his mind, he had transformed into Tang Sung, with the iron door serving as his steed by Longma. After a month of wandering, he was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of returning home, especially eager to reunite with Hinata. However, his singing elicited exasperated reactions from his companions. Naruto, please be quiet. Your singing is unbearable, resembling the sound of lumber being sawed. In unison, they implored him to cease, their frustration palpable. Ever since they had opened a portal back to the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto had been singing incessantly, utterly disregarding their feelings. Is this truly intolerable? A ninja is one who can endure all things. You have much to learn, he admonished them, adopting Jiraiya's words as he scolded his friends. Kakashi, face-palming in disbelief, mused that while the sentiment held truth, who had ever interpreted it in such a manner? He felt a vague sense of familiarity with the phrase, yet could not place it. Sasuke and Sakura chose to ignore Naruto's antics, who remained blissfully unaware of his own lack of musical talent. The following minutes passed in silence as Team 7 shared a mutual understanding. Should Naruto continue his singing, they would collectively take action against him. Upon sighting the village gates, each member of the team felt an immediate sense of relief. Even Kakashi's usual lethargy seemed to lift at that moment. After a month of relentless training, he craved solitude and respite. The guards at the gates, upon spotting Team 7, hastily rushed back into the village to spread the news of their return. It's urgent. Team 7 has completed their mission and is back. Quickly informed the Nara and Hyuga clans. As they stepped through the gates, Naruto leaped from the iron door, retracting it into the system, and greeted the guards with a cheerful, "Hello, gentlemen." His spirits soared at the sight of the guards, who were mere passers-by, as he reveled in his elation. Kakashi noticed several guards with rigid expressions and evasive glances, clearly unwilling to meet Naruto's gaze. It was evident that they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Team 7. However, he was indifferent to their sentiments. After all, his team had already become the object of disdain, and a few more guards' opinions mattered little. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Kakashi strode ahead, intent on heading to the Hokage building to submit their mission report. The three young ones nodded obediently. Trailing behind him, Sakura reflected on the harrowing experiences of their recent mission, her heart yearning to return home and see her parents. Acutely aware of how close she had come to becoming a rogue ninja in Konoha, Sasuke sought a quiet corner to immerse himself in books and further explore the intricacies of fire release techniques. Meanwhile, Naruto was eager to visit the Hyuga household to see his beloved wife. As they traversed the streets of Konoha, the villagers reacted with visible fear upon spotting Naruto's familiar blonde hair. Some closed their shops and hurriedly ushered their children away, while others hastily shut their doors, all evidently anxious to avoid his gaze. The trepidation in their eyes surpassed even that which accompanied the sight of the nine tails. In their minds, the fox might have simply dispatched them on the spot, but this blonde youth could torment them to the point of despair. The villagers could only place their hopes in the Nara clan and the Hyuga family. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Team 7 was greeted by the sight of an elderly man in a wheelchair, his body swathed in bandages. Naruto stared at the frail figure, scratching his head in confusion, unable to recall a familiar name. Who was this old man, and how did he gain access to the Hokage's office? The third Hokage appeared troubled, seemingly unaware of what had transpired moments before. However, his anger was palpable. "Here is the mission scroll," Kakashi said, presenting it. The third Hokage accepted it, glancing at it only briefly before signing without a second thought. Afterward, he summoned someone to retrieve the mission's reward. "Damn that brat, Naruto. I shall have my revenge." The old man in the wheelchair gasped, his chest heaving as he addressed Naruto with a furious tirade. The members of Team 7 exchanged glances, their expressions questioning whether Naruto had somehow offended this elderly figure. Naruto, taken aback, scratched his head and scrutinized the old man for a moment before asking, "Excuse me, sir, but who are you? Do I know you?" The old man's face flushed with rage, his mouth twisting as he struggled to contain a fit of coughing. Kakashi became concerned that Naruto's words might provoke the old man to the point of collapse. "Toanzo, calm yourself. Your condition is severe. Do not let your anger overwhelm you." The third Hokage hurried to his friend's side, attempting to soothe him while rummaging through his belongings for medicine to administer. Naruto's surprise was palpable. "Wait, this old man is Toanzo? How did he end up like this?" Not only was Naruto astonished, but Kakashi also felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that the leader of Root had deteriorated to such a state. After a moment of stunned silence, Naruto began to ponder Toanzo's earlier insults. Muttering to himself, "What did I do to offend you, Toanzo? I haven't wronged you in any way." He swore that his words were devoid of malice, merely born from curiosity regarding Toanzo's apparent disdain for him. Although his voice was soft, everyone present heard him, particularly Toanzo, who, upon hearing this, began to cough violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a fit of rage, Toanzo's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. "Toanzo, wake up. Quickly, fetch a medical ninja." Within moments, A throng of medical ninjas rushed into the Hokage's office, hastily placing Xuanzhong on a stretcher while others began administering healing techniques. This is dire. Xuanzhong's wind-release chakra is spiraling out of control. As Xuanzhong lay on the stretcher, his consciousness faded, and blood-red marks began to appear on his bandaged body. The medical ninjas struggling to keep up with the wounds that were reopening. Kakashi observed Xuanzhong's injuries, his expression contorting in horror as he noticed the wounds bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted by Naruto's wind-release techniques. The third Hokage, recognizing the urgency, took up a smoking pipe and began to smoke vigorously, reflecting on how it had been 3 years since Xuanzhong last visited him at the office. Truth be told, he had missed their spirited debates. Why on earth did Xuanzhong go learn Naruto's forbidden techniques? I specifically warned him against such folly. Yet he went and practiced them in secret. Yet, conversely, if Xuanzhong were to perish in the hospital, would it not be a form of poetic justice? After all, he had long coveted the Hokage's position. The third Hokage knew his friend well. Once Xuanzhong possessed sufficient power, he would inevitably seek to usurp him. He truly did not wish to be the one to end his friend's life. Kakashi shared similar sentiments, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Xuanzhong. He had heard whispers of Xuanzhong's clandestine actions, and witnessing his suffering now made him silently commend Naruto for his actions. Well done, Naruto. You have finally done something commendable for the village. As one of the key figures in this unfolding drama, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Observing the ailing Xuanzhong, his expression grew somber. Damn it. Xuanzhong, don't die on me now. If you pass away here, who will Sasuke take revenge on? Frustration welled within him. Who was it that stole the kill? I swear, if I find out who it was, they will pay dearly. Naruto hurried to the side of the medical ninjas, anxiously circling around them, calling out, Doctor, is this old man going to be all right? How can someone his age endure such suffering? However, the medical ninjas were too preoccupied with their tasks to heed the concerns of the blonde youth. Thus, Naruto stood by, silently praying for the elderly man's recovery. As he observed, something struck him as peculiar. The wounds on Xuanzhong seemed to have been inflicted by wind-release techniques. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Naruto. I understand now. It must be Orochimaru. The Chunin exams are approaching, and he likely orchestrated an ambush against Xuanzhong to further his plan to destabilize Konoha. Damn it, that snake bastard has stolen Sasuke's glory. Naruto cast a sympathetic glance at the frail Xuanzhong, leaning closer and speaking with righteous indignation. Who was it that used wind-release techniques to harm our elder? The third Hokage and Kakashi exchanged glances, realizing that Naruto's words had inadvertently raised Xuanzhong's blood pressure, causing him to lose consciousness again. In the final moments of his awareness, Xuanzhong's thoughts were filled with curses directed at the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Cursed be this accursed host of the Nine Tails. Tobirama's blood pressure has soared. Quickly, transfer him to the hospital. Hurry, hurry. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, his expression stern as he addressed Naruto, who was provoking Tobirama. Naruto, do not disturb the medical ninjas. Come here. Upon hearing the third's words, Naruto cast a worried glance at Tobirama, glancing back repeatedly, as if he were a concerned family member. Observing this child's behavior, the third felt his own blood pressure rise and hurriedly retrieved some antihypertensive medication from his drawer. Meanwhile, the medical ninjas, having treated the external injuries, promptly carried Tobirama away. At this moment, the ninja returning to collect the mission reward arrived, and the third handed over the reward for Team 7's recent mission to Kakashi. There remained over 18 million ryo from the mission in Team 7's hands. Kakashi accepted the reward and divided it among his 3 subordinates. As Naruto beheld the 4.5 million ryo in his hands and glanced at the smoking third Hokage, a mischievous smile crept across his face. With a resounding slap, Naruto slammed the money onto the table and, with an innocent demeanor, addressed the third, Grandpa Third. I wish to issue a high-level mission. I suspect there are spies from Sunagakure within the village. I personally commissioned Team 7 to investigate for a month. Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned to him. Team 7 was utterly astonished. Why is there such a procedure? To investigate for a month for spies from Sunagakure? Kakashi realized that Naruto was attempting to replicate the previous incident where a villager had diverted them from their mission with a reward of 20 million ryo. The third's expression stiffened upon hearing Naruto's intention to pay for a mission, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. His first instinct was to refuse the child's nonsense. However, given that a prior ninja had successfully diverted Team 7 using a similar tactic, He surmised that refusing Naruto might lead to chaos in Konoha. Noticing the third's internal struggle, the Hokage's secretary leaned in and whispered, "Lord Third, Jiraiya sent word recently that he will return to the village soon." The third's eyes widened in ecstatic surprise as he gazed at the secretary. "Oh, splendid. This is simply marvelous." He had long awaited Jiraiya's return. In that moment, the third was enveloped in joy, momentarily disregarding the dire situation of his friend. "Haha, Naruto, I agree to this mission. You shall take on the task of identifying the village's spies." The third laughed heartily, now unconcerned with Naruto's claims of spies, treating them merely as the child's excuse. He gestured for the secretary to prepare the mission scroll, and after Naruto paid the fee, he received the scroll. Just as Kakashi was about to lead his team out of the office, the third suddenly called out to them. "Oh, by the way, the village will soon hold a joint Chunin exam with other villages. I will notify you of the specific date soon." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Kakashi and the others to depart. Then, recalling something, he turned to his secretary and asked, "Have the talented genin in the village met the requirements for promotion through task completion?" The secretary retrieved a notebook and after some searching, replied, "Almost, Lord Third. As long as Naruto doesn't take on any missions in the next few days, everyone merely needs to complete 3 tasks to qualify for the Chunin exam." The third nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. There was no remedy. Naruto's task completion rate was astonishingly high, especially just before the Chunin exam, which had resulted in the originally planned candidates failing to meet the promotion criteria. As the two discussed the Chunin exam, Hinata Hizashi and Nara Shikaku entered the Hokage's office. "Lord Third, we wish to issue a 20 million Ryo mission." Chapter 65, The Sect Tournament? Does Konoha even qualify? Oh no. I forgot to mention the sealing scrolls to the third. All this is Tobirama's fault. As Naruto exited the Hokage building, he lamented internally. Kakashi, arriving at the crossroads, reflected on his recent dream of his father, occasionally glancing at Naruto. Perhaps he should ask Naruto for some of that special food from last time. Kakashi longed to see his father, to inquire about the past, to apologize to Rin, and to ask whether Obito was still doing good deeds in the Pure Land, and if he was still prone to tardiness. He even wished to see Minato-sensei. As for his mother, he decided against it. In short, Kakashi had an abundance of words he wished to share with those who had passed. He was uncertain whether his father's presence that day had been real or merely a dream, but it mattered not. He simply yearned to see them once more. Yet, he felt a twinge of fear at the thought of meeting them. With a sigh, Kakashi composed himself and turned to smile at his 3 subordinates. "Well then, my dear subordinates, let us disband here." Without waiting for their reactions, he vanished from sight, leaving the trio to exchange bewildered glances. Did the third just say we would participate in the Chunin exam? Sakura, recalling the earlier conversation, spoke incredulously to her companions. It felt surreal. They had barely become Genin 3 months prior, and now they were to partake in the Chunin exam. Sasuke nodded, his expression neutral as he simply replied, "Yes. The sect tournament." Naruto. Sakura. Sasuke's unexpected comment left the two in utter confusion. Sakura, stunned for a moment, glared at Naruto. "Oh. What on earth is Sasuke talking about? It's all Naruto's fault. Why has my Sasuke turned into this?" Naruto grimaced, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Seriously, it was supposed to be a straightforward Chunin exam. Don't turn it into this mess." Just as Naruto was about to voice his grievances, the great fox within him spoke. "Humph, the sect tournament? Does Konoha even qualify?" Naruto, taken aback by the fox's words, coughed as he choked on his own saliva. "Why don't you two pair up then? This is the ninja world. Can't you at least tone down your attitude? You dare disrespect me, little brat? No, just go read your book." Naruto felt overwhelmed by the great fox's antics. After just a few days, it had assumed a different persona. Sasuke, carrying a heavy weapon taller than himself, paid no mind to the astonished expressions of the others. He understood that being misjudged as a genius was commonplace. Remember Xiaoyan, who was once deemed a failure and faced skepticism? Just wait. Once I master the burning technique, it will be my moment to defeat you. Sasuke gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, muttering, "Ah, my life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore?" As he spoke, an air of melancholy enveloped him. Sakura turned to look at Sasuke, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Oh, he's so cool. Sasuke is amazing." Naruto raised a hand to cover his face, turning away to avoid witnessing the duo's interaction. How did this guy even know such profound words? Uchiha Xiaoyan is one thing, But why does this punk aspire to be the Ice Brother? Just then, Tenten, Niji, and Lee approached the three. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan upon spotting the blonde. Tenten waved her arms and shouted to Naruto and the others, "Hey, Naruto, and you over there, Ice Brother. Would you like to join me for a meal?" Just moments ago, Tenten had overheard Sasuke's words. The matter of the Uchiha orphan was well known throughout the village, and that particular statement left Tenten utterly astonished. She had previously been oblivious to the burdens that the Uchiha orphan carried, but now, upon hearing those words, she felt a deep sense of pity. Consequently, Tenten took the liberty of bestowing upon Sasuke a new nickname. When Sasuke heard the girl with the bun call him Brother Ice, he slightly lifted his head, struggling to suppress a smile. Naruto, sensing Sasuke's inexplicable delight, felt an ominous foreboding. It was clear that Tenten's teasing would not bode well for him. Sakura, witnessing the exchange between the girl and Sasuke, instinctively wrapped her arms around Sasuke's. In the face of this unexpected display of affection from Sakura, Sasuke felt little more than discomfort from her grip, which was painfully tight. As Tenten and her companions approached, Niji noticed Naruto and struggled to contain his rising anger. Had it not been for Kakashi-sensei's invitation for both Team 7 and Team 8 to dine together, he would have found it intolerable to remain in their presence. Upon seeing Naruto, Niji greeted him casually, which only served to intensify the turmoil within him. "Vortex Naruto, I shall end your life." Niji had to endure 2 seconds before he could no longer contain his fury. He charged forward, fists clenched. Fortunately, his teammates swiftly restrained him, urging him to calm down. "Niji, stay composed. Let's not cause a scene." Kakashi-sensei invited them to dinner. Despite their efforts, Tenten and Lee struggled to hold Niji back. Although they were unaware of the history between Niji and Naruto, it would be unseemly to resort to violence at this moment. "Naruto, perhaps you should say less," Tenten suggested, realizing she had almost spoken out of turn. Naruto silently acknowledged her wisdom, mentally giving her a thumbs up. "Fear not. I shall ensure that my dear brother does not meet an untimely demise." Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Sasuke and Sakura turned their attention to Naruto, who held the decision-making power for Team 7. Whatever course Naruto chose, Sasuke would follow, and Sakura would align herself with Sasuke. As for the white-haired Jonin, he would defer to Kakashi's judgment, and in cases of disagreement, it ultimately rested upon Naruto's decision. Hinata and her team would join as well. Seeing Naruto's lack of response, Tenten added, "Is this a team-building exercise for our Konoha squads?" Naruto was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Team 7's reputation had fallen so low that they were invited by another squad. However, thinking of Hinata brought a smile to his face, and he replied to Tenten, "Very well, we shall include Kakashi-sensei in our plans." After hearing this, Tenten pulled Niji back, while Lee stood dumbfounded, staring at Sakura. "Hey Lee, why are you just standing there?" Sakura, observing Tenten's demeanor, felt a strange sense of balance within herself. It dawned on her that Team 7 was not the only one with such peculiarities. The irate ninja from the Hyuga clan and the green-clad Lee made her empathize with their plight. Days passed in a tranquil manner for Team 7 upon their return to the village. Aside from daily training, Naruto often engaged in playful antics with the Hyuga clan and occasionally went on dates with Hinata. He initially planned to bring her along for training, but was informed by Iruka-sensei that Team 8's quota of missions had not been met, necessitating their participation in lower-ranked tasks without the option for team members to leave early. This news effectively quashed Naruto's desire to continue pursuing missions. Notably, the third Hokage had prohibited the issuance of personal missions and the practice of sending village ninjas on tasks with ulterior motives. Additionally, the use of shadow clone jutsu for mission completion had also been banned. While Naruto was indifferent to the inability to undertake missions, the lack of being dispatched outside the village brought him joy. Meanwhile, Sakura had begun studying medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital, following Kakashi's advice. Sasuke, on the other hand, remained fixated on mastering fire techniques, becoming increasingly obsessed with researching the burning technique as he read about Xiaoyan's ascension to the rank of emperor in a novel. This led him to incessantly inquire with Naruto and Kakashi about the existence of other colors of flames in the ninja world. Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation, thinking that this boy was beyond saving. Naruto, in a gesture of respect, raised his middle finger at Sasuke, determined to sway Sasuke's ambitions. Naruto even had Vortex Stark enchant a beheading sword for him, exclaiming, "Behold, Sasuke, this sword is now a true beheading blade." He casually tossed the enchanted sword before Sasuke, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath its weight. Vortex Stark had not only infused the sword with some underworld alloy, but had also imbued it with attributes of beheading and blood-sucking. However, due to the rules of the world, the blood-sucking attribute manifested as chakra restoration and minor healing abilities. Now, the beheading blade was capable of delivering double critical damage to an enemy's neck and possessed characteristics akin to the legendary heavy measure. Sasuke corrected Naruto's terminology, enamored with the weapon as he stroked it, inciting feelings of jealousy in Sakura. With some effort, Sasuke withdrew the weapon from the ground, feeling its weight, which was significantly greater than before, perfectly aligning with his mental image of the heavy measure. It's exquisite. Haha. Sasuke brandished the weapon a few times, covering his face with one hand in a fit of Uchiha laughter. Naruto observed Sasuke's antics, rendered speechless. It wasn't the laughter that left him dumbfounded. He had grown accustomed to it, but rather the sight of Sasuke's new hairstyle. No longer sporting his signature spiky hair, he had opted for a traditional Chinese-style ponytail, leaving a strand of hair at the front. It indeed gave off a unique vibe. Even Kurama praised Sasuke's new look. Now, if only he donned a black robe, he would perfectly embody Xiaoyan. Naruto felt a sense of fatigue, pondering what Itachi Uchiha would think upon seeing his younger brother like this. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly leaped down from a tree branch, greeting the trio. Good morning, everyone. I have submitted the list for the Chunin exam. The first written test will commence tomorrow. Casting a sidelong glance at the still laughing Sasuke, Kakashi quipped, Brother Ice. Enough with the laughter. Come with me to check the examination venue. At the mention of Brother Ice, Sasuke's laughter abruptly ceased, embarrassment enveloping him as he involuntarily wiggled his toes within his sandals. Damn it, how does Kakashi know that nickname? Since that day when the three teams dined together at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, everyone had heard Tintin recount her story. Initially, the situation had not escalated to this extent. After their meal, Inuzuka Kiba had exclaimed Brother Ice, and in an instant, that moniker spread throughout Konoha. Now, as Sasuke walked through the streets, anyone who recognized him greeted him with Brother Ice. Even the guard at the Hokage building would call out to him. That was not even the worst of it. Even Akamaru and Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, joined in. Sasuke was now utterly mortified every time he heard the nickname Brother Ice. He had even entertained thoughts of defecting from the village due to it. The only one who had never called him Brother Ice was Sakura. Naruto turned his back, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Haha, Brother Ice, what are you waiting for? Let's go check out the exam venue. Sasuke's expression darkened as he gripped the heavy measure tightly. On the side, Sakura waved her fists, angrily shouting at Naruto, Enough! Why is everyone calling him that strange nickname? Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you are both being ridiculous. Hearing the girl's words, the two did not relent. Instead, they stood still, gazing wistfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle, murmuring, My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? After mimicking Sasuke's tone, they exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Bastards! I will kill you both. Faced with their merciless mockery, Sasuke gritted his teeth and could no longer endure these two. He had refrained from attacking Naruto earlier solely because of the newly acquired weapon. He felt a tinge of guilt about striking him. But now, he could no longer hold back. Seeing the furious Sasuke crackling with energy, Naruto deftly tossed out the great iron gate of the white dragon and leaped upwards, soaring into the sky. By the time Sasuke arrived at Naruto's position, he could only brandish his weapon in impotent rage at the airborne Naruto. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto. Come down here if you dare. Naruto ignored him. He was on his way to the examination hall and had no time to deal with Sasuke. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who subdued Sasuke with a firm grip. Afterward, with a charred smell emanating from him, Kakashi led the three youngsters to the venue of the first written exam. Along the way, Kakashi cast sidelong glances at Naruto, thoroughly exasperated with the boy. They had all mocked Sasuke together, yet somehow it was Kakashi who had to clean up the mess. Last time, he had even been the one to open Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi was increasingly disgruntled with his subordinate, yet he felt utterly powerless against him. This left Kakashi feeling incredibly frustrated. However, he believed such days would not last long. He had heard that Jiraiya would be returning to the village soon. At that time, someone would undoubtedly take care of this child. Naruto, your time is up. Just as Kakashi thought about Jiraiya's return, a sudden shriek from a child caught their attention. Following the sound, Naruto spotted a shadowy figure resembling a dark Pikachu, holding a small child, accompanied by a red-haired boy with tattoos. Ah, it's Konohamaru and Gaara. Naruto immediately understood the situation. At that moment, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, "You want to go, or should I?" Seeing Sasuke eager to take action, Naruto shrugged, indicating that he would leave it to him. "All right, I'll handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke executed the body flicker technique, leaping into action. With a thunderous crash, he appeared before Kankuro, his nearly 2-meter-long sword creating cracks in the ground beneath him. "Hey, you over there. Let go of that kid." Terrified, Konohamaru turned to the newcomer, clutching at straws. Upon seeing it was Sasuke, he exclaimed in delight, "Brother Sasuke, save me." Sasuke's anger flared upon hearing Konohamaru's words, his eyes reddening with fury as his features contorted. "Stop it, Kankuro. You disgraceful fool." Kankuro reluctantly released the child he had been holding, and as Konohamaru landed, he hurried behind Sasuke. Sasuke glared at the red-haired boy. "Huh? What does he mean by that? Is he subtly mocking me?" "Thank you, brother Sasuke." Konohamaru clung to Sasuke's clothing, calling out sweetly. Sasuke shot a glance at Konohamaru and then at Gaara, unsure of whom to confront first. However, he was undeniably furious. "Sasuke, that's enough." Fortunately, Kakashi stepped in just in time to defuse the situation. Otherwise, an enraged Sasuke might have seriously considered eliminating everyone present and defecting from Konoha right then and there. Kankuro's gaze remained fixated on Sasuke, realizing that the boy was a formidable opponent. Gaara observed Sasuke and then Naruto without revealing any emotion. "Let us go?" Kankuro and Temari followed closely behind him, brushing past Team 7. As they departed, Gaara coldly remarked, "Konoha, we'll meet again in the Chunin exams, brother Sasuke." How infuriating. The mere mention of the title bestowed upon him by the foreign ninjas sent Sasuke into a rage, crackling with electricity as he unsheathed his weapon. "Damn it. I no longer care about being a rogue ninja. I will eliminate these outsiders today." "Calm down, Sasuke. Get a grip." Naruto swiftly restrained the furious Sasuke, while Kakashi rushed over to intervene. Despite their habitual bullying of Sasuke, they knew that his current strength was genuinely formidable. Kakashi feared that if Sasuke lost his temper, he might end up killing the 3 sand ninjas. Moreover, Naruto figured that without the tailed beast transformation, Gaara would struggle to keep up with Sasuke's speed. "Let go of me. I will kill them." Sasuke, pinned to the ground by Naruto, could only watch the 3 figures retreating further away as he continued to roar in frustration. "Wait, are you the Konoha blonde?" Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly. His eyes filled with admiration as he circled around Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto. What is wrong with this kid? Why is he calling me that? Very few dare to say that in front of me in the entire village. This brat cannot be allowed to stay." Both Sasuke and Naruto turned to glare at Konohamaru, their eyes reflecting danger. Just as they were contemplating how to deal with this troublesome child, Konohamaru suddenly dropped to his knees, sliding forward to cling tightly to Naruto's leg, crying out, "Brother Naruto, I admire you so much. If it weren't for my grandfather stopping me, I would have played with you." Wah. It seemed this child was reminded of something sad as he began to sob. "Brother Naruto, please let me hang out with you. I want to become as strong as you. I must make everyone look at me differently." Konohamaru's passionate declaration left both Naruto and Sasuke momentarily taken aback. Naruto gazed at the boy clinging to his leg, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Honestly, he had genuinely considered dealing with this child. But hearing Konohamaru's admiration made his feelings shift. However, this child had good taste. Looking at the other villagers, Naruto suddenly found this troublesome child rather endearing. "Konohamaru, get away from him. The 3rd Hokage strictly forbids you from associating with him." His tutor, Ebisu, rushed forward, frantically calling out while wiping the sweat from his brow. The 3rd Hokage had explicitly instructed him to prevent Konohamaru from befriending Naruto. Konoha had already endured enough trouble from one Uzumaki Naruto. If another were to emerge, the 3rd would feel that no amount of medication would suffice. Naruto glared at the bespectacled man in front of him. What does he mean by that? Is he implying that I should be worried about him scheming against me tonight? Do not let me play with Konohamaru, I insist. The rebellious Naruto disregarded the incessant chatter of the nearby Chunin and gently helped Konohamaru to his feet, a look of immense satisfaction gracing his face. "Very good. You are full of spirit. You are indeed the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Konohamaru, correct?" Yes. Upon hearing Naruto call his name, Konohamaru stood up straight, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at his idol. He had long heard tales of the legendary Naruto Uzumaki in the village. At just 6 years of age, Naruto had leaped from the Hokage rock unscathed, later single-handedly breaching the defenses of the entire Hidden Leaf village and shattering its protective barriers. Truly remarkable. To this day, whenever the name Naruto Uzumaki is mentioned in the village, it is met with expressions of admiration. Even his grandfather, the Hokage, would wince in pain at the mention of his name. What reason could there be not to idolize him? As for the nearby Shimo, he seemed rather lackluster. Konohamaru noticed Shimo's gaze upon him, scratching the back of his head and grinning sheepishly. All right, Konohamaru. Today, your brother will be observing the examination venue. You should wait for me in the small grove to the east of the village. Do you know where that is? Naruto patted Konohamaru's shoulder, contemplating how best to train the boy. Of course. Brother, I'll wait for you over there. Don't forget about me. Konohamaru wait. As Konohamaru sniffed and waved goodbye, he dashed toward the training ground, glancing back at his brother. Kakashi raised a hand, intending to say something, but decided against it and withdrew his hand. Noticing Kakashi's hesitance, Naruto casually inquired, "What's wrong?" "Kakashi-sensei, do you have something to say?" "No, the examination venue is in classroom 301. You all can go on ahead. I just remembered I have something to attend to and want to be joining you," Kakashi replied, his hands shoved in his pockets as he turned to leave, shaking his head and sighing at the direction Konohamaru had vanished. Internally, he murmured, "Lord Third, I truly cannot stop Naruto. This matter is beyond my control. I apologize." Kakashi preferred to avoid complications, thinking that when Lord Third inquired later, he could feign ignorance. Oh, I can only hope that Konohamaru does not lead Naruto astray. Chapter 68. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village is uncertain after the trio from Team 7 finished their tour of the examination venue. Sakura excused herself to return home and study. Sasuke and Naruto, both lacking in theoretical knowledge, remained unfazed and returned to the training ground to continue their daily practice. In the evening, Naruto demonstrated his jutsu to Konohamaru, who was overwhelmed with excitement. As he made his way home, Konohamaru mimicked his brother's jutsu, resembling Sasuke's obsession with his signature sword techniques. This innovative style of martial arts opened the door to a new world for the 8-year-old boy. That night, the weary third Hokage hunched over, massaging his back with his fists as he slowly made his way home. The thought of Naruto behaving himself recently lifted the fatigue from his body. Ah, what a relief. It seems that after undertaking a mission outside the village and confronting rogue ninjas from the mist, this child has truly matured. I can no longer view Naruto through the lens of the past. Just look at Jiraiya. He was a source of great concern in his youth, yet he became reliable once he matured. As the image of Jiraiya flashed in his mind, he couldn't help but think of his other 2 disciples. Regrettably, the one he had high hopes for had defected from the village. The third looked up at the moon, its light casting shadows across his wrinkled face, prompting him to reflect, "I truly am growing old." Standing still, lost in thought, the third stepped into his home. However, as he crossed the threshold, he suddenly halted, retreating in shock. The door stood ajar, its frame empty. The third rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What is happening? Where's my door?" He stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Who would dare steal from the Hokage? Could it be rogue ninjas from another village? Given the influx of visitors for the Chunin exams, perhaps a foolhardy ninja had the audacity to attempt such a theft. Moreover, Naruto had mentioned something about spies from the Sand Village just days prior. Could it be true? In his shock, the third pulled out a kunai for protection. Cautiously entering the doorway, he discovered not only had his door been removed, but the interior was stripped bare, save for the frame. After searching in a frenzy, he found that nothing else had been taken. What on earth had transpired? As he muttered to himself, he heard laughter emanating from his training ground. Following the sound, the third was met with a bewildering sight. His grandson Konohamaru was brandishing a wooden door, swinging it around enthusiastically. Piled at his feet were neatly stacked door panels. In an instant, the third understood the mystery of his missing door. It was all the doing of this child. How difficult it is to guard against one's own kin. Spotting the third, Konohamaru's grin widened mischievously as he clutched the wooden door, charging toward him and exclaiming, "Grandfather, let us duel. Today, I shall surely defeat you. I aim to become the 5th Hokage." With a loud thud, Konohamaru, blinded by the door, stumbled and fell, landing unceremoniously. "How dastardly, grandfather! You set a trap for me." The third was momentarily rendered speechless by his grandson's antics. Normally, the boy would wield kunai or shuriken, yet today, the scene felt eerily reminiscent of Naruto. The third glanced at the fallen Konohamaru, then at the neatly stacked panels, growing increasingly uneasy. Could it be? Is this child truly becoming influenced by Naruto? After observing for a while, he swallowed hard, anxiety gnawing at him, and asked, "Who taught you to use door panels as weapons? Please, don't say that name. Please. I beg you." As Konohamaru, nursing his knees, heard the question, his pain vanished, and he leaped up, shouting, "It was my big brother Naruto. I will surely become someone like him." The third felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He pressed one hand against his chest while rummaging for medication with the other. This is the end. By heaven's grace. I have failed to anticipate this. The elderly Hokage leaned against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground, his breath quickening. Seeing him in such a state, Konohamaru's face turned pale with concern as he rushed to his side, asking, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Hearing his grandson's worry eased the third slightly. At least the boy still knew to care for him. "I'm fine, just give me a moment." Konohamaru grinned and continued, "By the way, grandfather, what do you think of my recent practice of the wood-style techniques? Wasn't it impressive?" Upon hearing this, the third nearly fainted again. With so many ninjutsu at his disposal, why was the child practicing with a door panel? And what on earth was the wood-style technique? The third felt that even his blood pressure medication was insufficient and would likely need to visit the hospital for something stronger the following day. "What about your Ebisuzum teacher? The one with the glasses?" "Ha ha ha. I don't know." Konohamaru's eyes wandered as he turned his head to whistle. "How infuriating. Naruto, you have led the grandson of the third Hokage astray." In the exclusive training ground of Team 7, Ebisu, suspended by ropes from the trees, glared at Naruto with unrestrained fury. The most humiliating aspect was the degrading position in which he was bound. Even if Kakashi were to arrive, he would surely whistle and then leave. Naruto, engrossed in a bowl of instant noodles, paid him no heed whatsoever. Upon encountering him, Nin began to chatter incessantly, branding Naruto as the wicked whirlpool brat and accusing him of ruining Konoha. Could Naruto, the son of the whirlpool, endure such insults? Absolutely not. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have shed blood for Konoha. Is it too much to ask for a little respect? Thus, as the chatter continued, Naruto promptly subdued Nin, delivering a thorough beating before hoisting him into a similarly humiliating position atop the tree. Had he been able to find a gag, he would have gladly adorned Nin with one. As for concerns about the third Hokage seeking retribution for this incident, Naruto felt no trepidation. This Nin's discipline was laughable. He might as well teach Konohamaru himself. Soon, everyone in Konoha would witness how even a child could grow exceptionally strong under his guidance. Yes, after the exam tomorrow, he would discuss this with the third Hokage. Chapter 69. The Erudite Teacher Naruto on the eve of the exam. Kakashi earnestly advised his beloved subordinates that the Nin exam was a day of utmost importance and, if possible, to dress appropriately. The three young ninjas acknowledged Kakashi's words with earnestness. The next day, remarkably, Kakashi arrived at the meeting point ahead of schedule, waiting for the trio. He had not intended to come. However, due to the third Hokage's orders to closely monitor Naruto and ensure he did not create any chaos during the exam, he felt compelled. This Nin exam was a collaborative endeavor among 5 villages, and given Naruto's past mischief in Konoha, the thought of him causing trouble this time was simply inconceivable. "Why did I tell you to dress formally? Naruto, Sasuke, what on earth are you wearing?" Sakura donned a striking red outfit, appearing little different from her usual self, yet the sight of Naruto and Sasuke left Kakashi utterly aghast. Naruto was clad in a suit of golden red armor, illuminated by blue lights on his chest, and had even drawn a beard on his face with a marker. Come on, the first round is a written exam. What was he thinking? Meanwhile, Sasuke, shrouded in a black hooded cloak and bearing a sword taller than himself, concealed his face beneath a hat, revealing only his chin. Kakashi gazed skyward, his heart heavy with despair. This Team 7 was becoming unbearable. He had already resolved that he would pass Naruto on to Jiraiya and encourage him to introduce Sakura to Tsunade as her disciple. As for Sasuke, he would be left for later. His primary concern was to dismantle Team 7. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say to dress handsomely? Am I not handsome enough? Naruto posed dramatically, executing several Iron Man poses and babbling incoherently. And this gear is for weight training. He thumped his chest, the deep sound confirming its heft. Initially, Naruto had intended to use special foods for weight training, but upon hanging a piece of meat around his neck, the tantalizing aroma distracted him from training. Thus, he reverted to standard weight gear, though he found it visually unappealing and had Vortex Star craft a striking Iron Man suit instead. My heavy weapon is also for weight training, Sasuke remarked, subtly adjusting his weapon, implying that his attire was also acceptable. Kakashi remained silent, feeling utterly defeated by the pair. They bore no resemblance to Konoha ninjas whatsoever. Let the other villages experience the anguish Konoha has endured these years. He resignedly thought as he led Team 7 to the examination venue, receiving bewildered glances along the way from villagers, fellow ninjas, and candidates from other villages. They were astonished by Naruto and Sasuke's appearances. Wait, when did Konoha acquire puppet masters? That red puppet looks formidable. No, you misunderstand. Perhaps the cloaked figure is the puppet. The discussions around them made Kakashi and Sakura cringe, wishing for a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke remained oblivious, their helmets and hats obscuring their identities as Konoha's blonde and pale ice brother. Before entering the examination hall, Kakashi, with a resigned expression, offered his final admonition. Although he knew they might not heed his advice, he felt it necessary to say something for accountability later. Just take it easy during the Chunin exam, alright? Especially you, Naruto. Kakashi paused, noticing Naruto was obliviously bouncing on his feet, swaying his shoulders in a carefree manner, clearly not paying attention. Sighing, he felt utterly exhausted. With the exam imminent, this child was dancing at the entrance in his bizarre weight training gear. Kakashi and Sakura longed to turn back home. Feeling utterly unprepared for the upcoming Chunin exam, Uchiha Xiaoyan and Vortex Iron Man, accompanied by Sakura, stepped through the examination hall doors, immediately catching Shikamaru's attention. Upon seeing the golden red armor, Hinata recognized Naruto at once and gleefully approached him. Naruto-kun. He reached out to pat her head, then began surveying the multitude of candidates present. The sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming, far exceeding his expectations for the Chunin exam. Look, that's Team 7. The third Hokage has instructed us to keep a close eye on Naruto Uzumaki. We must ensure he does not stir up any trouble during the exam. The examiners began discussing Sakura, yet many failed to notice Naruto's signature blonde locks. Strange, where are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? A group of examiners searched in vain, even questioning whether the two had skipped the exam entirely. In the crowd, Kankuro's eyes lit up at the sight of the peculiar red and gold puppet. I didn't expect Konoha to have puppet masters. How interesting. As discussions ensued, a loud boom echoed, and all examiners appeared before the candidates. I am the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. After introducing himself, he began explaining the rules of the examination. While the rules were extensive, Naruto and Sasuke hardly paid attention. Sasuke trusted Naruto, and Naruto believed in the vast knowledge of the fox within him. Naruto did manage to remember one crucial rule. If caught cheating 5 times, one would lose their examination qualification, along with their teammates being disqualified. A few minutes later, everyone settled into their seats and received their test papers. There were only 10 questions. As Naruto sat down, he experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, reminiscent of his high school entrance exams, albeit with different questions. Rubbing his face with his hands, he focused on the first question. What are the types of chakra nature transformation? And calculate the angle for shuriken projection. Naruto thought, what kind of nonsense question is this? Who on earth crafted such an absurd query? How is chakra transformation related to shuriken? As he continued to read, Naruto realized that he could not solve a single problem, prompting him to seek assistance from the great fox within him. Great fox, are you capable of solving these problems? The Nine Tails, sealed within the confines of space, twitched its ears dismissively and remarked, little brat, do you look down upon me? I am indeed one of the most ancient beings in the realm of ninjas. How could there be anything that I do not know? The great fox proclaimed with utmost certainty, and Naruto, believing wholeheartedly, mindlessly transcribed according to its guidance. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto filled the examination paper completely, leaving not a single blank. The sight of it filled him with immense satisfaction. Truly, the Nine Tails is remarkable. He picked up the examination paper and admired it for a moment. But when his gaze fell upon a few words in the answers, Naruto instantly sensed something amiss. The situation was akin to a question asking about the best locations for laying traps in the wilderness, only to find the answer detailing 3 methods of cooking steak. As he continued to read, Naruto realized that all the answers provided by the Great Fox pertained to food. This was even worse than if I had written nonsense myself. Great Fox, you have deceived me. Chapter 70. The pharmacist Naruto gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He was uncertain whether submitting this scroll filled with culinary techniques would result in immediate disqualification by the proctor. To be honest, he longed to shatter the spell of being a lowly genin. Clenching his pen, Naruto began to ponder solutions in his seat. Meanwhile, in the back row, Sasuke had also completed his scroll. Anyone who could glimpse his work would discover it brimming with intricate details about the various fusion transformations of fire release and calculations of explosive power. In summary, its absurdity was no less than that of Naruto's scroll filled with cooking methods. Sakura, witnessing her two teammates fervently scribbling away, felt a surge of excitement within her. How wonderful! They are capable of solving such challenging questions. I had underestimated you all this time. The first examination is assured. Sakura observed her teammates diligently engrossed in their tasks, and at last, she felt a sense of relief as she began to tackle the examination paper. Meanwhile, the other candidates in the examination hall were resorting to an array of ingenious, yet dubious methods to gain an advantage. Some employed insects to cheat. Others used sand to obstruct their vision, and some even resorted to dogs, showcasing an assortment of bizarre tactics. In stark contrast, Team 7 appeared remarkably earnest. Naruto furrowed his brow, gnawed on his pen, and frantically churned his thoughts. No way. It is absolutely untenable to continue in this manner. Given the reputation of Class 7 within the village, it is difficult for him to believe that he could still manage to shout a few times as in the original story and subsequently pass the first examination. It seems that he must resort to alternative strategies. As Naruto was deep in thought, a shuriken whizzed past his ear, aimed at a candidate behind him. The suddenly attacked candidate glared furiously at the examiner on stage. What are you doing? Cheating 5 times. Disqualified. Ultimately, the examinee and his teammates exited the examination hall, and Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. Capturing 5 instances of cheating results in the disqualification of the entire team. Naruto's previously anxious gaze instantly transformed into one of amusement. The despicable outsider. The Chunin exam of Konoha does not permit any form of deceit. Naruto's gaze swept across all the candidates present, ultimately lingering on the bespectacled leaf ninja. If his instincts were correct, this individual must be Kabuto Yakushi. With this thought in mind, Naruto retrieved a small piece of paper, meticulously inscribing notes and sketches upon it, filling the page with densely packed text. Casting a furtive glance at the oblivious examiner, he deftly flicked his fingers, propelling the crumpled paper towards Kabuto with remarkable force. Whoosh! Kabuto, engrossed in his test, was startled by a sudden rush of air beside him, and before he could react, he discovered that his glasses had shattered. What on earth just happened? The pharmacist, bewildered, looked down to find a crumpled piece of paper. Curiosity piqued, he unfurled it, discovering it filled with densely packed writing. At that moment, Naruto lifted his mask, revealing his signature blonde hair, and raised his right hand, earnestly shouting at the examiner, "Sir, that kid is cheating. I report him." As he spoke, he pointed towards the apothecary's pouch in the corner. The apothecary replied, "Huh?" Suddenly reported. The pharmacist clutched a slip of paper, utterly bewildered. Not only he, but also Sanae Ibiki and the other examiners on stage shared a similar state of confusion. In the back row, Sakura felt a wave of darkness wash over her. She realized her teammate was about to stir up trouble. Meanwhile, the Konoha candidates, engaged in deceit, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Please, don't do anything reckless. They have only just begun to cheat and gather answers. Do not report the ninjas from your own village. All the ninjas from this village who are acquainted with the yellow-haired individual have begun to feel a sense of anxiety. As for the ninjas from other villages, they merely feel a momentary tension, waiting for the storm to pass before resuming their deceitful practices, completely oblivious to what is about to unfold. Candidate number 90 engaged in cheating once. In the end, it was Ibiki who uttered a remark. Upon hearing that he had suddenly been marked for cheating, Yakushi Kabuto felt utterly wronged. He had no idea how many times he had practiced the questions on the exam paper. He utterly disdained to engage in such activities. It is all the fault of that Naruto Uzumaki, who has falsely accused him. Yaoshiro considered himself to have a relatively good temperament. Yet the mere thought of that scoundrel distorting the truth and slandering him stirred a tempest of anger within his chest. I shall endure. One must never allow a moment of anger to thwart Lord Orochimaru's grand design. The young man could not escape the piercing sound that echoed in the air once more. Shortly thereafter, he found himself once again facing the examiner with the yellow hair, who pointed directly at him. The glint of the glasses hinted at yet another act of deceit. How could our Hidden Leaf village produce such disgraceful individuals? Cheating in the examination will lead to the demise of the entire family. Hidden Leaf Ninja? What is the matter with this blonde? You reported someone for cheating, and yet you still resort to insults? Naruto proclaimed with righteous indignation, simultaneously unleashing a taunt across the entire map. Examiner, I did not cheat. In a spirit of humility, the pharmacist Do could no longer restrain himself and rose to articulate his thoughts. Observe the note at the corner of your desk. I have witnessed it all. Upon seeing the examination room descend into chaos, Ibii swiftly intervened to halt the quarrel between the two. Enough. Candidate number 90 has committed cheating for the second time. After speaking, Yubiki rubbed his temples. Not only did the candidates present wish to deal with this blonde-haired individual, but he himself also harbored a desire to drag this fool outside and give him a good thrashing. Has he truly not comprehended that this examination is merely a means to gather intelligence? Candidate number 3, your continued disruption of the examination environment is unwarranted. The regulations do not prohibit the reporting of others' misconduct, do they? Just as Ibiki was about to penalize the young man, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As the other party invoked the rules against him, were it anyone else, as the examiner, he could have easily expelled them. However, this individual was renowned as the instigator of chaos in Konoha, and Ibiki feared that expelling this yellow-haired youth would lead to a disruption of the examination. How vexing. Do not tell me that this fellow intends to report all the candidates using this method. Upon hearing Naruto's recent statement, the eyes of the other candidates instantly sparkled with realization. Indeed, as long as one can catch others cheating, won't they advance? Thus, the atmosphere in the examination hall swiftly transformed from a desperate quest for cheating to an equally fervent endeavor to falsely accuse others of deceit. Within minutes, the candidates erupted into a cacophony of heated accusations, with numerous individuals being reported and subsequently disqualified. Unsurprisingly, Yaoshi Do became the first to be reported out. As for those who reported Class 7, they barely managed to utter half of their accusations before Naruto dispatched them with small stones. Naruto meticulously noted the names of these accusers on a slip of paper, intending to ensnare them in sacks once the examination concluded. Observing the increasingly chaotic scene, Ibiki and the other proctors felt their heads throbbing in disbelief. They found it utterly unimaginable that the examination had devolved into such turmoil. Ultimately, it was Ibiki who stepped forward to quell the disturbance. Silence. Now, everyone, submit your papers. Chapter 71, Astonishment. The Chunin exam is shrouded in conspiracy. 2 hours after the conclusion of the first exam of the CH9 selection, Mori no Ibiki, the chief examiner, stepped out of the examination hall, only to be warmly greeted by the leading J-nin from other villages. What a disgrace. That blonde-haired individual is the one you Konoha brought in, isn't he? How outrageous. As a major ninja village, you actually resort to such despicable tactics. I refuse to accept this. My subordinates were accused of cheating before they even began their tasks. Is this not bullying honest individuals? Our Kyuzugakure will not stand for this. Indeed, we of Takigakure will not tolerate this either. Outside the examination hall, a considerable number of J-nin from other villages surrounded Ibiki, demanding an explanation. Many of them dragged forth their sobbing subordinates, leaving Ibiki with a throbbing headache. Teacher, you don't understand. That blonde knocked me out with a rock. Look at this wound on my forehead. A young shinobi from Takigakure lifted his bangs, revealing a gruesome injury. The amount of blood clearly indicating a serious affliction. As the first person stepped forward, others began to showcase their injuries, and the pitiful cries intensified, causing the examiners to spiral into self-doubt. It seemed that the actions of the Konoha blonde were indeed rather excessive. Ibiki, with a twitching eye, helplessly addressed the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. That blonde is merely a participant from Konoha. He is not one of our specially arranged foreign ninjas. At that moment, the foreign J-nin resembled a powder keg, and Ibiki's words ignited the fuse. So Konoha is bullying the smaller villages, is that it? This CH9 exam is a sham. It was orchestrated by you Konoha, and now you dare to shift the blame, huh? Let us go. We must confront the third Hokage. Yes, let us seek him out for an explanation, Or what is the point of this CHNIN exam? It was rather shocking. The last time the ninjas from Konoha witnessed such unity among foreign villages was during the reign of the first Hokage. Thus, all the examiners from Konoha and the J-nin from other villages hurried towards the Hokage tower. Just as the leading J-nin abandoned their subordinates to complain to the Hokage, a loud bang echoed as Naruto, clad in an Iron Man suit, tossed a sack over a Takigakure ninja's head, swiftly incapacitating him before he could utter a sound. Sasuke, Sakura, and Konohamaru rushed forward to encircle the ensnared ninja, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. However, they were aware of the need to restrain their strength and refrained from using chakra. After a minute, Naruto activated the light door and led the group in a hasty retreat. Perhaps we should stop now. We've already attacked the 13th person, Sakura timidly suggested, her expression bordering on numbness. Initially, she had resisted Naruto's idea of dealing with the names on the list. Yet she had ultimately succumbed to Naruto and Sasuke's influence and participated in the kicking. Sakura, you were the one who struck the hardest, Naruto remarked while crossing off a name on his list. Konohamaru stood nearby, his face brimming with excitement. Naruto, let us move on to the next one. I can hardly wait. It's exhilarating to take down these foreign ninjas. The only regret he harbored was that Naruto did not permit the use of weapons. Otherwise, he could have employed the newly learned technique. Strange, where are their leading J-nin? Sasuke pondered, confused as it was customary for those J-nin to accompany their subordinates. Yet they had ensnared more than 10 ninjas without encountering any of the leading J-nin. Who cares? We'll just continue to deal with the stragglers. Next up, who is from Sunagakure? Let us move. The light door illuminated once more as the Konoha SAC team embarked on their next mission. Half an hour later, the quartet led by Naruto, amidst 20 or more Konoha J-nin, was finally apprehended and brought to the Hokage's office. Notably, the leader of the apprehending team was Kakashi Hatake. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto picked his nose and turned to gaze out the window, avoiding eye contact with the third Hokage seated before him. Konohamaru mimicked his older brother's behavior, ignoring his grandfather as well. Sasuke kept his head down, his hat obscuring his face, leaving no indication of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sakura was a picture of panic, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the third Hokage. The third Hokage rubbed his temples and retrieved 2 bottles of pills from his drawer, consuming them. Just hours prior, a group of leading J-nin from other villages had stormed into his office to complain about a certain blonde from Konoha who had accused other candidates of cheating and even resorted to violence during the exam, including complaints from his own village's leading J-nin. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's blood pressure soared to unprecedented heights. Not long after, he received news from the Umbu that Team 7, accompanied by his grandson Konohamaru, had been assaulting candidates from other villages, nearly causing him to faint from rage. These children have gone too far. Just as the leading J-nin had reported you, you go ahead and attack their subordinates? The Umbu were left utterly helpless. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, another the Hokage's grandson. Who would dare use force to intervene? They even attempted to mediate. Yet Naruto completely disregarded them and whisked his team away through the light door. After a lengthy contemplation, the third Hokage finally addressed the group. Naruto, your actions this time have crossed a line. What? They have the audacity to complain? Naruto exclaimed, his expression incredulous. How infuriating. Do these outsiders not play fair? Why report us? Naruto, you don't understand. I am showcasing the strength of Konoha. Moreover, our hands are clean. No one will discover that it was Konoha who did this. Both Konohamaru and Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto's assertion. The third Hokage sighed heavily. Very well. I shall overlook this incident. From today onwards, refrain from engaging other ninjas outside of exam periods. Otherwise, I will revoke your eligibility for the CHNIN exam. Seeing the third Hokage on the verge of losing his temper, Naruto feigned innocence and replied, understood. Furthermore, Konohamaru, you are grounded for a month. The third Hokage stated, casting a complex gaze at Naruto. And Naruto, you are not allowed to visit him. Naruto's eyes gleamed with mischief as he hurried to pour a cup of tea for the third Hokage. Grandpa, that is fine. But may I take a look at the sealing scroll? How dare you bring that up? The third Hokage found himself both amused and exasperated by Naruto's antics. He hoped this child would not lead Konohamaru astray, and perhaps exchanging a technique would not be such a bad idea after all. What technique do you wish to learn? But let me be clear, you may not even think about learning the explosive tag technique. I want to learn the Edo Tensei. The third Hokage nearly choked on his tea, coughing violently. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Perhaps we should discuss how you will guide Konohamaru instead. Chapter 72. Enemies that require our full effort that night. The third Hokage provided a rather unconvincing explanation to the other ninja villages, stating that the actions of the blonde during the Nin exam were not representative of Konoha, but rather the personal conduct of that particular ninja. Should anyone have objections, they could seek out the blonde for justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not intervene. This statement came off as somewhat patronizing, and all understood that the third Hokage was protecting the blonde. Nonetheless, it did offer a way for the aggrieved parties to seek redress. After everyone departed from the Hokage building, they began to gather information regarding the yellow-haired individual. It is said that the one known as Uzumaki Stark is the only puppeteer in the Hidden Leaf Village. His formidable power stems solely from the set of armor-like puppet techniques he wields, while his inherent abilities are rather pitiable. If they manage to dismantle his puppets, they will easily be able to deal with the lad. As for a certain criminal group led by a yellow-haired individual, the third Hokage could not bring himself to entrust Naruto with the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. After all, this child had already caused enough turmoil among the living. The mere thought of him resurrecting the deceased was enough to give the third Hokage a fright. Furthermore, he was deeply concerned that after his demise, Naruto might summon him back to torment him. With no other choice, the third Hokage reluctantly entrusted Konohamaru to Naruto to ensure a temporary peace for the village. He figured he could not prevent these two children from causing mischief anyway, so he resigned himself to the situation. He even made a promise to Naruto that as long as he refrained from causing trouble during the Chunin exam, he would allow Naruto to choose a ninjutsu to learn from the sealing scrolls. Well, with the exceptions of the exploding tags and Edo Tensei, of course. Naruto, with a complex expression, acquiesced to the third Hokage's request. This responsibility thrust upon him by Sarutobi was one he, as Uzumaki Zhuge had no choice but to accept. The following morning, Team 7 arrived at the perimeter of the second examination site, the Forest of Death. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the bustling scene depicted in the original story. The number of participants inside the exam site was sparse, while a considerable number of ninjas gathered outside, casting envious glances at Team 7. Only 10 teams remained to advance to the second stage of the exam. Among the remaining teams from the Hidden Leaf, only 4 remained. Naruto, keeping in mind Kakashi-sensei, chose not to report the several Jonin teams he recognized. However, Sasuke, emulating this behavior, reported the third team, which included Tenten. It was evident that he harbored a significant grievance against the lucky girl. Yet, Sasuke had not mastered the art of slandering others, and thus could not tarnish Tenten's team's reputation. The other villages were down to 6 teams, 1 from Sunagakure, 2 from Otogakure, and 1 from Kyusugakure. Naruto was still clad in the Iron Man suit from the previous day, his gaze continuously darting towards the Otogakure team. I say, those individuals must be your doing, right? Shikamaru, with a toothpick in his mouth, lazily approached Naruto and whispered. The tension in the air was palpable. Not only were all the examinees in the venue eyeing Naruto with hostility, but even those eliminated outside were poised for an altercation. Shikamaru surmised that this group would likely make a move against Naruto once the Chunin exam concluded. Impossible. That was all the work of Uzumaki Stark. What does it have to do with me, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto waved his hand dismissively, adamantly denying any connection. His righteous demeanor made even Sasuke beside him unable to bear it. Have you considered that you might be the only Uzumaki in the entire ninja world? If you end up facing them, could you refrain from striking back? Shikamaru turned, revealing his true intentions. Ha ha ha. Shikamaru, what are you saying? We are from the same village. How could we possibly harm our own comrades? Naruto retorted. Do you want to take a look at the Jonin from the Hidden Leaf and the eliminated examinees standing outside the venue? The hatred etched on their faces is no less than that of the ninjas from other villages, Shikamaru sighed. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata, he hurried to the entrance to prepare to enter the Forest of Death. All right, the second exam begins, with the examiner, Akamichi Karui, issuing the command. All the participants rushed into the Forest of Death after collecting their scrolls. Only Team 7 waited for everyone else to enter before collecting their scrolls. Naruto approached Akamichi, surveying the slim figure of the older girl. He found it hard to imagine that the slender Akamichi he saw before him would transform into a fearsome figure in the future. Examiner. I think you should consider eating fewer dumplings, he suggested. Humph, little brat. Mind your own business, Akamichi retorted, finishing her last skewer of dumplings while eyeing the boy. Her eyelids twitching. She had already heard about the events from the first exam yesterday and was now worried about what trouble Uzumaki Naruto might cause during her supervision. You're finished. Just wait and see. Once Sakura confirmed her receipt of the scroll, Naruto led the two towards the Otogekyure team. This exam posed little difficulty for them, primarily focusing on how to deal with Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke moved swiftly, and when Sakura struggled to keep up, she had no choice but to climb onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke even handed his beloved weapon, the heavy Requiem, to Naruto to hasten their pace. Sakura, don't move, it hurts, he admonished, causing the girl on his back to feel utterly mortified. Ever since he had carried her, she had been squirming unceasingly. If he were not truly at his wit's end, he would not have spoken up. Ha ha ha. Naruto burst out laughing at Sasuke's comment, momentarily slowing down. Hee hee. Are you all enjoying yourselves? At that moment, 3 ninjas from Otogekyure suddenly blocked Team 7's path, wearing expressions of arrogance. Upon seeing the leading ninja clad in a garish outfit, Naruto's impression of him was indelibly etched in his memory. He recalled that this individual was called something like Saku. Regardless, his strength was undeniably terrifying, capable of demolishing even stone. Naruto halted, casually tossing the heavy Requiem to Sasuke while pulling out the great iron door. Focusing more intently than when he had faced Zabuza previously, Sakura and Sasuke were left utterly astonished. Just how strong were their opponents that they compelled Naruto to resort to such a weapon? Are they really that strong? Sasuke picked up the heavy Requiem from the ground, his battle spirit igniting, but he was halted by Naruto's firm grip. They are formidable. Leave this to me. It's a personal grudge. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a vision of Obito flashing through his mind. To speak of Saku's strength is to delve deeper into matters. This Saku had mastered a technique capable of effortlessly shattering rocks. Since rocks could defeat Obito, it could be inferred that Saku's strength was on par with, or even surpassed Obito's. Taking all this into account, it was evident that this individual, marked by 3 ominous characters on his attire, had a connection to Uchiha Obito. Hence, he was indeed an adversary of Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 73. This person's strength is not inferior to Kakashi's Hihi. Yellow-haired brat. You were quite arrogant before, Sokka boasted, his head held high, excitement radiating from him. Although they had not reported this yellow-haired brat during the first exam, it was he who had initiated the method of falsely accusing examinees of cheating. Their mission was to deal with Uchiha Sasuke, yet this did not hinder their desire to torment the yellow-haired puppeteer before them. He had inquired about this lad and learned that all his power was reliant on his puppetry techniques. Without his puppets, the yellow-haired boy was nothing. Coincidentally, he was exceedingly confident in his ability to destroy such items. After all, his sound wave technique could obliterate even stone. I shall thoroughly torment you. Saku revealed a cruel smile, slowly raising his hands to target the yellow-haired boy. He intended to use sound wave attacks to destroy the opponent's puppets. Sasuke and Sakura instinctively stepped aside, showing no intention of intervening. Naruto held the great iron door with one hand, not even activating the light door, vanishing in an instant, reappearing before Saku the next moment. He leaped high, casting a vast shadow over Saku, who numbly looked up, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors as the door loomed larger in his gaze. He even managed to read the 4 characters inscribed on the weapon. Just this? Just this? At this moment, he sensed the ominous aroma of death. To die, being struck would undoubtedly result in demise. Naruto's speed was astonishingly swift, too rapid for the 3 sound ninjas to react. It was as if the instant Sakura had finished speaking, his opponent appeared right before him. In midair, Naruto raised his hands high, his body forming a V shape. In his eyes, Sakura's figure had already merged with that of Uchiha Obito. Unconsciously, Naruto exerted an additional 3 parts of his strength. Have you broken your defense? Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave surged around, forcing the nearby sound ninjas to squint against the onslaught. The moment the colorful door panel made contact with Sakura's head, he had no chance to scream before being smashed into the ground. Had it not been for the timely closure of his mask, blood would have splattered all over Naruto's face. Sakura's original position was now a small crater, with Naruto standing within it, surrounded by a pool of crimson, and the nearby bushes speckled with droplets of blood. As for Sakura, he was reduced to mere mush. Naruto dared not steal another glance at the gruesome sight. He estimated that Sakura's fate was not unlike those unfortunate souls from his previous life who had been crushed into meat patties by semi-trucks. Ah, run. The two sound ninjas snapped back to reality, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Sakura's tragic condition, their scalps prickling with fear. They harbored but one thought: to escape the clutches of this monster. Otherwise, death was certain. The two exchanged a quick glance, one veering left and the other right as they fled into the forest. Naruto, clutching the door panel in one hand, flicked it twice to rid it of bloodstains. Were it not for the door panel in his grasp, he might have seemed reminiscent of a swordsman after vanquishing his foe. A brief glance at the fleeing adversaries. Naruto stored the door panel away and unleashed a portal, pursuing them. Shortly after, Naruto, now splattered with blood, leaped back to his companions. My apologies for the delay. Before he could finish, Sasuke lunged forward, brandishing his heavy weapon and swung it at Naruto's face, while even Sakura took a step back, aiming to hurl shuriken at him. Without a moment's hesitation, the duo launched their assault on Naruto. Bang! Naruto was sent flying by Sasuke's strike, both of them demanding, "Who are you?" Naruto, that guy, would never utter an apology. It seems I underestimated you. The imposter formed hand seals, dispelling his disguise and revealing his true form. Just as the freshly cleaned Naruto returned, he nearly pointed a finger at Orochimaru, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What the hell? You're even more fond of role-playing than I am. Cursing inwardly, he activated a portal, appearing directly before Orochimaru, preparing to strike him with the door panel. However, Orochimaru had already noticed the sudden portal behind him and remained on guard. As the blonde emerged, Orochimaru swiftly kicked Naruto back, simultaneously forming seals to unleash a jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, Naruto found himself returned to his original position. To be honest, that kick from Orochimaru had left him somewhat dazed. It didn't hurt, yet it was his first time being interrupted during a jutsu casting. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable. Before he could regain his composure, a violent gust of wind chakra surged forth from the portal behind him. The attack struck Naruto, nearly causing his Iron Man-esque weight training gear to crumble. Given that this equipment was hastily constructed, it offered no real defensive capability, sustaining a few cracks under Orochimaru's wind attack. The wounds on his body, however, healed within seconds. Seeing Naruto under attack, Sasuke instructed Sakura to safeguard herself, his body crackling with lightning as he charged towards Orochimaru, wielding his heavy weapon with sparks flying. From observing the previous exchanges, Sasuke discerned that this individual was undoubtedly on par with Kakashi. Confronting such an adversary necessitated unleashing his full potential. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke approached Orochimaru from behind, twisting his waist and channeling tremendous inertia to swing the heavy weapon towards Orochimaru's midsection. Should he land a solid blow, it would surely pulverize the opponent's spine. Naruto, faster than Sasuke, quickly stashed his weight training gear into the system after suffering a setback at Orochimaru's hands. He then opened a portal beside Sasuke, retrieving the colorful door panel to strike at Orochimaru's head. The two launched simultaneous attacks from either side, their swift reactions genuinely surprising Orochimaru. He had come to test the power of this Uchiha heir, to ascertain whether the individual was worthy of becoming his vessel. After their brief skirmish, Orochimaru's excitement intensified. He glanced at the heavy weapon in Sasuke's hands and evaded with an eerily fluid motion. Then, he delivered a kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending both him and his weapon flying several meters away. Clang! Orochimaru caught Naruto's door panel, entering a stalemate. Upon seeing the weapon in his hand, Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly in surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, this brat was wielding a door panel. Even a seasoned ninja like Orochimaru was taken aback by such an unconventional weapon. Who on earth would use a door panel as a weapon? Just as he pondered, a mocking voice echoed in his ears. Have you broken your defense? Have you broken your defense? Chapter 74. Ant Snake plants strawberries for Sasuke. Naruto, enraged at Ant Snake's first blood. Orochimaru, listening to the taunting voice, felt a buzzing in his head, irritation bubbling within him. Observing his weapon seized, Naruto freed one hand to strike at Orochimaru's lower regions. Slap. Quick to react, Orochimaru intercepted Naruto's strike once more. Now, he was utilizing one hand to brace the door panel above him while gripping Naruto's fist with the other. The situation had come to an impasse. Orochimaru had intended to throw the boy away, but he never anticipated the blonde's strength would be so formidable. It compelled him to exert all his might. His neck turning red. Gritting his teeth, Naruto felt a surge of frustration upon realizing that Orochimaru had easily countered his attack. Had he not been restrained, he could have unleashed his rocket fist technique, but now, a distance separated them, and he required external assistance to break the deadlock. Orochimaru, gazing with serpent-like eyes at the boy before him, was about to extend his neck to strike when he suddenly heard Naruto shout, "Damn it! Who the hell repairs the water dam?" With that, a thick loogie, accompanied by a spray of saliva, flew out, catching Orochimaru off guard, who instinctively tilted his head to the side, allowing it to splatter against his cheek. The brownish-green phlegm glued his hair and cheek together. His expression shifted from bewilderment to pure fury. "Have you broken your defense?" The voice ringing in his ears seemed to be the final straw that shattered Orochimaru's long-standing indifference. For the first time in many years, he felt a ripple of disturbance within his composure, stirred by the audacity of this blonde brat. "You," from a distance. Sasuke halted mid-stride upon hearing Naruto's words. When did Naruto learn water techniques? But upon witnessing the loogie incident, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Fueled by rage, Orochimaru's strength surged, and as he exerted force with both hands, he extended his neck, aiming to plant a strawberry on Naruto's neck. Naruto's pupils constricted, and he quickly retracted the door panel, causing the suddenly absent weapon to send Orochimaru stumbling. The rhythm of the attack was abruptly interrupted by Naruto, who swiftly donned the alloy gauntlets and dove into Orochimaru's embrace, repeatedly thrusting his arms. However, after 2 attempts, he realized that the expected splatter of blood was absent. Orochimaru's form began to twist, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a puddle of mud on the ground. Damn! Just as he prepared to unleash a wind-based bloodstorm technique, Naruto erupted in frustration. These tactical ninjas were truly cunning. As Naruto was internally lamenting about Tsunade, he suddenly felt a darkness envelop him, accompanied by a foul stench. A colossal serpent lunged from the shadows and swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, lurking in the darkness, initiated an attack on the swiftly advancing Sasuke using the earth release, decapitation technique. Sasuke's legs weakened, a familiar sensation surging within him. He instinctively recognized the technique. After all, Kakashi-sensei had frequently employed it against him. Pausing momentarily, Sasuke executed a nimble roll, seizing the heavy weapon known as the Xuan Zhong and bringing it crashing down onto the ground. His heart soared with joy. He had contemplated countless strategies for countering the earth release, decapitation technique, and had rehearsed them repeatedly in his mind, all for this very moment. With unwavering confidence, he was determined to crush his opponent with the Xuan Zhong. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Sasuke, seizing his hair and delivering a knee strike, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks from Orochimaru. Caught off guard by this diversionary tactic, Sasuke needed several exchanges before his Sharingan could discern the trajectory of Orochimaru's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he countered with the Xuan Zhong, deflecting the assault. With a swift motion, he swung the weapon towards Orochimaru's face, striking him and revealing his true visage. Orochimaru recoiled, perplexed, pondering how this Uchiha Sasuke, whom he had struck numerous times, remained unscathed. How could a mere teenager withstand his onslaught and retaliate? The two locked eyes from a distance, and Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips, appearing far from injured. Internally, he was exulting over the efficacy of the Xuan Zhong. During their skirmish, although he had sustained injuries at the onset, he was thrilled to discover that his chakra and wounds began to mend with each defensive maneuver and counterattack. At this moment, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, an unprecedented fervor for battle ignited within him. Orochimaru, observing Sasuke, mirrored his excitement. It was simply perfect. The physique of Uchiha Sasuke was extraordinarily exquisite. He resolved to find a way to possess it. Just as their intense gaze lingered, a cacophony of explosions erupted in their ears, leaving them momentarily stunned by the deafening sound. A purple portal reappeared beside Sasuke, and Naruto stepped through, grumbling under his breath about the foolishness of the serpent. He had just been devoured by a gigantic snake. Without a second thought, he unleashed a multitude of shadow clones within the serpent's belly, instructing them to self-destruct. Once he completed this, he promptly exited through the portal, leaving everyone astonished. Who would have imagined that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possessed such a space-time bloodline limit? It seemed to be a genetic anomaly passed down from the fourth Hokage. Naruto's peculiar abilities momentarily distracted Orochimaru from his earlier anger. Meanwhile, Naruto thought of his father. The Flying Thunder God technique, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Just the other day, the third Hokage had inquired about when he would learn the Flying Thunder God, which was exceedingly vexing. Exchanging glances with Sasuke, the next moment, dozens of purple portals materialized around the battlefield. Without hesitation, Sasuke retrieved a sealing scroll from his attire, casting forth an arsenal of shuriken and kunai. Following this, he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A barrage of explosive tag projectiles rained down upon Orochimaru's location. Sasuke unleashing torrents of flame in his direction. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto summoned thousands of clones, instantly teleporting before Orochimaru. An overwhelming barrage of projectiles and shadow clones clouded Orochimaru's judgment. The moment Naruto's real body manifested before him, he realized the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, Sasuke positioned himself behind Orochimaru, with one wielding a heavy door and the other brandishing the Xuan Zhong. Their combined speed rendered Orochimaru unable to form seals for defense. With a sickening sound, Orochimaru's head was severed, while Sasuke's weapon pierced through his chest. By all reasonable deductions, it should have been a fatal blow. Yet, Naruto remained unconvinced. After all, who was Orochimaru? The most notoriously difficult ninja to kill. He could hardly believe that his demise would be so effortless. Sasuke observed in silence before finally inquiring. Is it over? Not necessarily, Naruto replied, pulling out items from his system to place beside Orochimaru's remains. Just as he prepared to ignite them, Orochimaru's head unexpectedly spoke, startling both of them. I am Orochimaru. If you seek power, come find me. Before he could continue, Naruto lunged forward and kicked the head away. He had anticipated it. Orochimaru was far from easy to eliminate. With the head severed, he surely couldn't cast any cursed seals on Sasuke, could he? At that moment, Orochimaru's headless body sprouted a new head, unexpectedly planting a curse mark on Sasuke before swiftly fleeing the scene. Sasuke felt a sudden tingle in his neck, followed by a weakness in his limbs. Chapter 75. Sasuke, does that guy intend to possess me? Ridiculous. Sasuke grasped his neck, his knees buckling as he sank to the ground. Sakura, who had been watching from a distance, was still processing the shocking moment when Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck. Although she could only hear fragments of their conversation, her acute hearing allowed her to catch the ominous words spoken by that androgynous figure, suggesting Sasuke seek him out if he desired something. Despite not grasping the full conversation, the astute Sakura instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. That figure was not only terrifyingly powerful, but had also bitten Sasuke. Most critically, Sasuke had no resistance against those stronger than him. Sakura quickly closed the distance, supporting Sasuke's arm as she helped him stand. Under normal circumstances, being this close to Sasuke would have filled her with excitement, but now she felt only exhaustion. With formidable rivals like the two-tailed Naruto and the menacing Orochimaru, she began to worry for Sasuke's mental well-being. She even contemplated whether to show him Kakashi-sensei's collection to help him develop a proper perspective on love. Are you alright? After obliterating Orochimaru's remains, Naruto approached the two, his gaze fixed on Sasuke's neck, contemplating whether to offer him a drink of milk. However, he wondered if the milk would reverse the effects of the curse mark. Sasuke, Sakura, still grasping his arm, wore a worried expression. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt too much, Sasuke replied, pausing momentarily. After being bitten by Orochimaru, he could distinctly sense that something had been left within him. Strangely, he noticed an increase in his chakra. Sasuke found it challenging to decipher Orochimaru's true intentions. In his moment of uncertainty, he began to recall every plot point he had encountered in novels, searching for any relevant insight. The residue of an unknown power that enhanced his strength, combined with the unmistakable greed he had seen in Orochimaru's eyes, led him to a realization. This fellow wishes to seize my body. Are you aware of this? Sasuke noticed Naruto's gaze lingering on his neck and, puzzled, inquired. Since childhood, Naruto had amassed considerable knowledge, and he was never wrong to seek answers from him. Naruto nodded, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts to Sasuke. After all, Sakura was nearby. Couldn't he possibly explain that Orochimaru coveted Sasuke's body and had marked him? It was likely that Sakura would lose her mind upon hearing such words. Observing Naruto's hesitance, Sasuke contemplated before slowly articulating. He wishes to possess me? Naruto fell silent, his expression peculiar. Hearing this from Sasuke felt profoundly unsettling. Yet in a strict sense, Sasuke was indeed correct. But how could you possess such keen insight? It can be understood this way. I have a strategy to thwart that old man's efforts. As Naruto spoke, he was already pondering whether the external enhancements within Sasuke would be washed away after he consumed milk. Sasuke, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. Sakura, listening to their conversation, was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why her teammates were discussing such strange matters. No need. I will not allow him to succeed. Moreover, this power is quite formidable. Upon saying this, he had already activated the internal curse seal, black markings creeping across his face, enhancing his aura of mystery and causing Sakura to blush. Although Orochimaru had left behind what appeared to be a mark of possession, Sasuke was confident that he would not allow the other party to prevail. Through rigorous training, Sasuke could endure the pain and forcibly harness this unfamiliar power within him. He believed that with a little more time, he would master it. This could serve as a trump card in his future confrontation with Itachi Uchiha. Most crucially, Sasuke felt an unprecedented strength within himself at that moment. He even believed he could overpower Naruto. Sasuke was already contemplating when he might spar with Naruto again. Very well. Naruto nodded, unaware of Sasuke's unfavorable thoughts towards him. However, the curse seal was essentially an advantage for Sasuke in the early stages. Regardless, Itachi would eventually deal with Orochimaru. It was not a significant concern. Naruto was quite astonished that Sasuke could now utilize the curse seal's abilities. He recalled how, in the original story, the fool had been rendered weak and powerless after being bitten by Orochimaru. Now, looking at the fool, Naruto had no doubt that if Orochimaru reappeared, Sasuke would certainly activate his curse seal mode and confront Orochimaru in a fierce battle for hundreds of rounds. Let us go, we should depart. Wait, I need to relieve myself. Just as Naruto was about to open a portal, he saw Sasuke break free from Sakura's grasp and turned ahead into the woods. The two had no choice but to wait in place. Sakura gazed longingly at the spot where Sasuke had vanished, resembling a stone waiting for its husband. Naruto sat by a rock, fiddling with the two scrolls he had just pilfered from the Sound Ninja trio. After several minutes, Sasuke emerged from the woods with his hands in his pockets, head down. Why did you take so long? Naruto grumbled about Sasuke's prolonged absence, naturally voicing his complaints. I saved someone. Let us go? Sasuke explained that he had been in the woods, struggling to untie his black robe when he was startled by a commotion. Furious, he rushed over to find two ninjas from the grass village bullying a red-haired girl. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching the two antagonists. Had he not needed to find a place to wash his hands, he would not have taken so long. Naruto nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and tossed open a portal. Stepping through, Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. When Team 7 reappeared, they had reached the final location of the current exam. Gazing at the towering structure before them, Naruto recalled Kakashi's words about the need for a formal approach in the exam, prompting him to don a suit of Iron Man armor. Although this attire had nearly fallen apart due to Orochimaru's wind techniques, its battle-worn appearance bore a unique charm. The trio then pushed open the grand doors, entering the tower's interior. Due to their earlier battle with Orochimaru, Team 7 had lagged, and 3 squads from Konoha had already gathered, alongside Pikachu's team from the Sand Village, as well as a random team from the Waterfall Village. They were scattered on either side, with the third Hokage and other examiners standing at the forefront. The third Hokage glanced at Team 7 as they entered, noted the time, and nodded to the examiner beside him. Congratulations on reaching the final stage of this exam. We will now proceed to individual battles. Upon this announcement, a display screen behind the examiner began to scroll. Soon, the names of Naruto Uzumaki and Kankuro appeared. First match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kankuro. Kankuro, with his panda-like eyes, looked at the distant Konoha puppet master, grinning broadly. Haha, I have awaited this moment for a long time. Let us determine whose puppet technique is superior. The eager Kankuro from the Sand Village proclaimed his pre-battle declaration. Several J-nin from other villages wore unabashed smiles. They had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. The battered state of Kankuro's puppet indicated he had exerted himself to the utmost in the previous examination. Whether that puppet could still function was another matter, especially now that he faced renowned puppet masters from the Sand Village. Konoha was certainly strong, but could they truly outshine the Sand Village in the art of puppetry? The foreign ninjas prepared to enjoy the spectacle, while the Konoha ninjas were taken aback by Kankuro's fervent declaration. Is this Sand Village ninja not in his right mind? Who has spread the word that Uzumaki is a puppet master? Moreover, why did the foreign ninjas appear so gleeful? The J-nin from Konoha could confidently assert that while the children of Konoha might be unaware of the circumstances, they had witnessed this golden-haired boy grow up. He had once broken through the village's barrier at 6 or 7 years old and had severed Kakashi's arm at 12. His training methods were legendary. Even Mike Guy was now referencing Naruto's training regimen, underscoring its formidable nature. This human anomaly, with the foreign ninjas labeling him a puppet master, would surely lead to complications. Prepare yourselves, contestants. Upon hearing his name, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and stepped towards the center of the arena. He glanced at the darkened Pikachu nearby, bemused. Despite having just placed a bag over his head the previous day, rendering him a pandoid figure, he seemed to have learned nothing. And I am not a puppet master, Naruto thought. Uzumaki is it? Let me witness the puppet techniques of your Konoha village. Kankuro pressed his hand on the mummified puppet, excitement radiating from his face. If battling a normal ninja merely ignited his fighting spirit, facing a puppet master elevated it to a matter of proving the Sand Village's puppetry supremacy in the ninja world. In this battle, Kankuro had to emerge victorious. Naruto wished to clarify but soon realized that any explanation would be futile, so he resigned himself to the misunderstanding. Noticing the puppet in Kankuro's grasp, Naruto instinctively retrieved a life-size totem from his system. With Kankuro wielding a mummified puppet and Naruto standing proudly beside a golden statue, the scene indeed resembled a confrontation between puppet masters, their styles synchronizing in that moment. The watching elite ninjas of Konoha were in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this child genuinely possesses puppet techniques? They had not heard of such a thing before. In unison, the Konoha shinobi turned their gazes towards Kakashi, seemingly eager to extract some information from him. Noticing the scrutiny around him, Kakashi snapped his book shut with a decisive clap and glanced at Naruto, who was holding the statue, calmly stating, "You are overthinking it. From my understanding of Naruto, that statue is most likely his weapon." The Konoha ninjas were taken aback, their expressions reflecting their confusion. They had previously heard tales of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki favoring door panels as weapons. Had he now grown weary of them and moved on to wielding statues? Though strange, they could already envision the unfortunate fate awaiting the Sand Ninja. The third Hokage sighed, turning away to retrieve 3 vials of medicine from his jacket, pouring 6 pills into his mouth and swallowing them. Turning back to see Naruto gripping the statue, the third Hokage seemed to glimpse the future of Konohamaru. With that thought, he swallowed a few more pills. Alas, Jiraiya, when will you return to the village? The two sides formed their seals. At the command of the lung-diseased ghost, Moonlight Gale, the battle between the two puppet masters commenced. Kankuro, supporting his puppet, clapped his hands, causing the bandages to unravel and revealing the true form of the crow puppet. In his view, only by exerting his full strength could he bestow the highest respect upon his opponent. It was somewhat underhanded, but Kankuro shared the same intent as the others, to shatter the set of puppets that could grant Naruto power. Following that, Naruto would be left defenseless. Kankuro raised his palm, manipulating chakra threads to control the limbs of the crow. Just then, Master Naruto, the puppet master, appeared before Kankuro, wielding a golden statue that stood at a height of over 1 meter. The shadow of the statue enveloped Kankuro. In shock, he turned his head, eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. When did this guy close the distance so quickly? Moreover, why was he holding a puppet? How was Konoha's puppet technique so different from what he had envisioned? Although perplexed, Kankuro reacted swiftly, launching the limbs of the crow towards Naruto in the blink of an eye. Each component of his crow was imbued with powerful explosive devices. Kankuro's target was the puppet Naruto wore. Boom. The explosion of Kankuro's puppet components enveloped the arena in a cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the spectators. Moments later, Naruto's figure emerged from the haze. However, the suit of Iron Man he wore could not withstand such an onslaught, collapsing into chunks of metal that fell to the ground. Observant Konoha ninjas noted that the debris left cracks in the floor. At that moment, the Konoha shinobi suddenly realized that the strange apparatus Naruto had donned was, in fact, a weight. Wait, Naruto was wearing weights? What kind of monster is this guy? He wore this throughout the Chunin exams. No wonder I have faith in this genin. Lee exclaimed, I've decided to drag 5 trees back for training tonight. Guy-sensei, amidst their astonishment, Two watermelon peels in the corner were moved to tears by Naruto's actions. Hey, your training methods are too bizarre. I recall this training method was used by Naruto and Haku. Tintin lamented, watching her teacher and Lee with exasperation. The absurdity of Haku's training had been extreme, and now they were emulating it. She genuinely feared that the entire village would adopt such a peculiar style. Perceiving the chaotic atmosphere, Sasuke turned and shot an angry glare at Tintin, thoroughly fed up with her. If it weren't for her calling Haku brother, he would not have ended up in this predicament. In the arena, Naruto revealed his true form. Not only did everyone notice that the cumbersome gear had vanished, but the golden statue in his hand had also disappeared. Kankuro slowly rose from the ground, his expression one of confusion. He distinctly remembered being struck by Naruto's statue. How could he be unscathed? Perhaps it was an illusion. Dismissing the thought, Kankuro chuckled and addressed the empty-handed Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, what will you do now? Your puppets are all gone. The foreign ninjas watching this scene wore mocking smiles. Finally, they could witness this brat face defeat. They envisioned the blonde boy begging for mercy. But to their astonishment, he suddenly shouted, "Seal released." With that declaration, Naruto produced an immortal totem. He had calculated the force perfectly. There was no longer any worry of accidentally harming Pikachu. Swinging the immortal totem with vigor, the golden statue towered over Naruto, yet in his hands, it felt like a mere toy. The arena reverberated with the force of his swings. Moonlight Gale, fearing for his own safety, hurriedly moved to the side. While Kankuro finally understood that this individual wielded puppets as weapons, he stood in awe, utterly bewildered. This was nothing like the puppet techniques he had learned. Naruto's unconventional use of puppets was perplexing, but Kankuro could not identify what was amiss. Previously, he had learned to hide behind puppets, controlling them, gathering intelligence, and waiting for the right moment to strike. However, Naruto was showing him a completely new perspective. As Naruto swung the immortal totem, he knocked Pikachu to the ground and began to relentlessly strike Kankuro, all the while shouting in his mind, "No sleeping in the duel arena." Boom. Boom. Naruto expertly controlled his strength, each blow drawing blood from Kankuro. He even managed to create a rhythm with the immortal totem, accompanied by Kankuro's cries of anguish. Such a brutal spectacle left all spectators trembling with fear, especially those foreign ninjas who had previously mistaken Naruto for a mere puppet master. Each strike felt like a blow to their own hearts. All their earlier mockery had turned to shock. You call this a puppet master? Was that supposed to be his weight? What kind of monster is this blonde? A hit from him could be fatal. The foreign ninjas swallowed hard, their hearts filled with dread. Only at this moment did they comprehend why the third Hokage had said they could seek justice from this blonde. If that statue were to land on them, even their elite would be left in a daze. What on earth is this blonde capable of? Had he utilized this strength earlier, they would never have dared to provoke the Hokage's office. Moreover, from previous examinations, Naruto held grudges. The foreign ninjas were beginning to feel anxious, fearing they might invoke the wrath of this vengeful blonde. Naruto, cease your assault. Ultimately, the third Hokage could no longer bear to watch Naruto mercilessly pummel the foreign ninja and signaled Moonlight Gale to intervene. Moonlight Gale, witnessing Naruto's ferocity, dared not approach. He stood 5 meters away and shouted for a full minute before Naruto finally halted. Of course, Naruto's pause was also due to the immortal totem breaking yet again, which inadvertently provided Pikachu with some healing. Healed from his injuries, Kankuro lay peacefully on the ground, his eyes fixed in a daze upon the ceiling. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a profound sense of life and death. Moreover, Kankuro felt as if he had grasped the essence of the most formidable puppet technique. Chiyo-sama, I have finally discovered my path as a puppeteer. The ultimate secret of puppet mastery is to embody the spirit of Naruto. With this revelation, Kankuro sensed that his wounds had ceased to throb. After a considerable while, he slowly rose to his feet. Although his body bore no injuries, his puppets and attire were tattered and worn. He appeared much like the vagabonds outside. However, Kankuro was invigorated. He glanced at Naruto, his eyes shimmering with gratitude as he deeply bowed and shouted, "Naruto Uzumaki, I am immensely grateful. I have comprehended the true nature of puppetry." Naruto, upon hearing Pikachu's declaration, wore a perplexed expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway. "Wait, buddy, what have you grasped? I just defeated you twice." Kakashi, standing on the platform, raised his hand to cover his face, exclaiming, "Great. Another child is about to become a burden to Naruto." The third Hokage observed Kankuro bowing to Naruto with a glimmer of anticipation. At last, someone could share in his suffering. Outside, Gaara watched Kankuro with a vein throbbing on his forehead, clearly infuriated. Kankuro, you disgraceful fool. The expressions of the other observing ninjas were equally bizarre. Wasn't Kankuro the one who had been brutally beaten? Why was he thanking Naruto after being pinned down and pummeled? Lee, how touching. This is youth. The duo of Guy and his green-clad disciple burst into tears once more, prompting Tenten to hastily pull Neji away, as if to say she had no affiliation with these two embarrassing individuals. Naruto, with mixed feelings, returned to the viewing platform, during which Kankuro repeatedly expressed his thanks. If only there were mobile phones in the ninja world, Naruto imagined Kankuro would have asked to exchange contact information. The second battle commenced as the illness-stricken Gekuhei returned to the arena, the screen behind him continuously scrolling. The second match featured Uchiha Sasuke against Tenten. Sasuke cast a glance at the ailing figure below, contemplating whether to persuade Naruto to help him bag this guy later. However, upon hearing the name of his opponent, a rare excitement spread across Sasuke's face. All right, Tenten. Today, I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall redeem my past disgrace. Oh, brother Bingshan, it's you I'm fighting? Tenten waved her hand in greeting, playfully sticking out her tongue. Hearing this, Sasuke's fists clenched with renewed determination. Enough chit-chat. With a flash, Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning, arriving at the battlefield before Tenten, who quickly rolled away. Neji, glancing at her, cautioned, Tenten, be careful. Don't worry, Neji. She reassured him. Sasuke, clad in black, locked eyes with Tenten from a distance. He had already gathered intelligence on this bun-haired girl. It was said that while her ninja talent was average, she possessed exceptional skill in utilizing ninja tools. Sasuke scoffed, dismissing this notion. What can mere ninja tools do against the might of the Uchiha clan? Today, I shall triumph in her area of expertise. As both completed their hand seals, Tenten immediately distanced herself from Sasuke, producing a massive sealing scroll. Sasuke's speed surpassed hers. He had already unwrapped 5 scrolls, his hand movements so swift that even Naruto marveled. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of summoning techniques echoed as a multitude of ninja tools blanketed the arena. Do not underestimate Sasuke's clan power. Quick, deploy the barrier. The examiner's scalp tingled upon witnessing Sasuke and Tenten unleash a barrage of ninja tools. The competition area was not expansive, and many shurikens flew perilously close to the spectators' heads. If these two continued unchecked, casualties among the observing ninjas were inevitable. The Konoha examiner immediately leaped to the perimeter of the arena, weaving hand seals to cast a barrier, enveloping the two combatants. Naruto, standing on the second floor, ignited with excitement at the spectacle of them competing in resources. He grasped the railing and shouted, "Damn it! Do not underestimate Sasuke's clan power." Kakashi and Sakura, exasperated, quickly distanced themselves from this embarrassing display. Only Hinata blushed, gazing at Naruto with tenderness. Sakura, catching sight of Hinata, suddenly recalled Naruto and Sasuke's past, hesitating for 3 seconds before approaching Hinata to engage in quiet conversation. Although Naruto noticed their dialogue, the distance rendered him unable to discern their words. Meanwhile, Hinata, conversing with Sakura, occasionally gasped in surprise, her face reflecting shock as she glanced his way. Believing Hinata was concerned for him, Naruto winked and smiled at her. Just as Naruto and Hinata were exchanging glances, Sasuke and Tenten once again produced scrolls. Hey, how does a member of the Uchiha clan possess so many sealing scrolls? Tenten was taken aback upon seeing Sasuke retrieve yet another scroll. The Uchiha clan's shurikens were formidable, but why did it seem like he had more than her? Humph, you're mediocre, Sasuke said arrogantly, simultaneously unleashing 10 scrolls before him, forming hand seals, and relentlessly throwing ninja tools toward Tenten's evasion route. Thousands of shurikens rained down like a torrential downpour. Sasuke emptied his sealing scrolls, crossing his hands and then tightening his fists as he pulled back. Numerous projectiles entwined with wires suddenly altered their trajectories. The shurikens, which had initially covered the front, were redirected to shoot toward Tenten from every direction. At that moment, Sasuke's barrage rivaled the offensive of an entire battalion. Naruto, seated among the audience, envisioned Sasuke leading his clan into battle against Tenten. "What are you doing? No Uchiha fights like you," Tenten exclaimed, struggling to evade the onslaught of shurikens while still managing to critique Sasuke. Though her agility was not on par with Niji or Lee, she ranked among the top in the lower ninja tier. Nevertheless, she found it impossible to navigate the storm of shurikens unscathed. After just one exchange, she bore numerous wounds. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued to retrieve more sealing scrolls, denying her any chance to catch her breath. At this point, evading had become increasingly difficult for Tenten. If this continued, the entire arena would soon be carpeted with Sasuke's shurikens, leaving her with no safe ground to stand on. Just as Tenten was becoming overwhelmed, she suddenly heard a series of whistling sounds beside her. Instinctively, she attempted to dodge, only to realize that these shurikens were not aimed at her. Standing still, Sasuke's hands were now ensnared with wire. Surrender. You have no place left to escape. As Sasuke's words fell, Tenten's instinct to evade halted, leaving her motionless. Gaara observed the scene, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is intriguing. Under the illumination, it was evident that the arena was laced with wire. Any movement from Tenten would spell her doom. Sasuke's maneuver left the entire audience astounded. However, they were largely silent, primarily due to the fact that Sasuke had just unleashed nearly 100,000 shurikens. This did not even account for the explosive tags he had previously thrown. The ninjas of Takigakure wore complex expressions. The quantity of ninja tools that Uchiha Sasuke had deployed in this battle surpassed the entire arsenal of their village. Upon witnessing the scene littered with shurikens, the third Hokage trembled as he retrieved a vial from his pocket. Such a prodigal fighting style must surely be a lesson from Naruto. He was beginning to worry about the future of the village's ninjas. If everyone adopted Sasuke's combat style, it wouldn't be long before Konoha would find itself utterly depleted. Gasping at this thought, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising. I concede. But just how many scrolls do you possess? Tenten, always quick to voice her thoughts, exclaimed. She sensed a reflection of herself in Sasuke's fighting style. Sasuke snorted dismissively, lifting his garments to reveal a plethora of small sealing scrolls concealed within. From the sides of his attire, it was evident that he still had dozens of sealing scrolls remaining. Hey, what on earth is going on with you? You're not using your entire family's fortune in this battle, are you? Tenten was utterly flabbergasted. She had thought carrying a mere dozen sealing scrolls was outrageous. Yet this boy had at least 100 on him, even after accounting for those he had just utilized. Had he truly exchanged all his family wealth for ninja tools? Sasuke's actions left the onlookers in stunned silence. They were all ninjas, yet was such extravagance truly necessary? Didn't he need to save some funds for living expenses? No one could fathom the amount of money he must have spent on these tools. Naruto winced at the sight. He had previously inquired about the number of sealing scrolls Sasuke carried, but Sasuke had been tight-lipped, insisting it was not much, claiming that his earlier boast about the power of his clan was merely a jest. However, it appeared that Sasuke had likely liquidated the family assets. Indeed, it was the power of the 9 clans. Cough, cough, cough. In the second match, Uchiha Sasuke emerged victorious. Yukige's ship swiftly arrived at the arena to announce the results. He kindly assisted Tenten in removing the surrounding wire traps. After the match concluded, Sasuke did not depart, but bent down like a humble farmer, collecting his scattered ninja tools. Unlike the flamboyance with which he had thrown the shurikens earlier, this moment depicted a more disheveled Sasuke. Observing him from the sidelines, Naruto could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Ha! Sasuke, your earlier display with those tools was so dashing. Shut up, Sasuke snapped, turning his head, his expression betraying his embarrassment. Collecting his tools in front of everyone was rather humbling, yet he had no choice. The number he had discarded was simply too great to leave behind. As the retrieval process proved lengthy, Yukige's ship cleared his throat and announced a 1-hour break for the competitors before continuing with the third round. Once he made this announcement, Naruto stealthily approached Yukige's ship and whispered, "Uncle Ship, I saw a man returning home with your girlfriend yesterday." Ding! Yukige's ship froze for a moment. The senbon he had been biting dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. His expression shifted continuously until it morphed into one of anguish, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He cried out in despair. I knew it. Naruto was taken aback. Chapter 79, After many years. The villagers of Konoha remained as welcoming as ever. Yukige's ship's intense reaction left Naruto utterly bewildered. No, I was just joking. You can't seriously tell me there's some big secret behind this? Initially, Naruto had intended to concoct a reason for Yukige's ship to take a break at home. Yet seeing his distressed demeanor, it seemed there was more to the story. Could it be that his girlfriend, Yuin, had found him lacking and sought solace elsewhere? Gasping at this thought, Naruto leaned back, taken aback. Yukige's ship wept, occasionally coughing. Woo-woo cough, cough. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Naruto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, though his words slipped out before he could think. Uncle Ship, even if the flowers wither, they can bloom again. If she leaves, she surely wasn't the one for you. Wah woo-woo-woo-woo. The moment Naruto uttered that particular phrase, Yukige's ship's cries intensified. Realizing he had spoken too freely, Naruto refrained from further provoking him, fearing that he might not only face the wrath of an angry spirit, but also contribute to his own demise. Why, oh why? The sorrowful Yukige's ship lamented, rambling on. Naruto was at a loss for words. After all, discussing such matters with an elder felt quite peculiar. Eventually, after wiping his tears, Yukige's ship approached the third Hokage to discuss something, then hurriedly exited the Chunin exam venue. Naruto's emotions were notably mixed. While it seemed that Yukige's ship was unlikely to meet a grim fate, he appeared to be suffering far more than death itself. I can only hope that Sister Yuin has not strayed. An hour later, the third match commenced as scheduled, featuring Gaara against Rock Lee. Due to the sudden departure of the examiner, Yukige's ship, who seemingly left to confront a personal matter, the new examiner was now a scar-faced jonin from Konoha. Naruto found this battle rather uninteresting, having already witnessed it before. The only moment Lee shone was during this encounter, after which he was swiftly subdued. Watching the fierce clash between the two competitors, Naruto felt a wave of boredom wash over him. With Sakura having dragged Hinata away, he chose to retreat into the ceiling space and entertain the fox spirit within. Ah, how nostalgic. Jiraiya strolled down the streets of Konoha, each familiar corner sparking memories of his past days spent with Orochimaru and Tsunade. It's Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya has returned. Thank heavens. The excitement of the villagers was palpable as they caught sight of Jiraiya's trademark white hair, prompting them to call out with fervor. A legend circulated in Konoha. As long as Lord Jiraiya returned to the village, he would be able to discipline that troublesome blonde. It is no exaggeration to say that before Lord Jiraiya's return, the village had been shrouded in darkness due to the antics of that blonde. Now that he was back, the skies of Konoha seemed to brighten. Ninjas passing by trembled with excitement upon seeing Jiraiya, forming orderly lines to bow before him. Lord Jiraiya, you have worked hard on your journey. Villagers, witnessing this, hurriedly brought forth offerings, eggs, fish, meat, and other items, showering him with gifts. Throughout this process, everyone conspicuously avoided mentioning the name of that troublesome blonde. Faced with such overwhelming enthusiasm, even the thick-skinned Jiraiya felt somewhat overwhelmed. Is it that I've been away for too long, or do the villagers' fervor seem a touch alarming? Enough, enough. I can't carry any more. Everyone, please go home. As he pushed back the offerings, he was reluctantly compelled to accept their gifts. In that moment, Jiraiya felt as though the old man had never received such adoration from the villagers. Meanwhile, the ninjas had already prepared their praises. It is truly an honor to meet one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. Indeed, your legendary exploits have been recounted since my childhood, and your literary works are my favorites. The crowd surrounded Jiraiya, showering him with compliments, lifting his spirits high. Ha ha ha, I never expected to be so famous in the village. Ha ha. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, scratching his head, appearing quite pleased with himself. However, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After a few minutes, overwhelmed by the praise, he waved his hand to signal the crowd to disperse, not wanting to block the streets and inconvenience others. He then stealthily made his way to a certain bathhouse. It had been quite a while since he had gathered materials. Nevertheless, it must be said, even after years away from the village, the people of Konoha remained as warm-hearted as ever. Jiraiya mused, chuckling softly as he pulled out his precious telescope. As he gazed towards the bathhouse, a peculiar laugh escaped his lips. He had initially intended to visit the old man first, but upon learning that the old man was currently in the forest of death, he decided to postpone that visit. After all, he was back in the village. A little delay wouldn't matter. In the 7th round of the exam, Hinata Hyuga emerged victorious. Naruto watched Hinata below, nearly popping his eyes out in surprise. The personal duels of the 2nd exam were nearing their conclusion, and his wife was unexpectedly facing off against his brother-in-law. As expected, Niji, his brother-in-law, cast a glare at him before launching into a tirade. Once the battle commenced, Niji found himself pinned to the ground by Hinata's formidable 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. Naruto was not particularly surprised, after all, under his guidance. While Hinata may not rival him or Sasuke in sheer strength, her abilities were undoubtedly among the strongest of her cohort. However, as Hinata delivered a fierce beating to Niji, Naruto noticed a faint blue light emanating from her left eye, reminiscent of Boruto's Byakugan. He began to worry whether he might be on the receiving end of his wife's wrath after marriage. Glancing again at the slightly panting Hinata, he noted the blue light in her eyes had vanished. To the untrained eye, one might mistake the earlier blue glow for mere reflections of light. After observing for a while, Naruto concluded that Hinata had yet to fully awaken her powers, but judging by the situation, it likely wouldn't be long before she did. Just then, Sasuke sidled up to Naruto and whispered a question. While others may not have noticed Hinata's eyes, Sasuke was quick to detect the anomaly. Similar to your Mangeki. He cautioned, don't mention it to anyone else. Understood. The two engaged in hushed conversation, entirely unaware of Sakura and Hinata approaching from behind. Chapter 80. Naruto. There's no air conditioning here. Impossible. The ninja world has no foreign flames. How could they possibly conjure the true burning technique? What? A Dodi? Does he even deserve to be compared to the Sage of Six Paths? Their conversation shifted from colored contacts to discussing the plot of Breaking the Sky, with Sasuke voicing his theories on the burning technique and inquiring about the strength of a Dodi in the ninja world. Naruto expressed his disdain, asserting that the combat prowess in Breaking the Sky far surpassed that of a Hokage. The high offense and low defense of ninjas could never measure up to the characters in Breaking the Sky. As Naruto shared his views, he urged Sasuke not to become too engrossed. His own nine-tailed fox had become unmanageable, even beginning to meditate and train under the pretense of seclusion. Naruto found this utterly exasperating. After all, the great fox had previously mocked him during his own chakra refinement sessions. However, as he glanced at Sasuke, he momentarily lost his train of thought. The Mangeki Sharingan was often referred to as the wishing machine of the ninja world. He hoped Sasuke wouldn't truly conjure something out of it. Just as Naruto was expounding his thoughts, he suddenly felt a chilling drop in temperature. Both he and Sasuke shivered involuntarily. Strange, there's no air conditioning here. Why has it suddenly turned cold? Naruto muttered quietly, exchanging glances with Sasuke before they noticed Sakura and Hinata standing behind them. Hinata had her head down, the light casting shadows across her face, obscuring her expression. Sakura frowned, her jaw clenched, and for a moment, Naruto thought he saw flickering flames in her eyes. Naruto-kun, what are you two doing? Hinata interjected, pulling Naruto aside with a tilt of her head and a smile that seemed even gentler than usual. Yet Naruto felt the temperature drop further. Noticing Hinata's expression, Sasuke instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of unease wash over him as he stepped aside. He sensed a faint killing intent emanating from Hinata. I was just chatting with Sasuke, Naruto replied, scratching his head and smiling, oblivious to the fleeting glint of menace in Hinata's eyes. Is that so? Naruto-kun. You're getting a bit too close to Sasuke, Hinata remarked, her pale pupils flickering with a hint of blue light once more. Earlier, through her conversation with Sakura, she had learned of the situation involving the Mist Ninja, which had profoundly shocked her young heart. Following this revelation, a sense of vigilance arose within her. Reflecting on the years, she felt that Naruto and Sasuke's bond had grown too intimate. She had every reason to suspect that Uchiha Sasuke was trying to steal her man. She absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Naruto, upon hearing Hinata's words, felt his smile falter, and he shot a glare at Sakura. It dawned on him that Sakura must have said something to Hinata earlier. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so intense. Fine. Sakura, I'll remember this grudge, he declared, wrapping an arm around Hinata's shoulders and pulling her away. Hinata, on the verge of anger, was interrupted by Naruto's action, her cheeks flushing crimson, her mind swirling, making it difficult to think clearly. Hinata, let me explain, Sasuke is just a big... Naruto began patiently, but Sasuke, observing the scene between Naruto and Hinata in the corner, turned to Sakura with a puzzled expression. Is Hinata angry? He asked, unsure. Should be, I guess. Sakura replied, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Sasuke's eyes, her mind racing with internal conflict. Haruno Sakura, what you're doing is right. You can't let them continue developing. Forbidden love has no future. Sasuke, perplexed by Hinata's anger, found himself preoccupied with the recent conversation he had shared with Naruto, struggling to grasp it all, finding the ongoing matches uninteresting. Especially since he had already seen Gaara from Tsunagekyure's battle, he decided to step away. He approached Kakashi, who was engrossed in his book, and quietly began reading his own. As soon as he took out his book, Sasuke felt a dull ache in his neck, raising a hand to cover the spot. Inadvertently catching Kakashi's attention. "Sasuke, your neck, it's nothing, just a snake bite," Sasuke replied, lowering his hand and speaking in a tone that suggested it was insignificant. He chose not to recount the earlier battle to Kakashi, deeming it trivial. However, Kakashi remained vigilant. During the Nin exams, Mitarashi Anko had encountered the rogue ninja Orochimaru, heightening the village's alertness. The cursed mark on Sasuke's neck was clearly the handiwork of Orochimaru. "Is that so?" Kakashi said, lifting his eye patch to scrutinize Sasuke's condition with his Sharingan. Upon examining, he was taken aback. A sinister chakra was emanating from Sasuke. This chakra posed a risk of causing Sasuke's chakra to go haywire. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would be incapacitated by such a condition, yet Sasuke appeared unaffected, calmly seated beside him, reading. "Just how calm are you?" Kakashi exclaimed. "Sasuke, come with me." Unable to shake off his concern, Kakashi rose and called to Sasuke, leading him to a more secluded area. With the last battle approaching its conclusion, the Nin exams were nearing their end. The final match was announced. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke engaged in battle with Gaara, while Temari faced off against Nara Shikamaru. The third round of examinations is scheduled to commence in 1 month. Thus, all candidates whose names have been called are kindly urged not to be absent. A pair of young lovers, nestled in a corner, were simultaneously taken aback by the announcement of the matchups. How on earth will this unfold? "I protest, third Hokage." Naruto vented his frustrations at the figure of the third, accusing him of orchestrating the matchups behind the scenes. Initially, he had intended to confront his brother-in-law, only to find himself pitted against Hinata in the end. Hinata, too, wore a conflicted expression. Protests proved futile. The assembly was disbanded. The third Hokage turned, leaving Naruto with a fleeting glimpse of his retreating figure as he briskly exited the scene. Regarding the matchup between Hinata and Naruto, it was a suggestion put forth by Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan felt that Naruto was crossing the line, often visiting their home to provoke the members, and even getting cozy with Hinata in front of Hayashi. With no one in the village capable of dealing with Naruto, Hayashi ultimately decided to let his daughter face him in combat. This would both assess Hinata's strength and instill a sense of trepidation in that blonde boy, while simultaneously tempering his brashness. Witnessing the third's hasty retreat only solidified Naruto's suspicion of foul play. How infuriating. He simply could not bring himself to confront Hinata. Who was the mastermind behind this dreadful idea? After pondering for a while, without clarity, Naruto decided to place the blame squarely on Danzo. Remembering Danzo's intense reaction upon seeing him, Naruto resolved to visit the hospital to check on the aging elder later. He also planned to drop by the Hyuga residence. The following day, at Naruto's designated training ground, he exclaimed, "What? You expect me to train alone?" Naruto glared angrily at Kakashi before him. He had waited the entire morning for his teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, but they had yet to arrive until noon when Kakashi finally showed up. The silver-haired Jonin announced that he would be taking Sasuke for special training, while Sakura had gone to the Konoha hospital to practice her medical ninjutsu. "But you managed to train well on your own before," Kakashi remarked. Gritting his teeth, Naruto harbored great discontent towards Kakashi, though there was some truth to his words. Kakashi was undeniably biased. The reason for Kakashi's unwavering focus on Sasuke was undoubtedly tied to Obito. Realizing this, Naruto found himself with yet another motive to deal with Obito. "Don't worry, someone will be here to train you," Kakashi reassured him, his deadpan expression concealing the memory of Jiraiya flashing through his mind. "Oh, by the way, Naruto, do you still have that meat patty I had last time? It should allow the consumer to dream of the departed, right?" Naruto was left utterly perplexed. "Is it possible that you died from that meat patty last time and went to the Pure Land to see the departed?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto's expression twisted in disbelief. Nevertheless, in an effort to honor his beloved teacher, he retrieved the colorful meat patties and went so far as to produce a totem of immortality. Kakashi, upon seeing the vibrant meat patties, initially felt joy, but his expression turned to shock when he noticed Naruto pulling out a weapon. "Naruto, what is this?" "Kakashi-sensei, to meet the departed." You must embrace this statue while consuming the meat patty, Naruto explained earnestly. Kakashi was momentarily convinced by Naruto's serious demeanor. But why does this statue serve such diverse purposes? It can be a weapon and also facilitate encounters with the departed. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the souls of the departed are guided by the statue? Don't ask so many questions, just follow my instructions. I assure you will meet the departed. Naruto fabricated a seemingly plausible rationale, deciding to abandon further embellishments. Ultimately, he conveyed to Kakashi that to meet the departed, he simply needed to comply with his directions. Kakashi paused for a moment, but eventually accepted Naruto's outrageous explanation. After all, he had previously encountered his father under similar circumstances. Embracing the statue, memories of Obito, Rin, his father, and his teacher flooded his mind. Who would he meet this time? Ultimately, Kakashi tucked the meat patty into his cloak, cradled the statue, and walked home with eager anticipation. Observing Kakashi's departing figure, Naruto silently drew a cross over his heart and mourned for him for a brief moment. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I forgive you. Yet, the thought of Kakashi's favoritism towards Sasuke due to Obito still irked him. Since the silver-haired Jonin had voluntarily walked into danger, Naruto decided to seek out Obito to collect some interest. A mischievous smile crept across Naruto's face as he opened a space portal and arrived at Uchiha Obito's grave. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of neatly arranged tombstones. All the heroes who perished in the village of Konoha were interred here. Naruto regarded this with disdain. However, it was undeniable that Obito had indeed passed away. The child he once was had long since died in Kakashi's heart, buried alongside the stones. The Obito now stirring up trouble in the ninja world was merely a shadow of a long-haired hedgehog. Upon examining the tombstone, he noticed a smiling photograph of young Obito affixed to it, accompanied by fresh fruits, skewered dumplings, and flowers adorning the site. Next to Obito's grave, Naruto also spotted the tombstone of Noara Rin, similarly adorned with flowers and fresh offerings. From the droplets of water clinging to the flowers, it was evident that these offerings had likely been delivered by Kakashi that day. Moreover, the tidiness of these two graves far surpassed that of the others surrounding them. Could it be that Kakashi visited Obito daily? Had he remained single all these years out of devotion to Obito? Naruto, feeling somewhat mischievous, scanned the area to ensure no one was around before boldly sitting before Uchiha Obito's grave. He picked up an apple, wiped it on his clothing, and took a hearty bite, as if the fruit were the detestable Uchiha Obito himself. After devouring Obito's offerings, Naruto noticed the flowers in the vase and, with a glint of mischief in his eye, concocted a plan. Confirming once more that no one was nearby, he approached the vase and began pouring water into it. Even closing one eye, he attempted to aim accurately, yet still managed to spill water everywhere. Wait, have I been feeling a bit fiery these past few days? With a couple of shakes, Naruto completed the task of fertilizing the flowers. He had no ill intent. He simply wished for the blossoms to thrive a few days longer. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Suddenly, a booming voice rang in Naruto's ears. Feeling guilty, he hastily put on his pants and attempted to flee. After a few steps, he contemplated opening a space portal to escape, but paused, pondering, what am I afraid of? Even if I get caught, it wouldn't be a big deal. No one in the entire village of Konoha could touch me. Realizing this, Naruto turned around, hands on his hips, and proudly lifted his chin to face the newcomer. To his surprise, he found an elderly figure with a spiky hairstyle, wearing a forehead protector and wooden sandals, approaching him. With just these few characteristics, Naruto immediately recognized this silver-haired elder as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Notably, Jiraiya also held an apple in his hand. Hey, you little brat, what were you just doing? How dare you disrespect the heroes of Konoha like that? Don't you have any sense of reverence? After reprimanding Naruto, Jiraiya took a bite of the apple in his hand. Naruto retorted, Jiraiya-sensei, shouldn't you put down that offering in your hand before saying that? Naruto had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Jiraiya, yet he never anticipated encountering him while pilfering offerings at a cemetery. But that was inconsequential. Offerings merely symbolized the living's sorrow and remembrance for the departed, rather than allowing them to decay here. It would be more fitting for a youth like me to consume them. Wait, what did you just call me? Jiraiya, who had initially been speaking earnestly, suddenly realized that this yellow-haired brat had referred to him as the old white-haired man. He prided himself on being the white-haired boy. How could he be so ancient? White-haired old man. Fearing that the elderly gentleman before him had not heard correctly, Naruto enunciated clearly and slowly once more. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's forehead throbbed with veins. His fists clenched in indignation. You little brat, listen closely. I am. Without further ado, Jiraiya launched into an awkward dance, but Naruto offered no chance for the old man, turning to leave instead. Just as Jiraiya had prepared to retort, words caught in his throat, his expression contorted in disbelief. After years traversing the ninja world, he had never encountered such a rude child. Hold on, you little rascal. Do you really want the Hokage to learn of your shenanigans at the resting place of Konoha's heroes? Ignoring the white-haired old man, Naruto quickened his pace. In a fit of anger, Jiraiya chased after him, determined to teach him a lesson. Rude brat, can't you at least let me finish my sentence? Two figures raced out of the cemetery. At that moment, the space before Lin's tombstone warped, and Obito, adorned in a mask, arrived. Holding a bouquet, he glanced at Lin's photograph before bending down to place the flowers at her grave. Just as he was about to speak to Lin, he noticed the water-stained flowers beside his own tombstone. Kakashi. Obito ground his teeth in disgust at Kakashi's audacity to bring flowers. That man had personally taken Lin's life. How could he dare to show his face here? Displeased, Obito approached his own tombstone, grabbed the bouquet, and disdainfully tossed the flowers aside. After shaking off the moisture from his hands, he caught a whiff of an odd scent. What is this smell? Lifting his hand to examine it closely, Obito, in a fit of rage, hurled his mask to the ground and stomped it into pieces. Kakashi, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 82. The third Hokage. That child Naruto is quite well behaved. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, observing the carefree Jiraiya and Naruto. His face wrinkled to the point where it could squash a mosquito. 10 minutes prior, he had learned from the Anbu that the duo had been idle enough to sneak into the cemetery to pilfer offerings meant for Konoha's heroes. Upon receiving this news, the third Hokage nearly fainted, wishing to join his old friend Danzo in the hospital. What is a cemetery? It is the resting place of all the heroes who fought and died for the village. And these two, not only did they disturb the peace of the cemetery, but they also audaciously stole from the offerings. What if the families of the deceased found out? Moreover, many of those buried had lost entire families in battle. The mere thought of these two ruffians disrupting the tranquility of those who perished in battle sent the third Hokage's blood pressure skyrocketing. As for Naruto, he was a troublemaker by nature. This was nothing new. But Jiraiya, being of considerable age, should have known better, which truly infuriated the third Hokage. What were you both thinking? How could you behave so recklessly in the resting place of Konoha's heroes? In response to the third Hokage's reprimand, Jiraiya turned to the right, while Naruto looked to the left, both wearing expressions that conveyed, "Go ahead and say what you will. I refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing." Observing this, the third Hokage trembled as he retrieved medication from his drawer, quickly swallowing it and taking several deep breaths to avoid fainting from rage. Those were offerings. What in the world were you thinking? The third Hokage's voice, hoarse and strained, sounded like that of an old man nearing his end. Naruto, absent-mindedly picking his nose, interjected before Jiraiya could respond. Offerings are merely a reflection of the living's sorrow for the departed, rather than letting them rot in the cemetery. It is far better for a young person like me to consume them. This wisdom was imparted to me by that uncle. Naruto directly placed the blame on the white-haired old man, prompting the third Hokage to glare at Jiraiya. Even Jiraiya, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing those familiar words. He turned to Naruto, shooting him an angry glare. You little brat, when have I ever taught you that? Old man, don't listen to this child's nonsense. How unfair is this? Jiraiya dodged the hefty pot that Naruto hurled at him. Oh, white-haired old man, just admit you said that to me. You little rascal. In an instant, Naruto's words ignited Jiraiya's fury. The atmosphere in the room crackled with tension, as it seemed the two were on the verge of an all-out brawl in the Hokage's office. Bang! The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, rising to scold the two. Nonsense. Do you both not regard me, the Hokage, at all? If you want to fight, take it outside. Witnessing the third Hokage's fury, both Jiraiya and Naruto recoiled, each casting a glance at one another before turning away. Jiraiya thought that this brat was insufferable. Were it not for the old man's authority, he would have given this yellow-haired boy a proper lesson on how to show respect to his elders. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage fixed his gaze on Naruto, rubbed his temples, and said, "If you continue to cause trouble, we'll set aside the matter of the sealing scroll." The third Hokage attempted to use this threat to calm Naruto for a while. However, Naruto shot a glance at the old man, indifferent. After all, once the Chunin exams concluded, he would be dining with the third Hokage. Whether or not the new Hokage would acknowledge this incident was uncertain. Nevertheless, considering that the third Hokage had limited time left, Naruto ultimately nodded in feigned compliance. Very well, let the third Hokage enjoy a few peaceful days. And you, Jiraiya? Did I not instruct the Umbu to summon you to see me? Why have you yet to arrive at the Hokage building? Had the Umbu not caught you, would you have continued to avoid meeting this old man? The third Hokage turned to Jiraiya, expressing his disappointment. He had long awaited Jiraiya's return to the village. But the latter was often found indulging in drinks at brothels or sneaking peeks at the women's bathhouses. Whenever the Umbu searched for him, he would shake his head, insisting he was too busy to visit the Hokage building. Haha. I merely wanted to see how much the village has changed after such a long absence. Jiraiya chuckled, suddenly recalling Kakashi's visit that morning. Kakashi had mentioned that the Hokage wanted him to teach Minato's child. He thought that perhaps bringing this up might ease the old man's anger. Oh, by the way, I heard my return to the village was to teach Minato's child, right? As Jiraiya spoke, his expression turned solemn. Minato, after all these years, his child should be around the same age as that annoying brat beside me. As Jiraiya had surmised, the third Hokage's expression softened upon hearing this. He said nothing, instead directing his gaze at the dazed Naruto standing nearby. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiraiya glanced at the yellow-haired boy, then at the serious old man, struggling to voice his thoughts. Old man, please don't tell me. Jiraiya's heart sank as he noticed the third Hokage's unwavering gaze on the boy. It couldn't be. How could Minato's child possibly be this annoying brat? Absolutely not. Yes. He is the child of the Water Gate, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Jiraiya was momentarily paralyzed. A few seconds later, having come to terms with the reality, he rubbed his face and feigned nonchalance as he walked towards the main gate. Jiraiya, if you dare step out of this gate today, do not ever return. The third Hokage was so furious that he could hardly think straight. He had waited for Jiraiya to return to the village to mentor Naruto for many years. After finally reaching this day, Jiraiya intended to abandon his responsibilities without uttering a word. He simply could not accept this outcome. The entire Hidden Leaf village could not accept it either. Jiraiya turned around, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is there really such good news?" The third Hokage, in a fit of rage, plopped down into his chair, gripping his chest tightly, his breathing becoming labored. Old man, calm down for a moment. Jiraiya, aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly stepped forward to inquire about the third's condition. Naruto, on the other hand, had become quite adept at this. After years of observing the third take his medicine, he knew exactly where the old man kept his pills. Skillfully, Naruto opened the drawer, poured out a handful of quickening pills from the bottle, and offered them to the third Hokage. The third was pleased to see Naruto's concern for him. However, he retorted, "Are you trying to ensure my demise hastens?" Glancing at the obedient Naruto, he pushed away the boy's hand and took 2 pills from him. Despite swallowing the medication, he still appeared on the verge of death. Grabbing Jiraiya's hand, he seemed to be preparing to impart his final wishes to his disciple. Jiraiya, I don't have many years left. I just want to entrust Naruto to you for guidance. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and then at the frail third Hokage, wrestling with his thoughts for a full 3 minutes before finally nodding in assent. Fine, I agree. Upon hearing this, the third's eyes sparkled with life, and he suddenly rose, gripping Jiraiya's collar tightly. But you must not go back on your word. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, realizing he might have fallen for this old man's trickery. To assuage Jiraiya's concerns, the third even uttered the most insincere words of his life. Rest assured, Jiraiya, Naruto is a very obedient child. Naruto was taken aback. Even he felt embarrassed upon hearing that. How could the old man muster the audacity to say such a thing? However, upon seeing the third's fierce gaze fixed upon him, Naruto quickly grasped the underlying implication. He scratched his head and displayed a simple, honest smile. Chapter 83, Errant Disciple. What are you doing? Ultimately, under the pressure and persuasion of the third Hokage, Jiraiya agreed to mentor Naruto. To ensure Jiraiya's compliance, the third even lent out his crystal ball for 2 days. Initially, Jiraiya felt he had been deceived by the old man, but upon seeing the crystal ball, all his doubts vanished. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto agreed to meet at the training ground on the eastern edge of the village. Hee. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a rock, clutching the third's crystal ball, an indecent grin plastered on his face, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Could you please hold off for a moment? At your age? Can you really? Naruto stood beside him, mocking, having just poked at the old man's sore spot before being interrupted. You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare a kid your age utter such filthy words? I assure you, I am still quite vigorous at my age. Jiraiya was taken aback by Naruto's remarks. This was a matter of a man's dignity. How could he allow it to be tarnished? Uzumaki Naruto, I hadn't even finished speaking, and you're already agitated. It must be that you're incapable. Naruto fixed his gaze on Jiraiya's elderly face, his eyes brimming with skepticism. He said nothing, yet his silence spoke volumes. Jiraiya's irritation flared at Naruto's demeanor, especially since the boy often brandished peculiar cards in front of him during his moments of enthusiasm. He had even seen Chiyo from the Sand Village, and she was clad in a swimsuit. The most outrageous sight was the fourth rakeage. Just a glance sent chills down his spine, and he lost all interest in the crystal ball. Surrounded by a sea of cards, Jiraiya was filled with aversion. This wasn't even the most terrifying aspect. He genuinely feared Naruto might reference these cards and use transformation techniques to appear before him. Naruto, could you find somewhere else to occupy yourself? Also, I have already promised the old man to take you on as my disciple. Could you show me some respect as your teacher? You ought to call me teacher. Do you understand? Right now, immediately, put away those bizarre cards. Naruto bowed his head in silence, continuing to dig through the system for his special cards. These cards had been drawn by Uzumaki Naruto and contained various female attire cards. There were white stockings Likue, fishnet stockings Zhang Fei, Danzo, and if it weren't for the third still being present, Uzumaki Naruto might have even drawn a skirt for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In any case, the spiritual pollution level of these cards was off the charts. Even Naruto dared not look at them for long. Whenever he showcased these cards in front of Jiraiya, he always recalled Hinata's 18-year-old image to ward off the severe mental contamination. Stop, stop, stop. How about I teach you a powerful technique instead? Jiraiya was overwhelmed. He would rather face death than believe the old man's words. Obedient. This child, where on earth was he obedient? Even in his own youth, he had never been as troublesome as this child. Just as Naruto was rummaging through the cards, he heard Jiraiya was going to teach him something, and his movements halted. A powerful technique. Is it the Rasengan? Or the summoning technique? Naruto quickly tossed the cards on the ground into the system and looked up again with an innocent expression. Teacher Jiraiya, what powerful technique will you teach me? Jiraiya's eye twitched. He felt the child had just been about to call him an old white-haired man. Glancing at Naruto's golden hair reminded Jiraiya of Minato. How could such a well-behaved child like Minato give rise to a child like Naruto? Or perhaps this child took after Kushina? A certain red-hot pepper flashed through Jiraiya's mind, and he wore a look of lingering dread. It did seem somewhat plausible. Cough. Cough. Jiraiya coughed twice, cautiously tucked the crystal ball into his robe, and stood to straighten his clothes. Naruto, pay attention. Jiraiya bit his thumb, smeared blood onto his palm, and began to form hand seals, then pressed one hand to the ground, shouting, summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall orange toad appeared, opening its mouth and unfurling a scroll. Jiraiya grabbed the scroll and tossed it in front of Naruto. Sign your name on the scroll. As he spoke, he opened the scroll to reveal the names of all those who had signed a contract with Mount Myaboku throughout the ages. Naruto promptly took the pen and wrote his name after his adoptive father's. After completing this ritual, Jiraiya began to teach the essential seals for the summoning technique. So, how much of the summoning technique have you remembered? Jiraiya casually asked, preparing to send Naruto off to practice on his own. However, after he finished speaking, he noticed Naruto was silent, standing still as if time had stopped for him. What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. How much of the summoning technique have you remembered? Jiraiya called out for a full 2 minutes before finally seeing Naruto stir. Half. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, his eyes reflecting a clear, foolish innocence. It was not that the summoning technique was difficult. Rather, during Jiraiya's earlier explanation, he had covered numerous aspects of sealing techniques, which was quite easy to grasp. Naruto recalled the flying thunder god technique he had previously noted in the sealing scroll, and his consciousness delved into the sealing space to study it. As a result, he discovered that understanding several key aspects of sealing techniques made researching the flying thunder god akin to solving mathematical problems. The good news was that he had found a glimmer of insight. As for Jiraiya's earlier mention of the summoning technique, he naturally forgot to listen to the remaining half. Jiraiya felt a surge of frustration, his fists clenching once more. Nevertheless, he reiterated the essentials of the summoning technique. This time, Naruto listened with utmost seriousness. "All right, you can practice over there," Jiraiya said, pressing down on Naruto's shoulders and gently shooing him away. Given that Naruto had struggled to remember the principles of the summoning technique, it was evident that mastering this skill would require a considerable amount of practice. It seemed that Minato's talent had not been inherited by this child. However, this also meant that Jiraiya could enjoy a period of tranquility. With that thought in mind, he found a corner and took out his crystal ball. Hee. Those blooming maidens are quite splendid, Jiraiya mused, nearly losing himself in the crystal ball's depths. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted around him, startling him so much that he almost dropped the precious crystal ball. Was there an earthquake? With a puzzled expression, he turned to look, nearly fainting on the spot. "You insolent disciple. Stop this at once. That's the great sage toad." Chapter 84. That is a summoning beast. Our ally. The massive form of the great sage toad, nearly 100 meters in size, sat in place, its head lowered, producing thunderous snores. What terrified Jiraiya was not just its size, but the sight of dozens of yellow-haired individuals wielding iron chains, wrapping them around the great sage toad's limbs, shoulders, and head. Meanwhile, Naruto stood before the colossal toad, clutching the chains binding it, straining to pull them over his shoulder as he pushed forward. If one were to disregard the toad behind him, they might mistake him for an experienced boatman. In Naruto's memory, he was only familiar with the sword-wielding toad from Myobokuzen. Moreover, considering the significant differences between the anime and real life, there appeared to be no other distinguishing features between the toad he had summoned and the one Jiraiya had previously summoned, aside from their size. Also, this toad seemed to have emerged in a state of slumber, completely unresponsive to calls. Upon seeing the toad's mountain-like form, Naruto felt an irresistible urge to test his strength by attempting to drag it. In the distance, Jiraiya's calls did little to dissuade Naruto from pulling the toad. His mind was filled with the toad's snores, and he couldn't hear Jiraiya's frantic words. "Naruto, insolent disciple, stop this at once." Jiraiya was drenched in sweat at the sight of the great sage toad. Over the years, he had sought to meet the great sage toad, only to receive word from Myobokuzen that the great sage was asleep and unavailable to outsiders. He never anticipated encountering the great sage in such a precarious situation. Old toad, what brings you here?" Naruto paused in his efforts, turning to see Jiraiya's panicked expression. "You need to free those iron chains. That's the great sage from Myobokuzen." Jiraiya snatched the chains from Naruto's hands, pointing at the snoozing toad and cursing vehemently. He felt as though this child would drive him to madness. Although he had no idea how Naruto had summoned the great sage, given the current situation, Jiraiya genuinely feared that Myobokuzen might unilaterally terminate their contract due to this incident. Naruto halted, bewildered, glancing back at the still snoring toad. Upon realizing that he had summoned the great sage, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Shouldn't the great sage be sleeping in Myobokuzen, waking only to deliver prophecies to Jiraiya? Why had he summoned it instead? "Move it. Hurry up." Jiraiya was both furious and anxious. It was no time to be dawdling. If the great sage awakened and found itself bound by chains, the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya shouted in frustration, using a shadow clone to rush to the great sage's feet, intending to untie the chains himself. As Jiraiya reached out, a puff of smoke enveloped the area, and with a resounding noise, the great sage toad vanished from sight. It's over. Jiraiya held his head in despair, his face a mask of panic. The sudden disappearance of the great sage could only mean one thing. It had awakened from slumber and, upon discovering the chains binding it, had dispelled the summoning technique itself. Jiraiya's mind was racing. "Insolent disciple, look at the mess you've created." He couldn't fathom what was going through Naruto's mind. Wouldn't a normal person marvel at their powerful summoning beast or praise their teacher upon mastering the summoning technique? Just like Minato had done. But Naruto, instead of revering the great sage from Myobokuzen, had bound it with chains and begun dragging it around. That was a summoning beast, a warrior's ally, not merely a burden. The thought of the sleeping great sage being subjected to weight training by this child sent Jiraiya's blood pressure soaring. Reflecting on the plethora of medications in the third Hokage's drawer, Jiraiya began to understand. And what kind of obedient behavior was this from Naruto? "Jiraiya-sensei, I think I'm doing quite well with the summoning technique, right? Naruto continued to disregard the gravity of his actions. When he had first summoned the great sage, he had shouted in its ear, but the toad had slept like the dead. Thus, Naruto had treated it as a weight. Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to strike the boy, but Naruto, mistaking the gesture for a pat on the head, nimbly dodged. You child. Do you even realize what you've just done? That is a sage from one of the 3 great holy lands, a being comparable to the sage of 6 paths. Oh. Faced with Jiraiya's wrath, Naruto remained remarkably composed. So what if it's lived for 1,000 years? I get it. The old and unyielding are the true monsters. He thought to himself that he would know how to politely inquire when meeting the great sage or the sage of 6 paths in the future. Jiraiya was left speechless, incredulous at the boy's naivety. He should have just left the Hokage's office when he had the chance. Why had he agreed to that old man's request? Now, every glance at Naruto made Jiraiya's head throb. After a long pause, Jiraiya resolved to adopt the role of teacher once more. Naruto, summon the toad again. Just control your chakra a bit. Don't use too much. Jiraiya had realized that the only reason Naruto could summon the great sage was that he possessed an immense amount of chakra. By sheer chance, he had summoned the great sage. Oh, I understand. Naruto nodded, acknowledging the advice. He had thought that the more chakra he used, the larger the summoned toad would be. As a result, who would have known to summon the great toad sage? With a gentle bite of his finger, Naruto once again formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Bang. At that moment, before the two could even catch a glimpse of the toad's figure, a cheeky voice echoed in their ears. Little Jiraiya, what brings you here? Who are you planning to mess with this time? Jiraiya remarked, this one is better than the last. In chapter 85, Naruto exclaimed, Big brother Naruto. I don't understand. Huh? Isn't it Jiraiya's summoning technique? Toad Bunta grasped his smoking pipe and exhaled a large smoke ring. Jiraiya, clenching his teeth, pulled Naruto close and whispered, Naruto, remember, the summoned beasts are our allies. Do not put me in a situation like before. Do you understand? Got it. With Naruto under control, he cast a glance at the toad before him, his eyes filled with regret. What a pity. This toad is even larger than the last one. If I could train with it, I would surely grow stronger. Jiraiya sighed in relief upon hearing Naruto's words. Thank goodness. This child still listens to me. Bunta, this child summoned you. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Toad Bunta looked at the blonde boy, and a flash of Minato crossed his mind. So, he is the child of that guy, huh? Bunta was somewhat surprised to learn that even Minato could not summon him at Naruto's age. After chatting with Bunta for a while and warning Naruto again, ensuring he wouldn't act foolishly, Jiraiya decided to make his exit. He figured if he stayed any longer, he would end up with wrinkles from the stress Naruto caused. Furthermore, he needed to settle accounts with that old man. It wasn't that Jiraiya was unwilling to take Naruto as his disciple, but why didn't that old man clarify Naruto's situation with him? Ugh. Once Jiraiya left the training ground, he hurried to the Hokage Tower. However, before he could enter, 2 Umbu ninjas stopped him. Lord Jiraiya, please hold on. Lord Third mentioned he is busy with official duties and will not meet with outsiders for the time being. As the Umbu ninja spoke, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Jiraiya. After all, the weight of teaching Konoha's blonde boy rested upon Jiraiya's shoulders. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the future of Konoha was entrusted to him. Ugh, that old man. Jiraiya was left speechless. To say he was busy was merely an excuse. He believed that the old man was simply too anxious to face him, fearing he might abandon his responsibilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen, come out. If you have the guts to deceive me, then have the guts to face me. Jiraiya shouted the name of the 3rd Hokage, revealing just how furious he was. Hiruzen, hidden behind the curtains of his office, peeked through the gap to observe Jiraiya's furious outburst below. No matter how harshly Jiraiya cursed, he remained silent, even feeling a bit pleased. Wonderful. I finally don't have to face that child Naruto. As my disciple, you can bear the burden of alleviating my concerns. At this moment, he wished to toss the pile of medicines in his drawer into the trash. Perhaps with Jiraiya around, he would no longer need to consume such things. Lord Jiraiya, you should return. The 3rd Hokage will not meet with you. In the end, the Umbu ninja, feeling pity for the enraged Jiraiya, discreetly offered a warning. How infuriating. I knew being called back to the village would lead to no good. Unable to meet with the 3rd, Jiraiya stood at the foot of the Hokage Tower, seething with rage. After cursing for nearly half an hour, he left with a dark expression, muttering under his breath, that old man. Don't think you'll get your crystal ball back. Meanwhile, at Naruto's exclusive training ground, Naruto and Toad Bunta were getting along splendidly. The Great Toad declared that Minato was his little brother, and as Naruto was Minato's child, he would certainly take care of his little brother's son. Upon hearing that Toad Bunta would protect him, Naruto felt a peculiar sense of comfort. For some reason, he always found it easier to connect with animals than with the villagers. Not to mention, his brother-in-law still held a grudge against him. It was clearly his brother-in-law who had beaten him up previously, and Naruto felt he had been incredibly magnanimous not to hold any resentment against his family. Besides, that incident had happened years ago. Why was Neji still holding a grudge? With this in mind, Naruto decided he should cherish his relationships with those around him. He looked up at the towering figure of Toad Bunta, and suddenly an idea struck him. Eureka! He could help Konohamaru and Sakura train intensively. Naruto remembered that they had expressed a desire to become stronger multiple times. With that thought, Naruto exchanged a few words with Bunta, then released the summoning technique. He created a shadow clone, passed through the light gate, and sent one clone to find Sakura while the original sought out his little brother, Konohamaru. By noon, the figures of Konohamaru and Sakura appeared at the training ground, both wearing puzzled expressions. They had been dragged there by Naruto, who claimed he had a way for them to become stronger. Naturally, they still held some hope, especially Sakura. As she trained in medical ninjutsu, she increasingly felt the gap between herself, Sasuke, and Naruto. After all, Naruto could produce numerous healing items, making her own practice in medical ninjutsu feel somewhat futile. As for Konohamaru, he had wanted to learn ninjutsu from his big brother. Recently, he had swapped the hollow wooden door for a solid one. Although it was still somewhat heavy to lift, he felt he had grown stronger. The fear he had seen in his grandfather's eyes after their last meeting was proof enough of his improvement. Big brother, let's get started. Are we practicing ninjutsu today? Konohamaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Sakura, however, felt a buzzing in her head at the mention of ninjutsu. No way. I don't want to learn Naruto's ninjutsu. Maybe we should skip this? Sakura hesitated, thinking it might be better to continue her studies in the hospital instead. She felt an unsettling apprehension whenever she looked at Naruto's familiar smile. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Sakura. This special training isn't about that. Naruto flashed a reassuring smile, which only intensified Sakura's unease. She recalled the last time he smiled like that, when he had dressed as a girl and almost turned rogue. Watch closely. Oblivious to Sakura's unusual expression, Naruto bit his thumb and began forming hand seals. Both Konohamaru and Sakura were taken aback by his actions, especially Sakura, who knew that Naruto could only perform the shadow clone jutsu with one seal. Now, with so many hand seals, was he going to teach them ninjutsu? Could it be that Naruto had finally become reliable? Summoning jutsu. As Naruto pressed his hand to the ground, Toad Bunta's massive form appeared before them. Sakura and Konohamaru stiffly raised their heads, gazing in awe at the enormous toad, their hearts racing with excitement. Big brother Naruto, I want to learn this. Konohamaru shouted in exhilaration, only to realize that his big brother had vanished from his side. Hey, where did big brother Naruto go? Sakura looked up and noticed Naruto suddenly positioned atop the giant toad's head, her unease growing stronger. Aren't we supposed to be learning this technique? Why did Naruto go up there? Standing atop Gemabunta, Naruto embraced himself with crossed arms, feeling as though he were merely a scroll away from applying orange eyeshadow. After a brief moment of distraction, he turned his gaze towards the two individuals below and shouted sternly at Gamabunta. Bunta, attack them. Gamabunta, taken aback, paused for a full minute. Wait, hasn't it only been a few years since the Leaf Village? Why does it feel like I'm struggling to keep up with the current generation of young ninjas? However, Bunta did not dwell on it for long and lifted his foot to stomp down on the two below. With a thunderous crash, the massive foot of the toad descended upon Sakura and Konohamaru, stirring a cloud of dust. Just as Sakura realized they were about to be crushed, she yanked Konohamaru by the collar and dashed away. Yet, to her horror, she discovered that the gigantic toad was still pursuing them. Naruto, what are you doing? Ah, big brother, what are you doing? Sakura felt the rush of wind behind her, nearly terrified out of her wits, while Konohamaru cried out in desperation. The two had no doubt that Naruto intended to eliminate them both right there. At that moment, they heard Naruto's voice, Sakura. Konohamaru, why are you running? Charge at my summoning beast. His tone was serious, yet the way his lips quivered revealed his struggle to contain his amusement. Naruto, I don't understand. This is far too dangerous. Sakura protested. Exactly, Naruto. Are you trying to kill us? In Chapter 86, the Sage of the Six Paths pondered, what is the matter with this white-haired kid? Under Naruto's intense training, Sakura and Konohamaru truly experienced the essence of mortality. Had it not been for Naruto's timely use of healing items, they would have likely found themselves confined to a hospital for 10 days or more. However, due to Naruto's reckless destruction while piloting the summoning beast within the village, the Umbu once again brought Naruto and Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. As Jiraiya, as the mentor, could not escape the consequences, the third Hokage, out of necessity, summoned him. To discipline the two, the third demanded they restore the damaged areas and, without resorting to shadow clones, clean the male bathhouse in Konoha as punishment. Rebellious disciple, I leave for just a little while, and look at the mess you've made. Jiraiya exclaimed, flinging the mop he held onto the ground and pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. While he enjoyed bathhouses, that did not mean he relished cleaning them, especially a male one. Jiraiya felt utterly wronged. He had spent the afternoon diligently napping without even checking his crystal ball, only to be dragged to the office and berated by the third Hokage. I was giving Sakura and Konohamaru special training, and it was in my own training ground. What did I do wrong? Naruto retorted, his expression a mix of seriousness and pride. To be honest, after settling a major score, he felt rather good. Cleaning the bathhouse was just another form of daily training. After all, much easier than dragging trees around. You still have the audacity to say that. Do you realize how many buildings in the Leaf Village were destroyed because you made Bunta unsheath his sword? Jiraiya was so furious he could barely stand, leaning against a wall to sit down. He now had a headache just from looking at Naruto's face. If he didn't keep an eye on this kid, he genuinely feared Naruto would cause more trouble, dragging him down with him. He truly wished to ask Minato and Kushina why Naruto's temperament was even more difficult than Kushina's. Just a few buildings. I personally paid for them to get new ones. Naruto declared, hands on his hips, utterly oblivious to his faults, causing Jiraiya's blood pressure to spike. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. He genuinely wanted to confront Kakashi and the third Hokage, especially Kakashi, who had been avoiding him just like the third. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, exhaling a deep sigh, and then said, let us put this behind us. I will share the punishment with you this time, and I hope you learn from this lesson to avoid repeating such mistakes in the future. Also, do not use summoning jutsu within the village next time. Understood? Yes, I promise it won't happen again. Naruto nodded obediently, assuring that such incidents would not reoccur. All right, let us expedite our work and aim to finish cleaning tonight. Jiraiya smiled with relief, suddenly feeling that Naruto might still be redeemable. At least he could still listen to reason. That night, light illuminated the duo as laughter resonated from the bathhouse. Grandpa, can you use summoning jutsu? I want to learn it. Late into the night, the third Hokage returned home after a busy day, only to be greeted by his grandson, Konohamaru, who was bubbling with excitement. The mention of summoning jutsu caused him to feel faint. Naruto had already wreaked havoc in the village, destroying vast stretches of forest, 8 houses, and 7 shops. Fortunately, most people had been away during the afternoon or had reacted swiftly, preventing any casualties. Otherwise, he truly did not know how he would cover for Naruto. Now, Konohamaru was clamoring to learn summoning jutsu, causing the third Hokage's blood pressure to rise once more. He hurriedly fished out the leftover medicine from earlier, trembling as he swallowed the pills. He then looked at Konohamaru with a serious tone. Konohamaru, learning summoning jutsu at your age is still too ambitious. This old man might not have many years left, and when the time comes, the summoning jutsu and the family techniques will be passed on to you. The third spoke with a gentle smile. Lately, he had been plagued by an ominous premonition regarding his own mortality. All right, Grandpa really loves me the most. Konohamaru beamed, wiping his nose and bouncing around the third Hokage. The third stroked his beard, his face radiating affection, reflecting on how sensible Konohamaru was. Just as he was lost in thought, Konohamaru uttered a phrase that sent his blood pressure soaring. Grandpa, when are you going to die? You little rascal. The third couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Konohamaru's audacity, and lightly tapped his head. He then walked home with his hands behind his back. Konohamaru rubbed his head, grinning widely. He knew that his grandpa loved him the most. Observing his grandfather's aging figure, he hurried after him, bouncing alongside his feet. Grandpa, let me tell you, Naruto is truly amazing. Under his training, I've become much stronger. In the late-night bathhouse, Naruto and Jiraiya spent the entire evening cleaning every male bathhouse within the village. Jiraiya, looking at Naruto sitting beside him, stood up, resting his hands on his knees. "Hey Naruto, would you like an ice pop?" "What? Wait here for me." Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder, flashing a bright smile as he swaggered out of the bathhouse in his wooden sandals. Naruto stared at Jiraiya's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. A smile crept onto his lips before he realized something. Just then, a familiar voice called out his name from the corner. Naruto turned, bewildered, towards the sound. "Kakashi, did you lose your vocal cords at home?" The white-haired figure of Kakashi peeked from behind the wall, cautiously looking around as if searching for another white-haired person. "Naruto, is Jiraiya-sensei not around?" Kakashi asked, clearly anxious. "He went out to buy something. Why are you looking for me at such a late hour?" Seeing Kakashi's cautious demeanor, Naruto understood that he was too afraid to face Jiraiya, sneaking around to find him. About the meat pie and the statue. Kakashi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Having asked Naruto for something not long ago and now returning for more, it was indeed a bit awkward. However, after meeting his father once more and exchanging a few words, Kakashi became even more convinced of the efficacy of Naruto's meat buns. This time, he intended to use the buns to see if he could locate Obito. Naruto wore a peculiar expression as he glanced at Kakashi, uncertain whether he should clarify the situation with him. Goodness, could that white-haired man be addicted to death? I wonder how the Sage of Six Paths would react upon witnessing that white-haired fellow traversing between life and death. Alas, Kakashi-sensei, it would be wise for you to consume less of this. With that, Naruto presented the meat bun along with the Immortal totem to Kakashi. "Rest assured, I am well aware," Kakashi replied, accepting the items, waving goodbye, and swiftly departing the scene, clutching the statue. Chapter 87. I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall not cause trouble with a clatter. Jiraiya appeared before Naruto, who was lost in thought, wearing wooden sandals and holding a plastic bag. "Naruto, here," he said, tearing open the popsicle wrapper, gently splitting it in two, and offering one half to Naruto. Receiving the popsicle, Naruto gazed at Jiraiya before finally uttering, "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Upon tasting the popsicle, he found the flavor rather mediocre, incomparable to the items from the system. Yet, perhaps due to his master's care, Naruto felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he looked at the old white-haired man, no longer finding him as displeasing as before. Perhaps I shall refrain from calling him the old white-haired man from now on. Noticing Naruto's demeanor, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled his hair. "Haha, you're a good kid." This time, Naruto did not evade, allowing Jiraiya's large hand to touzle his hair. "Naruto, do you wish to learn a powerful technique? One even more formidable than the summoning technique." After all these days, it was the first time Jiraiya had seen Naruto so tranquil, inevitably reminding him of Naruto's late father. The golden visage and the image of him using the Rasengan flashed repeatedly in his mind. Jiraiya resolved to teach Naruto the ninjutsu created by his father, the Rasengan. "Tomorrow, wait for me at the training ground." Jiraiya stood up, discarded the trash aside, and turned back to smile at Naruto. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. "Old man, pick up the trash. Damn it, this kid is nothing like Minato." Jiraiya's eye twitched helplessly as he bent down to pick up the litter, obediently tossing it into the trash bin. "Then see you tomorrow." Jiraiya turned and waved, leaving without looking back, fearing that lingering any longer would disrupt the atmosphere they had painstakingly built. "See you tomorrow," Naruto murmured, noticing the numerous snacks Jiraiya had bought lying beside him. He stared at the bag of snacks, somewhat dazed. "How peculiar. It's the first time in many years someone has bought these for me." After sitting alone for 2 minutes, he glanced at the time. It was already midnight. He grabbed the bag of snacks and opened a portal, returning home. The next day, Naruto arrived early at the training ground, eagerly waiting. Upon arrival, he spotted Jiraiya sitting on the ground, gleefully holding a crystal ball, surrounded by many balloons. Although he had been peeking at him early in the morning, Naruto felt a surge of fondness for Jiraiya's punctuality. Well, at least he is better than that old white-haired man. Upon noticing the purple portal, Jiraiya was taken aback, pointing at Naruto, stammering, "You. Is this a space-time ninjutsu?" Didn't he, the third Hokage, tell you?" Jiraiya's expression stiffened at the thought of that old man. He realized he had barely seen the Hokage upon returning to the village, only twice, both times being summoned alongside Naruto for a lecture. The third Hokage seemed to be avoiding him. How could he know the specifics of Naruto's situation? This was the first time Jiraiya had witnessed Naruto utilizing this ability. and he became intrigued, putting away the crystal ball and standing up. Show me again. Naruto raised his hand and tossed out 2 portals, diving into one and reappearing nearby. He demonstrated several times back and forth before Jiraiya finally asked him to stop. It's not as good as Minato's flying thunder god technique, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. After observing for a while, he grasped the essence of Naruto's technique. Generally, this space-time ninjutsu was commendable, although it required time to open the portals, falling short of the instantaneous nature of the flying thunder god. During combat, the initial few surprise attacks might work. However, once the enemy deciphered the ability, they would inevitably turn it against Naruto. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, deciding to seek out the old man for the flying thunder god technique to pass on to Naruto. Perhaps Naruto could become an even more powerful ninja than his father. Or perhaps he was the destined child Jiraiya had been searching for. Jiraiya-sensei? Aren't we supposed to be learning new ninjutsu? Seeing Jiraiya lost in thought, Naruto waved his hand in front of him. Pay attention. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, spreading his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a blue orb materialized in his hand. He then shouted, slamming the orb against a nearby tree trunk. With a resounding crash, wood chips flew, leaving a large indentation with spiral patterns inside. This ninjutsu was created by your father, the legendary ninjutsu Rasengan. Naruto's eyes sparkled. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. It was important to note that the Rasengan had more than one form, with the addition of chakra manipulation. It could take on numerous variations. The fact that Boruto had begun practicing the Rasengan was enough to demonstrate its power. Incredible. While Jiraiya's face remained impassive, his heart was already bursting with joy at his disciple's praise. Ahem, listen closely. Next, you must. Jiraiya explained the fundamentals of the Rasengan and handed Naruto a water-filled balloon. Try to use your chakra to burst this balloon. Before he could finish, Naruto squeezed the water balloon, causing it to explode and drench Jiraiya. You fool. What are you doing? I told you to use chakra, not sheer strength. I lost control for a moment. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. It wasn't that he couldn't control his strength. The presence of the spherical object simply made it difficult to resist the urge to squeeze. Jiraiya took a deep breath and tossed another water balloon to Naruto. However, after several attempts, the outcome remained the same. You brat. Use your chakra. Chakra. Jiraiya was nearing his wit's end with Naruto's antics. Earlier, he had specifically thrown a rubber ball, yet this kid treated it no differently from the water balloon, squeezing it until it burst. Once more. I'll do my best to control it. Naruto was also taken aback that his first step in practicing the Rasengan would be thwarted by instinct. Sigh. Practice diligently. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Jiraiya sighed, feeling his blood pressure rising if he stayed any longer. To avoid becoming the next patient in need of medication, he decided to take his leave. However, before departing, he spent 2 full minutes instructing Naruto, fearful that the boy might conjure some mischief again. Once Jiraiya left, Naruto formed hand seals, conjuring hundreds of shadow clones. Brothers, it's time to grind for experience. With a command from his main body, the numerous shadow clones began practicing the Rasengan. 2 hours later, with the assistance of his clones, Naruto finally completed the training with the water balloon, rubber ball, and bouncy ball. At this moment, he was ready to begin forming the Rasengan in earnest. Naruto believed he didn't need the clone's assistance as depicted in the original story. With his control, he should be able to form a Rasengan with just one hand in no time. Alright, here we go. Naruto rubbed his face and quietly encouraged himself, then opened his palm to begin gathering chakra. A low hum resonated as, under his meticulous control, a blue orb swiftly materialized in his hand. Just as Naruto was reveling in his success, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about his orb. Unlike Jiraiya's spiral sphere, the one forming in Naruto's hand lacked any spiral and was merely a solid mass of chakra. Furthermore, the orb continued to expand. Stop it, you little rascal. The Nine Tails, engrossed in its reading, was alarmed by Naruto's actions, its fur bristling in fear. What kind of perilous endeavor was this brat undertaking now? Just as Naruto was about to inquire, he was abruptly struck by a powerful force. A deafening roar echoed in his ears as a massive blue sphere erupted in the training ground, and after the explosion, a mushroom cloud ascended above the village of Konoha.